Kill me if you have the guts. Don't expect to get any information out of us. Exactly what I intended. Before the words even fell, Suibo twisted his wrist. At the same time, he kicked again. In an instant, he dislocated one person's arm and kicked the other one to death. The surviving one was dumbfounded. His face was full of disbelief. He never expected that this middle-aged man, who didn't seem to have much skill, would be so ruthless with his first move. Now, it was too late to escape. There was no chance at all. How did you find us out? The man asked unwillingly, his eyes full of fear. You really think everyone is as stupid as you imagine? Suibo asked expressionlessly. Actually, if these two had left quietly, it wouldn't have mattered. But they had to play dead before leaving. Since that was the case, there was no need to let them go. Tell me, were you sent by the Turks or the Huns? The man was clearly frightened by Suibo's ruthless methods. The Huns. Then you can die. Suibo didn't even give the man a chance to beg for mercy, directly twisting his neck. Looking at the two corpses on the ground, Suibo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Actually, he hadn't thought about these issues at all. But before setting off, Linji had specially reminded him. Be careful of those mixed in among the civilians when they evacuate Yuzhou City. At that time, Suibo didn't quite understand what was meant by mixed in. But when he learned that the soldiers had caught the two troublemakers, he immediately realized. At the same time, he saw through the identities of these two men at the first glance. There is a certain difference between the people of the Central Plains and the nomadic tribes outside the pass. Perhaps the people of Yuzhou City wouldn't notice. But Suibo, having traveled far and wide at his age, could see through any disguise. It seems there are many spies from various factions in Yuzhou City. No wonder Linji chose to screen in this way. After all, it was also for his own sake. At this time, the few soldiers who had been there before also walked over. And when they saw the corpses on the ground, they finally understood why Suibo had brought them to this secluded place, to prevent the civilians from seeing. Help dispose of these two bodies. Suibo said slowly. The soldiers nodded repeatedly. They didn't expect that in just a blink of an eye, the two men had become corpses. How many civilians are left? Suibo continued to ask. There are probably about a third left in the city. The soldier turned his head to look. He immediately reported. Suibo nodded thoughtfully. It seems that the speed of the civilians leaving hasn't slowed down much. Chapter 426. Fear in the heart, courage in the spirit. Before this, when the 4 city gates were opened, although it seemed that there were more places where civilians could enter and exit. However, the actual time spent was far longer than the current orderly departure. The efficiency was lower. The main reason was that the 4 city gates were too troublesome. When the civilians evacuated, various frictions often occurred. Add to that the panic among the people. Many felt that leaving even a moment later could cost them their lives. At the city gates, there was a fierce scramble. It was extremely congested. But now, with General Sui leading the soldiers to maintain order, 1 was to ensure the safe evacuation of all civilians in the city, and 2 was to prevent those with ulterior motives from deliberately stirring up trouble. No doubt, when the 4 city gates were opened earlier, there must have been foreign spies intentionally disturbing the public order. But now, there was no need to worry about this issue. The crowd worked tirelessly through the night. The line of people waiting to leave the city showed no sign of ending. Seeing that dawn had broken, General Sui ordered the soldiers to rotate shifts. My lord, why don't you go rest first? We can manage here, and there won't be any more problems, ventured a squad leader. After all, he was of an age. He couldn't compare with these young and strong lads. What if he collapsed from exhaustion? General Sui waved his hand. It's fine. There were still over 100,000 civilians left in the city. At this moment, he had to fulfill his duty. After all, he was a palace guard, and in his youth, he was also in the military. How could he go back to sleep in a crisis? Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but show admiration. These men following the young general were all extraordinary characters. Even General Sui was willing to take on the heavy responsibility at such a time. It was truly incredible and unbelievable. Meanwhile, On the other side, Lin Ji ordered the remaining 500 soldiers to place various obstacles at the east and west city gates, as many as possible. There was no limit. The purpose of this was to ensure enough time for the evacuation at the south gate. Once the Hun's army arrived, if there were still civilians who hadn't safely evacuated, then at the east and west city gates, they simply couldn't hold their ground. If they went out to fight, they would definitely be exposed. So Lin Ji had no choice but to resort to this tactic, setting up countless obstacles near the east and west city gates to prevent the Hun's army from bypassing to the south gate. Although this couldn't truly stop the enemy's advance, but when the enemy army arrived, Yuzhou City would absolutely no longer allow anyone to enter freely. It would truly become a dead city. 2 days later, the banners of the Hun's army were already visible on the walls of Yuzhou City. In the distance, one could see dense crowds approaching. This was the pressure of a large army. That aura was unimaginable to ordinary people. At this moment, Lin Ji stood on the city wall, dressed in white robes, without any armor. Surrounded by no soldiers, only General Sui stood by his side. Young General, the civilian matters have been handled properly. We discovered and executed several enemy spies. Indeed, you are the most reliable, Lin Ji said calmly. He pointed at the distant black dots. See that? The Hun's army will probably arrive at Yuzhou City before noon today. Are you prepared? As he spoke, a faint smile even appeared on his face. A true strongman. No matter what danger or crisis he faced, he could always respond calmly, because he had absolute confidence. Even if Lin Ji was now in a desperate situation, he believed that there would always be miracles in this world. Until the very last moment of battle, one could never know the outcome. I am willing to follow the young general to the death. Never give up. General Sui respectfully saluted. Lin Ji nodded. Maybe we won't die after all. Don't underestimate yourself. Understood. By noon, at this moment, apart from the hundreds of soldiers guarding the 4 city gates, the rest had all gathered on the city wall. Officials like Yang were extremely nervous. Before them were rich wines and delicious food. The rich aroma wafted around. It seemed like a victory celebration, but at this moment, no one had the mood to touch it. Even the appetite was gone. Outside, the 100,000-strong Hun's army could be clearly seen. They were coming with great momentum, a dark mass like a tide, ready to engulf the entire Yuzhou City. If there were defenders, it would be different. But now, although the city looked impregnable from the outside, there were only 1,000 soldiers and tens of thousands of civilians inside. These were the ones they had left behind, hoping to defend Yuzhou City together with the soldiers. As long as the city wasn't breached, the civilians who had left would have more time to escape. Lin Ji's return to Yuzhou City was known to many civilians. While admiring his bravery and righteousness, many also hoped to contribute their meager strength. Perhaps they couldn't stop the Hun's army, but they wanted to buy some time for their loved ones who had left. My lord, are we really just going to sit here unarmed? The Yuzhou City's Sima asked softly. His legs couldn't stop trembling. Many other officials were in a similar state. Look at yourselves. How dare you call yourselves officials of the northern border? A bunch of cowards who haven't seen a big scene. Yang couldn't help but scold. But when he turned his head to look, he immediately closed his eyes. He kept psyching himself up. Fear in the heart, courage in the spirit. It's okay. It's okay. Lin Ji is here. Their task was the easiest among those left in the city. They just had to sit on the city tower, eat, drink, and make noise, and deliberately let the enemy discover them. In the past, they never dreamed of using such a method to resist. The most important thing was that once something went wrong, there was no time to escape. Thinking of this, Yang made up his mind. What's there to be afraid of? We have good wine and good food. What more is there to say? Show some guts. Even if we die, we can't let those barbarians from outside the past look down on us. This statement made many people present a bit braver. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Since they had already come this far, there was no turning back. Better to show some manliness. Play music. Dig in. With a few shouts, Yang led the way and started feasting. Chapter 427. Singing and revelry to the fullest. In the distance, the Hun's army marched in full force. Leading them was the Hun chieftain. Behind him were several generals, including Hualua, Zemu, and Nura. This time, the Huns had staked everything, intending to fight the northern border to the bitter end. On their way, they had already gathered information. Most of the northern border's forces were stationed in Ming County. So far, there had been no movement. This meant that for them, Yuzhou City was an empty shell. Capturing such a city would be a piece of cake. Chieftain, we are only a few miles away from Yuzhou City. Should we let our soldiers rest here for a while before launching a full-scale attack? Hualua cautiously asked. Perhaps because he had suffered too many losses at Lin Ji's hands, he had to be extremely careful when fighting the northern border. War means death. How could those generals who had lost battle after battle still have the face to stay in the camp? The soldiers' distrust and their superiors' punishment would be enough to make them lose face. In severe cases, they might even be executed in front of the entire army. Even if they lost this campaign, Hualua would not bear any guilt, but now he and Zemu were already somewhat disgraced in the army. Many soldiers were gossiping behind their backs. The Yuzhou troops are weak. It's the perfect time to take it quickly, the Hun chieftain said with great ambition. His eyes sparkled with a fiery glow. It was rage, and also joy at the prospect of capturing the northern border. On the way, he learned that the Turks had also sent troops to support him, which made him feel even more confident. Moreover, he had always been closely monitoring Ming County, but so far, there had been no signs of any troops being dispatched, which made the Hun chieftain even more convinced that they could capture Yuzhou City this time. Then, they could take it by force. By next spring, it would be time to attack the imperial city. Perhaps the territory of the Great Xia dynasty would be within easy reach. Just then, a soldier rushed over. Report. Chieftain, there are no soldiers defending Yuzhou City. Everyone is on the city walls, singing, drinking, and enjoying themselves. What? Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Their eyes showed confusion and bewilderment. What's going on? Have the people of Yuzhou City completely given up resistance and are welcoming us in? Zemu couldn't help but ask. Over the years, the Huns had always had the upper hand in the conflict, so naturally, they had developed a sense of superiority. Unlike Lin Ji and Ming County, it wasn't surprising for them to do such a traitorous thing. Who is the commander in the city? Nora asked. It's the young general of the north, Lin Ji. What? Everyone was slightly taken aback again. Zemu's speculation was self-evidently wrong. Anyone from the Central Plains could surrender, but not Lin Ji. Otherwise, why would he have led his meager troops to resist the Huns to the death? This guy is just like Lin Zhenxiu back then, both hard nuts to crack. The only difference is that the young general of today, the Huns can't handle. And back then, the Northern Army, the Huns couldn't handle either. What tricks is this guy playing now? Hualua said instinctively. Whenever it came to Lin Ji, he would be on high alert. It was all because he had suffered a big loss before. The Hun chieftain also found it strange. No way. If Lin Ji really knew about the situation in Yuzhou City, how could he allow his men to behave like this? And it was said that most of the civilians in the city had already evacuated. It was basically an empty city. Knowing that the Hun army was approaching, how could he be so calm? What exactly is this guy up to? Seeing that thinking wasn't getting them anywhere. The Hun chieftain ordered the vanguard army of 20,000 to follow him, along with the 3 generals, to check the situation at the city gate. The others were to remain in place. The order was given. The Hun army immediately split into 2. Meanwhile, the cooks and other recruited civilians in the rear began setting up camp. By the time the sun was high in the sky, the Hun chieftain, accompanied by Hualua and the other 3, led the 20,000 vanguard troops to the foot of Yuzhou City. Indeed, they were stunned. On the city walls, countless figures were moving, all eating, drinking, and having a good time. In the distance, music could be heard. And at the highest point of the northern gate, Lin Ji stood alone, not even wearing armor. What's going on? For a moment, everyone was bewildered. If it were anyone else defending Yuzhou City, the Huns would have attacked without hesitation upon seeing this. What's going on? Do they really not take us seriously? With a battle imminent and the enemy at the gates, they still have the leisure to eat, drink, and enjoy themselves? Let's see if you still have the life to eat and drink. But now, standing on the city walls was a man who struck fear into the hearts of the entire northern border. The Huns didn't know how many of their men had died at his hands. They didn't dare to act rashly. "Chieftain, what should we do now?" Zamu tentatively asked. Although they had brought 20,000 vanguard troops, everyone felt puzzled. The Hun chieftain was equally puzzled. Could it be that this guy had set up some cunning trap, waiting for them? All this on the city walls was to make them let their guard down? "Chieftain, let me go and check it out?" Nora volunteered. "That would be good, but be very careful. I feel that this Yuzhou city is not ordinary." "Yes." After receiving the order, Nura rode out from the army. He arrived at the city gate. He shouted loudly, "Is the young general here?" A figure descended from the sky. From the dozens of feet high city wall, Linji floated down. Finally, he stood steadily in front of Nura. What a feat! Nura couldn't help but say. The Hun army behind him also marveled. The last one to have such skills was the northern General Lin Jinqiu. The Lin family is truly extraordinary. The old ones are tough, the young ones cunning. None of them are easy to deal with. Thank you for the compliment, but unfortunately, today you and I are enemies. Otherwise, I could invite you up to the city walls for a drink," Linji said, hands behind his back. He looked confident and unafraid. Nora was a bit confused. This was completely different from what he had imagined of the young general. A commander who had grown from 2,000 men to tens of thousands now. Could he be such a boastful and disrespectful person? Unless he had made full preparations. With this thought, Nura couldn't help but probe. "Young general, you know the enemy is at the gates, yet you let your men drink and enjoy themselves on the city walls. Isn't this too disrespectful to us?" Hashtag chapter 428. True or false, real or illusory? Why not? Linji said calmly. "Since I arrived at the northern border, you have never gained any advantage. I have won every battle. Even if you bring your troops to besiege Yuzhou City now, I am confident of certain victory. Given this, it is only natural for our soldiers to enjoy wine and merriment on the city walls." Nura was stunned by these words. For a moment, he was at a loss. If it were anyone else, it would surely be an empty boast, but the one speaking was the young General Lin Ji of the northern garrison. How could it be baseless? After much hesitation, Nura was unwilling to return empty-handed. He wanted to probe further. If there were indeed heavy troops hidden within Yuzhou City, wouldn't the 100,000 Huns be walking into a trap? But the problem was, there had been no information of any reinforcements from the northern border or the central plains. Where did Lin Ji's confidence come from? According to the information gathered by the Huns, the entire Yuzhou City only had a mere 1,000 soldiers. Even if each one was 10 times as strong, they could never defeat the 100,000 Huns. The huge disparity in numbers was more than enough to compensate for any lack in strength. Moreover, the Huns were renowned for their bravery. When it came to individual combat ability, it was hard to say who would come out on top. Could it be? Nura suddenly had a thought flash through his mind. His heart was filled with doubt and uncertainty. Could it be that the young general's father has returned with his troops? Apart from this, he could think of no other reason for Lin Ji's arrogance. "You are indeed clever." Lin Ji raised an eyebrow. A faint smile appeared on his lips. "I originally thought that singing and reveling on the city walls could make you lower your guard, but I didn't expect you to see through it so quickly. How can you be sure that the northern garrison troops are definitely in the city? What if I'm just setting up a false front, playing tricks here?" Nura felt an inexplicable heart palpitation. The terror of the northern garrison troops he had personally witnessed. Wherever they passed, the northern nomadic tribes were terrified. Many had suffered under his command. From several of the Huns generals to the leader of the Turks, none had a good outcome. Otherwise, the two nomadic tribes would not have joined forces in the first place. Even so, they had not been able to wipe out the northern garrison. Now, upon learning that the northern garrison had not disappeared, but was still active outside the northern border. The Huns were already wary. Seeing the strange scene in Yuzhou City, Nero was even more uncertain. If Linji had firmly asserted it, he might have had some doubts. But never did he expect this guy was playing true and false. Not a single word from his mouth was true. It was even more impossible to tell if the northern garrison troops had taken their positions. Thinking of this, the past fear enveloped his heart. Nero did not dare to act rashly. Young general, it seems you had long been prepared. In that case, why not invite General Lin out for a meeting, so that we may pay our respects to the former might of the northern garrison commander? Lin Ji snorted coldly. My father is not someone you can meet just because you want to. Now, the gates of Yuzhou City are always open. If you dare, come in and see for yourself. See if what I say is true or false. Lin Ji said, waving his hand. The soldiers on the city walls immediately received the signal. The north gate slowly opened. Looking inside, the city was empty. The vast Yuzhou City seemed to have become an empty city. This eerie situation once again made Nero feel uneasy. Young general, you truly have guts. Do you really think we wouldn't dare? You're always welcome. Lin Ji made a gesture of invitation. At the same time, on the city tower, Yang the official's heart was in his throat. Other officials even dared not look directly. Each was terrified. Life and death hung by a thread at this moment. Whether the plan would succeed truly depended on this one moment. Your Excellency, isn't the young general too reckless? What kind of confidence does he have? Who knows? Now that the city gate is open, if the Huns attack, it would be easy. What if they don't believe what the young general says? Wouldn't we be doomed? Stop talking nonsense. Yang the official was already in a panic. The more he listened, the less confident he felt. He could only force himself to muster courage, to boost morale. Everyone, drink and eat heartily, sing louder. This was all they could do now. Man proposes, heaven disposes. Whether Yuzhou City could resolve the crisis was still unknown. As the singing grew louder, Nero felt increasingly uneasy. This didn't look like slackness at all. It was clearly a deliberate enticement to lure them into the city. There must be countless traps in the city. If the 100,000 Huns were truly trapped in Yuzhou City, it would be a fight to the death, and escaping unscathed would be impossible. This battle, the Huns had staked everything. They would rather delay than lose. Nero gritted his teeth. Lin Ji, you are indeed capable. I will report this to our leader. We will surely take Yuzhou City. With that, he turned his horse and galloped away. On the way, he secretly turned his head to look, but found that Lin Ji showed no movement, which only the Hun leader gritted his teeth. His heart was filled with indignation. Leader, it's better to believe it than not. If there really are northern garrison troops lurking in the city, once we enter, we will surely be doomed. Now that we are outside Yuzhou City, it's better to set up camp temporarily, wait until the situation is clear, find the right opportunity, and strike decisively. It's better than taking the risk now, Huoluo said meaningfully. The northern garrison was a terrifying army that made the Huns and Turks tremble. With just 100,000 men, at their peak, they could sweep through the entire northern border. More than half of the more than 20 nomadic tribes had suffered at their hands. Some even suffered heavy losses from fighting the northern garrison, leading to being annexed by other tribes. Chapter 429. The Huns retreat, 20 li. If what was said this time is true, once they enter Yuzhou City, it will be almost impossible for them to come out. But what if it isn't? The Hun leader still felt some reluctance. This opportunity was just too good. Once missed, it might never come again. Leader, if the Northern Frontier Army is not in Yuzhou City, we can launch an attack at any time, and without reinforcements, it will be easy for us to win. Narachi was unusually in agreement with the other generals. But if the Northern Frontier Army is really in the city, our actions might destroy the entire future of the Huns. The pros and cons, leader, you must clearly discern. The implication was to think carefully before acting. Sometimes one can make mistakes, because it doesn't matter much. But there are times when one cannot make mistakes, because it will change the entire direction of the outcome. even affect the fate of countless people. And now they are at a very critical crossroads. If they take the wrong path, there will be no turning back. After a moment of silence, the Hun leader finally decided to take the cautious approach. Indeed, what these people said made sense. If it's false, it's just a matter of spending a few more days to conquer. If it's true and they avoid the enemy's sharp edge, it might be the best choice. Order the entire army to retreat 20 li immediately and remain vigilant at all times, while also keeping a close watch on the movements of Yuzhou City. Yes. All the generals present nodded in agreement. At the same time, on the walls of Yuzhou City, seeing the Hun army retreat without any warning, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. They could never have imagined that Lin Ji had truly intimidated the enemy with his eloquent speech and made them retreat. Now, they have taken the initiative to withdraw. Yuzhou City, on the brink of death, was pulled back from the gates of hell. Cheers erupted on the walls. This time, they were truly happy from the bottom of their hearts. The feeling of walking on the edge of death was exceptionally thrilling and dangerous. No one could predict whether they would be one step closer to death or survival the next moment. Governor Yang was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. Even he didn't notice that his eyes were already moist. His hands couldn't stop trembling. Below the walls, Lin Ji secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He felt less pressure in his heart. To be honest, during those few moments when Narachi hesitated, he really worried that his acting skills wouldn't be enough to intimidate the enemy. It was because he had already burned his bridges that Lin Ji decided not to consider anything else. Since it was a doomed outcome, everything he did had to be considered for what would happen next. Under such circumstances, the only thing he could possibly sacrifice was his own life. Fortunately, the final result was still optimistic. Lin Ji didn't return to the city gate until he saw the Hun army disappear on the distant horizon. Then he immediately ordered the soldiers to close the city gate. No one was allowed to enter or exit. The citizens of the city heard the news and were overjoyed. Governor Yang and all the soldiers and officials welcomed him at the first opportunity. Everyone rushed forward. "Young general, you are truly capable. I never expected that you would really turn the tide and scare the enemy away." Lin Ji waved his hand at this. "It's just luck." To be honest, he also had a gamble, but fortunately, he succeeded. Otherwise, they might not have the chance to stand here and talk freely. "Young general, please return to the governor's mansion to rest for a while. I have a feeling that perhaps soon, we will engage in a truly unprecedented great battle," Governor Yang said meaningfully. Clearly, he had something he wanted to say to Lin Ji alone. But with so many people around, it was not convenient. In the midst of everyone's entourage, they returned to the governor's mansion. The kitchen had already prepared fine wine and delicacies, waiting for everyone's triumphant return. The officials were exuberant. Before, on the city walls, they were on edge and forced smiles. But now, here, fine wine and delicacies truly made people feel incredibly satisfied. That feeling is truly indescribable. But just as everyone was enjoying their drinks and toasts, Governor Yang quietly pulled Lin Ji to the back garden. "Young general, what's going on? We've already driven back the Hun army, but at the banquet, you've been frowning, and no matter who toasts you, you don't seem to want to drink." Governor Yang was a seasoned veteran, and observing people's expressions came easily to him. Lin Ji clearly had something on his mind. He was also very curious. Now that they had won a great victory, why was the young general still unhappy? It was as if they had lost the battle. "Governor Yang, I really don't know if you're being overly optimistic or just don't care. But now that we've scared the Huns away with an empty city strategy, how can you be sure that we can rest easy?" Lin Ji said expressionlessly. Even without sending someone to scout, he knew that the Huns were only temporarily retreating. The enemy would never let it go so easily. The grudges between them were so deep. They wanted to skin and dismember them. Now, just because of this, they were leaving the northern border? In other words, what Lin Ji used was clearly just a delaying tactic. Under normal circumstances, this would have achieved the maximum benefit, and as long as they could hold out for 1 or 2 months, waiting for the reinforcements to arrive, they could change the situation and regain the initiative. But the problem was that up until now, there were no other reinforcements for Yuzhou City. Ming County? They hadn't even finished dealing with the Turks yet, so how could they have time to care about Yuzhou City? Now, these two places were the most important in the northern border, one being the development core and the other the political and military center. Under such circumstances, if one of them fell, it would have a huge impact on the entire northern border. Even if the soldiers from Ming County defeated the Turks, they might not be able to do anything about it. We are desperately short of people, Linji said decisively. To completely change the situation, we need reinforcements. Governor Yang, can you find a way to gather a batch of troops, even if it's only 5,000 or 10,000? The difference was already self-evident. If they had 10,000 men equipped with enough long-range weapons, along with the impregnable fortifications of Yuzhou City, defending against the Huns for a period of time would be easy, even described as effortless. Chapter 430. If it's to die, I shall do so alone. For them, the greatest challenge was to buy time for the teachers from Mingxing County to come to their aid. If they could hold out until after the battle between Mingxing County and the Turks, and Mingxing County had the capability to support Yuzhou City, then the Huns would have no chance of victory. Lord Yang, you know my situation. So if I were to go and mobilize troops, no one would allow it. This matter will have to trouble you to find a way to request reinforcements. What? Lord Yang was stunned, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. After a moment of silence, he couldn't help but shake his head, even sighing as he asked, Young General, do you really think this is our only option? Of course. The essence of war ultimately comes down to a contest of manpower. Even if my strategies are brilliant, with only a few hundred men under my command, how can we possibly resist the enemy's tens of thousands? Linji furrowed his brows. This was not him exaggerating. It was the harsh reality. Throughout the annals of human warfare, under the same technological conditions, manpower is the most decisive factor in determining victory or defeat. While there have been instances of small forces defeating larger ones, such cases are extremely rare in the grand scheme of history. Most battles are decided by the numerical disparity between the two sides. The same principle applies to Yuzhou City. It cannot possess highly advanced weapons. Even those available in Mingxing County are not a qualitative leap. The transition from cold to hot weapons, from manual to fully automatic, requires unimaginable time and effort. But undeniably, every technological breakthrough means an increase in combat effectiveness. If Yuzhou City could equip every soldier with a fully automatic weapon and sufficient ammunition, not to mention the 100,000 Huns, even fighting the entire northern border defense, Linji would have absolute confidence. That would be true power before the forces of nature. All fears stem from insufficient firepower. This saying indeed holds some truth. Young General, it's not that I don't want to help, but the situation in Yuzhou City is dire. There are only a few thousand left, and all the troops from the northern border defense were previously gathered in Mingxing County. Although I am a high-ranking administrative official here, I have no authority to mobilize troops from other regions. Lord Yang spread his hands, his face full of helplessness. If the Minister of War were here, he might be able to think of a solution. After all, he is from the Ministry of War and holds some status and power. As for himself, he might be well respected in the northern border defense, but beyond that, no one pays him any mind. Especially in military camps, where soldiers look down on civil officials. Lord Yang had stacked all the negative factors against him, yet he still managed to survive. It was truly not easy. If that's the case, then we only have one other option. Wait for death. Linji slowly uttered the last two words, his gaze unwavering, as if he had long foreseen this outcome. Given the current situation, it was indeed very bleak and had gradually fallen into a dead end. Delaying the Hun army's attack was already their greatest effort. To ask him to turn the tide and achieve what ordinary people cannot was truly asking too much. Lord Yang realized the gravity of the situation. He finally understood why Linji showed no concern after the Hun army retreated. This was not concern. It was acceptance of reality. Sometimes, even the most capable person has limits. Many things in this world are predestined. Lord Yang, You should take your officials and the remaining civilians in the city and leave. What? Lord Yang's eyes widened in shock, finding the suggestion both inconceivable and unbelievable. Young General, what do you mean? Are you asking us to betray you and leave now? Yes, if this war must have someone bear the final consequences, then I am willing to be that person. Lin Ji said meaningfully. The Huns were extremely wary of him, so as long as he remained in Yuzhou City, they would not dare act recklessly. This was the best opportunity for everyone else to retreat. Once missed, everything would be set in stone, and there would be no chance to change it. A person's death may be lighter than a feather or heavier than Mount Tai. Everything in this world seems to be predestined. Lin Ji had returned to the northern border defense seeking a way out, but he never imagined that after so many years of effort, he still couldn't change his fate. Perhaps some things are indeed unchangeable. As the saying goes, man proposes, heaven disposes. The great Tao is simple, and the way of heaven is natural. Perhaps Lin Ji's fate was sealed, and no one could be blamed. But young general, if you die, there will be no one left in the northern border defense to stand against the Huns and Turks. Even if we escape, we won't be able to return here. Lord Yang hesitated, his voice tinged with helplessness. Truthfully, as a petty person, he didn't care about others' lives. Who dies in this world has nothing to do with him. But there was one thing. Lord Yang knew that from now on, he would have no connection with the Yuzhou prefect. This place would be irrelevant to him. Yet, inexplicably, Lord Yang felt a tinge of regret and sorrow. Lin Ji had worked so hard, only to end up with nothing? Anyone would feel a sense of wasted effort. Young general, can you really bear it? Of course. Lin Ji sat on a large rock, not disheartened, but truly accepting reality. Just as he had when he first arrived in the Great Xia dynasty, if his death was inevitable, he would rather choose a dignified way to die. Though facing thousands, he would charge forward alone. He would face the Hun army of 100,000 with his own blood, paving the way. Chapter 431. We must follow in the footsteps of the young general. At the same time, near Mingxing County, the Turkic forces and the northern garrison had already clashed. The battle was extremely intense. These arrogant Turkic forces had never suffered from the effects of firearms, so they launched a fierce attack right from the start. However, they were all blocked by the fortresses outside Mingxing County and the musketeers within. In a short period, blood flowed like rivers and corpses littered the ground. Mingxing County quickly gained the upper hand. However, the Turkic forces seemed to have some intelligence after all. Seeing that the situation was not in their favor, they immediately changed their strategy, using trebuchets and other long-range weapons to attack. Many fortresses and even the city walls were damaged as a result. But it was not fatal. The balance of power between the two sides was restored. No one could tell which side the scales of victory would tilt towards. At this moment, Zhou Yu stood on the city wall. His expression was grave, his figure as steady as Mount Tai. He was the highest commanding general of Mingxing County. Standing here personally, he boosted the morale of all the soldiers. Although the Turkic forces had sent 100,000 men, Mingxing County had at least 60,000 soldiers. How could they be easily subdued by the enemy? Combined with various fortresses and city walls, the Turkic soldiers were hindered and could not approach in a short time. Hit them hard, don't spare the ammunition. Even if we use up all the ammunition this time, we must make sure the Turkic forces suffer. Zhou Yu declared decisively. This was an order from Lin Ji. No matter what, they had to hold Mingxing County, as it was the most important hope of the northern border. All the weapons and the most advanced technologies were based here and spread to all directions. If Mingxing County fell to the enemy, even if Lin Ji could defend the northern border, all the efforts of the past half year would be in vain, and he would have to start all over again. Understood. The deputy general nodded and immediately passed the order down. Soon, all the soldiers became even more courageous. With the general's words, what reason did they have to hold back? The casualties of the Turkic forces were truly devastating. They never expected that the defenders of the northern border had so many tricks up their sleeves. They dodged the musketeers but encountered cannons, and just as they managed to sneak to the wall, they were struck by thunderous explosions. The battlefield was filled with fire and smoke. This was a world apart from the battles they had anticipated. Who could have imagined they could achieve the impossible? At that moment, a messenger came running, reporting to the general, an urgent message from Yuzhou City. Speak. Zhou Yu's eyes remained fixed, but his heart was suddenly in his throat. He knew very well that news from Yuzhou City could only be good or bad. But good news didn't need to be reported, while bad news was another matter entirely. Every city that fell would soon issue a proclamation to declare its territory and warn the enemy. And now, the Turkic forces had brazenly attacked Mingqing County. Although they had some difficulty at first, the defenders eventually held their ground. The battle was evenly matched, and it seemed unlikely to be decided in the near future. So Zhou Yu was also very concerned about Yuzhou City. Not for any other reason, but just because of Lin Ji. What's the situation in Yuzhou City? According to the message, the Huns have retreated 20 li, and Yuzhou City is currently safe. No wonder he's the young general. Only he could achieve such a feat. Zhou Yu couldn't help but slap the wall, feeling inexplicably excited. After all, such a feat was unimaginable, yet Lin Ji could defy the heavens. Wasn't this proof of his uniqueness? Brothers, the young general has almost resolved the situation. We must speed up our pace. Once we eliminate the Turkic forces, we can go to support them, and then both the Turkic and Hun forces will suffer heavy losses. We will also truly make a name for ourselves at the northern border. Perhaps in 100 years, the common folk will remember us. On the battlefield, it's all about morale. So this was the most critical moment. Only victory was acceptable. Defeat would inevitably involve everyone. The soldiers of Mingqing County launched an unprecedented counterattack, with various troops taking the initiative to attack. Going out to fight was to make the Turkic forces dizzy, unable to distinguish north from south. Meanwhile, in the city, in the county magistrate's office, Wu Luo paced back and forth. Her eyes were filled with anxiety. The sound of gunfire outside was unusually loud. Each shot made her extremely uneasy. Brother, can you let me out? I won't run around. I just need to relieve myself. Miss Wu Luo, I'm sorry, but this is an order from General Zhou. We cannot disobey it. The sentries outside showed no sign of yielding. This was a strict order from Zhou Yu. If anything happened to Wu Luo, they would all be held accountable, perhaps even at the cost of their lives. Military orders are as heavy as a mountain. Although they had no personal relationship with Wu Luo, with Zhou Yu and Lin Ji's orders, anyone would execute them without hesitation. How can I relieve myself in this room? Wu Luo was furious. There's a chamber pod in the room. Please bear with it for a while, and we will personally apologize to you later. These soldiers had been through countless major battles. How could they be troubled by such a small matter? First politeness, then force. It was better to offend now and apologize later. In any case, they didn't want to cause any trouble. Seeing that the guards were unyielding, Wu Luo could only reluctantly give up. But at that moment, a clear knocking sound came from behind her. Wu Luo frowned. Suddenly, she remembered. Yu Luoyu was also locked up with her. Miss you? What is it? Why are you so eager to go out? And you know that outside, people could die at any moment. With our two powerless women, we could die for no reason. Let's stay here quietly. The young general is also doing this for our own good. Yu Luoyu said calmly. Her demeanor was completely different from when she first entered. Chapter 432. Deep affection of a beauty, demonstrating loyalty with life. When Yu Luoyu learned that Lin Ji had ventured alone to Yuzhou City to confront the Huns' massive army of 100,000, she had already been brought here and completely restricted from leaving. Her daily meals were delivered by soldiers, and even contacting her brother Yu Yin was impossible. In the past, Yu Luoyu would have been frantic, trying everything to reach Yuzhou City, even if it meant sharing the same fate as Lin Ji. But after such a long time at the northern border, she was no longer the obedient daughter of a military family. Instead, she had learned to remain calm and think rationally in emergencies. Do you like the young general? Yu Luoyu asked through the wooden planks. Wu Luo remained silent, unsure how to answer. Did she like him? Their social statuses were worlds apart. Even if she did, there could be no outcome. Yet, why had she hoped Lin Ji would take her back to the northern border? I don't know, Wu Luo finally said. Yu Luoyu couldn't help but laugh. It was as if a playboy, having traversed a myriad of flowers without a single leaf sticking to him, was asked if he liked any of those women. He liked each one, yet none truly. Like is like, dislike is dislike. What does I don't know mean? Yu Luoyu retorted. I just don't want to see him die, and I don't want the northern border to descend into endless chaos. Wu Luo's emotions were in turmoil, torn between her concern for Lin Ji and her loyalty to her tribe. The difficult choice left her feeling powerless. Why are you so eager to get out then? Yu Luoyu asked. Actually, I am the third princess of the Tujue tribe. What? Yu Luoyu sat up, her eyes filled with shock. She hadn't expected the girl to have such a high status, but upon reflection, there had been hints. Despite being Tujue, Wu Luo was more refined than the nomadic people, dressed in luxurious silks that common folk could never afford. Her delicate appearance further indicated a life of wealth and privilege. Yu Luoyu's brow furrowed. You're not thinking of going back to warn your tribe, are you? Of course not. Wu Luo retorted, slightly offended. Their friendship was superficial at best. The young general once saved my life. I may not help him, but I won't harm him either. Then why are you so anxious? Yu Luoyu pressed. I want to go back and see if I can persuade my father to withdraw his troops temporarily, Wu Luo sighed, her face filled with sorrow. She knew little about military matters, but understood why Lin Ji had gone to Yuzhou alone. It was a desperate move. If Mingxing could be saved, troops could be sent to aid Yuzhou, improving the situation at the northern border. I see, Yu Luoyu nodded, smiling lightly. It seems you truly trust the young general, even willing to risk your life for him. After all, I am my father's daughter. He may mercilessly kill the young general, but he wouldn't be so cruel to me, Wu Luo said, her eyes filled with worry. This was the best solution she could think of, yet she had no way to leave the city. If you really want to go back, I have a way, Yu Luoyu suddenly said. You? Wu Luo looked surprised, then deflated. We're locked in here. Even the windows are nailed shut. How could we possibly escape? I have a plan, Yu Luoyu said with a smirk. If you really had a way, you'd have left already. Why would you stay here with me? Wu Luo scoffed. I didn't leave because I can't get to Yuzhou City, Yu Luoyu said meaningfully. But now that you want to leave too, we can find a way. I'll go with you to the Tujue tribe. What? You're coming too? Wu Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. She knew the Tujue and Huns were at war with the Central Plains. If Yu Luoyu went to the Tujue, she might never return. That won't do, Yu Luoyu said resolutely. If you don't agree to my terms, I won't help you escape. Wu Luo looked at her incredulously. Why go through all this trouble? You don't understand, Yu Luoyu said seriously. If you have a way to help the young general resolve this crisis, so do I. Her eyes flashed with determination. Following Wu Luo to the Tujue tribe wasn't just for mutual support on the journey. More importantly, Yu Luoyu planned to seize the opportunity for an assassination. As the saying goes, to subdue the enemy, capture their leader first. If she could take down the Tujue chieftain or a general, it would surely cause chaos in their ranks. Then, the Tujue would be powerless to attack, and Mingxing County could turn the tide. Of course, the cost would be high. Whether she succeeded or failed, Yu Luoyu knew she wouldn't be able to return to Mingxing County. But she didn't care. As long as Lin Ji could weather this storm, even if she died, it would be worth it. Think about it, Yu Luoyu said meaningfully. This opportunity won't come again. If you haven't decided by now, we won't be able to get out of here. This was the best plan she could come up with at the moment. Convincing the Tujue leader? Absurd. Yu Luoyu, born into a military family, might not be an expert in leading troops, but she knew one thing well. That won't do. If you don't agree to my terms, I won't help you escape, Yu Luoyu said firmly. Why go to such lengths? You don't understand. If you can help the young general, so can I, Yu Luoyu said seriously, her eyes flashing with determination. She wanted to go with Wu Luo not just for mutual support, but to find an opportunity to assassinate the Tujue leader or a general. Capturing the leader would cause chaos in the Tujue army, stopping their attacks on Mingxing. Of course, the cost was high. Yu Luoyu knew she might never return to Mingxing, but she didn't care. If Linji could survive this crisis, her sacrifice would be worthwhile. Think fast. An opportunity lost won't come again. If you haven't decided, we won't be able to leave, Yu Luoyu said meaningfully. This was the best plan she could come up with. Persuading the Tujue leader was a pipe dream. Born into a military family, she knew better than to believe in such things. Chapter 433. One crisis after another. Leading troops into battle is a matter of national importance, a matter of life and death. It is absolutely impossible to change due to personal emotions. In other words, if the conflict between the Central Plains, the Huns, and the Turks reaches a fever pitch, and at this moment, the Central Plains captures Oluo and uses her as a bargaining chip to threaten the Turks. Perhaps even the Turkish leader might not agree to peace talks. On one side is the easily obtainable territory, on the other side is just one daughter. To put it bluntly, if the daughter is lost, she can always have another. But if the territory is lost, how many more years will it take to regain it? Those who achieve great things do not dwell on trivial matters. They can overlook these personal emotions, especially those who have struggled for a long time in the vortex of power. Because emotions are the most useless things. All right, I agree. After hesitating for a moment, Oluo finally nodded. As soon as the words left her mouth, she suddenly felt a slight tremor behind her. Then she saw a wooden door open. Yu Luoyu directly slipped in. What? There's actually a hidden door here? Oluo's eyes were filled with surprise and disbelief. This was something she had never thought of before. The key is that this is in the county magistrate's office. Why would there be a hidden door? To tell you the truth, this was the backup plan left by the young general, so you can't blame me, Yu Luoyu said meaningfully. It turns out that when Linji first arrived in Mingxing County, although he used the county magistrate's office as a temporary refuge, he also knew that this place was not safe. Plus, the situation was fraught with danger. And later, the appearance of assassins. Even more made Linji realize that he must take sufficient safety measures. So setting up a hidden door in the room was one of his plans. In this matter, Linji only told Yu Luoyu to prevent her from being trapped in the room and unable to get out in case of an emergency. The hidden door must be used at a critical time. Yu Luoyu always kept this in mind, not even telling her brother Yu Yen. Unexpectedly, today, Lin Hao, who originally wanted to protect the two of them, ended up leaving a glimmer of hope for these two girls to escape because of his earlier actions. That's great. So we just need to follow the hidden door to find the exit. Of course not. This hidden door can only lead to 2 rooms, and if we really want to get out of here, we still have to go through the tunnel. Tunnel? Oluo widened her eyes, her gaze filled with disbelief. Let's go now. No need to rush. Wait until they find out I'm gone when they bring food. Then they'll naturally go out to look for me. That will be our best chance to leave. Yu Luoyu's lips curled slightly. In fact, her escape plan had already been plotted in her mind. But due to uncertainty about whether Oluo would betray her, and if she couldn't leave the tunnel before being discovered, being found would be a piece of cake. So only when she was sure Oluo would leave did Yu Luoyu reveal her true plan. So that's how it is. I didn't expect you to be quite cunning. I really couldn't tell. Oluo exclaimed in amazement. There really isn't a single dull person around Linji. Even a mere weak woman is so calculating. It's really unimaginable. Living in the northern border, with the turbulent situation, if you're not smart, how could you survive here? Yu Luoyu couldn't help but smile bitterly. She didn't blame Oluo. One's birth is not something anyone can decide. But how one's future unfolds is a choice people make. That's why Yu Luoyu, knowing the perilous future, chose to sacrifice herself without hesitation. Compared to merely surviving, she knew there was something more important for her. Protecting Lin Ji is not just about guarding her beloved. More importantly, it's about guarding the entire northern border. Personal feelings and righteousness can both be fulfilled. What reason does she have not to do this? Outside Mingxing County, the Turks and the northern garrison are still engaged in fierce combat. The battle is so intense that the sky seems to darken. The bodies are even piled up like mountains. Most of them are Turks. Zhou Yu stands on the city wall, his gaze solemn. He didn't expect the Turkish attack to be so fierce, as if they are determined to take Mingxing County today. Are these guys crazy? Since ancient times, leading troops into battle has had a dividing line. When the casualty rate reaches this line, the general will inevitably order a retreat to preserve the remaining combat power, thus preparing for the next attack. But never did he expect. The Turks are prepared to go all out. If this continues, when the ammunition runs out, it will really come down to hand-to-hand combat. At that time, Zhou Yu is not sure if he can handle the current situation. He actually hopes to use firearms, cannons, and thunderbolts to repel the enemy as much as possible. Because only then will there be enough people to go to rescue Yuzhou. There are still 100,000 Huns there. If everyone is wiped out here, what's next? Leading a few thousand men to rescue? What's the difference from sending sheep to the tiger's mouth? At that time, the northern border will probably fall into the hands of the enemy. This moment, someone hurriedly runs over. General Zhou, something terrible has happened. What is it? Zhou Yu frowned. In the midst of a battle, how can one speak nonsense? If it disturbs the morale, the consequences will be unimaginable. General Zhou, Miss Yu and Miss Uluo, for some reason, have escaped from the county magistrate's office and are now missing. What? Zhou Yu's face suddenly changed. He never expected such a complication, but at this moment, he is completely overwhelmed, even more powerless to deal with such a trivial matter. Could they have left Mingxing County? So far, the soldiers at the 4 city gates have not found the traces of the 2 young ladies. But they are also not found in the city. Zhou Yu is inexplicably troubled. Couldn't these guards keep watch? Now outside, the battle is raging. If they have an accident, how will he explain to Linji and Yu Yin in the future? What a bunch of useless fools. Order my personal guards, and those soldiers responsible for guarding, to dig up the entire Mingxing County. They must find the 2 of them. Otherwise, military law will be enforced. And immediately mobilize the civilians in the city to search together. Zhou Yu took a deep breath. Yes. Chapter 434. The Little Scheme of the Turks. Yuzhou City. The Huns camp. At this moment, all the generals are gathered with the Huns leader. 3 days have passed since their first assault on Yuzhou City. In these 3 days, the battle at Mingxing County has been raging on for over a dozen skirmishes. The Turks, in order to seize Mingxing County, have practically thrown all their strength into the fight. They attacked day and night, wave after wave. When they couldn't break through the north gate, they went for the south gate. When the south gate proved too tough, they turned to the east and west gates. Finally, they even sent a large army to encircle Mingxing County completely. Even so, Mingxing County is still holding on. Fortunately, they have enough troops to guard all 4 gates with ease. Otherwise, they would truly be sitting ducks. Leader, why are the Turks acting so crazy this time? Hulua asked, full of confusion. Previously, they were reluctant to send troops, but after learning of our attack on Yuzhou City, they went berserk. Such fierce attacks, even we haven't encountered before. The nomadic tribes north of the Great Wall, fighting each other for resources and territories, wage war almost every year. It started with family against family. Then it evolved into tribe against tribe. Now, it has developed into a division of forces among the Huns, Turks, and other major tribes. Thus, the Huns and Turks are old acquaintances. They have both allied and fought each other. But in their impression, the Turks have never been this crazy. This situation is beyond their expectations. I don't know, the Huns leader sighed meaningfully. Since the real war began, he felt things getting increasingly wrong. Yuzhou City aside, Mingxing County and the Turks are truly like mortal enemies. What exactly is the Turk leader planning? Leader, I think the Turks are after the weapons in Mingxing County, Nura said meaningfully. Weapons? Yes, We've clashed with the northern garrison of the Central Plains so many times, suffering so many losses. Is it really because our Hun warriors aren't brave enough? It's clearly because we're at a disadvantage in weapons. The Turks didn't understand this before, but after witnessing the strength of the northern garrison, they must want to seize those weapons. Once they get them, whether they fight us Huns or the Central Plains, they'll have an unprecedented advantage. This revelation was like a bolt from the blue. Everyone present understood. No wonder the Turk leader went mad. It turns out they're playing this game and returned to Mingxing County nominally to help the Turks, but in reality to prevent them from monopolizing those weapons. Zemu said, his eyes clear. It's true. When it comes to bravery, Zemu and Huolua are indeed fierce generals under the Hun's leader. At least before encountering the Lin father and son. They always won more than they lost. But when it comes to brains, Nura is extraordinary. He's both scholarly and martial, a genius among the Huns. Though he may not be as good at leading troops as Zemu and Huolua, the ideas and plans he provides are crucial. Even more so than the fierce generals on the battlefield. But so far, we don't know the situation in Yuzhou City. A hasty move might not yield any results, the Hun's leader mused. The situation in Yuzhou City is different from Mingxing County. It's a granary. If the Turks take it, they'll not only gain abundant food reserves, but also a large number of powerful weapons. But if we exhaust ourselves taking Yuzhou City, we'll only have an important hub in the northern border. What if we haven't advanced south into the Central Plains, and the Turks and Huns go to war? Can holding Yuzhou City ensure the Huns' invincibility? Just facing those firearms, how many of our people will be lost? Didn't I tell you to scout the situation in Yuzhou City? How is it after these 3 days? The Huns leader asked gravely. Reporting to the leader, I sent over 20 scouts to investigate around Yuzhou City in these 3 days, but they found it extremely difficult to get in. Moreover, all our informants in the city have mysteriously lost contact. Huolua said seriously. In a short time, we can't figure out what's really going on inside, but it's very strange. Even if they're confident, why are there so few defenders in Yuzhou City these 3 days? Some areas only have a small squad of 10 or so people. This statement, everyone present fell into silence and contemplation. If it were someone else, they would have already struck. A weak defense is a golden opportunity. But the problem is, the one in charge of defending Yuzhou is Lin Ji, a man famous for his cunning. What if the weak defense on the walls is just an illusion? Wouldn't they be walking into a trap? For a moment, everyone was silent. It seemed they were thinking about how to change the current situation. After a cup of tea's time, Nura suddenly slammed the table and stood up. His face changed drastically. We're done for. We've been tricked. What? Everyone looked up, their eyes full of confusion. Chapter 435. One man, one spear, defending the city alone. During these 3 days, the city of Yuzhou and the Huns faced each other from afar, with no movement from either side. There was not even any communication between them. Now, Narachi suddenly speaks out with such words, naturally leaving people puzzled. What exactly do you mean? So, the good and the bad are all said by you alone? Perhaps we fell into Lin Ji's trap from the very beginning. He exploited our fear, first setting up a ruse to make us believe there were heavily armed troops defending the city. Then, seeing us retreat, he arranged for the people in the city to evacuate in an orderly manner. By the time we realize it, the entire city has become a true ghost town. Even if we take it, it's of no use. What? Upon hearing this, everyone present is dumbfounded. Then, a surge of anger rises in their hearts. They are being treated like monkeys. Damn it, did we really fall for this guy's trick? Are we just being played around? No, I can't swallow this. Exactly, no matter what, we must go to Yuzhou to see for ourselves this time. Even if I die, I want to die knowing the truth. They discuss heatedly, each one filled with righteous indignation. The main reason they are only realizing this now is because the situation in Mingxing County has changed. Clearly, they were the ones launching the main attack. Yet now, the situation has turned out like this. Of course, the only benefit is that the pressure from Mingxing County led Narachi to notice the abnormality. Otherwise, they might have continued waiting. Are you really sure? The leader of the Huns asks thoughtfully. To be honest, leader, I only have an 80% certainty. I feel like I can't see through Linji. But now, Mingxing County could be breached at any moment. We must take Yuzhou first to legitimately move on to Mingxing County. Narachi replies. It is for this reason that they have to speed up. If the Turks really take all the weapons in Mingxing County, the Huns will always be at a disadvantage unless they also possess these weapons. All right, I will trust you one more time. The leader nods. Huolua, lead 10,000 vanguard troops to Yuzhou. Jiamu, take 5,000 cavalry and flank from the side, assisting Huolua when necessary, whether for attack or retreat. Remember, you two must advance and retreat together. Understood. The two generals receive their orders and leave. An hour later, the Hun army arrives in Yuzhou in a vast wave. The gates of Yuzhou are wide open. There are no soldiers on the walls. Huolua and his deputy exchange glances, boost each other's morale, and then lead the troops into the city. Looking around, the streets are empty. The city is eerily quiet. Not a single person can be seen. Damn it, we were actually fooled by that guy. Huolua can't help but curse. The deputy nods as well. This Linji is truly cunning, playing us with truth and falsehood. If not for General Narachi bringing it up today, we would still be in the dark. However, General, it was General Narachi who believed Linji had hidden heavily armed troops in the city, which is why we didn't enter. In a way, this problem is also his fault. Huolua shakes his head. This matter has nothing to do with Narachi. Under any circumstances, none of us would have chosen to attack rashly. After all, the Huns have suffered enough losses. How many times have they been outwitted by Linji? They have already become overly cautious, wary of every sound. The more Linji pretends to be nonchalant, the more cautious they must be. Yet, Linji goes against the grain. All right, immediately send people to inspect the city. Report any situation at once. Yes. Huolua leads a team of personal guards slowly through the city. Every house they pass is wide open, empty inside. After walking for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a soldier reports. General, we found Linji's whereabouts in the center of the city. What? He hasn't left? Hearing this, Huolua is both shocked and angered. He immediately rides forward. The soldiers behind him follow closely. Soon, they arrive at the center of Yuzhou. On a towering platform, Linji, clad in white robes, stands with a spear by his side, holding a long sword in his hand. He sits on the steps, the breeze lifting his hair. He looks like a divine general guarding the heavenly gate, formidable and awe-inspiring. All the Hun soldiers around hesitate when they see this scene. No one dares to approach first. Huolua steps out from the crowd. He dismounts. Is there only you in this vast Yuzhou city? Otherwise, do you think anyone else would stay here waiting for death? Linji raises his head. His presence is extraordinary. He appears extremely calm and composed, even with a faint smile on his face. Although you and I are enemies and I have lost to you many times, I must say, you are the bravest among all the Central Plains generals I know, even surpassing your father. Huolua says meaningfully. At this moment, he understands that Linji intends to stay behind and defend Yuzhou City alone. In other words, he is prepared for a desperate battle. This may be his final dignity as a general. Even if he knows Yuzhou City is about to fall into enemy hands, all he can do is share the honor and disgrace of this city. To be honest, someone like you shouldn't die here. Huolua suddenly sighs. A Hero's End describes Linji most aptly. Chapter 436. The utmost effort is the final respect. Linji couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Looking across the entire northern border, you should be one of the people who most want me dead, right? Now you're telling me I shouldn't die here? Do you think I'll believe what you're saying? Huolua shook his head with profound meaning. I know that no matter what I say now, you won't believe me. But objectively speaking, whether in strategy, martial arts, or leading troops into battle, you far surpass me. I consider myself an extremely proud person, never having been completely dominated by anyone in my life. So I admit you are a true strongman. It's the mutual respect of heroes. Hua Luo, as a fierce general of the Huns, actually feels an indescribable emotion towards someone who can completely overpower him. It's like a long-time companion suddenly deciding to leave. And it's himself who sends him on his way. You have a better choice, like joining us. Give me a reason, Linji said slowly. The reason from the last time in the Hun camp won't be repeated, because it means nothing to me. I know that, but look closely. You fought so hard at the northern border, yet the Central Plains has never sent a single soldier to support you. Even the soldiers from Taiping Pass were brought by Yang Feng on his own initiative, Huoluo said earnestly. He knew that his words were already bordering on insulting the other. A true man lives between heaven and earth, would rather die than submit. Better to die standing than live kneeling. But he genuinely felt it was too regrettable. Linji shouldn't end like this. The northern border shouldn't lose such a general. For a country that no longer believes in you, no longer has any expectations of you, even your existence is a mistake. Why should you sacrifice your life for them? Linji slowly stood up. His proud aura immediately spread around, like an emperor descending upon the world. Thank you for your kindness. I know you are different from the Hun leader. You genuinely consider me. But unfortunately, we serve different masters and have our own paths to walk. Today, even if I truly die here, I have no regrets. Looking back, it hasn't been long since he crossed over to this world. In total, it's only been 2 years. But in these 2 years, Linji felt he had experienced more than in the previous 20 years. From being the son of a general despised by many, to becoming a hero young man trusted and admired by the people of the northern border. Meeting a beautiful woman, gaining a bosom friend. On the battlefield, there are also enemies who respect him. Why shouldn't a man carry a sword and seize 50 states? Unfortunately, some things can't go as smoothly as imagined. He has lived, fought, and existed in this world. Linji's understanding of the meaning of life is no longer the same as before. Back then, he was just a sales manager. All he did every day was to make money. But what was the ultimate purpose of making money? To start a family and carry on the lineage? There are far more meaningful things in this world than such a life. When you can truly touch them, you shouldn't hesitate in the slightest. You should strive to complete them. All right, you don't need to say more. If this reaches your master's ears, he might no longer trust you. Huoluo was slightly stunned. He understood what Linji meant. The man didn't want to drag anyone else down even on the brink of death. No wonder the entire Yuzhou city now only has him left. It's truly unimaginable. Fortunately, Linji has been stationed at the northern border for so long. So, the hearts of men are unpredictable. Huoluo took a step back. At the same time, he waved his hand. Hun warriors, listen.
Yes.
Capture the enemy General Linji. Ensure to take him alive.
Yes.
The encirclement of tens of thousands of people immediately began to tighten. Surrounded by people everywhere, there was no way to escape. They surged towards Linji like waves, both wary and filled with fervor. The Hun leader had personally issued an order that whoever could take the head of the young general of the northern border, Linji, would be promoted 3 ranks, rewarded with silk and satin. There would also be 1,000 taels of gold and several beauties. Such a huge temptation. Who could resist? Under a heavy reward, there are brave men. When everyone fantasizes about becoming that lucky one, the war breaks out. Kill. Charge. Linji stood on the high platform, never showing a hint of fear from beginning to end. Like a reef in the ocean. No matter how big the waves are, no matter how dangerous, it won't sway him in the slightest. No matter how the wind and rain beat, I stand firm. What force in this world can move me? Soon, the crowd was very close to Linji. He suddenly flashed. The long spear beside him began to spin and dance at an unknown time. In Linji's hand, it had turned into a silver dragon. Each spear came with a howling sound. Not only was it incredibly fast, but it was also powerful. Wherever it passed, it was extraordinary. It's not something ordinary people can imagine. The two Hun warriors who rushed to his front raised their curved swords high. But before they could bring them down, they suddenly felt the flash of the silver spear. The two men immediately lost their lives. This is the terrifying combat power of the young general of the northern border. You may be strong, but the breeze blows over the mountain. You may be ruthless, but the bright moon shines over the great river. I am ruthless and wise, relying on a true spirit. The cries of killing never stopped. The scene was an unprecedented chaos, like waves of people attacking Linji again and again. He did not stop for a moment, each move aimed at the enemy's vital points. Yama, the judge of the underworld, wielding his pen to decide the fate of anyone present. His power was terrifying, yet it also hinted at the immense potential he possessed. General, this man has already held off 100, and now he dares to resist our 100,000-strong army alone. He is clearly overreaching himself, and there's no reason for him to live any longer. The deputy general remarked thoughtfully, his eyes filled with incredulity and confusion. Given that the outcome was already predetermined, why allow this to continue? It served no purpose and could not bring about any change. How could Linji, so intelligent, not understand such a simple truth? Huoluo shook his head. You wouldn't understand. For a true gentleman, there are things he must do and things he must not. For him, dying here might be an honor. To others, this honor may mean nothing, but it is the result Linji has chosen for himself. Since they were destined to never be friends, all he could do was dedicate this final act of honor to his most respected adversary. If there were a chance to live or a better outcome, perhaps no one would make such a choice, but unfortunately, that's not the case. Under these circumstances, their options were limited. Inform all soldiers not to hold back and to use long-range weapons whenever possible, Huoluo said thoughtfully. Since things had come to this, he could not afford any hesitation or mercy. Only by fighting with all their might could they show respect to Linji. Some people would rather be heroes than cowards. Forced to live in submission, they would choose to leap into the lake to end their lives, leaving behind a legend even as they departed this beautiful world. Such is humanity. Each is different, with different aspirations, and regardless of the outcome, they all hope to make a difference. The entire Yuzhou city had now become a living hell, with mountains of corpses and rivers of blood flowing in all directions, all narrating the horrors of the recent battle. Linji was now completely bloodthirsty, oblivious to everything around him, only knowing he had to keep swinging his weapon. His actions were simple, repetitive, sustained solely by the belief in his heart. Even with the power of the dragon elephant skill, the sheer exhaustion and overwhelming numbers made it impossible to ignore the consequences. Who could guarantee enough strength to face such a situation? His white robe was now stained crimson, and his spear had even developed a dull edge. The situation was deteriorating rapidly. Linji panted heavily, his forehead steaming, all signs of his rapidly depleting strength. The battle had lasted for nearly 2 hours without a single pause. In the end, it became a mechanical repetition of swinging his arms. The Hun's warriors had also lost their ability to think, mindlessly charging at Linji, surrounding him in a desperate attempt to overwhelm him. It was a brutal, horrific scene. Huoluo, from birth, had never witnessed such a terrifying battle. He had brought 10,000 men, and now nearly a third were dead. Almost all the fallen warriors had been killed in the same manner, with no chance to retaliate. Linji, alone, surrounded by 10,000, had slain nearly 3,000 enemies. No one in the world could match this feat, let alone surpass it. It was a terrifying legend. No one spoke around them, their eyes filled with admiration for Linji. Since ancient times, there has been a saying in the Hun's camps. A truly brave man who can slay 10,000 enemies can be called a war god. For years, the Huns had been without a war god, not because they lacked such warriors, but because those who had possessed such terrifying strength had retired. Now, the closest to becoming a new war god were Huoluo and Jiamu. Their advantages in numbers were beyond imagination, incomparable to ordinary people. Whether in military achievements or enemy kills, both were far ahead. This was why they were so fiercely competitive in the camp. Now, they were just one step away from becoming war gods. If they could defeat Lin Ji, this battle would be without doubt, and they would be the undisputed war gods. Yet, Huoluo felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Relying on sheer numbers to exhaust the enemy's strength, with over 1,000 dead so far, had never happened in the history of the Huns. It was terrifying. The young general of the northern border, even in death, you want to be remembered for your great deeds? You truly refuse to give in. This terrifying pressure leaves others in awe, making them shudder with fear. It's unimaginable what a terrifying force Lin Ji would lead with 10,000 men. No one could withstand their sharp edge, and they could run rampant in the northern border, unstoppable. General, this man can hold off 100 by himself, but now he dares to resist our 100,000-strong army alone. Isn't he overestimating himself? And people like him have no reason to continue living. The deputy general remarked with a profound gaze, finding it hard to comprehend. Since the outcome was inevitable, why let this situation continue? It was meaningless and would bring no change. How could someone as smart as Lin Ji not understand such a simple truth? Huoluo shook his head. You wouldn't understand. There are things a gentleman must do, and things he must not. For him, dying here might be an honor. To others, this honor might not mean much, but it's the result Lin Ji has chosen for himself. Since they were destined to never be friends, all he could do was honor his once esteemed enemy with this final act of glory. If there were a chance to live or a better outcome, perhaps no one would make such a choice, but unfortunately, that's not the reality. Under such circumstances, their options were limited. Notify all soldiers, no mercy, and use long-range weapons as much as possible, Huoluo said meaningfully. Having reached this point, he could not afford any hesitation or mercy. Only by giving it his all in battle could he show respect for Lin Ji. Some people would rather be heroes than cowards. To live in fear, they would choose to jump into the lake without hesitation, leaving behind a legacy even in death. That was humanity. Different people, different pursuits, and regardless of the outcome, they all hoped for change. Now, Yuzhou City had become a living hell, with mountains of corpses and rivers of blood flowing in all directions, narrating the horror of the recent battle. Lin Ji was now bloodthirsty, oblivious to everything but the need to keep swinging his weapon. His actions were simple and repetitive, sustained only by the belief in his heart. Even with the power of the divine dragon and elephant technique, the sheer exhaustion and overwhelming numbers were taking their toll. Who could ensure they had enough strength to face such a situation? His white robe had turned crimson, and his spear had developed a dull edge. The situation was worsening. Lin Ji was panting heavily, his forehead steaming, all signs of his rapidly depleting energy. The battle had lasted for nearly 2 hours without a break. He had been mechanically swinging his arms throughout. The Huns warriors had also lost their ability to think, mindlessly charging at Lin Ji. The scene was brutal. Huoluo had never seen such a terrifying battle in his life. He had brought 10,000 men, and nearly a third were already dead. Almost all the warriors had been killed by the same method, with no chance to fight back. Lin Ji, alone, had killed nearly 3,000 enemies under the siege of 10,000. No one in the world could match this feat, let alone break this legend. The surroundings were silent, with everyone showing admiration for Lin Ji. Since ancient times, the Huns' army had a saying. A truly brave warrior who could kill 10,000 enemies could be called a war god. For years, the Huns had been without a war god, not because they lacked such warriors, but because those who once held such power had retired. Now, the closest to becoming a new war god were Huoluo and Jiamu. Their advantages in numbers were beyond imagination, far surpassing ordinary people. Both had outstanding military accomplishments and kill counts, which was why they were so competitive. In the entire army, they stood out. Now, they were just one step away from becoming war gods. If they could defeat Lin Ji, the battle would be over, and they would be the undisputed war gods. Yet, Huoluo felt a sense of injustice in this victory. Relying on sheer numbers to exhaust the opponent's strength, with over 1,000 deaths, had never happened in the Hun's records. It was terrifying. The young general of the northern border, even in death, wanted to be remembered for his great deeds. He refused to yield at all. This overwhelming pressure was something others couldn't even bear to watch, causing a chill down the spine. It was unimaginable what would happen if Lin Ji led 100,000 men. No one could withstand their sharp edge, and they could wreak havoc at the northern border unchecked. Chapter 438. The Northern Army, Lin Jinxiu? All back. Just as the situation was at its most critical moment, a voice suddenly rang out. It sent a chill down the spine of everyone present, for they never expected such a voice to appear here. Even more unexpected was that this voice, after such a long time, would resurface once again. Who dares to harm my son? This is the northern border. How dare you act recklessly here? In the blink of an eye, a figure descended from the sky. Holding a long spear and clad in a general's robe, he was awe-inspiring, sending shockwaves through countless people, especially his face, which was the nightmare of all Xiongnu in the northern border. Lin Jinxiu? He's back. He's actually alive? Is this guy a monster? Lin Ji, at this moment, with the last remnants of his consciousness, saw the figure before him. You old coot, you only show up at critical moments, huh? Did you plan to watch your son die on the battlefield? As a descendant of the Lin family, one should be prepared for anything, and think carefully about whether to stay in this world or not. Lin Jinxiu turned his head and gave a complex look, impossible to decipher the multitude of meanings. When he saw his son as the last person in Yuzhou City, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. He was happy that his son had finally grown up, no longer the mischievous child he once was. Naturally, he also understood very well to become a qualified general guarding the northern border. The sadness came from the fact that the only ones left in the northern border were such soldiers, risking their lives for meaningless sacrifices and battles. What was the meaning of this battle? The Xiongnu's capture of Yuzhou City was an inevitable choice, and there could be no changes. Under such circumstances, what they could do was almost negligible. Even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. Even if Lin Ji were incredibly skilled, he couldn't conjure up an army out of thin air. If he truly had such abilities, the northern border would have been peaceful long ago, and no one would dare oppose him. All right, you've brought honor to our Lin family. Since it's come to this, I'll handle it today. Lin Jinxiu said impassively, then placed the tip of his spear. Going to battle is natural, and so is killing your people. But now, you and your son are in such a predicament. How can anyone save you? Huoluo was furious upon hearing this. His relationship with Lin Ji was far more complicated than with Lin Tianhao. For him, there was only hatred and unspeakable anger. This man must die. And this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he absolutely cannot miss. Killing Lin Tianhao would make him immortal in the history of the Xiongnu, and even in the northern border. From then on, everyone would remember that there was such a person who accomplished what countless others wished but could not. That is, killing the general of the northern army, Lin Tianhao. But just then, a sudden whistling sound pierced the air. Then an arrow flew down from an oblique angle. It pierced the head of a Xiongnu soldier standing before Huoluo. The latter fell to the ground immediately. This unexpected turn of events shocked everyone present. Huoluo couldn't help but turn his head to look at the distant city walls. In the blur, he seemed to see a figure. And then this figure seemed to start splitting into multiple shadows, launching fierce attacks on the surrounding warriors. The situation reversed dramatically in an instant. Huoluo suddenly realized. He finally understood. Lin Tianhao wasn't alone. He had brought an army with him. The Northern Army. Go back and tell the leader. The Northern Army is back. Our chance is lost. Is that so? Huoluo drew his saber from his waist, now stepping forward again. His gaze became incredibly resolute. Although the battle was developing in a direction he couldn't imagine, regardless of the outcome, he had no retreat. All he could do was fight, like Lin Ji before him, to fight with all his might, regardless of the final outcome. He could only feel Wu Kuiyushi. Seeing this, Lin Tianhao couldn't help but reveal a profound look in his eyes. He slowly nodded. Since ancient times, Heroes have never been lacking in this world, be it in the Central Plains or among the Xiongnu. Since that's the case, I'll send you off as a recognition of you. Now, Yuzhou City had truly become a real hell. Lin Ji, though holding the Book of Life and Death, was now truly the king of hell in action, a being that terrified countless people, making them shudder and fear. Meanwhile, in the Xiongnu's main camp, the Xiongnu leader sat there with a calm gaze, as if ready to welcome the final good news at any moment. Earlier, someone had already reported back, informing him that Yuzhou City was now an empty city. Lin Ji was as good as dead. Thinking of the results he had suffered in the past half-year, the losses of his troops. Now, he could finally vent his frustrations. The Xiongnu leader was truly delighted. But just then, someone rushed in, panicked. "Leader, something terrible has happened. There's trouble far behind." The soldier reporting the news was trembling with fear and anxiety, fully aware of the terror that the Northern Border Army had once instilled in the northern frontier. Only those who had experienced the Northern Border Army's reign could understand how formidable they were. Not only did they possess unparalleled execution and combat capabilities, but when they joined forces, their overwhelming pressure made the entire northern frontier tremble. How could this be? The Xiongnu leader was at a loss. Ever since Lin Ji had escaped his capture, he had almost certainly concluded that the Northern Border Army had not disappeared and had been lurking beyond the northern border all these years without a trace. No matter how hard the Xiongnu or the Turks tried to investigate, they found nothing. This proved just how deeply the Northern Border Army could hide. Given the vastness of the northern frontier, it was impossible for anyone to conduct a thorough search. So, the Xiongnu leader had guessed that if Lin Ji were in danger, the Northern Border Army and Lin Tianhao would surely appear. What he couldn't fathom was why they had arrived so quickly. Chapter 439. The terrifying Northern Border Army strikes fear in the borderlands. This statement was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, causing everyone present to turn pale. They never dreamed that they would receive such an inconceivable piece of news, and it was hard for them to accept it in such a short time. How is this possible? The Northern Border Army couldn't have returned to the northern border so quickly. Right? Are they really a bunch of ghosts? They appear and disappear like magic. The crowd buzzed with discussion. The Hun's leader's expression of pride and confidence gradually faded, leaving him in a state of stupor. "Are you sure?" "Yes, my lord. We saw General Lin Tianhao in Yuzhou City. Although we didn't see the Northern Border Army, I'm sure they can't be far." The soldier reporting the news was trembling with fear and anxiety. Only those who had experienced the Northern Border Army's reign over the northern border would understand how terrifying this army was. Not only did they have unparalleled execution, but they also possessed extraordinary combat power. Although these soldiers couldn't fight 100 by themselves, when they combined forces, the pressure they exerted was enough to make the entire northern border tremble. How could this be? The Hun's leader was baffled. Since the time he had chased Lin Ji and the latter escaped unscathed, he had almost determined that the Northern Border Army had not disappeared. They had been lurking outside the northern border for years without revealing any trace. No matter how hard the Huns or the Turks tried to investigate, they found nothing. This alone proved how deeply the Northern Border Army could hide. Moreover, the northern border was vast and rich in resources. Ordinary people couldn't conduct a thorough search. So, the Hun's leader could roughly guess that if Lin Ji were in danger, the Northern Border Army and Lin Tianhao would surely appear. What he couldn't imagine was why they had come so quickly. Despite committing all his tribe's forces to the siege of Yuzhou City, he had also stationed scouts at key transportation routes to report any sightings of the Northern Border Army. Yet, they had received no clues at all, and by the time they knew, the enemy was already in Yuzhou City. Were they truly like divine soldiers descending from the heavens, appearing and disappearing without a trace? My lord, what should we do now? General Hulua's 20,000 warriors are trapped in Yuzhou City, and General Zaimu's 5,000 light cavalry has yet to enter the city. If they are discovered, they might not be able to return. An official expressed his concern. These two generals, though often defeated, were the most outstanding military leaders in the Huns. If they were to die simultaneously, it would be a significant loss for the Huns. Immediately order Zemu to lead his 5,000 light cavalry back to the camp. The Huns' leader commanded without hesitation. At this moment, they could only cut off a limb to save the body. Otherwise, more soldiers would fall into the hands of the enemy. The messenger nodded and dashed out with all his might. On the battlefield, everyone had to race against time. A moment's delay could affect the entire war. The remaining people looked at each other, unsure of what to do. This battle for Yuzhou City was a gamble for their tribe's future. If they lost, the Huns would be severely weakened and might take 5 years to recover. To everyone's surprise, just when they thought victory was within reach, so many unforeseen events occurred. "It's all New Era's fault," someone suddenly said. New Era was stunned. "What does this have to do with me? Why didn't you predict the Northern Border Army's arrival?" New Era was about to explode with anger. What kind of nonsense was this? What did it mean that I didn't predict it? Yes, New Era was a versatile talent. Although he was also a general, he mostly served as an advisor to the Huns' leader. In recent years, including the time when the Northern Border Army dominated the northern border, New Era had performed well, further solidifying his position in the Huns' military camp. But this time, he was simply being unjustly accused. The Northern Border Army silently crossed the northern border and suddenly appeared in Yuzhou City without anyone expecting it. Even if I had guessed they might come to support, what could I have done? Could anyone have thought they would be so fast? New Era protested indignantly. If it were his fault, he wouldn't deny it. But how could he bear this unjust accusation? In the Huns tribe, the Turkic tribes, and even the Central Plains dynasty, the struggles among officials were always fierce and underhanded. New Era's trust from the Huns' leader naturally made others envious. Now that they had a rare opportunity, they wouldn't let it slip by. "Come on. Why did you have us withdraw our forces when Yuzhou City was defenseless? If we had attacked then, we would have already taken Yuzhou City. How could the Northern Border Army have seized the chance?" New Era, who had already been blaming himself for missing the opportunity, was rendered speechless by these words. Just as he didn't know how to defend himself, the Huns' leader stepped in. "What's the use of saying all this now? Besides, even if we had taken Yuzhou City, could we have held it against the Northern Border Army? This wasn't about boosting the enemy's morale and undermining their own. The fact was that the Northern Border Army had made all the tribes and small countries outside the northern border tremble, not just because they had 100,000 troops. 20 years ago, those tribes had united to devour the borders of the Great Xia dynasty, pushing their territory south by hundreds of miles. However, it was the Northern Border Army that arrived at the northern border, and Lin Junqiu, with his own strength, had reclaimed the lost land and pushed the Huns and Turks back nearly 100 miles. That was an incredible feat. And don't think that Lin Tianhao was only good at defense. His strongest skill was actually offense. "My lord, what should we do now? General Hulua's 20,000 warriors are trapped in Yuzhou City, and General Zemu's 5,000 light cavalry hasn't entered the city yet. If they are discovered by the enemy, they might not make it back." An official voiced his concerns. Although these two generals had suffered repeated defeats, they were indeed the most outstanding military leaders in the Xiongnu. Losing them would be a significant blow to the Xiongnu. Immediately order Zemu to lead his 5,000 light cavalry back to the camp. Without hesitation, the Xiongnu leader issued the command. At this moment, they had to cut their losses to ensure their survival, or more soldiers would perish at the hands of the enemy.
Yes.
The messenger nodded and dashed off with all his might. On the battlefield, every second counts. A moment's delay could alter the entire war. The remaining officials exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to do next. This battle for Yuzhou City had been a gamble with their tribe's future. If they lost, the Xiongnu would suffer a severe blow, perhaps unable to recover for the next 5 years. To their dismay, just as they thought victory was within reach, unexpected complications arose. "It's all because of Nurachi." Suddenly, someone said. Nurachi looked bewildered. "What does this have to do with me? Why didn't you foresee the Northern Border Army's arrival?" Nurachi was about to explode with anger. "What kind of nonsense are you talking? What do you mean I didn't foresee it?" "Yes, I am skilled in both martial and literary arts, and usually serve as an advisor to the leader. In recent years, including when the Northern Border Army dominated the northern frontier, I have performed well, securing my position in the Xiongnu military camp. But this time, I am truly innocent. The Northern Border Army silently crossed the northern frontier and suddenly appeared in Yuzhou City without anyone expecting it. Even if I had guessed they might come to support, what could I have done? Could anyone have foreseen this speed? Narachi protested indignantly. If it were his fault, he would not deny it. But this unjust accusation was unbearable. In the Xiongnu, Turk, or even the Central Plains court, political strife was always intense. Narachi's trust from the Xiongnu leader naturally made others envious, and now they saw a rare opportunity to strike. Come on. Why did you have us retreat when there were no troops in Yuzhou City? If we had attacked then, we would already be the masters of Yuzhou. How could the Northern Border Army have seized the chance? Narachi, already regretful for missing the opportunity, was rendered speechless by these accusations. Just as he struggled to defend himself, the Xiongnu leader intervened. What's the use of saying all this now? Besides, even if we had taken Yuzhou, could we have held it against the Northern Border Army? This was not about boosting the enemy's morale and undermining their own, but a simple fact. The Northern Border Army had once made all tribes and small countries beyond the northern frontier tremble, not just because of their 100,000 troops. 20 years ago, these tribes had united to devour the borderlands of the Great Xia dynasty, pushing their territory south by hundreds of miles. Yet, it was the Northern Border Army that arrived at the northern frontier, with Lin Zhenxiu single-handedly reclaiming the lost land and pushing the Xiongnu and Turks back by nearly 100 miles. This was an astonishing feat. And don't think that Lin Tianhao was only good at defense. His true strength lay in offense. Chapter 440. An unprecedented crisis for the Huns. The current situation was clearly dire for them. The vanguard was mired in a quagmire. The flanking light cavalry was forced to retreat. Most importantly, the Huns' camp was only 20 miles from Yuzhou City. If the Northern Border Army captured Yuzhou City and then launched another attack, they would not have enough time to retreat. Under normal circumstances, if the Huns first took Mengqing County and then Yuzhou City, their retreat route would be straightforward and swift. It would only take a night to retreat over 100 miles from Yuzhou City, crossing 2 mountains along the way. But now, since Mengqing County was still in the hands of the northern border, if they wanted to retreat, they would have to detour through the nearby mountains. The time required would be double. Under such circumstances, the Huns would be waiting to be hunted down by the Northern Border Army. For Lin Tianhao, the saying, "Don't chase a desperate enemy," was not a rule at all. He was ruthless in his actions, and once he was certain of a sure victory, he would pursue you to the ends of the earth. The leaders of the Huns and the Turks had witnessed this firsthand. It was like cutting vegetables, leaving no room for resistance. But leader, what should we do now? Everyone spread their hands, looking resigned. They truly had no idea what to do. Perhaps they could still put up a fight against other generals. But the terror and pressure brought by the Northern Border Army and Lin Zhenxiu had completely drained their fighting spirit. Their morale was completely crushed. Under such circumstances, who dared to act rashly? If they proposed a plan that couldn't solve the problem, it would only bring disaster upon themselves. In my opinion, we should first think about retreating. At this moment, the conservative faction official stepped forward. As long as we preserve our strength, we don't have to worry about running out of firewood. The current situation of the Northern Border Army may not be better than before, and they have been missing for several years. The court of the Great Xia dynasty might be even more wary of them. Perhaps they will collapse on their own. Retreat? Where can we retreat to? With pursuers in front and battles behind. Have you not seen the strength of Mengqing County? Are you asking our warriors to go to their deaths? Another faction immediately stood up in opposition. Leader, in my opinion, the Northern Border Army has been missing for several years. Why haven't they shown up? It's highly likely they are no longer as strong as before. We should take this opportunity to crush their morale. If we can win this battle, no one in the northern border will dare to say a word against us. The leader of the Huns had been frowning from the beginning. He didn't say another word. Clearly, the situation had far exceeded his imagination. Who would have known it would turn out this way? The alliance with the Turks was meant to achieve a swift victory, especially after learning that the Northern Border Army was still alive. But unexpectedly, despite all their efforts, the result was still this, which was truly baffling. Seeing that no solution could be found, he turned to Nero. What do you think? Leader, are you still willing to trust me at this time? Nero asked in shock. What's the matter? Victory and defeat are common in war, and the Lin father and son are not easy opponents. For us, they are the hardest bones to chew. Even the most outstanding general in the Huns might not be able to solve the problem. After a moment of silence, Nero slowly said, Leader, I think we can first observe and wait.
What?
The surrounding people exploded at this. Do you dare to take responsibility for what you said? Exactly, to observe and wait? Are we really going to wait here to die? Do you know what the consequences of this are? Shut up, let him finish speaking. The leader of the Huns said expressionlessly, but many in their hearts were quite dissatisfied. You, Nero, it was because of you that the situation became like this. If you come up with another bad idea and lead the entire Hun tribe into a dead end, the consequences would be unimaginable. Leader, think about it carefully. Given Lin Tianhao's character and the combat strength of the Northern Border Army, if they could silently infiltrate back from the northern border, they could just as easily infiltrate into our rear. If I were Lin Tianhao, I absolutely would not go to Yuzhou City, but would directly attack our main camp. At that time, not only would our tribe be severely injured, but the entire northern border situation would also be stabilized again. This remark woke everyone up. The leader of the Huns showed a thoughtful expression in his eyes. It seemed to make sense. Indeed, thinking carefully, the current style of the Northern Border Army was completely different from a few years ago. They were like the Hell's Angels of the northern border. They would kill anyone in their way, without any mercy. In battles with them, the Turks and Huns had rarely gained any advantage. The only time was when they drove the Northern Border Army out of the border. In your opinion, Lin Tianhao's appearance is actually for other purposes? The leader of the Huns asked meaningfully. Nero nodded. I think it's highly possible. Perhaps if Lin Ji were not in mortal danger, Lin Tianhao and the Northern Border Army would not have appeared. The most critical point was that they still did not know why these people suddenly appeared. If it was just to solve the crisis of Yuzhou City, as Nero said, attacking the Hun camp was the most direct and decisive method. Going to Yuzhou to rescue. What was the point? It was already an empty city. Even if they regained control, it would be of no use. So what should we do now? The leader of the Huns continued to ask. Leader, in my opinion, since Lin Tianhao's actions are unusual, there must be another purpose. Let's observe for now, and besides, Huolua has contributed so much to the Huns. Can we really leave him to his fate? Even out of personal morality, we should at least give him some face and talk to him. We can't just turn around and run away. If the Hun people knew, wouldn't it be disheartening? It would also cast doubt on the leadership ability of the Hun leader. This remark touched his heart. Chapter 441. Release the enemy forces. The leader of the Xiongnu couldn't help but nod. This makes a lot of sense. If that's the case, let's hold our ground for now and observe the situation in Yuzhou City. If necessary, we can still try to rescue General Huolua. Whether in the Central Plains or among the nomadic tribes beyond the northern border, it is extremely difficult to cultivate an outstanding general. The expenditure required is enormous. Therefore, no one wants to see their excellent generals die on the battlefield for nothing. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, they will do everything possible to protect them. Although they are not particularly adept at these aspects now, they should still learn. Even think about ways to change. The surrounding people wanted to speak, but hesitated. They were somewhat unwilling, thinking they could seize this opportunity to take over Yuzhou City and gain control of the entire northern border in the future. But who could have imagined that the situation would turn out like this? What's most crucial is that the Xiongnu leader actually listened to Nero's suggestion to reevaluate the entire war situation. My lord, this is absolutely not advisable. We have deep-seated hatred with the Northern Border Army. Now that the 100,000-strong army, their equipment and combat effectiveness are equally formidable. From now on, all troops will guard the camp, and no one is allowed to leave without permission. Within a radius of 5 miles, no enemies are allowed to appear. Even enemy scouts must be killed immediately.
Yes.
Everyone stood up and agreed. No one dared to object to the Xiongnu leader's orders. Meanwhile, inside Yuzhou City, the once fiery battlefield now seemed unusually calm. The 20,000 troops led by Huolua now numbered only 15,000. 3,000 were killed by Lin Ji alone. 2,000 were surrounded and annihilated by the Northern Border Army that arrived later. Now, they have not surrendered, but they are completely surrounded by the Northern Border Army from all directions, with an airtight encirclement. Huolua had never felt so desperate before. As a general, he had experienced all kinds of situations, but he just couldn't understand how the Northern Border Army had silently entered Yuzhou from beyond the northern border and formed this encirclement. At this moment, the once fierce Xiongnu army had become trapped beasts. They looked around. No way out. This battle would be a fight to the death. Escaping the encirclement would be harder than ascending to heaven. For other armies, there might still be a glimmer of hope, but standing before them were the renowned Northern Border Army, whose sheer terror could extinguish any possibility. Lin Zhenxiu stood majestically on a high platform. His expression was calm, just like the general from years ago, pointing out strategies and directing the battle. The powerful aura he exuded made countless people present tremble with fear. Huolua, it's been years, and you still dare to lead your troops to attack my northern border. Now you even want to kill my son? National enmity and family hatred. How can I let you off? Now, I give you a chance. Lay down your arms and surrender, and I can let you live. Huolua gritted his teeth. His legs couldn't help but tremble. There seemed to be a voice in his heart telling him to give up resistance. But as a general, even if he died, he should maintain his final dignity. Lin Ji could do it. He also had the same determination. Lin Tianhao, today I have fallen into your hands. I admit, I made a wrong decision. But if you want to humiliate me before I die, then go ahead and do it. Our Xiongnu warriors will never bow to the enemy. With that, he raised his long sword. Lin Tianhao nodded. He understood these Xiongnu people. He knew they were born with pride and would not easily bow their heads. Very well, you are a worthy opponent. Rest assured, after today, I will ensure you are properly buried. Just as Lin Tianhao was about to raise his hand to give the order, and all the archers were ready, suddenly, Lin Ji's voice rang out. Father, let it go. What? Everyone present turned around in astonishment. Their eyes were full of disbelief. Lin Tianhao's brow furrowed slightly. On the battlefield, how can you be so merciful? Father, you should know better than I do that even if we wipe out all these Xiongnu, it won't change anything. Since no civilians in Yuzhou City have been harmed, why not let them go? Forgive and forget? Lin Ji slowly stood up. His white robe was already soaked in blood. Even now, he was still panting heavily. Although he had the divine dragon 100-elephant skill and extraordinary strength, killing 1,000 people alone was truly not an easy task. By the end, he was barely holding on to his will. He didn't want to fall. He didn't want to die. Even his hand that held the sword had become numb. At this moment, intense fatigue surged over him, and Lin Ji was also struggling to hold on. You've changed. You're not the son I once knew, Lin Zhenxiu said meaningfully. Father, now I am the general of Yuzhou City, and I have the authority to command the troops. So now, I order to let them go. Anyone who disobeys is disobeying military orders. Lin Zhenxiu looked at him expressionlessly. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. All the Xiongnu's hearts were in their throats. They knew this was the most critical moment for everyone's lives. If Lin Tianhao said no, they would all die here. No one would survive. Huolua had never felt time pass so slowly. It was hard to tell how long it had been, maybe only a cup of tea, or perhaps longer. Lin Zhenxiu slowly spoke. Open the gates, let them pass. ####Hashtag Chapter 442. The Old Fox and the Young Fox. General? Deputy General Ding Yun, who was following closely, suddenly changed color. Was it truly necessary to let over 10,000 men go? That would be no different from letting the tiger return to the mountain. It was a major taboo on the battlefield. Even if they were to be let go, they must first lay down their arms and surrender. Soldiers without weapons were generally considered to have no combat capability, not to mention the Huns. They were known for their bravery. Don't you understand? This is Yuzhou, and we must follow General Lin. He is the highest commander here, Lin Jinxiu said impassively. Seeing this, Ding Yun could only stop speaking and immediately waved his hand. The Northern Border Army soldiers who had been blocking the rear of the Hun army almost instantly moved aside. Their execution was impeccable. Huoluo, seeing this, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He also lowered his long sword, signaling to the other party that he posed no further threat. Young General Lin, thank you today for your leniency. It has saved the lives of my men from an unjust death. I will remember this kindness. However, each serves their own master. If we meet on the battlefield another day, I hope young General Lin will not blame me for repaying kindness with ingratitude and forgetting favors. With that, he turned and led his soldiers towards the Yuzhou city gates. Only after all the Hun soldiers had left Yuzhou did Lin Ji's lips curl into a smile. But at this moment, a strong sense of fatigue had completely overwhelmed his mind. Unable to hold on any longer, he fainted. In a daze, Lin Ji suddenly woke up. He found the surroundings very familiar. He had actually returned to the Northern Border General's residence. Just as he was about to sort out his thoughts, suddenly, a fragrant embrace and a beautiful face came into view. Thank goodness, you're finally awake? Lin Ji wiped away the tears from Li Qingyue's eyes and caressed her concerned face. Didn't I tell you to leave? Why did you come back? This place is fraught with danger and suffering. Do you really find it so hard to let go? At a time like this, you still have the heart to joke. Li Qingyue couldn't help but pound on Lin Ji's chest. Seeing his doting and gentle smile, the tears in her eyes couldn't be held back any longer. Although they had only been apart for a few days, it felt like a lifetime. Perhaps they had never expected to see each other again. So now, Li Qingyue felt as if she had been reborn, incredibly grateful and happy. The long-separated couple embraced each other, tender and affectionate, whispering sweet nothings. After expressing their longing and worries for each other, Lin Ji couldn't help but ask curiously, by the way, you haven't answered me yet. I heard you were taken away. How did you come back? You still have the nerve to ask. If it weren't for your prior arrangements, how could Uncle Sui have struck me at that moment? He knocked me out and took me away. When I woke up, I wanted to escape from them and return to Yuzhou, but on the way, I heard news of the Northern Border Army's reappearance. Now, not only us, but many of the refugees who fled south have also returned here. Li Qingyue's face was radiant with a smile. Her cheeks flushed. She was truly as bright as the moon in the sky, a white moon in people's hearts. It was a necessary measure. Besides, I never instructed Uncle Sui to do that. He wanted to assist me, so he chose that method to handle the situation. Lin Ji couldn't help but laugh wryly. Looking back now, Uncle Sui was indeed a ruthless man. Even to his closest princess, he showed no mercy. As they were talking, a knock sounded at the door. Lin Jinxiu pushed the door open. Seeing this, Li Qingyue quickly stood up, her face somewhat embarrassed. General Lin. Hee. I'm interrupting your little lovebird's private moment, but the war situation is urgent. We'll have time for that later. Indeed, an old fox who had seen the world. His words were not at all reserved. Li Qingyue's face turned crimson with embarrassment. She didn't even dare to look up at her future father-in-law. General Lin, you two talk first. I'll go to the kitchen to see if the chicken soup is ready. With that, she hurried away. Lin Ji tried to get up, but a sharp pain shot through his body. Lin Jinxiu quickly pressed him down. Rest well. You're injured. Why are you still so restless? Strange. I didn't notice it during the battle. Lin Ji was full of doubts. Now, His entire body was wrapped in bandages. Any movement caused a dull pain. Earlier, with Li Qingyue there, he hadn't made a sound, not wanting to worry her. But according to his own thoughts, it shouldn't have been that serious. You brat, you're really lucky. If it weren't for the dragon elephant divine skill protecting you, your internal organs would have been seriously injured. Lin Jinxiu smiled deeply. But it seems you've got quite a talent. In just over a year of practicing this family martial art, you've reached such a level. It took me 3 years back then. Suddenly, his expression changed. But in the future on the battlefield, you must not be merciful. This is the northern border. The situation we face is far from simple. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to ourselves. Linji lay down with a sigh. Dad, telling me this, don't you feel guilty yourself? What do you mean? Clearly, you wanted to let them go, and now you're blaming everything on me. Don't tell me you still think I'm the same good-for-nothing who used to indulge in pleasure? Lin Jinxiu was stunned. Then a gratified smile appeared on his face. Indeed, under those circumstances, Lin Jinxiu had originally intended to let Huoluo off the hook, because annihilating so many Han soldiers was of no significance to him. Building prestige? In the northern border, even in the central plains, the northern border army's reputation was already resounding, even surpassing the 4 elite divisions of the Great Xia dynasty. Seeking revenge? A few years ago, the Huns and Tujue killed by the northern border army far outnumbered those they had killed now. Moreover, sparing Lu Huoluo and the Huns not only sold a favor to the Hun leader, but also paved the way for his own plans. Not bad in such a short time. You've grown so much? You can even see through my thoughts? Hearing this, Lin Ji immediately focused. He lowered his voice and asked, Dad, this time you came to Yuzhou. Is it because you think the timing is right? Nonsense. According to my estimation, we should have remained dormant for at least another 2 years, waiting for the Huns and Tujue to advance all the way to the capital before acting. But because of you, I had to advance my plans. Chapter 443. Lin Jinxiu actually considers sacrificing the entire northern frontier. Chapter 443. Lin Jinxiu actually wants to sacrifice the entire northern border. Since his transmigration, Lin Ji's understanding of his father, Lin Jinxiu, has come from both the memories of his original self and the evaluations of those around him. No matter which source, the image of Lin Jinxiu is one of grandeur and dominance. Now, seeing him in person, Lin Ji discovers that beneath the general's veneer, Lin Jinxiu possesses the boldness and uninhibitedness of a Zhenghu Shastra. Even in their father-son relationship, their conversations are candid, exuding a strong aura of Zhenghu Halsha. Dad, how can you blame me for this? I didn't want to escalate things to this point, but as you can see, if we don't fight to the death to defend the northern border, we'll all die here. Lin Jinxiu sighed deeply, his expression meaningful. So you're still too young. What do you mean by that? Lin Ji was somewhat displeased. If it weren't for him defending the northern border, it would have long since fallen into the hands of the Huns and Turks. How could the local people still be alive today? Is it really right to abandon the entire northern border? Heaven is not benevolent. It treats all things as straw dogs. If a person doesn't look out for themselves, heaven and earth will destroy them. You're just an ordinary person. No matter how capable, you can't save everyone. Lin Jinxiu spoke slowly. As a ruler of the northern border, his imposing presence was fully revealed. Lin Ji, naturally a smart person, understood the subtext in Lin Jinxiu's words. Dad, are you really suggesting sacrificing the entire northern border's people? Lin Jinxiu sighed meaningfully. When you return to the northern border, I think you should also be aware of the situation here and the current state of our northern army. You've always wondered why I stayed dormant outside the northern border for so long. That's because only when chaos comes do we have the opportunity to rise. Over the years, Lin Jinxiu abandoned his glory as a northern general, leading his 100,000 men to live a harsh life outside the northern border. To be honest, as a general, how could he be willing to let things go? All his forbearance was for the purpose of one day truly seizing power and status for himself. These years, He could see how the people of the northern border suffered under the invasions of the Huns and Turks. Even though it pained him, he had to endure. Only when the nomadic tribes pressed directly on the capital would the northern army have the chance to act. And such a premise naturally meant abandoning the northern border. Dad, do you really think this is the right thing to do? Linji squinted, his heart shaken. In fact, before this, he had already guessed this possibility and roughly understood why the northern army, outside the northern border, ignored the plight of the northern people. But no matter what, he felt it shouldn't have come to this. For the sake of power, one could disregard the safety of the people. If such a person really became the ruler, what difference would there be from those who were once despised by the world? So you're still too young, Lin Jinxiu said meaningfully. Once you reach a certain point, you're already in that whirlpool, unable to extricate yourself, with no chance to turn back. So no matter what choice we make, for us, there's only forward, even if the cost is extraordinarily high. Originally a general guarding the northern border, Lin Jinxiu had more affection for the northern border than anyone else, especially when the entire court saw him as a thorn in their side. Only the northern people revered him as a deity. But because of the power struggle in the court, Lin Jinxiu had to make this painful choice. If he didn't use the northern border as a price, then the 100,000 northern army would have no place to go and might fall into an unprecedented crisis. In that case, the northern border might not have the chance to rise for the next 20 years. That is, the northern people would continue to live in misery for an entire generation. If sacrifice is sometimes inevitable in this world, I'd rather choose to sacrifice some to gain a greater possibility. Lin Jinxiu's gaze was firm, his voice cold. Only those who have experienced despair would understand that to turn the tide, one needs extraordinary determination and courage. No matter what is given up or gained on this path, the final result cannot be judged by success or failure. If it ultimately fails, there will only be some reluctance. Lin Ji fell silent. The atmosphere in the room was frozen to the extreme. After a long time, Lin Jinxiu suddenly turned. Son, will you be willing to join me? Together, let's bring this land under our control. This aligned with Lin Ji's thoughts. A man born in this world should not live under others for long. Originally, they just wanted to fulfill their duty. Protect the people of the northern border. But whether it was the court or Emperor Li Jingjin of the Great Xia, they kept pressing on them. The northern army was like that back then, and now Lin Ji is too. No one could empathize with them more than the father and son duo. Yes, Dad, I was born with a rebellious spirit. If the court treated me well, it would be one thing. But that dog emperor and those treacherous eunuchs in the court keep making things difficult for us. If not now, when? But I don't agree with your approach. Lin Jinxiu's smile instantly froze, his eyes filled with confusion. What do you mean? If we follow your plan, you definitely won't defend the northern border, and you'll let the Huns and Turks advance south, right? Lin Ji asked slowly. This was the biggest difference between him and Lin Jinxiu. For someone vying for power, the lives of ordinary people didn't matter much. And if this tactic was truly used, Lin Jinxiu, after the northern border's catastrophic disaster, would emerge to take control of the situation, not only gaining everyone's support but also making the capital precarious. It was the most direct method, but the sacrifice was too great. If we really have to do it, maybe there's a more peaceful way. Bloodshed is inevitable, but it should be avoided if possible. Lin Jinxiu laughed, his eyes full of mockery. Kid, do you know what you're saying? Dad, how can you blame me for this? I didn't want to escalate the situation to this extent, but you've seen it. If we don't fight to defend the northern frontier, we'll all die here. Lin Jinxiu sighed deeply, his expression laden with meaning. So you're still too young. What do you mean by that? Lin Ji felt a bit annoyed. If not for his efforts at the northern frontier, it would have long fallen into the hands of the Huns and Turks. How could the people here still be alive? Should we just abandon the entire northern frontier? Heaven is indifferent. It regards all creatures as straw dogs. If one doesn't prioritize oneself, heaven and earth will destroy them. You're just an ordinary person. No matter how capable, you can't save everyone. Lin Jinxiu spoke slowly. As a ruler of the northern frontier, his presence was fully displayed. Lin Ji, naturally intelligent, understood the subtext in Lin Jinxiu's words. Dad, are you seriously considering sacrificing the people of the entire northern frontier? Lin Jinxiu sighed meaningfully. When you return to the northern frontier, you should have a clear understanding of the situation here and the current state of our northern army. You've always wondered why I've been lurking outside the northern frontier for so long. It's because only during times of chaos do we have the opportunity to rise. Over the years, Lin Jinxiu abandoned his glory as a northern general, leading over 100,000 men to live a life of hardship outside the northern frontier. As a general, how could he be willing to let it go? All his forbearance was for the eventual goal of seizing power and status. He could see how the people of the northern frontier suffered under the invasions of the Huns and Turks. Despite his pain, he had to endure. Only when the nomadic tribes threatened the capital would the northern army have the chance to act, which required abandoning the northern frontier. Dad, do you really think this is the right thing to do? Lin Ji narrowed his eyes, deeply shocked. He had anticipated this possibility and understood why the northern army ignored the plight of the northern people. But no matter what, he felt it shouldn't come to this. For the sake of power, to disregard the safety of the people. If such a person became the ruler, what difference would it make from those despised by the world? So you're still too young, Lin Jinxiu said meaningfully. Once you reach a certain point, you're in that whirlpool, unable to extricate yourself, with no chance to turn back. So, for us, there's only forward, even if the cost is enormous. As a commander guarding the northern frontier, Lin Jinxiu had a deeper emotional connection to it than anyone, especially when the entire court saw him as a thorn in their side. Only the northern people revered him as a deity. Yet, due to the court's power struggles, Lin Jinxiu had to make this painful choice. Without sacrificing the northern frontier, the 100,000 northern army soldiers would have no place to go and might face unprecedented crisis. The northern frontier might not have a chance to recover for 20 years, meaning its people would suffer for another generation. If there are times when sacrifice is necessary, I'd rather sacrifice a group to gain a greater possibility. Lin Jinxiu's gaze was firm, his voice cold. Only those who have experienced despair understand that to survive, one needs extraordinary determination and courage. No matter what is given up or gained on this path, the final outcome can't be judged by success or failure. There might just be some reluctance if it fails. Lin Ji fell silent. The atmosphere in the room became extremely tense. After a long while, Lin Jinxiu suddenly turned. Son, would you be willing to join me? Together, we'll seize this country. This aligned with Lin Ji's own thoughts. A great man born in this world shouldn't languish under others. Originally, they just wanted to fulfill their duty and protect the people of the northern frontier. Yet, both the court and Emperor Li Jingjin of Dixia kept pushing them. The northern army was treated so, and now Lin Ji as well. No one could empathize more with their situation than the father and son. Yes, Dad, I was born with a rebellious spirit. If the court treated us well, it would be different. But that dog emperor and those treacherous eunuchs keep harassing us. It's time to revolt, but I don't agree with your approach. Lin Jinxiu's smile froze, his eyes filled with confusion. What do you mean? If we follow your plan, you definitely wouldn't defend the northern frontier, and you'd let the Huns and Turks advance south, right? Lin Ji asked slowly. This was the biggest difference between him and Lin Jinxiu. For someone vying for power, the lives of the people didn't matter much. And if such a strategy was used, Lin Jinxiu, after the northern frontier's devastation, could step in to take control, gaining everyone's support and putting the capital in peril. It was the most direct method, but the sacrifice was too great. If it has to be done, maybe there's a more peaceful way. Bloodshed is inevitable, but it should be avoided if possible. Lin Jinxiu laughed, his eyes full of mockery. Boy, do you know what you're saying? Chapter 444. Give me a year, and I'll give you success. I certainly know that. Lin Ji slowly stood up, enduring the severe pain in his body. At this moment, he couldn't show the slightest sign of compromise, as it concerned the fate of all the people in the northern border region. To directly take over the Central Plains, it's not necessary to sacrifice all the people in the northern border region. As long as we can root ourselves here, grow stronger continuously, and form an alliance with the Turks and the Huns, we can then launch a southward campaign together and still aim for the Central Plains and seize the empire. Elite troops. If these could be defeated, there would be a sufficient chance of victory. The problem was the enormous consumption it would entail. Warriors are meant to fight on the battlefield, and whether it's us or the Huns and the Turks, we've long wanted to overthrow the great Xia dynasty. Since we share the same goal, why can't we join forces? Lin Ji spoke eloquently. Moreover, just give me half a year, and don't even mention their million-strong army. Even if their numbers were doubled, I'm confident I could flatten them. Lin Jinxiu's eye twitched at these words. Even he wouldn't dare to make such an arrogant claim. And the previous speculation was still only theoretical. The Huns and the Turks wouldn't risk all their assets. There would inevitably be some precautions. So the actual number of troops might only be around 200,000 to 300,000. Launching an attack on the entire Great Xia dynasty with such forces and enduring a long march, the cost would be unimaginable. Are you sure? Father, now that you've returned to the northern border region, it won't be long before everyone knows, and the Central Plains dynasty will surely send someone. Since things have come to this, why not give it a try? All right, then I'll give you a month's time, Lin Jinxiu said meaningfully. If you can show me the hope you speak of, I can change my stance. The early return of the northern border army had already caused a drastic change in the situation. Continuing with the previous plan was no longer easy. If Lin Ji could present a better solution, it might be worth considering. For Lin Jinxiu, as long as the goal could be achieved, the method didn't matter. It wasn't that he was ruthless, it was just the reality. Human capabilities were limited, and even as the northern border general, there were many things beyond his control. Good, Lin Ji said as he got up, intending to summon Suebua. What are you doing? Lin Jinxiu asked. Of course, sending a message to the Hun army. They are still camped 20 miles outside Yuzhou City. If we don't first resolve the current crisis, how can we better deal with the situations ahead? Lin Ji's lips curled slightly. In the Hun camp, although the soldiers and officers were performing their duties as usual, a very oppressive atmosphere quietly spread among everyone. The northern border army, that was the terrifying force that countless nomadic tribes in the northern border region feared the most. Now that they had returned to Yuzhou City, would they launch a fierce attack on them next? It was all uncertain and puzzling. In the main camp, all the officers and the Hun leader wore solemn expressions. It had been 3 days since the retreat, yet everything remained calm. Even the forces at Mingxing County, upon learning of the northern border army's appearance, had to withdraw. That was their terrifying deterrence. No matter how famous you were in the northern border region, no matter how arrogant you were, you had to lie low. That was the northern border army. Leader, it's been 3 days, and there's no movement from Yuzhou City. Are we really going to stay here and wait indefinitely? Someone couldn't help but ask. This matter was extraordinary and not something ordinary people could involve themselves in. Most importantly, the situation in Yuzhou City was extremely complex. The Huns had formidable enemies in front and encirclement behind. If the Turks withdrew, the 100,000-strong Hun army would face an unprecedented awkward situation, even possibly falling into an irredeemable predicament. Attacked from both Mingxing County and Yuzhou City, no matter how brave the Huns were, they couldn't withstand it. These 3 days were their best chance to retreat. If they delayed any longer, once the northern border region caught its breath, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yes, leader, we've waited here for 3 days. There's no need to waste more time. Let's find a way to leave. The crowd discussed, almost all with the same words. However, Huoluo, Zhamu, and Nura, sitting on the far right, remained silent. Usually, they were the most authoritative and respected in the army. But now, one was a talented strategist and warrior played by Lin Hao, another was a defeated general who barely escaped Yuzhou City, and the last one wasn't much better. Now, who would dare to speak much in the army? They would surely be targeted by countless others. Yet, the Hun leader trusted them immensely. Even amidst the doubts of the crowd, he never thought of dismissing them from the camp or taking other actions. In essence, the most capable and intelligent had all met with misfortune, but just because they made mistakes, it didn't mean their abilities should be doubted. If that were the case, it would be too disheartening. Leader, I think the return of the Northern Border Army might not be as simple as we imagine, Nero mused. If we leave like this, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Perhaps these 3 days are also an opportunity they are waiting for. Chapter 445, 2-Day Pact, Dare You Come? Narachi felt his brain was about to burn out. He had been racking his brains for days, trying to find any clues from the minutest details to confirm his judgment of the current situation. However, the unimaginable happened. No matter how much he thought, hesitated, or analyzed, the result was always the same, making the situation extremely complicated. He couldn't even find a way to solve the problem. This was the most headache-inducing and frustrating part. The key question was, what exactly did Lin Jinqiu and his son want to achieve? According to Narachi's understanding of the Northern Border Army, these people were fierce and swift. 3 days were enough for them to deliver a monumental destruction and strike to the entire situation. That meant the Huns should have already suffered a significant blow within these 3 days. Yet, these days had been eerily calm, so much so that everyone found it inexplicable and bewildering. Panic was spreading. The more this happened, the more Narachi felt he should calm down and adapt to the situation without changing his stance. Only in this way could they ensure they were in a relatively reasonable and not completely out of control situation. You still have the nerve to talk about this here? A general couldn't help but stand up, his eyes full of anger. Are you waiting to get us all killed here before you're satisfied? I absolutely don't mean that, Narachi quickly explained. If not for the trust of the Hun leader, they would have become the proverbial rats running across the street, being chased by everyone. Then why are you doing this? Do you really think Linji will do as you expect? If we retreat to the northern frontier, wouldn't we be safe and sound? This statement was immediately met with widespread approval. Many nodded in agreement. Narachi had a bitter feeling he couldn't express. If the situation were that simple, it would be fine. But the northern frontier was completely different from the past 1 or 2 years. Lin Jinqiu's appearance was a signal. Imagine, if the northern frontier were to continue fighting, how terrifying would the combined fighting power of the Northern Border Army and the current northern garrison be? Did it even need to be described in words? Everyone present would likely not be a match. That moment, a voice suddenly rang out from outside. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect there to be clear-headed people among the Huns. No wonder the young general sent me here. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces changed. They couldn't help but stand up. Who dares to make noise here? A figure walked in directly from the door. His nonchalant demeanor shocked everyone present. I am the personal guard of Princess Anning. I am here on the young general's orders to find the Hun leader and discuss a matter. This statement once again shocked everyone. People from Yuzhou City? How could it be? The Hun camp was heavily guarded to prevent any movements from Yuzhou City. Even 5 miles around the camp, there were countless sentries and scouts. Yet, they hadn't received any news before this. How could this person just appear out of thin air? It showed how good his skills were. Does that brat Linji want to humiliate us on purpose? The Hun leader gritted his teeth in anger. Go back and tell him. Although we are indeed no match for Yuzhou City, we also have our dignity. Suibo chuckled lightly. There's no need for the Hun leader to be so tense. I am here without malicious intent, merely delivering a message as ordered. What message? 2 days from now, our young general invites you to meet at the Yangqing riverbank, 10 miles from here. He will explain the purpose of this visit then. The young general said he will not bring a single soldier. To show his sincerity, it depends on whether the Hun leader dares to come to the appointment. After saying this, Suibo turned and walked out of the tent. Everyone around immediately chased after him, but in the blink of an eye, he had vanished without a trace. What a fast hand! His light footwork has reached such a level. Zemu couldn't help but exclaim. He considered himself quite accomplished in martial arts. But compared to this messenger, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. What should we do now, leader? Hulua asked in a low voice. Absolutely not. This must be a trick they use to make us drop our guard, only to strike ruthlessly later. Someone said, Are you stupid? Narachi couldn't help but curse out loud. No wonder the Huns were no match for the northern frontier. It was completely unreasonable to think with one's head. If Linji really wanted to harm the leader, why go through all this trouble? Just that person could easily assassinate the leader. Everyone felt that this made some sense. Indeed, this person's agility was extraordinary, far beyond ordinary people. Under such circumstances, luring the Huns to the Yangqing riverbank seemed unreasonable. If that's the case, what do you think they are trying to achieve? The leader asked meaningfully. I think Linji probably has other intentions, but what they are, I don't know yet. Why don't you go to the appointment to find out? What? Everyone's faces changed. They couldn't help but say, Are you trying to send the leader into the enemy's territory, full of danger? Absolutely not. Yes, the leader must not go. We can make arrangements in advance, see the situation first, and leave if it's a trap, Narachi whispered. He no longer wanted to explain to these people, as it was meaningless. But he could feel that if they didn't go this time, they might miss a great opportunity. Then, whether they could still change the situation at the northern frontier was anyone's guess. The Hun leader pondered, and finally nodded. That makes sense. Prepare immediately. 2 days later, Yangqing riverbank. Linji sat by the river. Behind him was only one horse. If not for his identity, no one would have thought he was the renowned general at the northern frontier. They would only think he was a handsome and dashing young master. In the distance, 2 people rode their horses slowly towards them. They were the Hun leader and Narachi. Chapter 446. Linji's invitation, negotiation for peace. In the end, the Hun's leader agreed to Narachi's proposal and decided to attend the meeting. However, Narachi took the risk of accompanying the Hun's leader to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. They had already scouted the retreat routes the previous day and arranged a team on the opposite bank of the river. In case of any abnormalities, they would retreat without hesitation, sparing no effort to protect the Hun's leader. Have you thoroughly investigated the surroundings? The Hun's leader asked softly as they approached. Narachi carefully surveyed the area. It was very open, with only a distant forest far from the riverbank, an ideal spot for ambushes. However, from the outside, there were no signs of any abnormality. The Huns were adept at warfare and had rich forest experience, so they could easily spot any hidden troops. No, my lord, Narachi replied. The Hun's leader frowned, finding this somewhat unexpected. Soon, they reached the riverbank. Linji, hearing the commotion behind him, did not turn around, as he had already guessed who it was. I didn't expect the renowned leader of the Huns to be so cautious, Linji remarked. Even afraid to come alone to meet me? The Huns leader felt displeased. You are cunning and treacherous. How do I know you won't ambush me? If you set a trap here, I would be walking into my doom. Linji chuckled and stood up, turning around to see Narachi, which surprised him. I thought you would bring Hulua or Zemu. Didn't expect you to bring this guy. Don't you trust me? Of course not, the Hun's leader retorted bluntly. Fair enough. After all, we are enemies, Linji said, raising his hands. To show my sincerity, I am unarmed. Please, who doesn't know your skills? You can single-handedly confront over 20,000 of our warriors and hold out until the northern garrison arrives. Do you really need a weapon to kill us? Narachi said, narrowing his eyes, more vigilant than ever. Linji didn't want to explain further and nodded. So, what do you say? This time, I invited you here for only one reason, alliance. Alliance? The word stunned both men. They had considered numerous scenarios and even thought Linji might be here to persuade them to surrender. But they never expected his purpose to be negotiation for peace. Yes, the situation at the northern border. I believe you see clearly. Originally, Your alliance with the Turks to attack Yuzhou was out of desperation. Now that the northern garrison has returned, what are your chances of victory? Lin Ji's words hit the mark. Honestly, the Huns' chances were less than 30%, and they might even be annihilated. The Turks, however, could retreat safely, as they were in a more advantageous position. Seeing their silence, Lin Ji continued, "If I truly wanted to annihilate you, I would have already attacked your base. Why give you 5 days? This is to show you my sincerity." They exchanged glances. The Huns' leader nodded slightly, and Nurachi stepped forward. "Why do this? Now that you have the northern border within your grasp and the confidence to fight us, what's the purpose of negotiation? After all, I am the commander of the northern border. It's not your place to negotiate with me," Lin Ji said arrogantly, implying that only the leaders should be discussing matters. The Huns' leader nodded and took a step forward. "Now, can you speak?" "Of course," Lin Ji said slowly. "As everyone knows, you have coveted the Central Plains for a long time. This time, my purpose is to jointly attack the Central Plains capital, but as a condition, you must not harm a single soldier or civilian in the northern border." "What?" The Huns' leader was shocked, never expecting Lin Ji's demand to be a joint attack on the Central Plains capital. "Are you playing with me?" the Huns' leader said, perplexed. He couldn't understand this young man's intentions, finding his actions unfathomable. "No need to be surprised," Lin Ji said, hands behind his back, exuding a kingly aura. "As you see, my struggle at the northern border is due to the lack of support from the Central Plains. This means the court cannot tolerate me. Why should I serve them? It's better to seize the throne in the capital. The world divided among us three. Why not? Why must the world be ruled by the Li family?" The Huns' leader and Nurachi exchanged bewildered glances, unsure how to respond. Lin Ji's audacity was unprecedented, clearly not regarding the great Xia dynasty. "I heard the Lin family were loyal martyrs. How did you become a traitor?" Nurachi asked, scrutinizing Lin Ji's words. "Circumstances force one's hand. If not for the court's relentless pursuit, forcing me into a corner, why would I resort to this?" Lin Ji said confidently. "Both of you, this alliance is beneficial to you. If we seize the world, you won't be confined to the northern border all year round. Since we share the same goal, arms, nor did we need to spill blood on the battlefield. I chose to cooperate with you because I want to protect all the people in the northern border. If we could attack the Central Plains together, I suppose you wouldn't fight against the people of the northern border, would you?" Lin Ji spoke eloquently, expressing his intentions very candidly. When it comes to cooperation, sincerity must be shown. He didn't mention his father Lin Zhenxiu in the Northern Border Army, who had been enduring in the northern border for many years, only speaking from his own perspective. The leader of the Huns was half believing, half doubting, unsure how to respond. So he looked at Nura beside him, who was deep in thought. "Young General Lin, from your tone, it seems you have completely broken with the entire Great Xia dynasty? Then how will you handle your relationship with the Northern Border Army? Do you think they will allow such a thing to happen?" Lin Ji smiled lightly. "Don't forget, I am now the highest commander of the Northern Border. Even if my father Lin Zhenxiu returns, he has to take my orders. If they disobey, it's insubordination." The two men gasped. Indeed, the Lin father and son are ruthless in their words and actions. Back then, Lin Zhenxiu never took prisoners. Any defeated army was either directly released or annihilated. This is why all nomadic tribes outside the northern border were so wary. If you call him a bloodthirsty demon, some have indeed survived. But if you call him a merciful general, annihilating entire armies was a common occurrence. Now, Lin Ji even puts on such a front, claiming that the Northern Border Army must obey his commands. Whether true or not, the leader of the Huns and Nura know that this so-called negotiation leaves them with no choice. With the Northern Border Army backing him, Lin Ji no longer fears them. No cooperation? Then we fight. Until you submit, until you bow your head. After some hesitation, the leader of the Huns finally nodded. All right, but words alone are not enough. If you go back on your word one day, we won't have any evidence. It's already prepared. Lin Ji took out a contract from the quiver by his white horse. 2 copies, I've already signed. If you two have no objections, the alliance takes effect from today. Until the Great Xia is overthrown, there will be no war. The leader of the Huns couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Well, everything was already prepared, just waiting for me to come and get the result. Even though they knew this alliance left them with no choice, they couldn't afford to give up. Otherwise, if they really clashed, the 100,000 Northern Border Army troops could easily sweep through the Hun forces. After signing the contract, Lin Ji smiled, exuding an aura of a ruler in his every move. Very well, Khan of the Huns, from today on we are allies. As for when to attack the south, I will notify you. Now you can lead your troops away. Rest assured, none of our northern border troops will attack you. We hope so. The leader of the Huns took the contract and, along with Nero, mounted their horses and headed towards the Hun camp. Lord, it seems the situation is becoming clearer. A storm is about to sweep through the central plains. Nero whispered. The leader of the Huns' lips curled into a meaningful smile. Indeed, but this is also a good opportunity for us to find out what kind of weapons the garrison in Ming County is using. He was very clear that alliances on the battlefield are purely for interests, and when interests no longer bind, the alliance will fall apart by itself. Just like the conditions Lin Ji proposed, jointly attacking the Great Xia capital. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, everyone understood. Once the Great Xia capital is taken, former allies will surely become enemies again. The leader of the Huns wanted to use this opportunity to strengthen himself. Northern Border Army? Lin Ji? Just wait. One day, I will take back everything I have suffered and lost. Let's go. Go back and tell everyone the good news. Let them see that your previous decisions were not in error. The leader of the Huns said meaningfully. Nero's eyes showed gratitude. Lord, rest assured, I will do my utmost to protect the interests of the Huns. I will not let the old scenes repeat themselves. Yuzhou City. With Lin Ji's peace talks with the Hun army, the city's residents rejoiced. First, the protector of the northern border had returned. Second, Yuzhou City could finally be free from war. Many refugees who had fled heard the news and returned. The city's affairs gradually returned to normal. Even the governor, Yang, and many of his officials returned, specially hosting a banquet for the Lin father and son. At the banquet, Governor Yang was in high spirits, smiling and frequently toasting to the two. General Lin, your absence these past few years has been a great sorrow for me. I never expected you to return safely. Lin Zhenxiu smiled lightly, his eyes full of pride. Governor Yang, after all these years, you are still as glib and slick as before. That's why you've been able to sit in the governor's position for so long. Governor Yang laughed heartily. General Lin, there must have been some conflicts between us in the past. As they say, after all the trials, brothers meet again, and all past grievances are forgotten with a smile. Since you are a true hero, why dwell on the past? Of course. Lin Zhenxiu nodded and raised his cup. I hope Governor Yang will take care of me in the future. After all, I've been away from Yuzhou City for too long, and there are many things I need your help with. You flatter me, mutual. Governor Yang drank it all in one go. Then he looked at Lin Ji. General Lin, your son is truly surpassing the father. If it weren't for your son during your absence, the northern border would have been in dire straits. His words were full of praise. Hashtag chapter 448. Do I still have a choice? Governor Yang is an exceptionally astute man. He had already analyzed the current situation thoroughly during his journey. As the top official in charge of the northern border, he holds significant authority in administrative matters. Even if Lin Zhenxiu harbors any grievances against him, it is impossible for him to be killed. Otherwise, who would manage the hundreds or even thousands of miles of affairs along the northern border? Not to mention other factors, just the issue of command and execution would be a challenge. So Governor Yang knows that as long as he gains the trust of the Lin family, he can roam freely in the northern border. Huns? Turks? Would you dare to be In reality, the officialdom is not as complicated as it seems. For many, As long as they can be versatile, understand people's hearts, and know when to advance and retreat, they can reach a very good position. Now that the Huns have retreated, but the Turks are still outside Mingqiang County, they might still pose a significant threat to us, Governor Yang suddenly sighed. There's no need to worry about that. We already have a plan, and they will definitely withdraw their troops within half a month, Lin Ji said with certainty. Governor Yang was even more delighted upon hearing this. So, it all depends on General Lin and young General Lin. Without you, how could we have such peace here? You're too kind. The three of them exchanged toasts. After a round of drinking and chatting, Lin Ji took the opportunity to invite Governor Yang to the garden for some fresh air. The chatter of the surrounding crowd was faintly audible. It was evident that everyone was very happy today. Avoiding a disaster in Yuzhou City was a cause for celebration for everyone. Seeing this, Governor Yang couldn't help but sigh. Young General, to be honest, I never expected such a day. How so? Lin Ji asked calmly. His voice was exceptionally calm. Young General, you know the situation at our northern border. General Lin's return with the Northern Army was completely unexpected. What I don't understand is why General Lin never thought of returning all these years. Governor Yang isn't stupid. Seeing the current situation, he understands that Lin Tianhao has not been idle these years. The Northern Army, seemingly vanished, was actually regrouping. Now that they have suddenly returned, there must be a purpose. Of course, the main reason is also because Lin Tianhao learned that his son might die in battle. That's why he had to intervene. So, Governor Yang, someone as shrewd as you, being a mere prefect here, is indeed a waste. If given the chance, you could surely rise to the highest positions. Perhaps even becoming the Prime Minister is not out of the question, Lin Ji said with a meaningful smile. Governor Yang waved his hands repeatedly. Oh, you're too kind. I know my own limits. Yes, but what if there really is such an opportunity? Lin Ji slowly asked. Governor Yang's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. His eyes were filled with doubt. Young General, what do you mean by that? To be honest, this time my father returned with the Northern Army to the northern border, and it's likely recorded in the court. They even considered killing me back then, and now seeing the return of the 100,000 Northern Army. They might even summon my father to the capital to face charges. Given my father's temper, he won't let this go easily. Governor Yang felt more and more uneasy. It all depends on how Governor Yang chooses. Governor Yang's intoxication was instantly dispelled. His heart sank to the bottom. Goodness, what he feared most is coming true. The Lin family is clearly planning a rebellion and has revealed their cards to him. As the top official of the northern border, he is in a very awkward position. If he doesn't follow these two, he becomes their enemy. The Lin family's methods against enemies are brutal, as Governor Yang has witnessed firsthand. Lin Ji is fine, but the old fox Lin Tianhao will never show mercy. Yet, if he does so, he will become a traitor. From then on, there will be no peaceful days. Winners are kings, losers are bandits. If they win, he can continue to enjoy wealth and honor. But if they lose, everyone in the northern border will be annihilated by the Xia dynasty. There is no room for negotiation. No emperor would ever reappoint a general who rebelled. Young General, do I still have a choice? Governor Yang asked in a low voice. His eyes were full of probing. Lin Ji shrugged. Of course. Aren't you afraid I might leak the news? Governor Yang widened his eyes. His eyes were full of disbelief. Lin Ji chuckled lightly. Governor Yang, you underestimate the Xia dynasty too much. Don't you believe that before you even reach the capital, the court will have already received news from the northern border? Chapter 449. Knowing the times makes a wise man. Even if Minister Yang wanted to use this opportunity to go to the imperial city and seek rewards from Emperor Li Jingjin, in Lin Ji's view, it was impossible. Nearly 7 days had passed since the northern border army returned to the northern frontier. During this period, the northern border army would undoubtedly have stirred up a lot of commotion. The news might have already reached the imperial city. Lin Ji gave the other party a choice precisely because of this consideration. If they were to rebel, they should do it openly and grandly. Now, they had the support of the Huns and the Turks. With over 300,000 troops, they might not be unable to fight against the great Xia dynasty. If Minister Yang was unwilling to join, it didn't matter. Lin Ji also had the ability to take over the entire northern frontier. It would just take a bit more time. Minister Yang remained silent for a long time. Young general, if I choose to join, what benefits will I have? Lin Ji shrugged. At least you will still be the governor of the northern frontier, the head of administrative affairs. In short, you are the prime minister of the northern frontier. Of course, if you insist on serving the great Xia dynasty, I advise you not to return to the imperial city. We have been through thick and thin together. If one day the great Xia dynasty falls, and I have to kill you, I would feel some reluctance. He was a sentimental person, especially when he was in trouble. Minister Yang let out a long sigh. Since the young general is so straightforward, I naturally have nothing more to say. Prosperity and wealth must be risked for. As for the officials under my command, that remains to be seen. No rush, Lin Ji nodded. As long as Minister Yang agrees, that's enough for me. Now is not the time for a full-scale uprising, but we need to prepare in all aspects in the coming period. I will have to trouble Minister Yang to work hard for a while. Of course. Minister Yang nodded, unable to help but inwardly sigh. The Lin family really doesn't produce idle people. The father led 100,000 northern border army and was squeezed out by the court, directly going to the northern frontier to recuperate. The son, who used to be a playboy, has now become a ruthless and scheming person. He has long been preparing for such a major event. It's a pity that I, an old fox, have been played by them. If it weren't for Lin Tianhao leading 100,000 northern border army back to the northern frontier this time, I'm afraid this matter would not have come to light for a long time. At that time, I might not even have a choice. Come, let's go back and continue drinking. Lin Ji patted Minister Yang's shoulder. The latter forced a smile and nodded helplessly. Now that he was on the pirate ship, there was truly no turning back. In the imperial city, in the emperor's study, it was already late at night. Under the candlelight, Li Jingjin was reviewing memorials. The Minister of War Zhu Biao and the left and right prime ministers were all present, their faces solemn. What is the situation at the northern frontier now? Li Jingjin's face was grim, his mood extremely bad. Although he wanted to eliminate Lin Ji and had not sent reinforcements to the northern frontier, he never expected the Huns and the Turks to launch a large-scale attack. 200,000 enemy troops were now squeezed at the northern frontier. No matter how capable Lin Ji was, he would never be able to hold out. As an emperor, Li Jingjin naturally wanted to eliminate any threat to his power, but to let the entire northern frontier fall into enemy hands and threaten the safety of the central plains was self-defeating. Therefore, he was now considering whether to send reinforcements to resolve the situation at the northern frontier. Your Majesty, the situation at the northern frontier is extremely fierce, with heavy casualties on both sides. The left prime minister said solemnly. If we don't send reinforcements soon, the northern frontier will sooner or later fall into enemy hands, and then it will be too late. Indeed, Your Majesty, Lin Ji is an excellent commander, and it is commendable that he has been able to hold out at the northern frontier for half a year, but this is a Herculean task. If we continue to ignore it, we will lose control of the northern frontier, and the people there will suffer greatly. The right prime minister also nodded in agreement. As important ministers of the court, they had always been dutiful. Lin Ji's outstanding abilities, which he had shown in the imperial city, were also observed by them. The two of them actually wanted to promote Lin Ji, who came from a military family but was versatile in both literature and martial arts, which was truly rare. Moreover, he was also a son-in-law of the princess. If he could be given more responsibilities, he would surely become an outstanding minister of the great Xia dynasty. However, Li Jingjin had a grudge against the Lin family, and with the Minister of War Zhu Biao fanning the flames, even the two prime ministers did not dare to speak out rashly. So when they learned that Lin Ji was sent back to the northern frontier, they thought it was a good decision. If this young man could gain military achievements through training at the frontier, he would surely become a pillar of the great Xia dynasty in the future. Who would have thought that the situation would completely exceed expectations? with developments that were unimaginable and unbelievable. The emperor and the minister of war allowed the lack of troops at the northern frontier, which was clearly trying to push him to his death. Offending the powerful was bound to lead to such a fate. The two prime ministers could do nothing about it. But now, concerning the safety of the entire Great Xia dynasty, they could not act on personal feelings. Li Jingjin frowned deeply. He realized that he might have made a mistake. But as the emperor, how could he easily admit it? Even if he was wrong, he could not shake his imperial dignity. Now that the situation had become so complex, he didn't know what to do. If he sent troops to support, although he could save the northern frontier, Lin Ji would surely survive, still being a threat to him. Seeing this situation, the Minister of War Zhu Biao's eyes flashed with a sinister look. Your Majesty, why not send the troops from Liuzhou, the nearest garrison, to immediately rush to the northern frontier? Once they reach Taiping Pass, they can first assess the situation. If it is indeed necessary, they can immediately stop the Huns and the Turks. In other words, they would wait until Lin Ji was dead before taking action. The two prime ministers were furious. At such a critical moment, they were still calculating personal grudges. Were you really fit to be the minister of war? However, since both Zhu Biao and Li Jingjin had animosity towards Lin Ji, even if they wanted to help, it was almost impossible. Not to mention Zhu Biao, even the emperor would not pass it. But if they could send troops to support the northern frontier, it was already not easy. Chapter 450. The cruel and heartless minister of the current reign. In the face of war, the overall situation takes precedence. The two prime ministers could only compromise on this matter. After all, they couldn't let Lin Ji alone affect the entire structure of the Great Xia dynasty. It's known that Yuzhou was originally the most solid defensive line against the nomadic tribes outside the northern border. If even this place were breached, it wouldn't be difficult for the Huns and the Turks to march straight to the imperial capital. Emperor Li Jingjin was quite satisfied with this proposal. He nodded and looked at the two prime ministers. Do you agree? We leave everything to your Majesty's decision, the prime ministers said in unison. Since the establishment of the Great Xia dynasty, there has been a trend of valuing literature over martial arts. Although they were promoted due to their military merits, they later became civil officials. However, due to their origins, they couldn't completely gain the trust of the emperor. In comparison, Minister of War Zhu Biao and Emperor Li Jingjin shared similar views, and now the emperor trusted the Minister of War even more than these two prime ministers. What could they do about it? Good. Li Jingjin nodded in satisfaction. Since that's the case, Minister of War, issue an order based on the Ministry of War and my decree to have the troops stationed in Liuzhou immediately head to the northern border. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhu Biao's lips curled into a sinister smile. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill Lin Ji this time. Issuing a Jianghu assassination order proved futile, and dispatching northern military officials also failed. Even sending the princess didn't work. If it weren't for his own identity, the Minister of War would have probably already sent troops to surround and suppress Lin Ji. However, now, the combined forces of the Huns and the Turks amounted to 200,000 soldiers. He didn't believe that Lin Ji could have the ability to turn the tide and withstand so many enemies. Thinking about the imminent revenge and the enemy's impending doom at the northern border, Zhu Biao couldn't help but feel a secret thrill. He even straightened his chest. But before he could leave the study to issue the order, a palace guard rushed in urgently. Your Majesty, urgent military news from the northern border. Oh! Li Jingjin took the secret letter. Seeing this, the prime ministers felt even more uneasy. Could it be that what they feared most was coming true? Hopefully, the northern border hadn't already fallen. That would make the situation even more complicated for the entire Great Xia dynasty. After reading the letter, Li Jingjin's face suddenly changed. He slammed the table and stood up. Insolent! How dare this man deceive me? The three looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion and doubt. What news could provoke such anger from the emperor? If the northern border really fell, why use the word deceive? Curious, Zhu Biao couldn't help but ask. Your Majesty, what exactly happened? Why are you so angry? The prime ministers also stretched their necks, eager to find out. If it weren't for the emperor's presence, they would have even wanted to see what was mentioned in the secret letter. It seems we were worried for nothing about the northern border. Li Jingjin was furious. The prime ministers were even more puzzled. What was going on? Could it be that the northern border was defended? If so, Lin Ji would undoubtedly be the first merit. Setting aside personal grudges, he would undoubtedly be a hero of the entire Great Xia dynasty. Most importantly, Li Jingjin wouldn't be foolish enough to not distinguish between the severity of the situation. He could have killed Lin Ji using other means, or simply framed him with a crime. There was no need to be so angry, just because the northern border was defended. Zhu Biao's eyes widened. No way, Your Majesty, as far as I know, even with the newly recruited soldiers at the northern border, plus the original local garrison and the soldiers of Taiping Pass, Lin Ji only had about 60,000 to 70,000 soldiers in total. How could he defend the northern border? Though narrow-minded and cunning, Minister of War Zhu Biao did have his own expertise in the field. The northern border, although he hadn't personally been there, was somewhat familiar with it. The Huns were strong and brave in battle, and the cold weather gave them an advantage. Logically speaking, the enemy had the advantage of timing, geography, and human factors. In contrast, the northern garrison was short of supplies and soldiers, and being able to hold on was already extremely difficult. How could Lin Ji have won? Of course, to him, it was equally puzzling why Emperor Li Jingjin was angry. He couldn't have done it alone, but what if he had his father's help? Li Jingjin said with a dark face. Upon hearing this, the three present had varying expressions. Their eyes revealed disbelief. What? Your Majesty, do you mean the Northern Army has returned? The left Prime Minister asked uncertainly. Yes, I originally thought he had already died outside the northern border, but it turns out he led his 100,000 troops and has been hiding outside all this time. Now he finally decided to show up. I thought he really wasn't planning to appear again. Everyone here was shrewd and held high positions, even beyond the reach of ordinary people. So just hearing this news, they could already guess the situation at the northern border. Lin Junxiu led 100,000 troops and mysteriously disappeared years ago, only to suddenly reappear now. The details of where he went during these years didn't need to be deeply investigated, but the problem was that he clearly knew the situation at the northern border but still chose not to show up. That was clearly defying the court and being disloyal to the Great Xia dynasty. Minister of War Zhu Biao was stunned as if struck by lightning. His eyes were filled with anxiety. How is that possible, Your Majesty? Has that old man Lin Jinxiu's life been so tough that he hasn't died yet? Li Jingjin's eyes burned. He was equally overwhelmed with mixed feelings. This news was something he found even harder to believe than anyone else. Lin Jinxiu's sudden reappearance had completely changed the situation at the northern border, even making him have to reassess the situation. What do you three think is the reason for Lin Tianhao's reappearance? The prime ministers exchanged glances. They already had an answer in their hearts, but they dared not say it out loud. Your Majesty, perhaps General Lin had no choice but to hide outside the border. Now that he learned his son might die and the northern border might fall, he sent troops to rescue. That would mean General Lin is loyal to our Great Xia dynasty. Li Jingjin snorted coldly. You two really know how to justify him. If he really had such intentions, why did he remain silent for 5 years without any news or contact with the court? Is that what you call loyalty? Li Jingjin's eyes glinted with coldness. Minister of War Zhu Biao was also calculating in his heart. Chapter 451. When the people are anxious, it's time to act. The two prime ministers fell silent. No matter how eloquent they were, they couldn't justify Lin Tianhao's actions. Undoubtedly, no matter why Lin Tianhao had reappeared at the northern border after so many years, Li Jingjin, who had always been wary of the northern army, would now be even more suspicious of their loyalty. After a moment of hesitation, the left prime minister couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty, what is the situation at the northern border now? Li Jingjin snorted coldly. Needless to say, Lin Tianhao has led the 100,000 northern army back, and the Huns have already retreated. Even the Turks are now holding their ground, so there's no need for us to worry about the northern border. The two prime ministers secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but they also knew that the current situation might be even more worrying than if the Huns and Turks had taken over the northern border. Most importantly, no one knew what the attitude of the Northern Army and Lin Tianhao was. For a moment, the atmosphere in the study was extremely heavy and tense. After a while, the Minister of War, Zhu Biao, spoke in a low voice. "Your Majesty, this Lin Tianhao is probably not here for the northern border, but most likely for the Central Plains and the court. We must be on our guard. With 100,000 troops under his command, he is a major threat to us as long as he remains." The expressions of the two prime ministers changed drastically upon hearing this. Was this not going to lead to a civil war? It would be a catastrophic disaster for the entire North. The combat effectiveness of the Northern Army was self-evident, although it had been several years. But judging from the news from the northern border, their prestige was still intact. If a war really broke out, it was highly likely that they would contact the Huns and the Turks. At that time, the people would suffer greatly. "Your Majesty, General Lin has always been loyal to our great Xia dynasty, dedicating his life to it. I believe he must have had his own reasons during these years. This matter must be handled with caution." Zhu Biao sneered upon hearing this. "The two prime ministers, you are so biased towards Lin Tianhao. Could it be that you are secretly colluding with him? Do you also have disloyal intentions?" The two prime ministers fell silent immediately. Such accusations were difficult to refute. Zhu Biao's words also struck a chord with Li Jingzhen. No matter what the current situation of the world is, Lin Tianhao cannot be left alive. Moreover, the great Xia dynasty has millions of soldiers. Even without the Northern Army and Lin Tianhao, there are still ways to protect the country. He didn't believe that as an emperor, he could be manipulated by a mere subject. "Zhu Biao, pass my order. Immediately order the troops stationed in Liuzhou to guard Taiping Pass. If there is any unusual movement at the northern border, attack them immediately. Show no mercy. Furthermore, strengthen the defense in the northern regions and deploy the Shangyuan and Taiyance armies."
Yes.
Zhu Biao couldn't help but feel secretly delighted upon hearing this. This was exactly what he wanted to see. Lin Tianhao, right? Linji? This time, I want to see how tough the lives of you two father and son are. Can you withstand the elite forces of the great Xia dynasty? The two prime ministers couldn't help but sigh inwardly upon seeing this. There was no way. Who could have thought that things would develop to this point? For them now, self-preservation was probably the most crucial. They were just worried that the great Xia dynasty would experience a storm in the future, and no one knew what the final outcome would be. Northern border. Mingxing County. The young general is back. With a shout, Zhou Yu and Yang Feng in the county magistrate's office immediately went out to greet him. "Young general? Are you safe and sound?" Their eyes were filled with concern. When they learned that Lin Ji had gone alone to Yuzhou City to face the Huns' 100,000 army, the two were extremely worried but powerless. There was no way. The northern border was short of troops and lacked generals. At that time, Yang Feng was in charge of building the asphalt road, and Zhou Yu, as the only general in Mingxing County, was stretched thin. Yu Yan had also led his Yu family army to guard other areas and couldn't return to support them. At that time, everyone was extremely tense. Later, when they learned that the Northern Army and Lin Tianhao had returned, not only had they defended Yuzhou City but also forced the Huns to retreat, pulling the entire northern border back from the brink of death. Now, seeing Linji again, everyone felt extremely fortunate. "What are you saying? If I really had something happen, could I still come to Mingxing County?" Linji said with a smile. His eyes were full of calmness. "It's you two. During this time, you didn't waste it. One was in charge of building the asphalt road, and the other also defended Mingxing County. It's a great achievement." Yang Feng's persistence wasn't in vain. The asphalt road had already connected to Mingxing County. All that was needed was to send people to continue building it, and it could connect all the counties in the northern border. At that time, the transportation here would become extremely convenient. After some small talk, Linji suddenly remembered something. "By the way, where are Wu Luo and Yu Luoyu? Why aren't these two girls here?" Upon hearing this, the two generals looked at each other. They seemed hesitant to speak. Lin Ji immediately sensed something was wrong. The smile on his face gradually disappeared. What exactly happened? What happened to them? Young general, it was my negligence. At that time, our army was fighting fiercely with the Turks, with heavy casualties and the city gate in imminent danger. Before that, I had arranged for people to protect Miss Yu and Miss Wu Luo. But unexpectedly, the two girls mysteriously disappeared from the county magistrate's office. Even after sending people to search the entire city, there was no trace of them. Up until now, their whereabouts have not been found. Saying this, Zhou Yu lowered his head. Young general, I have let you down. Please punish me. Lin Ji couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. You? Why did you lock them up in the county magistrate's office? Zhou Yu's eyes were full of confusion. The safest place in Mingqing County was the county magistrate's office. Wasn't he right in doing so? This matter is not your fault. It was I who did not inform you beforehand. In fact, there was already a secret passage built in the county magistrate's office, in case of any unexpected situations where we could not escape. Lin Ji pondered. Just from Zhou Yu's words, he knew how the two women had left Mingqing County. He never expected that what he originally intended as a precautionary measure would now cause trouble. Although the border is currently at peace, the Huns and Turks dare not act rashly. But after all, the situation is turbulent, and the personnel are complex. Two young women wandering outside must be fraught with dangers. According to what Zhou Yu said, the two should have left Mingqing County for more than 10 days. Chapter 452. Lin Ji, how dare you come alone to the Turkic camp? Why is there still no news so far? Young general, where do you think they might have gone? Yang Feng asked tentatively. Given the temperament of these two girls, if they left Mingqing County, they should have come to Yuzhou City to find me. However, I didn't receive any news from them before I left Yuzhou City, Lin Ji pondered. Zhou Yu also nodded in agreement. Yes, that was my first thought too, so I immediately dispatched soldiers to search along the way. But neither on the official roads nor in the wilderness, including small paths, have we found any trace of the two ladies. Young general, I have truly exhausted all efforts, Zhou Yu said, knowing that dozens of people are still searching outside. This is an extremely risky endeavor. If they encounter the Huns or the Turks, these soldiers are likely to lose their lives. But there is no other way. Lin Ji entrusted the two girls to Zhou Yu, and naturally, he must live up to the trust of the young general. Lin Ji couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. The northern border is vast, making it difficult to find two people. It's like when the Huns and the northern border were searching for him. Even though they knew he had fled to the border, they still couldn't find him. Let alone now, with two young ladies, the situation is even more challenging. After a moment of silence, Lin Ji decided to set aside these personal matters for now. General Zhou, if anything happens to them due to their impulsive nature, it will be my responsibility, not yours. However, there are more important matters that we need to attend to now. Both men turned their heads, their eyes filled with curiosity. As I understand it, although the Turks have ceased hostilities with Mingqing County, their army has not retreated and is still stationed outside the city, right? Lin Ji inquired. Zhou Yu nodded. This had been a source of great concern for him recently. The previous battle had caused heavy losses on both sides. Mingqing County had not suffered significant casualties in terms of manpower, but ammunition was rapidly depleting. The blacksmiths in the city were working overtime, and the steel mill was operating 12 hours a day without rest. However, the raw materials stored in Mingqing County were limited. If they were to fight again, who knows if Mingqing County could withstand the relentless onslaught of the entire Turkic army. For this reason, Zhou Yu was constantly on edge, always keeping an eye on the Turks to prevent sudden attacks. Fortunately, the Huns had retreated, reducing one layer of concern. Otherwise, Zhou Yu truly didn't know what to do. I just happened to go and meet the Turkic leader, Lin Ji announced. What? Yang Feng and Zhou Yu exclaimed, their eyes filled with astonishment. Young general, this is fraught with danger. If the Turkic leader harbors murderous intent, this could be troublesome. They were worried, recalling the previous incident when Lin Ji ventured alone into the Hun camp. They didn't want to experience such dramatic events again. Lin Ji chuckled at their concern. Kill me? Take a look now. Do the Huns and the Turks have the guts for that? In the past, the Huns and the Turks certainly harbored a strong desire to eliminate Lin Ji. After all, he was the highest-ranking general at the northern border. His death would leave the northern border leaderless and plunged into chaos. The Huns and the Turks could then easily advance southward. But now, things were different. General Lin Tianhao had returned with 100,000 northern border troops. Unless the Turks were seeking their own demise, they wouldn't dare to kill Lin Ji. Otherwise, they would face the almost frenzied retaliation of the northern border troops. With confidence in his strength, Lin Ji felt a sense of security that was entirely different. He realized that only when one's own strength was sufficient could they avoid being bullied. Reflecting on his time in the capital, even though he held the title of young general, why were the high-ranking officials always challenging him? It was because they felt that the Lin family had fallen and no one was backing him up. But now, not only had his support returned, but Lin Ji also possessed formidable strength. Who would dare to mess with him now? The storm of retribution they would face would be beyond description. Yang Feng and Zhou Yu understood, their faces showing profound smiles. However, they then asked, Young General, what is the purpose of your visit to the Turkic leader? Do you intend to force them to retreat? Don't you know about the situation in Yuzhou? Lin Ji looked at them in surprise. As generals, if they lacked the ability to gather intelligence, they were hardly qualified. Yang Feng and Zhou Yu shook their heads, embarrassed. We only know that the Huns retreated, probably due to the intimidation of General Lin and the northern border troops. Lin Ji smiled lightly. If it were that simple, it would be fine. Even if my father and the northern border troops do exert pressure, the Huns and the Turks have staked everything in this battle. How could they give up so easily? The real reason they retreated is because we have negotiated peace. Negotiated peace? Both men were shocked, finding it even more incredible and unbelievable. Young General, why would we negotiate peace with them? Yes, we are not losing to them. And even if we were to negotiate, it shouldn't be decided by us. The court must be informed. Generals were only responsible for fighting battles. Negotiations were political tactics that should not involve them. Lin Ji couldn't help but laugh. Don't you remember what I told you before? The reason we negotiated peace without the court's involvement is because this matter has nothing to do with the court. The two men suddenly recalled what Lin Ji had told them before. Young General, are you implying that you plan to declare war on the court and attack the capital together with the Huns and the Turks? That's right, Lin Ji nodded, his aura of a ruler subtly released. Since the court has been unjust to us, don't blame us for being unrighteous. For their own selfish desires, they even disregard the lives of the people at the northern border. If so, why should we still be loyal to them? If we can conquer the land, we will govern the world ourselves and spare the people of the northern border from the suffering of war and displacement. Yang Feng and Zhou Yu fell silent. They knew about this matter, but they didn't expect it to come so soon. Most importantly, from now on, they would bear the name of traitors. However, history is written by the victors. If they truly overthrew the Xia dynasty, no one would dare to point fingers at them. Moreover, the people of the northern border would revere them as gods. Chapter 453. The Unbelievable Truth. After a moment of silence, Yang Feng was the first to speak. Young General, what do you need us to do? That won't be necessary. I will go with Uncle Sui, and all you need to do is guard Mingqing County. Remember, no matter what happens, you must ensure the safety of Mingqing County.
Yes.
The two nodded. The next day, Lin Ji set off with Uncle Sui. By midday, they arrived at the Turkic camp. The guards at the camp entrance immediately stopped them. Who dares to intrude into our Turkic camp? Tell your Turkic leader, the northern general, Lin Ji, has arrived. What? This news stirred 1,000 waves. The guards at the entrance suddenly changed their expressions. One of them quickly ran back to report. The rest immediately called for more guards to come. In a short while, Over 20 fully armed soldiers blocked the entrance, their faces stern. The battle at Mingxing County had truly showcased the power of the northern garrison. To have transformed the once weak northern border into its current state, Lin Ji was certainly no pushover. Moreover, the Turkic people had heard of Lin Ji's combat prowess and dared not underestimate him. Seeing this, Lin Ji couldn't help but smile. He crossed his hands behind his back. He had no intention of making a move. Uncle Sui, do you think the Turks look down on us? They've sent only 20 or so to stop us. Uncle Sui remained unperturbed. His voice was unusually calm. Young general, if necessary, I can take care of them first. After all, no one can block your path. If they do, I will be your sharpest sword. After going through one danger after another, Uncle Sui had long been loyal to Lin Ji. So, if he needed to act, he would do so without hesitation, just as he had done with the Huns. That won't be necessary. After all, you're an old man in your 60s, and you're the only family princess has. How could I bear to put you at risk? I brought you along only because there are few masters I can use in the northern border. Lin Ji said with a light smile. I guess I'll have to trouble you to train a few personal guards for me. Otherwise, we might really be short-handed. It would be my pleasure. Uncle Sui slightly bowed his head. As the two chatted, a commotion arose within the camp. A large group of people emerged, led by the Turkic leader, Moha. Lin Ji? Upon learning that the northern general had come in person, Moha was greatly shocked. So he came out personally. To his surprise, it was true. You dare to come alone to our Turkic headquarters. You're quite brave. Aren't you afraid of dying here? The Turkic leader Moha said menacingly. His words were full of threats. That's an interesting remark. If I were really afraid, I wouldn't have come. Besides, if you really had the courage, why didn't you attack Mingxing County again after the Huns retreated? Lin Ji said meaningfully. In other words, the Turks were also wary. After learning that Lin Tianhao and the Northern Army had returned, they dared not act rashly. So naturally, they also dared not do anything to him. Seeing this, Moha couldn't help but sneer. Interesting. It seems you do have some skills. In that case, we naturally can't be lacking in hospitality. Please come in. Lin Ji then walked in without a care in the world. Inside the tent, everyone took their seats. The Turkic leader Moha was straightforward and got straight to the point. Lin, young general, what brings you here suddenly? I assume you've heard about the Huns retreating? Lin Ji asked meaningfully. The Turkic leader Moha heard this and was dismissive. Those Huns, always going back on their word, so shameless. They just withdrew, even though they were so confident before, and suddenly stopped halfway? Cowardly creatures. It was because they saw the Huns attacking that the Turkic leader led his troops to besiege Mingxing County. But halfway through, the Huns retreated, leaving them unsure of what to do. If they withdrew, they would be unwilling to have lost so many soldiers for nothing. But if they continued, the enemies they faced would not be just those they saw now. They would inevitably fall into unprecedented crisis. So they could only choose to temporarily camp here and see how things went, to ensure the northern garrison posed no threat to them before taking further action. Actually, not entirely. They retreated because they allied with us. Lin Ji said slowly. What? The Turkic leader widened his eyes, thinking he had misheard. What a joke. How could the Huns ally with the northern garrison? Were the two sides planning to jointly besiege the Turks? If so, the Turkic leader today must deal with Lin Ji here. Otherwise, if he let him go back, the entire Turkic tribe would fall into an unprecedented crisis, and they would be completely powerless to deal with it. What are you talking nonsense about? Lin Ji heard this and his mouth slightly curled up. Turkic leader, don't be too anxious. Let me finish my words. The reason I allied with the Huns is because we have a common enemy, and that enemy is not you. Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. The three strongest forces at the northern border were the northern garrison, the Huns, and the Turks. And now, the target of the northern garrison and the Huns alliance was not the Turks. Then who else could it be? We are to overthrow the great Xia dynasty. This news shook everyone to their core, completely unable to believe what Linji had just said. If it were anyone else, the Turkic leader might still believe it. But now, the one saying this was the northern general Lin Ji, and most importantly, his father Lin Tianhao and the northern army had returned to the northern border. These people had gone to great lengths to protect the northern border. But who would have thought that under such circumstances, they would choose to betray the great Xia dynasty? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be your scheme, right? The Turkic leader Moha said decisively. This news was too shocking for him. And before this, it was unimaginable. Hee. Linji chuckled lightly. Scheme? Do you think I need to use schemes against you? If I really wanted to attack the Turks, I wouldn't need to ally with the Huns. Chapter 454. The despicable tactics of the Turks. Although the Turks indeed possess considerable strength, the issue is that they have not yet reached a level where they can compete with the northern border army, let alone forming an alliance with the Huns. Defeating a single tribe of Turks is more than sufficient. Turkish leader, you overestimate yourself, don't you? Do you really think you are the most formidable leader in the world? True, you have led the Turks to where they are today, which does demonstrate some capability. However, in my view, only those who can truly contend for the throne are considered strong. Up until now, you haven't even managed to breach the northern border, so why would I go to such lengths to harm you? The Turkish leader frowned upon hearing this. Although he still didn't believe it, the other party's words were well-founded. The surrounding crowd exchanged glances. Who would have thought that the great Xia general who had steadfastly defended the northern border would suddenly turn against his own side, and so unexpectedly? Had they known this earlier, they wouldn't have fought such a bitter battle, wasting so many troops. Linji, although I find your words reasonable, you should at least show some sincerity. Moreover, if you had spoken up earlier, perhaps we wouldn't have fought this battle, and there wouldn't have been so many casualties on both sides. The Turkish leader squinted his eyes. Clearly, he intended to recoup all previous losses. Linji grinned. Turkish leader, I'm giving you face by coming to negotiate peace. If we truly intended to invade the Central Plains, we would first eliminate the northern border threat. Do you think you can handle both me and the Huns? In the past, Linji might have had to lower his stance. But now, things are different. With the northern border army backing him, showing respect is a gesture of alliance. Otherwise, if we go all out, I can defeat you so badly that even your mother wouldn't recognize you, and we can still invade the Central Plains. It's a case of first offering peace, then resorting to force. The Turkish leader's face turned pale upon hearing this. His eyes flashed with anger. After a moment of silence, he suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Young General Lin, you don't think you're the only one with chips, do you? I also have my own chips. Is that so? Then I'd like to see what chips you have. Linji said disdainfully. He didn't believe this man could have any significant leverage. The Turkish leader immediately waved his hand. Two guards then brought in two people. Just a glance, and Linji's expression changed instantly. Let me go. Let me go. Yu Luoyu was bound with ropes, her face full of unwillingness. She said resolutely, If you have the guts, kill me. What kind of hero are you to capture me? A mere weak woman, and call yourselves warriors. Wu Luo stood beside her, looking down with a dispirited expression. However, as the princess of the Turks, she was naturally treated well. At least she wasn't bound. Both women noticed Linji sitting in the tent. Why are you here? Yu Luoyu was shocked. Then she seemed to realize. You despicable scoundrel. Using me to threaten the young general. He will never bow to you. Young general, you must not compromise. Even if I die, I will never let Mingxing County fall into his hands. Linji felt a mix of emotions. To be honest, when he saw the two women here, he seemed to understand. Wu Luo was, after all, the princess of the Turks. It was natural for her to return to the Turkish camp. But why did he do this? It was probably to plead for himself. On one hand, these two women had deep feelings for him. But on the other hand, wasn't this a reckless act? The matters of two nations at war, life and death. How could they be something ordinary women could involve themselves in? Even if you were the Turkish princess, the Turkish leader would never give up the power at hand in the direction of the war for a single princess. Linji, my incompetent daughter, was originally intended to be married to the Hun leader, but unexpectedly, she was taken away by you. I won't pursue this matter. However, this woman should be someone close to you, right? Now she is my chip. If you don't care about her life or death, then I have nothing more to say. Linji gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with cold light. He hadn't expected the situation to become so complicated. The sudden appearance of Yu Luoyu and Wu Luo had indeed changed the course of events. But if he truly had to ignore them, he couldn't bear it. The two women had risked their lives for his safety. Didn't this prove the issue? Under such circumstances, if he turned a blind eye, would he still be considered a man? After a moment of silence, Linji slowly asked, "What exactly do you want? You can form an alliance with us, but the condition is that you must provide us with a batch of the weapons used in Mingqing County." What? Suibo's expression changed slightly. He was well aware that the weapons used in Mingqing County were the strongest fighting force in the northern border. It was also the main reason they had been able to hold out until now. If these weapons were given to the Turks, if this group turned against them in the future, it would pose a significant threat to Linji. Yu Luoyu also understood. She hurriedly shouted, "Absolutely not. There's no room for negotiation on this matter." Linji glanced at her sideways. "So you're prepared to die?" Yu Luoyu was stunned. To be honest, when she saw Linji, she found a glimmer of hope, believing she could escape from the Turkish camp. But hearing his question now, her heart sank. Indeed, for whatever reason, Linji's presence here today meant there would inevitably be friction. If the negotiations failed, she wouldn't have a chance to leave alive. "I'm just a weak woman. How could I let the entire northern border risk their lives? If sacrificing myself can ensure the safety of the entire northern border, I am willing to die." Indeed, a daughter of a military family. Such poise, even many men couldn't match. Even the Turkish leader couldn't help but clap in admiration. "I never expected the women around the young general to be so extraordinary, with such a sense of national righteousness. If we weren't enemies, it would be a good thing." Hashtag chapter 455. Blood relations come with a price. Linji looked at the Turk leader's self-righteous and arrogant demeanor with great disdain. Sometimes, the height a person can reach depends not only on their abilities but also on their vision. Clearly, in this regard, the Turk leader was far inferior to the Hun's leader. Although the Huns had deeper grudges with the northern border, if Linji had to choose, he believed the Huns were the ones with true ambition. As for the Turks, they were merely living off their heritage. Their way of doing things was truly unpalatable. "Turk leader, if that's your intention, I can agree, but I have one more condition. Your Turk princess must also return with me to Mingqing County." "What?" Upon hearing this, everyone present showed expressions of astonishment. Even Oluo couldn't help but raise her head, her face full of disbelief. The Turk leader, Moha, was quite surprised upon hearing this. "Linji, do you know what you're saying? My own daughter, who has already been betrothed to the Hun's leader, why would I let you take her away? Wouldn't that make me break my promise?" Linji chuckled lightly. "Lord Moha, why pretend in front of me? I think you know better than anyone that you chose to betroth your daughter to the Hun's leader to strengthen your relationship and prevent a bloody war. Now that the Huns have allied with the northern border, if we were to compare strength, I'm afraid my northern border army and Mingqing County's garrison are stronger than the Huns. Are you really sure you want to go against this? In other words, if you don't give me your daughter, there's no point in continuing this negotiation today. If you want to fight the Turks, I, Linji, still have the strength and confidence." Everyone present looked at each other. This matter was not only about the future of the Turks, but also about their reputation. If it were anyone else, the Turk leader Moha would have agreed without hesitation. Using a woman to gain the trust of the northern border would be an incredibly profitable deal. But now, the one being exchanged was the Turk princess. To agree so readily would harm the reputation of the Turks. After a moment of silence, the Turk leader Moha looked at his daughter, Uluo. What do you think? Father, I don't want to marry the Hun's leader. Uluo mustered her courage. In fact, she had always been this way from the beginning. It's just that back then, she only thought about it in her heart and didn't dare to contradict her father. After all, as the Turk princess, marrying for alliance was her duty. But now, things were different. Perhaps because of everything she experienced in the northern border and the influence of Linji, sometimes a person has to make their own decisions. Because life is very short, and if such a major event as marriage is compromised, perhaps her later life would not be happy. And what's the difference between the Turks and the Huns? It's not certain that Uluo would live better in the Huns than in the Turks. I see. Leader Moha snorted coldly. So, in the end, you're still a sentimental man? You want my daughter too? Well, she's my flesh and blood, so it comes with a price. Linji replied extremely cheerfully, without any hesitation. I'll give you half more than what the Huns want. I think this price is worth it. Upon hearing this, Moha's face immediately showed a smile. Ha ha ha, I never thought I'd have the luck to meet such a good son-in-law in my lifetime. From now on, we're family, and I hope we can work together. Unexpectedly, Linji didn't take the bait. He directly pushed away Moha's outstretched hand. Turk leader, I think you misunderstood. I want to take Uluo away, not to marry her, but because this woman is still useful to me. As for the in-law talk, that's nonsense. From now on, you and I are merely in a cooperative relationship. I hope you don't push your luck, Linji said, waving his hand. Suebo immediately stepped forward and placed the contract on the table. Seeing this, the Turk leader's expression changed slightly. His heart was even more displeased. In front of so many of his subordinates, he wasn't given any face, truly not placing him as the leader in his eyes. However, the weapons about to be obtained were obviously more important, so everything in front of him could be tolerated. A true man can bend and stretch. Sometimes certain things shouldn't be so nitpicked, because this would only hinder his future. Although the Turk leader's vision was indeed not as good as the Hun's leader, his many years as a leader were enough to give him some of the most basic qualities. After the contract was signed, the two sides officially formed an alliance. Linji looked at the contract with satisfaction. Then he stood up. Turk leader, the next half year will be our preparation time. After half a year, we will jointly march south, and at that time, we must take the imperial city, overthrow the great Xia dynasty, and kill the great Xia emperor. That's perfect. The atmosphere at this moment was completely different from before. Both sides were in high spirits. The Turk leader Moha even personally led his generals to escort the four out of the camp. Before leaving, Uluo looked back reluctantly, but her father and brother showed no attachment. They had already turned back to the camp, their words full of excitement. It seemed they didn't care about her sister at all. No matter where she was sent, as long as it brought benefits, it was a cause for celebration for the Turks. Why? Can't bear to leave? If so, you can choose to stay, Linji said indifferently. Why? Aren't you taking me away? Uluo's eyes were full of confusion. He had gone to such great lengths, and now he was letting her go. What was this about? Linji chuckled lightly. Miss Uluo, we've been through a lot together, from the Bayun Mountains outside the northern border to later returning to Mengxing County in the northern border. This journey has indeed been thanks to your care. So for me, you are a very important person. I don't want you to suffer too much, so the request I made earlier was just to prevent you from marrying into the Huns. But as for what you want to choose, that's your own business, and I have no right to interfere too much. That open and carefree demeanor shocked Uluo's heart, sinking into the deep sea. Those in power are originally willing to sacrifice even the bonds of kinship for the sake of interest. The Turks may be barbarians, but the leader of the Turks is also a bona fide royal family. So for them, interest is paramount. Besides that, all human emotions are tied by interest. Once they feel it's useless, then they will unhesitatingly neglect and abandon. This is their most ruthless aspect. For this reason, Wu Luo had already lost hope. And today, Linji made her find a glimmer of hope to continue living. Perhaps indeed no one in this world cares about her, but there is always someone who hopes she can live better. Like the seemingly frivolous yet incredibly reliable man in front of her. You signed a contract to take me back at such a great cost. How could I possibly choose to stay in the camp? Wuluo smiled with squinted eyes. Her dimples were exceptionally charming. Even Yu Luoyu beside her found her incredibly cute. Linji could only smile or find anyone else, so I had to figure it out myself. Nonsense. Did I build a secret passage in the county office for you to use like this? Linji was furious just thinking about it. If it weren't for you two, would I need to sign such a treaty with the Turks? Now I even have to give away so many weapons. No matter how you look at it, it's a loss. I know, young general. How come you've become as nagging as my brother? People might think you're both grandmothers in their 50s or 60s. Yu Luoyu said playfully. Her heart felt incredibly warm. Linji's words in the Turkic camp made her feel that she hadn't been let down. Even if she was scolded now, she knew it was out of concern for them. Not only did she not take it to heart, she felt even warmer. Even had the mood to joke around. Come on. If you two could just be a little more considerate, would I need to say all this nonsense? Linji said irritably. Looks like I'll have to let your brother teach you a lesson. Then he turned to Wu Luo. And you, from now on, you're no longer a princess of the Turks. You have to behave yourself when you're with me. If you dare to make the same mistake again, don't blame me for not giving you face. Wu Luo felt incredibly relieved. The previous gloom immediately dissipated. Okay. Why do you keep going on? We were locked up in the Turkic camp for so long and didn't complain to you. You dare to complain? Linji was so angry he gritted his teeth. Suibo watched from the side, unable to help but laugh. Young general, it seems you'll really have no peace now. 3 women make a stage, and this is 4 women. Who knows when they'll cause trouble? Suibo, you can't control these 2 girls, but you have to take care of the princess. I don't want her to take risks on the battlefield. You can rest assured, young general. Suibo said calmly. I will definitely protect the princess's safety. That's best. The 4 chatted and walked towards Mingxing County. In the evening, everyone returned to Mingxing County. Yang Feng and Zhou Yu were both surprised and delighted to see the 2 girls, and after learning the whole story, they were even more terrified. These 2 girls were really audacious to venture alone into the Turkic camp. It was only because Wu Luo had the identity of a Turkic princess and the Turks didn't kill them. Otherwise, just based on what they said, it would have been enough for the Turkic leader to punish them under military law, and they could have been charged as spies. Fortunately, all ended well. Linji didn't blame them. The next 3 days, Linji stayed in Mingxing County. Yu Yin also returned. As the current situation had changed, they needed to formulate new strategies and policies. The goal of the entire northern frontier was no longer just to defend against the Huns and Turks. They were fighting for true peace and stable life, challenging the great Xia dynasty. Although they hadn't yet risen in rebellion, everyone knew they were waiting for the right moment. And that moment was when the court forced them to rebel. Then the people of the world wouldn't see them as rebels. The saying goes, without a just cause, words are not convincing. Since ancient times, any uprising needs a just cause. This is what is meant by having a righteous cause. Although information is indeed blocked and transportation is inconvenient, public opinion is also very important. Otherwise, in the later stages, if they can't gain the support of the people, it will inevitably lead the entire army into a dead end. For this reason, Linji and his team had to make many preparations. At the same time, they needed to gain the support of the entire northern populace. Chapter 457. Comprehensive Construction of the Northern Border. Only by doing so could Linji smoothly enter the Central Plains and rally the world to overthrow the great Xia dynasty. Regarding Mingxing County, Linji aimed to transform it into a military stronghold and industrial base. Currently, there were steel mills here, and not far from Mingxing County was a secret military manufacturing base. With the construction of asphalt roads, all these factors contributed to the significant status of Mingxing County. Moreover, Lin Ji decided to continue Zhou Yu's responsibility for guarding Mingxing County, while Yu Yin would be in charge of recruiting soldiers and purchasing horses in various places of the northern border. Yang Feng would primarily focus on the construction of key transportation routes. Additionally, he promoted a batch of local craftsmen in Mingxing County to become the main heads of various departments. After all, what they were building was no longer just a so-called northern border, but a truly self-sufficient structure. In other words, Lin Ji was almost beginning to construct the foundation of a nation. Though small, it had all the necessary organs. However, if a small state could truly be established in the northern border, it would be even more advantageous to enter the Central Plains. But nothing in this world is ever that simple. The biggest problem they faced now was the source of economic income. Young General, although our northern border has long been self-sufficient, it can barely sustain itself. Now, some local people have started planting potatoes, and there has been some development in agriculture. The woolen sweaters and silk fabrics produced in large quantities by the textile mills have also begun to be sold to various places. However, the scale is still not large, and we are in dire need of money. Zhou Yu looked at the financial situation of the entire Mingxing County and couldn't help but sigh. All the original officials and clerks in the county government had become his assistants and formed a relatively simple but practical financial department. Looking at the ledgers submitted by the financial department, Zhou Yu was really troubled. Waging war requires money. Now the Huns and the Turks were waiting for the northern border to supply them with weapons. Yu Yin still had to recruit soldiers and purchase horses. The family fortune Lin Ji brought from the imperial city had basically been spent on many infrastructure projects. Now, to expand their strength, without money, it was impossible to make any progress. Upon learning this news, Lin Ji couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, I should have established a business when we first arrived at the northern border. The Lin family's business in the imperial city had given him great inspiration. If a pure business caravan had risen in the northern border and had been developing for over half a year, it would have surely taken shape by now. With its unique geographical location, connecting the northern border with the Central Plains, making money would have been a breeze. Selling Central Plains goods to the northern border and vice versa, the profits couldn't be described in words. As a sales manager, Lin Ji was very aware of the profit margin of middlemen, especially in this era of closed information and scarce transportation. Young General, why don't we levy taxes on the people? Yang Feng pondered. The asphalt road had already begun construction in the city, but the progress was relatively slow. On one hand, it was due to insufficient manpower. On the other hand, it was also because of a lack of funds. To build the road quickly, more people would be needed, and the production methods of asphalt were relatively primitive, all of which became factors of influence. If there was no money now, it would be even more difficult to find people to repair the road. No way. Unexpectedly, Lin Ji refused without hesitation. The people of the northern border have always lived in dire straits, and with years of war and the raids of the Huns and the Turks, many have little to their name. Now, to levy taxes on the people would be adding insult to injury. After finally having a few good days, they were already resorting to this. Lin Ji didn't even need to implement it to imagine how dissatisfied the people would be. This would have a negative impact on all their future actions. But young General, the financial problem is urgent, and we can't ask for support from the court. If this continues, even the food and drink of our soldiers will be a problem. Lin Ji pondered for a moment, slowly said, there are still large tracts of wasteland in the northern border. We can arrange for the soldiers to cultivate the land and sow crops during their spare time, and raise poultry if necessary. Would the soldiers be willing to do that? Zhou Yu blinked. Since ancient times, soldiers who joined the army basically had only one job, which was training. Apart from that, they wouldn't do anything else. Now they were being asked to farm and raise livestock. It sounded a bit out of place, didn't it? Why wouldn't they be willing? Lin Ji said matter-of-factly, our army is completely different from the army of the Great Xia dynasty. All our soldiers are here to serve the people. So our soldiers are ordinary people. In our camp, we don't ask about origin or background. Everyone has the opportunity to rise. Moreover, farming and raising livestock can also count as their merits. When the merits accumulate enough, they can be promoted. I don't think any soldier would refuse. Hearing this, Yang Feng and Zhou Yu were enlightened. It was indeed a good method. The young general's mind was truly sharp. But young general, although this method can help the northern border develop sustainably, we still need to solve the most pressing problem now. Yu Yin couldn't help but say, increasing income and reducing expenditure was indeed a good method, but it required time. And now they were short on time, with at most half a year to prepare. Chao Tang wouldn't let them develop for 2 or 3 years. Under such circumstances, even if the soldiers were assigned to farm, it might not be effective in a short period. If the northern border collapsed due to lack of money, they would no longer have the ability to confront the Central Plains. There was even a possibility that the Turks and the Huns would turn against them. Lin Ji pondered upon hearing this. Indeed, this was the fastest method he could think of. If it had to be faster, it was beyond his capabilities. Even if Lin Ji was full of knowledge and advanced concepts beyond the current era, a skillful housewife cannot cook without rice. How to successfully develop this wasteland was already a very difficult task. Chapter 458, Gathering of Old Acquaintances. Just as everyone was at a loss, a constable rushed in. A few generals, someone is requesting an audience with the young general. Can't you see we're discussing this matter? Zhou Yu said irritably. He was already inexplicably frustrated due to the inability to solve the current major problem. Who? It's probably the former deputy minister of the Grand Court of Revision, Gao Feihu, Gao Da. What? The eyes of the few showed surprise. They found it even more unbelievable. Impossible. The deputy minister of the Grand Court of Revision would come here? It's simply inconceivable. Yes, what does seeking refuge mean? All right, stop guessing here. Since they are already at the door, let's go and meet them to find out. Lin Ji said as he stood up. But when he arrived at the county magistrate's office entrance, he couldn't help but be stunned. Outside was a bustling crowd. The leader was the former deputy minister of the Grand Court of Revision, Gao Feihu, and by his side was Yun Songfeng, the son of the Minister of Punishment, followed by a group of people. Lin Ji recognized them all. They were all brothers and friends of the Lin Trading Company. Young General, you made us search for you. Gao Feihu couldn't help but tease upon meeting. Lin Ji was naturally overjoyed. Gao Da, Fengzi, Husan? You all came. Of course. Yun Songfeng chuckled. Brother Ji, we traveled all the way from the Imperial City to the northern border, finally entered Yuzhou City, and almost got caught. It was only after showing our identities that the official told us you were in Mengxing County. Seeing you once is like going through Hell's Gate. We had to go through one checkpoint after another. Ha ha ha. Lin Ji spoke from the heart. He laughed out loud. There's no way before this, they didn't know. Come on, please come in, brothers, too slow. Lin Ji said as he ushered everyone into the county magistrate's office. Then he asked the kitchen to prepare a welcoming banquet. Yu Yin recognized many people present, so naturally, he was familiar with them. Yang Feng and really had an irreplaceable position in the Imperial City. Lin Ji had single-handedly changed the entire trade landscape of the Imperial City. If he had stayed in the Imperial City for a few more years, this young general might have become the #1 tycoon in the entire Imperial City, perhaps even wealthy enough to rival a kingdom. The two couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. Indeed, being a wealthy merchant with no worries about food and clothing is far easier than being here at the northern border, where you have to risk your life every day. The young general's fate has indeed been full of twists and turns. But who told him to have the ability to survive here at the northern border? Zhou Yu couldn't help but smile meaningfully. Then the three of them also joined the table. At the wine table, everyone drank heartily. Lin Ji was also exceptionally happy. He hadn't felt like this in a long time. Seeing his old companions from the Imperial City indeed made him recall the days when everyone worked together. It felt completely different. After a few rounds of wine, Husan spoke first. Young General, you didn't even write to us after coming to the northern border. We only learned about your situation when we sent people to do business and asked along the way. You're making us worry unnecessarily in the Imperial City, aren't you? Linji waved his hand. The saying goes, no point in returning home rich if you can't wear fine clothes at night. I haven't made a name for myself here in the northern border, so how could I have the face to look for you? Young general, you can fool others with that, but we all know the ins and outs of your past struggles together. Do you really think we care about how well you're doing? Gao Feihu couldn't help but say. And we were able to leave the Imperial City safely because of the brothers from the Lin Trading Company. How so? Linji frowned. To be honest, it wasn't surprising that the people from the Lin Trading Company came to the northern border. After all, they were able to establish themselves in the Imperial City because he had defeated the 4 major trading companies, thereby creating their survival space. But Gao Feihu was different. He was an official of the court. Since the establishment of the Great Shang Dynasty, there has been a rule. Officials in the Imperial City are not allowed to travel to various regions at will. Similarly, military generals are not allowed to travel to other military camps at will. The purpose is to prevent collusion and secret dealings. But this time, Gao Feihu actually came to the northern border so openly. No matter how you look at it, something seems off. To be honest, 2 months ago, the court issued an order to block all external trade of the Lin Trading Company, and the emperor even ordered that any officials related to the young general must be strictly investigated. And I was suspended from my duties and sent home to rest several months ago. Gao Feihu sighed as he said this. He had served in the court for so many years, and even if he had no merit, he had some effort. But in the end, it was all negated by just one sentence. Chapter 459. The mysterious and profound Taoist master of extraordinary origins. Lin Ji's eyes flashed with a cold glint as he listened. His suspicions were confirmed. The officials in the court had already started preparing to purge those associated with him. As for who exactly, there was no need to guess. The one who ordered Gao Feihu to return home for rest, apart from the Minister of War Zhu Biao, who else could it be? Most importantly, there must have been Li Jingzhen's tacit approval. As a prince, this matter concerning the appointment and removal of officials. Ordinary officials simply couldn't make the decision. Even the Minister of Personnel and the Vice Minister of Personnel could only issue notifications and execute after receiving all the transfers of officials. They had the right to recommend for promotion. But Gao Feihu, the Deputy Minister of the Grand Court of Revision, was doing just fine. Why send him home? This was something that couldn't be explained. After hearing Gao Feihu's account, Linji couldn't help but sigh. Brother Gao, this time it's really unfair to you. If not for me, your career wouldn't have been affected. Gao Feihu waved his hand. What are you talking about? I was indebted to General Lin, and that's why I had the opportunity to serve in the court. Later, when you came to the capital, as the Deputy Minister of the Grand Court of Revision, I watched countless people target you but was powerless, feeling guilty all along. How could I blame the young general for such a thing? To be honest, Gao Feihu had long been aware of his current situation, even mentally prepared years ago. He was closely related to Lin Tianhao, yet the prince was extremely wary of Lin Tianhao. Think about it. Eliminating rivals was also a tactic used by the prince. Forming cliques was a concern for the royal family. But objectively speaking, if everyone truly loyal to the court had close relationships, what's the problem? This not only strengthened the implementation of official duties, but more importantly, it set an example. For a country, this had a very significant meaning. It was something ordinary people couldn't fully imagine. But you said the Lin Trading Company helped you leave the capital? How so? Linji suddenly realized, his eyes full of doubt. He knew the capabilities of the Lin Trading Company all too well. Originally a group of street vendors, later expanded with the addition of dock officers, its structure grew larger and the scope of its involvement became broader. But at its core, it was still a group of businessmen, completely different from the sects and organizations in the martial world. They couldn't possibly stand up to the court. If the court really wanted to deal with them, they could flatten the Lin Trading Company in an instant. Think about it. Why could the 4 major trading companies stand in the capital? Wasn't it because they had backing? The Lin Trading Company managing to last this long after Linji left was already commendable. Don't even expect them to do much better. This story is interesting, all thanks to Master Yunlong. Master Yunlong? Who is this expert? Lin Ji blinked. Having been away from the capital for over half a year, he hadn't expected such dramatic changes. Now, who is this Master Yunlong? Even the young general doesn't know? Gao Feihu deliberately teased. Yun Songfeng excitedly chimed in. He's the pillar of the Lin Trading Company. It's Master Yunlong. Saying this, he pulled over a middle-aged man with a Taoist hairstyle. The man wore extremely plain clothes. His headband made of hemp, dressed in pure cotton. Apart from a few strokes of otherworldly air, he was the kind of person who would be forgotten at a glance in a crowd. Are you Master Yunlong? Lin Ji narrowed his eyes. There's no such thing as a free lunch. This guy joined the Lin Trading Company after Lin Ji left. From the tone of the crowd, he even helped the company weather several crises. Even Gao Feihu and Yun Songfeng could safely leave the capital thanks to him. Normally, Lin Ji would be happy to have such a talented person assist. But things were different now. If the person was deliberately placed by Li Jingjin or Zhu Biao, blindly trusting him would be like planting a ticking bomb beside him. The consequences of it exploding would be unimaginable. Lin Ji had only two attitudes towards everyone. Either distrust or absolute trust. There could be no middle ground. So before confirming Master Yunlong's origins, he wouldn't reveal any of his true feelings. Indeed, I've long heard of the young general's name. It's an honor to meet you here in the northern border. Truly a young hero with extraordinary demeanor. Master Yunlong smiled, speaking with neither arrogance nor obsequiousness. Lin Ji smiled faintly. I wonder where and when the Taoist master joined the Lin Trading Company? It's quite surprising that someone like you, a hermit of the world, would be interested in making money through trade. I was originally a young Taoist at Mount Mao, and after some accomplishment, I was sent by my master to travel the world and experience tribulations. As for joining the Lin Trading Company, it was on a whim to see if I had the ability to manage a business. If done well, it could benefit many people. Lin Ji nodded thoughtfully, smiling meaningfully. Master Yunlong, you truly have a broad mind and high aspirations. Meeting like this, we must have a drink. Indeed, it should be so. Then everyone started toasting and drinking. They were having a great time. After a few rounds, many were already down. The way of drinking in the capital was different from the customs in the northern border. In terms of alcohol tolerance, they naturally couldn't match Lin Ji. Soon, even Gao Feihu and Yun Songfeng were sprawled on the table. Lin Ji couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. Can't drink much. Why push so hard? I didn't force you to drink this much. I suppose everyone was very happy, so they wanted to accompany the young general to the fullest. Out of the dozens of people present, only Master Yunlong hadn't gotten drunk, and he looked as if he hadn't touched a drop. I'm sorry to have kept the Taoist master waiting. I'll have my servants take care of them. Lin Ji then waved his hand. Soon, servants from the county office carried everyone out. Some were settled in the county office, others taken to the nearest inn. As for the room charge, the innkeeper wouldn't even mention it. If not for the young general, how could they have the chance to run an inn here? Chapter 460. Becoming my right-hand man. All arranged by my father? As the number of people dwindled, only Lin Ji and Elder Yunlong remained in the courtyard. Both seemed wide awake and in high spirits, enjoying the flowers and chatting leisurely under the moon. The kitchen even prepared some light wine and a couple of side dishes for them. In the imperial city, I heard my companions talk about the young general. They said you are 1,000 cups without a hint of intoxication. I didn't quite believe it at first, but today, I must say, you truly live up to your reputation. Drinking so much without any effect. Elder Yunlong couldn't help but show his admiration. In those few hours of dining, Lin Ji had undoubtedly consumed several jars of wine, yet he remained as steady as ever. Meanwhile, the others were already passed out in a drunken stupor. The difference was evident. Elder, you flatter me too much. Aren't you the same? Lin Ji replied calmly, then poured another cup of wine for his companion. I'm not. If not for some trifling tricks, I would have been out cold long ago. How could I compare to the young general? Elder Yunlong said with a light laugh. Oh? What method could make Elder Yunlong so formidable? This. Elder Yunlong didn't seem to hide it. He revealed his wet fingers, exuding a strong aroma of wine. Lin Ji frowned, his eyes showing contemplation. Could it be that Elder uses internal energy to expel the alcohol, making it seem as if you drank, but without any actual effect? Indeed, the young general is exceptionally intelligent. My little trick didn't escape your notice. Elder Yunlong waved it off. Lin Ji's eyes showed surprise. Elder, you are too modest. To possess such strength is already rare. He had initially thought this Taoist monk was a master of strategy. Now, it seemed he had underestimated him. The monk also had unique skills in martial arts. Using internal energy to expel alcohol, though seemingly simple, required precise control and subtlety, something ordinary people could hardly imagine. A silence followed, the atmosphere somewhat awkward. After a long while, Elder Yunlong spoke first. Young general, is there nothing you wish to ask? What do you mean? Elder Yunlong smiled meaningfully. A person should know their worth. Our first meeting wasn't by chance, nor are we particularly close. Yet, you chat with me under the moon. If not for something, you wouldn't do so, right? Lin Ji nodded. No wonder the people of the Lin trading house held this Taoist monk in such high regard. He was indeed wise and brave, even understanding Lin Ji's thoughts. Indeed, Elder, you are straightforward. In that case, I won't beat around the bush. It's puzzling and unbelievable that someone as profound and capable as you would join the Lin trading house. What attracts you to it, to the point of offering your assistance? Elder Yunlong stood up. Does the young general believe in fate? Fate? Yes. As a Taoist, I am somewhat versed in it. I once heard my master mention that the world will soon be in chaos. If a king rises, he will bring extraordinary changes to the world. It's coincidental that when I learned about the young general, I felt you might be that destined one. Lin Ji blinked. He didn't take such talk to heart. Fortune-telling always said pleasant things. Even if it mentioned a calamity, there would be a solution. He didn't dwell on it. Could it be that the elder is also after fame and fortune? Elder Yunlong shook his head. Not at all. While we Taoists seek transcendence, we also care about the world. He turned, his gaze firm. If this world is destined for a calamity, I wish to assist a wise ruler and bring hope to countless lives. Lin Ji was taken aback. What do you mean? The young general knows, don't you? Elder Yunlong smiled deeply. You have 100,000 troops in the northern border, allied with the Turkic and Hun tribes. Your ambition is clear. Since the state is crumbling, and you wish to make a difference, I am willing to help you achieve great things. But it depends on whether the young general has the heart for it. Lin Ji was silent for a moment. The elder came from the imperial city, aware of things not known in the northern border. During dinner, he never revealed any of his ambitions. Yet, it seemed all was within his grasp. If this man wasn't dealt with today, he would surely be a formidable threat. He was akin to Zhuge Liang and Sima Yi. Since Elder Yunlong offered his allegiance to help achieve great things, Lin Ji had no reason to refuse. He was in dire need of talent. Understanding this, Lin Ji slowly raised his cup. In that case, I'll have to trouble Elder to look after me. Elder Yunlong's lips curved into a profound smile. Young general, you may not believe in fate, but in my view, the rise and fall of dynasties and emperors are predetermined. From the day you arrived in the imperial city, the seeds for today were sown. By the way, there's something I forgot to tell the young general. I've known General Lin for many years. It was my suggestion that you went to the imperial city. What? Lin Ji's expression changed slightly. Now he understood why Elder Yunlong was so well informed about the northern border. It turned out everything was arranged by his father. Elder, do you know how miserable my life was in the imperial city? Lin Ji said with a sardonic smile. It seems you were behind all this. If you don't help me solve the problems in the northern border, I'll have to settle old scores with you. Chapter 461. Preparing in advance, with many informants. Young General, you're being a bit unfair here, said Yunlong, his face showing a look of helplessness. It was indeed General Lin's intention at the time. As long as you can help me resolve the current issue, I can let bygones be bygones. Lin Ji changed the subject, speaking with profound meaning. I'm all ears. Currently, our northern border is expanding its forces, but there's a significant problem: insufficient funds. If you can help me with this urgent matter, perhaps I can overlook past events. Having recruited a capable person by his side, Lin Ji naturally wanted to make the most of him. Moreover, he wanted to test how capable this man his father sent to assist him really was. To have hidden so deeply. And according to the people of the Lin Trading Company, within just 7 days after his departure, Yunlong appeared. And within a month, he entered the Lin Trading Company and started taking action. Clearly, this man had been lurking for a long time. Taking this opportunity, it was time to test the waters. So it's this issue? Yunlong smiled meaningfully, his eyes showing pride. If the young general had raised other issues, I might have had to think hard, but just a financial problem? That's no need to worry. Oh. Lin Ji raised an eyebrow. This problem had stumped all the officials and generals at the northern border, including himself. Yet in Yunlong's mouth, it seemed so trivial. Do tell. To be honest, during the time the young general was away from the capital, the Lin Trading Company flourished. Not only did it establish a foothold in the capital, but it also set up branches in the northwest, southwest, and the south, though not under the name of the Lin Trading Company. And not only that, there's also one in Liuzhou in the north. As for funds, the amount we brought north together is a whopping 1 million taels. I think that should suffice for a while. Lin Ji couldn't help but gasp upon hearing this. Goodness! 1 million taels. From the sound of it, this wasn't even the entirety of the Lin Trading Company's assets. Who would have thought? In less than a year, the company he established could develop so rapidly, and branches were set up in multiple places. It's worth noting that these branches, though seemingly just commercial entities, had a deeper purpose. They could not only connect with heroes of the world, but also gather the latest information. In an era where transportation was difficult and information scarce, why were merchants, though lowly in status, rarely underestimated? The main reason was that these merchants could access things that others couldn't. Lin Ji couldn't help but smile. Master Yunlong, it seems I underestimated you. It seems you've already prepared everything, just waiting for my command to rise? Yunlong smiled lightly. Young General, you're being too serious. I did this because General Lin arranged it well. This time, coming to Yuzhou City and meeting General Lin, I also learned of the young general's intentions. I believe that in 3 years, the entire world can be transformed. I'll take your words as good fortune. Liuzhou. At this moment, a fabric store was tidying up items, preparing to close. Suddenly, someone rushed in. Where's the shopkeeper? The shopkeeper has already retired for the night. If you want to buy something, come back tomorrow, the shop assistant casually replied. Earthquake at the high ridge, one side of the western mountains eternally beautiful. The visitor spoke in a low voice. The shop assistant's expression changed instantly. The door faces the vast sea, the 3 rivers waters flowing for 10,000 years? Correct. I have urgent matters to discuss with the shopkeeper. The visitor continued. The shop assistant didn't dare delay. He immediately led the person to the back courtyard. The shopkeeper, receiving the message, came out to greet them. Is anyone following you? No, I carefully checked the entire way. Please come in quickly. Once inside, after confirming that no one was eavesdropping, the shopkeeper finally allowed the visitor to sit down. Brother, what exactly happened that you had to come to me in such a manner? Shopkeeper, according to reliable information, the court has ordered the deployment of the Heavenly Strategy Army and the Long Distance Army to Liuzhou. It seems they are preparing for the northern border. There's also a rumor that the Minister of War, Zhu Biao, has secretly ordered an additional 100,000 troops to follow. The shopkeeper's face changed dramatically upon hearing this. This is the prelude to war? Indeed. The visitor nodded. So now, our most important task is to quickly inform the master. Let them make early preparations, otherwise, once the main forces arrive, we will definitely be at a disadvantage. And it's possible that all our previous preparations will have been in vain. Understood. The shopkeeper nodded. That very night, Lin Tianhao and Yu Zhou received a message by carrier pigeon. It seems Li Jingjin really can't tolerate the Lin family. Just receiving the news, he's already sending troops to the border. How desperate is he to put me to death? Deputy General Ding Yun beside him. His eyes filled with confusion. General, why did the court act so quickly? Could it be that someone betrayed us? There's no need to worry about this. The news of the Northern Border Army returning to the northern border has already spread far and wide. Even without a traitor, Li Jingjin and the court would inevitably know. Lin Tianhao slowly said. In fact, even he hadn't expected that the emperor would harbor such a heavy killing intent towards him. After all, he hadn't officially rebelled on the surface. And for decades, he had also been a contributor to the Great Xia dynasty. But now, this situation had arisen. It was truly too shameless, even beyond words to describe. But General, the long-distance army and the heavenly strategy army are renowned, and the leading generals are also old acquaintances of ours. If we really engage in battle, I'm afraid we may not be able to withstand them. Ding Yun frowned. As one of the 4 elite armies of the Great Xia dynasty, they couldn't just be famous in name alone. Each had its own capabilities. Apart from the Divine Navy, which primarily fought on ships, and the Imperial Guards, which were responsible for the capital's security, the Long-Distance Army and the Heavenly Strategy Army were truly where the battles were. They were there to fight. Whenever local garrisons couldn't hold, local commanders couldn't handle the situation, they would immediately take over, and they rarely disappointed. Now, Li Jingjin directly sent them to the north. The intention was clear. Chapter 462. Teaching a man to fish versus giving a man a fish. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhao couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. It sounds like you're looking down on my son. Underling absolutely does not mean to insult the young general, but the future is fraught with difficulties, and it's always good to be prepared for the worst. Ding Yun said earnestly. Lin Tianhao nodded slowly. Indeed, it is unexpected that the Tian's army and Shangyuan army are garrisoning Liuzhou, but if I cannot defeat them, wouldn't it be easy to continue southward? His lips curled into a smile. Moreover, my son didn't give me half a year, right? In these 6 months, we just need to hold on to Yuzhou and prevent the Tian's army and Shangyuan army from crushing the entire northern frontier. The strongest in the northern frontier. Even in the entire Great Xia dynasty, it was considered top tier. Even so, he wasn't sure he had 100% chance of taking Mingqing County. The defense of Mingqing County was simply too strong. Muskets, cannons, and various other defensive weapons kept emerging one after another. All had enormous destructive power, and some could even strike from a great distance. Even if the soldiers of the Northern Border Army were as brave as they come, they weren't made of bronze walls and iron walls. How could they possibly deal with these things? Even though Ding Yun considered himself an experienced general, seeing this scene still made him marvel at Lin Ji's ingenuity. This was indeed something that ordinary people could not achieve. The key was that it could become an important factor in changing the future war situation. From today onwards, immediately increase the communication and defense between all cities in the northern frontier, and also pay close attention to the situation in Liuzhou. We don't need to worry about Lin Ji for now, but if they need any help, we will do our best. Lin Tianhao stood on the city wall, looking into the distance. That was the direction of the imperial city. Originally, he was not a northerner. But due to leading troops and being stationed here for a long time, he had almost all his time left in the north. But if Lin Tianhao still hoped that one day he could return to the imperial city, because that was where he truly grew up. At the same time, he wanted to tell some people, don't think that the high and mighty throne is so great. If you don't sit in that position honestly and always like to mess around, you will eventually pay a painful price, and will regret it immensely. Morning. When the sunlight shone on the ground, the dew slightly receded. The people of Mingqing County had already started their work. Today was Lin Ji's last day here. After all the matters of Mingxing County were properly arranged, he still had to return to Yuzhou City. Now what he had to manage was not just Mingxing County, but the entire northern frontier, including millions of civilians and over 100,000 soldiers. These people were all waiting for him. He absolutely could not let them down. Zhou Yu and Yang Feng also followed by his side. Along with Master Yunlong, the four of them patrolled the streets and looked around to see the situation of the people. If there were any problems, they could handle them in time. Before they knew it, they arrived at the blacksmith's shop. Master Yunlong was the first to walk in. At the moment, the craftsmen were forging the latest batch of muskets. He curiously picked one up to inspect. His eyes were filled with surprise. Could it be that this is the divine weapon that can kill from 100 zhang away, young general? It's not exactly a divine weapon, but it can indeed kill from 100 steps away, Lin Ji said with a smile. Science and technology is the primary productive force. This saying is truly true since ancient times. If it weren't for his possession of very advanced scientific knowledge and concepts, and the knowledge of manufacturing firearms, the northern frontier would have long since fallen into the hands of the enemy. How could they be standing here safely now? Amazing, amazing, truly amazing. Master Yunlong nodded repeatedly. However, young general, as I recall, you promised the Huns and Turks that you would also give them such weapons to increase their combat power? Doing so might be a hidden danger for us. As soon as these words were spoken, Yang Feng and Zhou Yu immediately chimed in beside them. In fact, they had long felt that this was problematic. Muskets, cannons, and thunderbolt weapons all had enormous destructive power, and they were all very clear. Even during training, they were extremely careful to avoid accidentally injuring the soldiers. With the current medical level, once injured, the consequences would be unimaginable, and this would have a huge impact on their lives. If these important weapons were handed over to the Huns and Turks, and if one day the three sides turned against each other, wouldn't that be trapping oneself? Upon hearing this, Lin Ji couldn't help but smirk slightly. You're being a bit overly anxious, aren't you? Young general, this matter must be guarded against. Don't be fooled by how good they sound now, but the Huns and Turks are fundamentally foreign tribes, and those who are not of our kind will inevitably harbor different intentions. Zhou Yu said decisively. Perhaps it was because of his deep-seated grudges with the Huns and Turks. Even though the three sides had already formed an alliance, Zhou Yu was still very dissatisfied and disdainful. It seemed that he was completely unwilling to live in harmony with the Huns and Turks. But this matter was also within reason. It could be understood. Have any of you three heard the saying, "It's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish"? Seeing this, Lin Ji's lips curled slightly. Of course, but what does this have to do with the current situation? Yang Feng and Zhou Yu were puzzled. Master Yunlong seemed to have caught on. Could it be that the young general's intention is it's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish? Correct. Master is indeed smart. Chapter 463. Always keep a backup. Yang Feng and Zhou Yu listened more and more confused. Their eyes filled with doubt. Young General, Master Yunlong, what exactly are you two hinting at? I'm getting more and more lost. Yeah, what's the difference between fish and fishing? Lin Ji couldn't help but curl his lips in a smile. I told you to read more books, but you want to feed pigs instead. Now you don't understand anything. It's like listening to a foreign language. Yang Feng and Zhou Yu exchanged glances. Their faces showed a hint of helplessness. Since ancient times, scholars and warriors have been two separate entities. Scholars studied poetry, books, rites, and changes, while warriors focused on weapons, tactics, and military strategies. There were indeed similarities between the two, but their specialties were vastly different. Young General, please don't beat around the bush. Just tell us already. All right. Lin Ji nodded. The saying goes, it's better to teach someone how to fish than to give them fish, meaning it's better to teach them how to catch fish than to just give them fish. We know that. Yang Feng quickly interjected. Even if they were less educated, they still knew that much. Zhou Yu blinked. Young General, didn't you get it backwards? Isn't the old saying that it's better to teach someone how to fish than to just give them fish? True, but teaching a disciple can make the master go hungry. For example, when we agreed to give the Huns and Turks the weapons they requested, Linji said meaningfully, "Now, we can teach them how to use it, but they don't know how to make it, which is one thing." Second, when we signed the treaty, I never mentioned how much ammunition we would provide. The two of them suddenly understood. That's right. That was the crux of the matter. Whether it was muskets, cannons, or thunderclaps, the real key was the ammunition. Without it, a musket was no better than a fire poker. A cannon was just a burden. A thunderclap was just a decoration. Brilliant. Simply brilliant. So that's what the young general meant. Even if those guys want to turn against us in the future, their weapons without ammunition are nothing to fear. The two of them finally understood. Their eyes couldn't help but show admiration. What was called outsmarting and being extremely intelligent. This mind was truly calculating the enemy to the core. Moreover, if they need to continue using these weapons in the future, they'll have to buy ammunition from us, which means we can make a big profit. Linji slowly explained. Originally a sales manager, he was quite experienced in business. Many people started their businesses by buying and selling. To expand the scale, one had to become a manufacturer. And the most important point, once someone takes a shortcut, they get addicted. It's like cheating. There's only 0 times or countless times. When the Huns and Turks experience the changes brought by these hot weapons, they won't want to use cold weapons anymore. Even feeling that the benefits from cold weapons are not enough. In the long run, Linji could even develop military trade, and he alone possessed this technology. He didn't have to worry about anyone competing with him. So when the Huns and Turks asked for these weapons, he didn't hesitate at all. As long as the muzzle wasn't pointed at him, they could buy as many as they wanted. Everything was available. In Linji's plan, relying on war to sustain war was not sustainable. As the war continued, it would inevitably cause the public to develop a war weariness. It would be detrimental to his own development. His original goal was to overthrow an empire. If he became a target of public hatred, the Great Xia dynasty would surely take the opportunity to attack. Losing the people's hearts would mean no chance of a comeback. This was also why many so-called peasant uprisings in history always ended inconclusively. Because their vision was not far-reaching enough. After all, the people were tired of the old empire's corruption and the ruler's filth, but these peasant uprisings, after gaining power, treated the people in the same way. Not only did things not get better, but they also went through a great war. How could such a regime be stable and enduring? In the following days, Linji assigned many tasks to Yang Feng and Zhou Yu. The general direction for the next half year in Mingqing County was basically determined. With the 1 million taels of silver brought by the Lin Trading Company, they could immediately start road construction. The saying goes, to get rich, build roads first. Whether they needed to move south in the future or truly establish the entire northern border, road construction was essential. Why had the North always been relatively backward and frequently invaded by foreign tribes since ancient times? On one hand, it was due to the geographical environment being far from the central capital. On the other hand, the environment was relatively harsh. In winter, it was unbearably cold. Combined with drought and scarce crops, it was a barren land. If they could open up key transportation routes, connecting north and south, not only would it facilitate trade in the northern border, but more importantly, it would ensure the rapid flow of goods. For example, several counties near the northwest region were separated by a mountain. They needed at least half a month to get to Yuzhou, or the southeast side. Although relatively prosperous, there was nothing in the north that attracted them. Even if they made money, they would try to buy property and move closer to the south. So road construction was urgent. According to Linji's plan, connect the main roads in the 4 directions of the northern border within 3 months. This was a very huge project. Ordinary people couldn't complete it. But for Linji, the backwardness of the northern border was an opportunity. Labor was cheap here. Compared to the capital, 1 million taels could be spent as 3 million taels. The most expensive were food and daily necessities. Now there was an additional item, ammunition, and for him, The most advantageous was that the Lin Trading Company had come to the northern border. With the help of so many people, Linji was confident he could transform the entire northern border within 6 months. Although there was still a distance to catch up with the capital's prosperity, but it was not impossible. After handling all the affairs, Linji, accompanied by Master Yunlong and Gao Feihu, headed towards Yuzhou. Also, several experienced merchants from the Lin Trading Company were selected to stay in Mingxing County to help Yang Feng and Zhou Yu expand daily operations. On the official road, the group chatted and laughed. Compared to Lin Ji's previous solo trip to Yuzhou City, the atmosphere was like night and day. Young General, I never expected that a playboy like you would one day want to change the northern border. Master Yunlong held the reins, walking beside Lin Ji. It was already spring. The snow that had piled up in the northern border was now gradually melting. Chapter 464. The Man Who Faces 3 Major Trials of Destiny. As spring approached, the northern border also began to show signs of life. Times always need to move forward, and there always need to be those who make sacrifices and changes for it. If that's the case, why can't it be us? Lin Ji said indifferently, his gaze unwavering and calm as he looked into the distance. Young General, have you ever thought about what would happen if you fail one day? Someone asked. Lin Ji chuckled lightly at this. I didn't expect the Taoist master to be such a cautious person. Not really, the Taoist master replied. Just curious. Yunlong the Taoist master spoke with profound meaning. While others might not know, he was well aware. Before coming to the northern border, he had divined his own fate. His life was marked by a major calamity. If he could overcome this trial, he would surely reach an unprecedented height in his life. Even so, Yunlong the Taoist master did not hesitate. As he had said, if the nation is not a nation, the world could easily descend into chaos. Do not look at the current Great Xia dynasty as if it were flourishing, with its million-strong army and prosperous people. Due to the corrupt officials in power, it had become a mere facade, useless in reality, with significant problems in all aspects. Not only the northern border, but also the southwest, northwest, and even the relatively remote southeast had already undergone many changes. The living conditions of the common people were deteriorating day by day. As the nation's fate, what it pointed to was nothing more than the people. Of course, in this era, there was also the concept of heavenly mandate, such as natural disasters and human wars. And now, the entire Great Xia dynasty was only missing a natural disaster, which could very well be the last straw. Therefore, Yunlong the Taoist master, with his heart to benefit all living beings, naturally hoped to create a new era. Even if it could bring 100 years of peace to ordinary people, it would be worthwhile. After arriving in Mingxing County, he divined Lin Ji's fate again. Although he already knew that the Northern Border Army and Lin Tianhao were not ordinary people, they were bound to achieve something. But no one knew if they would ultimately succeed or fail. Those who pry into the secrets of heaven are essentially defying the heavens. Yunlong the Taoist master wanted to find a new way out for all living beings and naturally hoped to see the final result. But unfortunately, his cultivation was limited, and he could not foresee the future of the Northern Border Army and Lin Tianhao. However, when he divined Lin Ji's fate, the result greatly shocked him. Golden scales are not meant to stay in the pond. Once they encounter wind and clouds, they transform into dragons. What is a dragon? The supreme ruler. The precious vessel that upholds the heavens. That is someone who can truly become a king or a marquis. Given the current situation at the northern border, Yunlong the Taoist master had reason to believe that if Lin Ji could overthrow the Great Xia dynasty, he would surely become an immortal wise ruler, and countless people would truly live a good life. Unfortunately, the fate of the strong is rarely smooth. Lin Ji's life was marked by 3 major trials. The first was his solo trip to the imperial city, which he fortunately survived. The second was his defense of the northern border. And now there was a third. The first 2 trials had been so dramatic. The third would likely be even more so. Yunlong the Taoist master could hardly imagine what it would be like then. That's why he deliberately tested. Those who achieve great things do not worry about small matters. In my view, What we do is no different from doing business. Since it's business, there must be risks. But should we not do it just because of the risks? Linji said with a light smile. I believe Taoist Master Yunlong understands this principle. Moreover, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. He was determined to kill the Minister of War Zhu Biao. If not for that scoundrel, he and his father would not be in this situation. And that despicable emperor, always making things difficult for the Lin family and the Northern Border Army. Narrow-minded and petty, some say that when encountering such a ruler, one should just accept it. But Linji was not that kind of person. He had never thought of competing with others for superiority, so he let it go. But someone always insisted on calculating these gains and losses with him. A gentleman does what is right and refrains from what is wrong. Linji never considered himself above others, but he absolutely could not endure such humiliation. Once was enough. Repeatedly? Endlessly? Especially this time at the northern border, he truly faced grave danger. If not for his sufficient wisdom and tactics, he would have been killed by the Huns and Turks long ago. How could he still stand here? The old saying goes, endure for a moment of calm, retreat for a broader sky. Linji considered his temper quite good, but he never expected that someone would still treat him this way, pushing him to the brink. Under such circumstances, could Linji just stand by? Even if not for the sake of all living beings, he had to consider his own life. He couldn't possibly be blindly loyal to the dynasty like others. He had no loyalty to the court. Taoist Master Yunlong, since you were sent by my father to help me, I assume you know all that I've experienced at the northern border and the imperial city. Honestly, if it were you, could you endure these humiliations? That despicable emperor treated him like a chess piece. Zhu Biao was even more outrageous, especially his son, Zhu Zheng. Knowing that Princess Li Qing, this is the realm of a martial artist. It is also mentioned in the Dragon Elephant Divine Skill. Linji, since he started practicing, has always adhered to this. Although he usually looks carefree, he rarely gets truly angry with people. It is usually due to those irreconcilable conflicts, like the Huns and Turks invading massively, hurting innocent people in the northern border. Chapter 465. The rivalry between two princesses. 2 days later, some people arrived in Yuzhou City. Linji arranged for Wuluwa to be comfortably settled. As for Yu Luoyu, he continued to stay at the textile factory in Mingqing County. The factory was extremely short-handed, and it was a critical time for manpower. Yu Luoyu's efforts could be considered as making amends for his previous reckless actions. Additionally, as a punishment for his impulsiveness, Lin Hao did not hesitate to suspend his salary for 3 months, not giving him a single coin as a deterrent. The situation was different now. Previously, everyone was just playing around, and it didn't matter much. But things had changed. They were now facing the entire Great Xia dynasty, constantly guarding against the Huns and the Turks. Moreover, the foreign tribes in the northwest were also beginning to stir, and the entire world was on the brink of chaos. In such a situation, who could ensure they wouldn't be swept up in the turmoil? Linji had to demand complete fairness from everyone. Privately, they were still good friends. But in work, 1 was 1, and 2 was 2. Yu Luoyu's temperament was also becoming more and more like that of a soldier. He didn't take the punishment to heart at all, not even a single complaint, as if everything he had done for Linji was entirely voluntary. And these, Linji silently remembered. Punishment was one thing, but friendship was another. Yu Luoyu treated him so well, even disregarding his own life. Could these things be forgotten? So the only way he could repay was to do his best in his duties. Only by stabilizing the situation at the northern border, even making the Central Plains tremble, could the woman who had been through the storm with him live a truly good life, instead of being in constant danger as she was now. For the next period, you'll stay in my general's residence. Do you have any objections? Linji asked his steward to prepare everything, including household items and clothing, and even cleared a room for Wuluwa. Can I not stay here? Wuluwa hesitated to say. The brave and forthright princess of the Turks has turned into a timid girl, even afraid to enter my general's residence? Linji couldn't help but tease, his face full of smiles. Although he blamed Wulua for being too impulsive and naive, he understood that she did it all for the northern border and himself. These things were over now. What Linji had to do now was to protect her safety. Since this woman couldn't enjoy the treatment she deserved as a princess in the Turks, he couldn't let her suffer in Yuzhou City. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. That's not it. It's just that I heard the princess of the Great Xia dynasty lives here. Wulua pouted. I don't like living with that woman. Could it be that there's a grudge between you two? Linji blinked, his eyes full of curiosity. One was the princess of the Great Xia dynasty, the other the princess of the Turks, both with noble statuses. Surely they wouldn't be petty like ordinary women. But since these two princesses of different nations had never met, why would they have a grudge? It's different. Your affairs have nothing to do with the Great Xia dynasty, but I don't like the Great Xia dynasty, Wulua said meaningfully. To be precise, Li Qingyue was her enemy. Linji noticed these details, but didn't inquire further. Then he said, there are many people here, and there's someone to take care of you. Of course, if you really don't want to, I'll find another place for you. However, for these few days, you'll have to stay in the city's inn. Just bear with it for now. Wulua nodded. Linji then had the steward escort her to the inn in the city and arranged for several guards to protect her. When Li Qingyue arrived at the northern border, although the imperial guards from the capital didn't accompany her, Linji later recruited dozens of young, strong, and agile men in Yuzhou City with the help of Xiao Lian and Sui Bo. He personally trained them into guards, making the general's residence more lively than before. After seeing Wu off, Linji entered the general's residence. Just then, Lin Tianhao came out. So, you've already sent that girl away? I didn't expect you to still have the same playboy style as before. Dad, what are you talking about? Am I that irresponsible? Linji was a bit helpless. In front of others, he could be unrestrained. But Lin Tianhao was the general of the Northern Border Army and his father. He absolutely couldn't be disrespectful. He was well aware of this. Although he was a transmigrator and didn't have a deep father-son bond with Lin Tianhao, if not for him, he might have died in the Battle of Yuzhou City. Just for this kindness, he should show respect. Then why did you send her away? Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, seemingly not taking the matter to heart. The situation is different, Dad. Linji explained the reasons. Lin Tianhao listened, his eyes revealing a profound look. I didn't expect this girl to have such pride in her bones, unwilling to stay in the general's residence. I have to look at her differently. Linji blinked. Dad, from your tone, it seems you know the reason? Yes. Do you know why the court sent me to guard the northern border? Lin Tianhao said meaningfully. Isn't it because the northern border is too chaotic, and other generals couldn't hold it? Only the northern border army could? Linji blurted out. That's not entirely wrong, but it's only part of the reason. The Huns and the Turks are also some of the older nomadic tribes outside the northern border. And they know the might of the Great Xia dynasty, so they don't dare to come easily. But over 20 years ago, Li Jingzhen, then young and ambitious, led 300,000 Great Xia troops north. Not only did he slaughter the Huns and the Turks, but even the eastern island nations were defeated. Lin Tianhao recalled the past with a profound look. And Wulua's grandfather, grandmother, and mother all died in that continuous war. The one responsible for this was Li Jingzhen. Calculating it, they have a blood feud. So Wulua probably wouldn't want to live in the same place as Li Qingyue. I didn't expect there to be such a grudge. Linji couldn't help but sigh. Hashtag chapter 466. A past humiliation, today's pride. No wonder they always say that during times of war, human life is as cheap as grass. Oluo's grandparents and mother, after all, were part of the Tujue royal family. To think they could be killed so casually. The grudges and grievances involved are probably not something that can be explained in a few words. So you need to think clearly. If you want both of these women to stay by your side in the future, you must resolve their grudges. Otherwise, it will cause you trouble sooner or later, Lin Tianhao said meaningfully. Linji nodded. It seems that in the future, He must arrange a meeting for the two women to resolve their conflicts, or else this matter won't be so easily resolved. All right, these are private matters, and I don't want to pry too much. Now, let's discuss the important matters at hand, Lin Tianhao said seriously. The two of them then went to the study. Compared to other rooms, the study was exceptionally simple, which was related to the general's residence. The general's residence has always emphasized martial prowess. The Lin family has been generals for generations, so the study was merely a place to review official documents during work. Moreover, Lin Hao used to be playful and never thought about studying, so the study was not prepared for him. But now things are different. The two fathers and sons are planning for major events of the present. It is certainly impossible to be as they were before. Lin Ji also told Lin Tianhao about all the current situations at the northern border. Father, do you remember the half-year agreement? Given the current situation, I am confident that I can transform the entire northern border within half a year. By then, not only the tens of thousands of troops stationed in Meng County, but even your Beijing army will also possess extraordinary combat power. Lin Ji said with conviction. Really? Lin Tianhao asked. Of course. Since father has always been concerned about the situation at the northern border, I believe you are very clear about how Meng County has reached its current state step by step. That's true. Including the weapons they use, which I have never heard of or seen before, Lin Tianhao replied meaningfully. At the time, they were hidden in a valley outside the pass. When they learned that Lin Hao had returned to the northern border, Lin Tianhao almost acted impulsively, but he restrained himself in the end. However, he still sent people secretly to Meng County in case of any critical moment where Lin Hao was in danger, so they could take him away in time, at least saving his life. As for the other civilians at the northern border, he didn't care at all. Because Lin Tianhao had already thought about sacrificing everyone to achieve his great cause. This world always needs some sacrifices. Lin Tianhao had been fighting for so many years, and he understood this too well. He couldn't really care about everyone. And when Lin Tianhao first learned about firearms, cannons, and thunderbolts, he was incredibly shocked, especially when he saw his subordinates demonstrate them personally. Even more so, he was awed by their power. However, even though the Northern Army had already established their own blacksmith's workshop in the valley, they still couldn't replicate the firearms and cannons used by Lin Ji. Dad, where did you get these weapons from? Lin Ji couldn't help but ask. You know, in this era, firearms and cannons are very special, and no one else besides Meng County can use them. Even the Huns and Tujue, knowing the power of these two weapons, couldn't come up with any countermeasures. Catapults, bows, and arrows? These cold weapons are truly just toys in front of firearms and cannons. They can be played with at will. You have your strategies, and I have my tactics. Although I am now an old man, you underestimate your old man too much. When I was making waves, you were still playing with mud. Lin Tianhao said proudly. His eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of pride. This was not only for himself, but also for Lin Ji. As a father, he knew Lin Ji too well. From childhood to adulthood, this guy did everything except the right things. He indulged in play, eating, drinking, and having fun. Except for killing and maintaining the well-being of the world, almost all the disgraceful behaviors happened to him. If not mentioned, few people could have thought that this person came from the northern general's residence, because he didn't have the slightest appearance of a young general. But after spending a year in the royal city, his son had undergone a tremendous change. Not only did he master the dragon elephant skill, but he also became both brave and wise. Several times, he defeated the Huns and Tujue, even under the extremely disadvantageous conditions of military strength. He even developed weapons like firearms and cannons. They could easily turn the tide on the battlefield. Which father wouldn't want to see his son succeed and become a dragon? Lin Tianhao suddenly felt that all the effort he had put in over the years was not in vain. After going through so many things, he had finally awakened. No way, Dad. You still kept so many secrets from me? Now we are on the same boat. Lin Ji couldn't help but complain. Do you remember the battle against the Tujue where the bandits of Erlong Mountain intervened? Lin Tianhao slowly said. Lin Ji frowned. It seemed he understood. That battle was extremely fierce. Not only did many bandits from Erlong Mountain die, but even their second-in-command sacrificed to ensure the retreat of the Yu family army. These things, until now, Linji had never asked about. Although they were bandits, these people were still loyal and righteous. They did their best to maintain the safety of the northern border. Although it seemed useless, it was already very rare to do what they could. Many things in this world are like this. If everyone just minded their own business, then no one would care about others. In the end, a country would only be bullied by outsiders. Later, Lin Ji even built a cemetery outside Yuzhou City. It was to bury the soldiers and righteous men who died in the war. At least to let them return to their roots, so their families wouldn't have nowhere to pay their respects. I see. They said at the time that a batch of weapons fell on the road and couldn't be found. It turns out you sent someone to pick them up? Lin Tianhao nodded. Of course, these things couldn't fall into the hands of others, right? It would only affect the situation at the northern border, or even cost our lives. Chapter 467. Steady progress, step by step. Firearms can kill from 100 steps away. Cannons can kill from 100 feet away. Thunderbolts can injure many people simultaneously. And the explosion is extremely fast. These three weapons each have their strengths, but they also have a fatal flaw. They require ammunition. Without it, none of them can unleash any power. Given our current productivity in the northern border regions, even if I assign all the skilled blacksmiths from the Northern Army to produce ammunition, we can expect a significant batch within 6 months, Lin Tianhao said with a profound tone. But that won't be enough to face the situation we might encounter 6 months later. He truly didn't understand. Firearms and cannons were indeed miraculous. However, as a general, Lin Tianhao had his own unique instincts. Since Lin Ji established the blacksmith shop, he has been working overtime to produce ammunition. Similarly, due to the limited technology, the firearms and cannons produced sometimes easily jammed. This was unavoidable. Even after multiple adjustments and using steel as the raw material, Lin Ji could only reduce the probability of problems, not solve them fundamentally. In the past 6 months, Lin Tianhao gradually discovered the strengths and weaknesses of firearms and cannons. The enemies you faced before were only the Huns and the Turks, and the 2 large-scale battles were essentially the siege of Mengxing County and later the joint attack by the Huns and Turks. In such situations, you almost exhausted all your ammunition. Do you think it would be enough if we faced the million-strong army of the Great Xia dynasty? Lin Tianhao toyed with a steel ball in his hand. It was one of the essential components of the current firearms. Of course, other items could be used as substitutes, but the effect would obviously not be as lethal as a steel ball with gunpowder or a sharp bullet head. Lin Ji pondered for a moment, confidently said, "Outside Mengxing County, I established a munitions factory dedicated to producing firearms, cannons, and the necessary ammunition. 6 months is enough to accumulate a batch, and even if we go to war with the entire Great Xia dynasty, this munitions factory will be a crucial resource for us." From the moment he decided to root in Mengxing County, Lin Ji had realized this. Some people always say that business is like war. There is indeed some truth to that. On the battlefield, every day and every moment is a huge consumption, whether in terms of manpower or financial resources. Why do some dynasties empty their treasuries and even lead their nations to decline after prolonged wars? There are precedents for all of this. Waging war to sustain war is even more unsustainable. Therefore, Lin Ji planned to build a true rear base, with sufficient financial and human resources, to ensure they wouldn't be left desperate for solutions and forced into extremes when they eventually went to war with the Great Xia dynasty. Under such circumstances, all actions must be forward-looking. Lin Tianhao shook his head upon hearing this. His eyes revealed a profound smile. "You underestimate war too much?" "What do you mean?" Lin Ji frowned, his eyes showing confusion. Lin Tianhao stood up, his hands behind his back. "You've been on the battlefield for less than a year, and the largest 2 battles you've been involved in involved no more than 100,000 men. So you can't understand what it means to fight a war with millions. In this aspect, Lin Tianhao's experience was exceptionally rich. Lin Ji listened carefully, his eyes filled with contemplation. Although he was confident in his extensive knowledge and ability to create things the world had never seen, it didn't mean he knew everything. In the art of war, he was still a beginner. It could only be blamed on the Huns and Turks for being too arrogant. If they had treated him as Lin Tianhao from the beginning, even a god couldn't have defended the northern border. Now, Lin Ji had gradually grown, but even so, the last joint attack by the Turks and Huns caught him off guard. If not for Lin Tianhao and the northern army arriving in time, Yuzhou City would have fallen. There would have been no chance to recover. Dad, despite all you've said, you haven't mentioned the key point. Exactly. The key is, you don't have enough men. Lin Tianhao suddenly turned around. With just the munitions factory 200 li outside the city, even if hundreds of blacksmiths work day and night, one battle could deplete all your reserves. Then all our advantages in combat power will be lost, returning us to the original situation where numbers decide the outcome. Tell me, how much confidence and certainty do you have? Lin Ji remained silent, his eyes filled with solemnity. Even before the war began, he could foresee what the situation would be like. As the ammunition ran out, even if the northern border could continue to replenish, it wouldn't match the rate of consumption. And if they returned to the era of cold weapons, they would lose the most significant threat against the Huns and Turks. Then they could even benefit from the situation. No one could predict what the final outcome for Lin Ji would be. Father, what should we do to break the deadlock? Steady progress, step by step. Lin Tianhao enunciated each word. Why did he stay hidden outside the northern border for so many years? It was all to prepare thoroughly. Because when the northern army reappeared before the Great Xia dynasty, there would be no room for negotiation. Li Jingjin would unhesitatingly order their execution. Everything would fall into an unprecedentedly complex situation. We not only need the munitions factory to produce ammunition, we need to drive the entire northern border, making it our most important base. As you said, military strength is crucial, but so are the people. Lin Tianhao spoke slowly. As a general, he had seen too many things over the years. Even though he had never served in the court, he knew that to overthrow the Great Xia dynasty, they must stabilize their foundation. Now, the 13 states, 36 counties, and numerous villages and tribes in the northern border regions have all been arranged with people from the Northern Army. Chapter 468. With such a partner, what more could one ask for? They not only provide us with the most comprehensive information but also, when necessary, can rally the hearts of the people. Lin Tianhao said emotionlessly. This was the main task he had been focusing on for the past few years. No one would have expected that the Northern Border Army had already infiltrated every corner of the northern border, even within the Huns and the Turks. Lin Ji couldn't help but reveal an incredulous look in his eyes, unable to believe what he was hearing. Father, you've given me a great gift. Indeed, Lin Tianhao nodded. But we also need an opportunity, a true opportunity to declare ourselves independent. Lin Ji's heart skipped a beat, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. What do you mean? According to the information I've received, in a month, the Tian's army and Shangyuan army will be stationed in Liuzhou. At that time, I will have our soldiers disguise themselves as imperial troops and raid the surrounding villages. Once this spreads, it will completely dishearten the entire north towards the court, making it even more conducive for us to rise against them. Lin Tianhao explained slowly. Lin Ji's face paled. Father, isn't that too cruel? What we're doing is originally just for self-preservation. But if we now treat the people of the northern border so harshly, wouldn't that go against our original purpose? At the end of the day, he still couldn't bring himself to be ruthless towards ordinary civilians. Most importantly, Lin Ji couldn't bear it. On the journey from the capital to the northern border, he had seen the desolation. Countless people displaced, bodies strewn across the land. He had hoped to build a place where all people could live in peace and contentment. But never had he imagined that he would have to do something like this. To achieve great things, one must not be bound by trivialities. Aren't those soldiers who died on the battlefield also pitiful? Lin Tianhao said slowly. Put aside your sentimentalism. Moreover, I will eventually pacify these people under the name of the Northern Border Army. Besides, can you think of a better way? War inevitably involves sacrifice. Sometimes, there is no such thing as dishonorable tactics. As long as the goal is achieved, anyone would break their limits. Looking back at history, which emperor hasn't stained their hands with blood? If one truly views the world with a heart of mercy, then they are not fit to be a ruler, let alone lead the world. Linji remained silent for a long time before speaking slowly. Father, in this operation, can we avoid taking their lives? Can't bear to see bloodshed? Yes, Linji nodded. Casualties on the battlefield are unavoidable, but isn't everything we do for ourselves and for the people? If one day our actions are known to the people, how will the world view us? Lin Tianhao's eyes flickered with approval. He knew what he was doing was wrong, but on a national level, many things should not be judged in black and white. In the face of interests, everything is a choice. I'll do my best. For the next period, focus on building your reputation in the northern border. Let all the people see what qualifications the young general of the northern border has to compete for the throne. Yes, Linji nodded. After such a deep conversation, his heart became extremely complicated. He even began to doubt whether the choices he had made were right. But in reality, Linji and Lin Tianhao were the same. They had no way back. The court was pressing hard, and Minister of War Zhu Biao had repeatedly sent assassins to the northern border. Even Princely Jingzhen had sent a princess to kill him. How could one not remember all this? Linji, even with a heart of mercy, did not want to be toyed with by these people. Unknowingly, he walked to the courtyard, where Li Qingyue lived. The night was serene with a bright moon and sparse stars. Linji looked at the lights in the room, hesitated for a moment, and then decided to turn and leave. Just then, the sound of a door opening echoed. Young General? Li Qingyue stepped out of the room. Even in plain clothes, her stunning beauty and graceful figure couldn't be concealed. Under the moonlight, she looked like an immortal from the mortal world. Why are you here and not coming in? Li Qingyue walked up gently, her voice soft. After going through so much, she was no longer the aloof princess she once was, now with a gentler demeanor. Her eyes, looking at Linji, were filled with affection and tenderness. Nothing, just couldn't sleep and came out for a walk. Didn't know if you were asleep, so I didn't want to disturb you, Linji casually brushed off. Li Qingyue, sharp as she was, immediately saw that he had something on his mind but didn't ask directly. Instead, she said very considerately, "Why don't you come into my room for some tea and rest a bit?" Linji nodded and didn't refuse. Although they hadn't officially become husband and wife, they had already shared a bond. With mutual affection and genuine care, Li Qingyue didn't place much importance on reputation. What mattered more to her was Linji's sincere concern and attention. Back in the capital, even as a royal princess admired by countless people, what did it amount to? Li Jingzhen had sent her to the northern border with just one word, and after that, he never inquired about her. Not even when she was in Yuzhou City and the Huns and Turks united to attack, did he show any intention of sending reinforcements to protect her. This kind of kinship had become increasingly vague in Li Qingyue's heart. Sometimes, she wasn't even sure what she was to Li Jingzhen, a daughter or just an accessory to add luster to the royal family. "The night is beautiful," Li Qingyue said as she poured Linji a cup of tea. The room was filled with the faint fragrance of tea and a unique, subtle scent. A woman's boudoir, even with simple decorations, was neatly arranged by Li Qingyue, with many paintings and calligraphy pieces she had done herself hanging on the walls. Mountains, rivers, and beautiful women. Is this a self-portrait? Linji pointed to a painting on the wall, showing a woman in elegant clothing, turning her head in the street. That's not me. Guess again? Li Qingyue smiled radiantly. The situation in the northern border was clear to her, and the repeated dangers made her realize that being able to enjoy a moment of warmth and peace in such a place was truly precious. Could it be someone you met in Yuzhou City? They seem familiar to me. Chapter 469. Marry a chicken, follow a chicken. Marry a dog, follow a dog. Li Qingyue let out a soft chuckle, her eyes twinkling like stars. If Xiaolian heard that, she would definitely be very sad, she said. You drew Xiaolian? Lin Ji's eyes were filled with surprise. This was not his fault. The image was so different from Xiaolian's usual appearance. Of course, Li Qingyue said with a light laugh, covering her mouth with her hand. Her every movement exuded elegance and charm. Being born into the royal family was indeed different. Many aspects set her apart from ordinary women. Such a woman, no matter how she dressed, would stand out in a crowd. Even Lin Ji couldn't help but feel a flutter of emotions. If one could have such a wife in life, what more could one ask for? That's not entirely my fault, and I've never seen her wear that outfit before, Lin Ji retorted. Young general, Xiaolian may be your maid, but she is also a woman. I know you have never treated her as a mere servant, Li Qingyue said gently. It's just that Xiaolian is willing to serve you like this. This was one of the qualities Li Qingyue most admired in Lin Ji. How many people in the world can treat everyone equally? Those in high positions look down on their subordinates, the wealthy look down on the poor, and even major sects in the martial world look down on the miscellaneous schools. It seems everyone has an innate sense of superiority. Although Li Qingyue was born into the royal family, her experiences were different from others. She had been neglected by princely Jingjin since childhood, despite the respect shown by outsiders, which was entirely due to her royal status. It was this contradiction that made Li Qingyue always hope to treat everyone equally. In her eyes, the ability to rule the world should not be a reason to stand high above others. One day, even those at the top of the mountain will descend, and should those currently climbing mock the gods descending? No one can give an answer to this. It was only after meeting Lin Ji that Li Qingyue discovered that there truly were such unique individuals in the world. Despite rumors that the young general of the northern garrison was unruly and unambitious, she knew that beneath his carefree exterior lay a sincere heart. Yes, Xiaolian is really good. No matter how destitute I was, she stayed by my side. And even when I basked in glory, she never left, Lin Ji sighed. Over the years, he had experienced too much. People came and went, but only Xiaolian remained steadfast. Now, Lin Ji considered her more than just a family member, holding an unshakable place in his heart. It's okay. I'll be by your side from now on, Li Qingyue said softly, resting her head gently on Lin Ji's shoulder. No matter how troubled you are, or what you encounter, I'm willing to face it with you. She had experienced the lows of life and seen through the so-called family ties and status. These things were far less important than someone's genuine kindness. Lin Ji couldn't help but smile bitterly. But what if one day I have to face your father on the battlefield? Li Qingyue suddenly lifted her head, her gaze complicated. But she didn't answer immediately. After a moment, she asked slowly, have you decided? I have no other choice. In the imperial city, you should be able to tell, including your purpose in coming to the northern frontier. He is willing to go to any lengths to kill me. If I don't do this, how can I protect myself? Lin Ji sighed. If he were just an ordinary citizen, perhaps he could have fled to the frontier and lived a secluded life. But he was the young general of the northern garrison. Once in the martial world, it's hard to withdraw. Lu Zhengfeng of Hongshan sect wanted to retire from the martial world, but because of his private friendship with Chu Yang, an elder of the demonic sect, he was forced to the brink of extermination. Lin Ji, even if he didn't want to fight for the throne, had to consider those around him. Li Qingyue, Xiaolian, Yu Luoyu, Zhou Yu, Yang Feng, Yu Yin, the Lin Trading Company, and those who had come from the imperial city to seek refuge with him. Didn't they all place their hopes on him? If he gave up now, it would be impossible to extricate himself. Li Jingjin would stop at nothing to eradicate him. If that day comes, I have no choice. Marry a chicken, follow a chicken. Marry a dog, follow a dog, Li Qingyue said softly. I only ask that it doesn't cause him too much pain. Lin Ji nodded slowly. All right, I promise you. So far, I've promised you two things. The first was to kill Zhu Biao and his son, which I haven't done yet. The second is this, which I also can't fulfill yet. But one day, I'll make them all pay for their deeds. Li Qingyue's heart was filled with ripples. As for Zhu Zheng's matter, she no longer wanted to delve into it. Even her own father didn't care, so who could she expect to seek justice from? But she never expected that after so long, Lin Ji in the northern frontier hadn't forgotten. How could she not be touched? "Thank you," she whispered, gently kissing Lin Ji's lips, her eyes filled with tenderness. "Silly, you're my wife. Even if we haven't officially married yet, it's just a matter of time. If I can't even protect my own wife, how can I protect everyone in the northern frontier?" Lin Ji said with a light laugh. Then he lowered his head. As the bed curtain was drawn, the headboard gently swayed, and the room filled with soft, melodious sounds, sometimes gentle, sometimes deep. The two lovers continued to spark with passion, experiencing the fusion of love that truly conveyed their feelings for each other. Outside the door, Lin Tianhao watched from a distance, his lips curling into a smile. "You rascal, I never thought you'd end up as the royal son-in-law. But your unworthy father-in-law isn't worth your filial piety." As he spoke, he suddenly heard a disturbance behind him. In an instant, he leaped over the roof. Outside, several black-clad figures stood. "Master! How is it?" "Everything is in place. The entire northern frontier is now under our control." Chapter 470. Horses are indispensable. The next day, morning, the rooster crowed at dawn. When Lin Ji got up, Li Qingyue was still sleeping soundly on the bed. Her face remained unchanged, as beautiful as a celestial being. The snow-white skin below her neck was particularly striking. Lin Ji gently kissed her forehead. Then, he got up quietly, tiptoeing. They had stayed up late the previous night. Li Qingyue probably needed a good rest. Returning to his own room, Lin Ji quickly washed up and changed clothes. By the time he was ready and walked out, Master Yunlong had already been waiting in the main hall. "Young General, you're up early. Isn't that a given? Time is pressing, and I don't want to waste too much of it." "Indeed." Master Yunlong nodded. He then took out a scroll from his sleeve. "What is this?" Lin Ji raised an eyebrow. "This is a map of the entire northern region, including hills, forests, rivers, and all the towns. I borrowed it from the Yuzhou prefect." Master Yunlong unrolled the scroll. It took up 2 tables. The northern region was indeed vast and rich in resources. Unfortunately, it was sparsely populated, and the weather was harsh. So it was quite troublesome. The topography of the entire north was clear at a glance. There were many newly added marks, apparently made by Master Yunlong himself. This intrigued Lin Ji. "Master, you are indeed meticulous. It's hard to believe someone like you would help a rebel like me." "Young General, that's not very nice to say. What do you mean by rebel? Are nobles born to rule? Aren't all dynasties eventually replaced by new ones? The so-called divine right of kings is just nonsense, a fabrication to consolidate power." Master Yunlong said meaningfully. Lin Ji couldn't help but be curious. "So, Master, do you believe I am the chosen one?" "No. I just believe the young general has the ability to change the world." Master Yunlong said seriously. "Don't you want to?" Lin Ji nodded. After these days of interaction, he found that Master Yunlong indeed had some skill. Few could outmatch him in conversation, but this man was quick-witted and often answered in unexpected ways. Lin Ji felt this man might truly help him achieve great things. Then he wouldn't have to be in such a predicament. "Master, you haven't explained why you brought this scroll to my residence today. You know I'm busy. It's not necessary to just look at the map." "Of course." Master Yunlong's lips curled slightly. "Before the troops move, provisions must be ready. If we are to go to war, we must prepare thoroughly. But provisions are not just about food. Since ancient times, the biggest concern in warfare has been running out of food and water. Without provisions, soldiers have no fighting spirit. The enemy doesn't even need to attack, just surround them. Once morale is lost, the entire army becomes a disorganized mob, unable to fight back. The saying goes, when the army collapses, it falls like a mountain. Once that happens, no one can turn the tide. Of course, this only applies to the era of cold weapons. With the advent of firearms, provisions are no longer just about food, but also about everything used, including mounts. If we really plan to march south, I've marked several large granaries along the way, as well as nearby horse ranches. I've heard that the Kunming Valley Ranch is the largest, but its owner is no ordinary person. Oh, Lin Ji became interested. His eyes showed contemplation. Someone who catches the masters, I must have unique talents. Correct. Master Yunlong nodded. The young general should know that the northern border produces a type of blood-sweating horse, capable of traveling 1,000 miles a day. Lin Ji knew this. He had ridden one back from Mingxing County to Yuzhou City overnight. It wasn't exaggerated, but after the ride, the horse needed at least 3 days to rest. And the Kunming Valley Ranch is the most famous in the north, with over 1,000 horses. If we can take over the Kunming Valley Ranch, it will be of great significance for our southward march. Master Yunlong said seriously. In this era, wars mainly relied on infantry. All soldiers marched on foot. Those with war horses were usually commanders. Cavalry had unparalleled mobility on the battlefield. That's why the Huns and Turks dared to challenge the great Xia dynasty. It's because they were nomadic and trained stronger horses. Their light cavalry was unstoppable. If Lin Ji had a light cavalry made up entirely of blood-sweating horses, its combat power would be unimaginable. Moreover, the southward march to the Central Plains was a long journey. Horses were an indispensable tool. So, what's the background of the owner of Kunming Valley? It's said he once studied under a sect in the martial world, mastering martial arts, and has a very eccentric personality. General Lin once tried to borrow horses from Kunming Valley, but was refused outright. Master Yunlong said meaningfully. Although Lin Tianhao was distrusted by the court, he was highly respected in the north. Everyone gave him some face. But the owner of Kunming Valley Ranch didn't budge. This alone showed that he was extraordinary. Interesting. Lin Ji nodded thoughtfully. This also made him realize another problem. In a long-distance raid, relying on just 2 legs was a huge burden for all soldiers. Even if they reached the capital, their combat power would be further weakened. In this era, vehicles used horse-drawn carts. It was impossible to have hundreds of thousands of soldiers ride carts. Where would they find so many horses? As for trains, that was out of the question. There were no transportation routes or vehicles. Long-distance raids were the biggest problem. Even the first emperor of Qin was no exception. Back then, Yingzheng was so mighty, unifying the Central Plains, sweeping away the 6 states, and stabilizing the 9 regions. Yet, even then, the Qin dynasty was powerless over the border regions, too far away. Chapter 471. The Invention of the Bicycle. Lin Ji was acutely aware that their current endeavors left no room for retreat. Therefore, he was determined to make every possible preparation. War horses were indeed essential. The impact and terrifying mobility of light cavalry on the battlefield held significant importance. They were indispensable. Thus, the empty Brightness Valley was a must-visit. But before that, I need to do one thing, he said. What? Yunlong Taoist's eyes were filled with confusion. Could anything be more important than finding war horses? Of course, give me 3 days, Lin Ji said with a meaningful wink. Yunlong Taoist hesitated, but seeing Lin Ji's resolute expression, he knew he couldn't change his mind, so he nodded, considering 3 days not too long. 3 days passed in a flash. On the 4th day, Yunlong Taoist arrived at the general's residence on time, only to find Lin Ji was not in the main hall. Instead, the old steward awaited him. Are you here to see the young general? Naturally. The young general is in the backyard. He said if you come, you can go straight there. Yunlong Taoist grew more puzzled with each word. What was this guy up to? It felt so mysterious. Filled with immense curiosity, he went to the backyard. There, he saw Lin Ji pushing a strange-looking contraption around in circles. Even though Yunlong Taoist had seen much in his life, he had never encountered such a thing. 2 wheels connected by a pole, even with 2 handles. What is this? Yunlong Taoist was utterly perplexed. Could it be that the young general had spent 3 days holed up at home just to fiddle with this thing? In his view, it was not only useless but seemed more like a pastime for a pampered noble. Taoist, you came so early? I was about to send someone to invite you, Linji said as he dismounted. He came to Yunlong Taoist's side. Young general, you can't afford to relax your vigilance just because the Huns and Turks pose no threat to us now. What we're about to face is the Great Xia dynasty, a threat far more dangerous than the Huns and Turks. At such a critical juncture, spending time on such trivial matters? Wouldn't that be a laughingstock? Linji blinked and then couldn't help but chuckle. You mean this? Taoist, you've misunderstood. This thing isn't a toy. On the contrary, it holds special significance for us. What significance could it possibly have? Yunlong Taoist was on the verge of outright scolding. How could he not distinguish between what's important and what's urgent? Taoist, come take a look. What does it look like? A cart? But I've never seen a cart with 2 wheels in a row like this. It probably wouldn't even stand upright, let alone move. No, this thing has a special name. It's called a bicycle or iron donkey. Iron donkey? Yunlong Taoist blinked, unable to suppress his curiosity. Yes, whether it's war horses or animals responsible for transporting food and other equipment, they all consume a lot of food on the road. Moreover, their progress is very slow. Linji said slowly. Technology's impact on ordinary people's lives might not be that significant, because only through a major transformation can its effects be clearly seen. For instance, in the era he once lived in, as a child, the family used landline phones, which were very inconvenient. It was extremely difficult to contact people when out. There were also so-called big brothers. But these were extremely expensive, costing tens of thousands, unaffordable for ordinary families. Later, mobile phones emerged. Then there were smartphones, gradually evolving into smartphones. By then, ordinary people's lives had greatly improved. But this was the result of technology leaping through countless levels. Technology is first applied in military and industrial sectors. So the first and second industrial revolutions, including modern technology, have also led to drastic changes in warfare. The same principle applies. Although this thing seemed insignificant, and no one would associate it with war, but great heights start from the ground. If bicycles could be mass-produced, the significance would be immense. And during military campaigns, often, a large amount of food had to be carried, mainly because half of it was needed for the accompanying animals. Whether it was war horses, donkeys, or oxen, their appetites were much larger than a single person's. And this iron donkey doesn't need animals to pull it. It only requires human pedaling, greatly saving travel time. Although it can't be used on the battlefield, it can greatly facilitate our daily work. Imagine, if everyday travel had to be done on horseback, switching to bicycles could save a lot of food. These resources could then be diverted to other uses. The North was still in the process of rebuilding. Every aspect needed attention. Really? Yunlong Taoist found it hard to believe. But he examined the bicycle carefully. Due to limited technology, in only 3 days' time, Linji's creation was relatively crude, but it could be used after some experimentation. As for the tire material, soft pads were used for now. After all, the manufacturing process and operational cost of inflatable tires were not easy. Soft pads protected the rims from being crushed. If you don't believe me, Taoist, you can try it yourself. Then you'll know if I'm telling the truth. Linji raised an eyebrow. Seeing this, Yunlong Taoist didn't hesitate to get on, guided by Linji, gradually mastering the knack of riding the bicycle. But he fell several times before he could ride it normally. Young general, this thing is truly amazing. I've never seen anything like it before. When Yunlong Taoist dismounted, he was drenched in sweat. Even someone as versatile as him seemed to have encountered a shortcoming. However, it must be said, the bicycle was indeed very ingenious, especially the feeling of riding it, which was exceptionally unique. Yunlong Taoist had a feeling. What Linji said was not unfounded. If this thing could become popular in the northern border, it could bring convenience to many people. Traveling wouldn't need horses anymore. If the price was relatively low, even ordinary people could use it. Young General, how did you come up with such a wondrous invention? Yunlong Taoist couldn't contain his curiosity. He wanted to find out. Have you ever read a book called Heavenly Creations? The latter shook his head. This book records many strange things, including firearms and cannons. Chapter 472. Shameless Taoist, reneging on a deal? Linji's lips curled slightly upwards. He naturally couldn't reveal the true reason for his knowledge to the other party. As for the concept of heavenly craftsmanship, it simply didn't exist in this world. So, pulling out an ancient text at random was enough to fool the other party. Linji wasn't unwilling to be honest. It was just that the explanation was far too complicated. Moreover, revealing his identity as a time traveler might not be a good thing. It could very likely attract unwanted attention. At that point, the Xiongnu and the Turks would no longer help him attack the imperial city. They might even join forces with the great Xia dynasty's Li Jingzhen to eliminate him first. The emergence of a strong individual is not just a deterrent to others. More often, it induces fear. Imagine, if someone could do anything. The Turks and the Xiongnu helped him conquer the great Xia dynasty, eliminating his greatest enemy. How could the nation Linji establishes in the future possibly compete with them? Elder Yunlong, upon hearing this, didn't delve deeper. He merely nodded with a serious expression. I never thought the young general was well-read and a remarkable individual. It seems the rumors are not entirely true. Hehe. Do you think presenting this as a gift to the master of the empty Brightness Valley would have a miraculous effect? What? Elder Yunlong suddenly understood. No wonder the young general wanted to postpone for 3 days at such a critical juncture. It turned out to be for this reason. This item has never been seen before. I believe no matter how peculiar the other party is, they would never refuse it. In that case, let's set off for the empty Brightness Valley today. Linji said confidently. The two immediately prepared. Since only one bicycle had been made so far, Elder Yunlong could only ride a horse. As they left Yuzhou City, Elder Yunlong couldn't help but tease. Young General, although your iron donkey is convenient and saves food, I'm afraid it might not be faster than my steed. He wasn't riding a blood-sweating horse, but it was still a top-notch horse. Only those above the rank of a colonel in the military were qualified to use it. Oh! Linji raised an eyebrow. The competitive spirit between men naturally arose. In that case, why don't we have a race to see who can reach the empty Brightness Valley first? That's exactly what I had in mind. But how should we decide the stakes? Elder Yunlong said meaningfully. Just say what you want, Elder. Linji replied candidly. Since it was a race, there had to be a good prize. What he wanted, Elder Yunlong might not be able to provide. But it depended on what the other party asked for. If I win, the young general will have to specially craft a device for me for self-defense. Isn't the musket enough? Linji blinked. That thing is not convenient to carry daily, and it's slow to load ammunition. In special situations, it's almost instantaneous. Would enemies give you time to reload? Elder Yunlong said. So you want me to think of a new gadget for you, huh? Correct. With the young general's intelligence and the many strange things you've made, I don't think this would be too difficult for you. Then it depends on whether you can beat me. Without another word, Linji stepped on the pedals and started pedaling vigorously. Elder Yunlong quickly followed suit. At first, the steed was indeed faster, with a quicker start. But after about an hour of racing, the horse inevitably needed to rest, and its speed gradually slowed. Linji, relying on his strong physical fitness, could maintain a very fast speed at any time. He quickly caught up with Elder Yunlong and even overtook him. Elder, I'll be off first. You take your time and rest. Elder Yunlong watched the distant figure. He couldn't help but laugh heartily. It seemed the young general still had a childlike heart. But from this, one could see that the bicycle indeed had great advantages. At least in terms of stability, it was much better than riding a horse. As long as the rider's stamina was sufficient, they could keep going. Whereas with a horse, both the rider and the horse needed to rest. No wonder in my divination, you are the chosen one. With such talent, being just a young general is truly a waste. Elder Yunlong said meaningfully. His gaze was exceptionally bright. So far, his attitude had been relatively conservative. From what he knew about the northern border, Linji was indeed talented, but to achieve great things, one needed more than just talent. What was more important were intelligence and wisdom. In this aspect, Lin Tianhao was clearly more adept. Brave and resourceful, ruthless and decisive. These were the qualities a true ruler should possess. But as time went on, Elder Yunlong found that Lin Ji was like an inexhaustible treasure. New things could always be seen in him, and this was something many people could only dream of. Looking back through history, even those renowned emperors who shone brightly eventually reached their limits. Lin Ji, however, seemed to have no such worries or hidden dangers. His potential was endless. It was both shocking and hard to believe. All right, is the horse still not rested? If we don't catch up, we'll really lose. Elder Yunlong urged. The man and the horse resumed their journey. The empty Brightness Valley was southeast of Yuzhou City, about 100 li away. Not too far, not too close. At least it would take a day and a night, unless one had exceptional horsemanship and a top-tier steed. By the time the two arrived, it was already dusk. Unknowingly, nearly 4 to 5 hours had passed. Elder, I've been waiting here for over half an hour. Looks like you've lost. Lin Ji sat by the roadside. The iron donkey was parked in front of him. Elder Yunlong reined in his horse. He was already out of breath and drenched in sweat. Young general, your physical fitness is truly extraordinary. Plus, with the iron donkey's boost, it's a bit unfair. What? Lin Ji stood up abruptly. Elder, you're not going back on your word, are you? You proposed it in Yuzhou City. Although he didn't have any special demands. But it couldn't be a pointless race. Losing was one thing. Reneging on the deal was another. Young general, there's no need to get excited. I admit my loss, just not happily. Naturally, one must honor their bet. Chapter 473. No meetings for those with the surname Lin. I wonder what request the young general wishes for me to agree to? Yunlong Taoist dismounted his horse, smiling. Although he had lost, he felt quite at ease. Witnessing such a wondrous artifact, not only had he broadened his horizons, but the potential mass production of this item would undoubtedly make transportation in the entire northern region more advanced. This would tighten connections between various regions and make the transmission of information faster and more efficient, causing a cascade of unforeseeable impacts. How about this? You previously mentioned having me craft a protective weapon for you. Now that you've lost, find me a priceless treasure instead, Lin Ji said with a meaningful smile, seemingly intent on putting Yunlong Taoist to the test, a small revenge for his suspected attempt to renege on their agreement. Young general, you're throwing a tough one at me right off the bat. A priceless treasure? What I consider valuable, you might not agree with. What's there not to agree with? Lin Ji shrugged. If it's a priceless treasure, it ought to be extraordinary. Just like this empty Ming Valley. Although the horses raised here are still the famed blood-sweating horses, the sheer quantity is what makes it valuable. With over 1,000 horses, even the Xiongnu or the Tujue might not be able to produce such a number in one go. What about me? Yunlong Taoist pointed at himself. What about you? I'm the priceless treasure. Unique under the heavens. There's no second like me in the entire world. Yunlong Taoist's lips curled slightly, revealing a profound smile. Lin Ji almost vomited at this sight. I say, Taoist, can you at least have some shame? Don't you monks ever consider tempering your conduct? How can you say such disgusting things out loud? What's the big deal? As monks, we view worldly matters with equanimity. Thick skin or not doesn't matter. What's important is the purity of our hearts. As Yunlong Taoist spoke, he walked towards the valley. Lin Ji blinked, finding the words somewhat reasonable. Suddenly, he realized, wait, you're not just flattering me on purpose to weasel out of this, are you? How could that be? As the two approached the entrance of the valley, two young servants in white appeared. Private territory, no trespassers allowed. Their attitude was extremely firm, leaving no room for negotiation. All lands under heaven belong to the king, and all those within the realm are subjects of the king. This is within the borders of the great Xia dynasty. How dare you claim this land is private? Linji couldn't help but taunt. So what? If you have the guts, call someone to wipe us out. The unexpected firmness of the two servants took him by surprise. Yunlong Taoist couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Didn't I tell you, young general? Linji nodded, acknowledging the unusual nature of the situation. He then composed himself and said seriously, I am Lin Ji, the young general of the northern border garrison stationed at Yuzhou City. I have urgent matters to discuss with your master. I hope you can inform him. The two servants' eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. They hadn't expected the renowned Lin Ji of the northern border to come in person. I'm sorry, young general, but our master does not receive visitors. Please return. Seriously? Lin Ji was quite taken aback. He hadn't expected his reputation to be of no use here, feeling quite surprised. There truly is something important. Please, just inform him. Seeing this, the two servants exchanged glances. They were well aware of how much Lin Ji had done for the northern border in the past half-year. Out of respect for this guardian deity, they decided to give him some face. All right, please wait here. I'll be right back. The servant entered the valley but soon returned, his face now bearing a handprint. Please leave, both of you. Our master says he will not see anyone from the Lin family. His expression was quite weight-sheathed, clearly not expecting such a response. Lin Ji and Yunlong Taoist exchanged glances upon hearing this. The emphasis on the Lin family? What did that mean? Could it be that the owner of the empty Ming Valley has some grievance with my family? That's beyond my knowledge, but it seems the rumors are true. The owner of the valley indeed has a peculiar temperament, Yunlong Taoist remarked, glancing at the servant's handprint. Refusing a meeting was one thing, but hitting a servant was another. It was unprecedented to be so unreasonable. Lin Ji would have let it go for other matters, but horses were crucial for the northern border army and the garrison of Ming County. He couldn't let this opportunity slip. I don't believe it. Today, I will meet your master. With that, Lin Ji forced his way in. The two servants immediately tried to block him. Young general, please have mercy. If you go in today, we'll suffer even more. They then assumed a fighting stance. If you insist, we'll have to fight. Just as Lin Ji was about to negotiate further, Yunlong Taoist swiftly moved, delivering two quick chops. With two thuds, the servants fell to the ground. Impressive. I didn't expect the Taoist to be so skilled. Lin Ji exclaimed in surprise. He had thought Yunlong Taoist was a non-combatant, but now it seemed he was truly well-rounded. In the world of wandering, one needs some survival skills. What's the use of talking more? This way, they have something to report. Yunlong Taoist waved his hand. Along the way, more servants appeared, likely recognizing the intruders' identities, and tried to stop them. Lin Ji and Yunlong Taoist used their respective skills to subdue them without taking their lives. Soon, they arrived at a luxurious fortress within the valley. This is the so-called Qin Fortress, Yunlong Taoist introduced. What are we waiting for? Let's go in and see what kind of character can be so unrestrained here, even disregarding my face. Lin Ji said calmly. But as the two just barged in, a furious roar echoed, "Stop!" A dignified and elegant noblewoman emerged from behind a screen, adorned in opulent attire and jewelry, exuding an air of nobility. Her refined appearance was akin to a noble consort in the palace. Is there no one left in the Qin fortress? Even a woman has to come out? Lin Ji couldn't help but taunt. He had thought the owner of the horse ranch was merely eccentric, but it seemed he was also cowardly. Chapter 474. The Stubborn Mrs. Qin. But when the noblewoman spoke, both Lin Ji and Master Yunlong couldn't help but be shocked. I am the owner of this horse farm, Qin Hongmian. You two dare to trespass into this empty Ming Valley, and now you dare to humiliate me? That's a crime deserving death. As soon as she finished speaking, Several men in white robes appeared around them. Each of them had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, their looks handsome. They didn't seem like thugs at all, but more like kept men. This situation directly made Linji laugh out loud. Master, do you think these guys with their thin arms and legs really have any combat power? I say, Mrs. Chin, what are you raising these people for? Why not spend the money on me? I could be your personal bodyguard. Judging by looks alone, Chin Homyan was definitely top tier. Add to that her age of over 30. Like a ripe red apple, she exuded a mature charm. So it seems you father and son are cut from the same cloth, shameless scoundrels.
Attack.
Chin Homyan's eyebrows shot up. With a single command, the surrounding men immediately swarmed forward. Lin Ji and Master Yunlong quickly took up defensive positions. Originally, they thought these guys were just pretty boys, good-looking but useless. But after exchanging blows, they realized it was not the case. The martial arts these white-robed men used were extremely unique, emphasizing speed above all. This was very different from the martial arts styles of many sects in the Central Plains. It was more akin to the tactics of assassins. Even so, they were no match for Lin Ji, who possessed the divine dragon elephant skill, and the experienced Master Yunlong. Soon, all the white-robed men were knocked down. Lin Ji snatched a short staff from one of them and casually played with it in his hands. Mrs. Chin, it seems your men are not up to much. How about you seriously consider my previous proposal? His flirtatious tone and winking expression seemed to revert to his previous playboy demeanor. Master Yunlong couldn't help but sweat profusely. It seemed he had thought too much. After all, Lin Ji was still a rich young master. How could he really be as steady as a monarch? But when dealing with someone like Mrs. Chin with her eccentric personality, perhaps only Lin Ji could do the trick. Often, upright gentlemen wouldn't even get past the front door. How dare you? Mrs. Chin snorted coldly. Lin Ji, I know you're formidable, but so what? This is my territory. Do you think you can kill me? Although Lin Ji wasn't hot-tempered, being insulted left and right by the other party, anyone would feel some displeasure. Mrs. Chin, there's no grudge between us. Today I came to visit in good faith and even prepared gifts, but I didn't expect you to be such an unreasonable person. Most likely, she's going through menopause. Lin Ji didn't want to deal with such a woman too much. If not for the need for war horses, he would have turned back long ago. Who does she think she is? Just the owner of a horse farm? Does she really see herself as a noble concubine in the palace? Hee hee. Chin Homyan sneered upon hearing this. The gate is right behind you. You can leave any time. I won't stop you. You. Lin Ji couldn't help but frown. He really didn't expect this woman to be so stubborn. An inexplicable sense of displeasure arose in his heart, perhaps due to fighting in the northern border regions over the past year. Lin Ji had developed a straightforward temperament. Even thinking, why not just capture this woman and take all the blood horses back to settle the matter once and for all? Reasoning? That's for people with brains. There's no reasoning with someone like this. Master Yunlong, seeing this, could roughly guess what Lin Ji was thinking. He quickly whispered, Young General, please don't be hasty. This matter can't be rushed, or else our purpose this time will be in vain. Isn't she just a woman? Can't we handle her? Lin Ji was puzzled. Young General, you may not know, but this empty Ming Valley is originally close to the northern border, neighboring the Huns. And this place is famous for its blood horses. Almost everyone in the north knows about it. But so far, neither the Huns nor the Turks dare to easily offend, mainly because Mrs. Chin is indeed quite skilled in horse training. It's said that if anyone tries to take them by force, with a single whistle, all the blood horses will immediately go berserk. It's a complete do-or-die situation. If I don't get a good outcome, neither will you. Lin Ji blinked. Never thought this woman was such a tough character. No wonder she could stand her ground in the northern border regions. It seems she does have some skills. With that in mind, Lin Ji had to suppress his discontent. Then he smiled and said, Mrs. Chin, I apologize for my previous rudeness. It was truly an offense. We came here with no ill intentions, genuinely wanting to pay a visit. Bullshit. Do you think I don't know what's on your mind? You and that old dog Lin are the same. always looking for profit. Today you came. You're clearly eyeing the blood horses in my empty Ming Valley. Seeing no progress, and Mrs. Qin not budging, the two had to temporarily give up. After leaving Qin's fortress, Master Yunlong looked helpless. I didn't expect Mrs. Qin to hate the young general so much. I should have come alone. Maybe things would have been easier. Come on, we're not a horse gang. A few horses won't do. We need thousands of blood horses. And Mrs. Qin isn't stupid. How could she not see through your background? Linji glanced sideways. So what do we do now? Can't we just make a wasted trip? Master Yunlong spread his hands. If it were someone else, he had plenty of ways. If direct methods didn't work, he'd resort to sneaky tricks. Soft methods didn't work, he'd go hard. After all, they were all people in the martial world who didn't have some dirty tricks. But the key this time, the opponent was a woman. Hashtag chapter 475. The Taoist offers to arrange a marriage for you? Even Lin Ji, let alone Master Yunlong, couldn't have anticipated this. The owner of the empty Ming Valley rarely makes an appearance. Even when someone comes to request a horse, they usually wouldn't show up personally. This time, it was only because the two of them forced their way in. They happened to run into her. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known the owner was a woman. And judging by her age, she must have been through a lot. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so adamant at the time. Master Yunlong has a rule for life. Never make things difficult for women. This is also a rule of their Taoist temple. Although Taoists emphasize the emptiness of the four elements and the equality of all living beings, some things still need to be respected. Unless the other party has gone too far, to the point where Master Yunlong disregards their gender, but usually, by that time, he would have already taken decisive action. I'm just curious, do you think this Lady Qin was so harsh to my father because she was really abandoned before? Linji crossed his arms. He looked utterly helpless. To return to Yuzhou City now, wouldn't that be a waste of time? And to come back empty-handed? Feeling frustrated, he might have to make another trip. Nowadays, it's not like the era he used to live in. Just hop in a car and you're there. 3 round trips, even an Iron Man would be exhausted. It's clearly impossible to ask Lin Tianhao for the reason. After pondering for a moment, Lin Ji suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Master, why don't we sneak into the horse farm? Take a look first, and if possible, we can just steal the horses directly. Come on, young general. You were born into a noble family? How could you even think of doing something so shameless? Master Yunlong looked utterly shocked. He seemed to have overestimated the other party. Apart from the battlefield, many of his everyday behaviors were like those of a small punk. He could even come up with such a despicable plan. So, are you coming or not? Of course I am. Master Yunlong blurted out. You still have the nerve to say that? Aren't you the same? Linji couldn't help but complain. This Taoist was still trying to set up an image in front of him. Didn't he have any shame? Oh, I'm a monk. You know, there are limits. But if the young general insists, then it's different. Master Yunlong chuckled. Linji rolled his eyes. He couldn't be bothered to continue the argument. The two then took a detour and went to the top of the valley. They roughly observed the terrain of the entire empty Ming Valley. It was more like a gourd. The entrance of the valley was the mouth of the gourd. The further back, the wider it became. Behind the Qin fortress was the horse farm. It was next to the Liao River, which runs through the entire north. From a distance, one could vaguely see countless blood-sweating horses leisurely strolling on the vast grassland. This empty Ming Valley is indeed a treasure trove. If a military base were built here, it would surely protect the entire fortress. Lin Ji mused. He felt even more puzzled. His father, Lin Tianhao, had been guarding the northern border for 10 years. Logically, he should have known the terrain here like the back of his hand. Using the empty Ming Valley as a horse farm was indeed a waste. If it could be controlled, it could connect to the Huns to the south and the small islands like East Liuli and Goryeo to the east. To the south, it could extend directly to the Yellow Sea. Then, circling around to the East Sea, it could reach Jiangnan. This place. It must be worth a mountain of gold and silver. Indeed, I once mentioned this to General Lin, but it seems he had no interest in it, and he never disturbed the owner of the empty Ming Valley. The more Linji listened, the more he felt there was something fishy. What kind of temper was his father? Decisive and ruthless. He could sacrifice all the civilians in the northern border without hesitation, let alone a horse. Say something reliable off the battlefield? Look at what you're saying. What if she already has a family? Am I going to be a stepfather? So what? Linji didn't care. Buy one, get one free. Isn't that a good thing? Besides, if her daughter is cute, you can still take her in, no problem. And having a family has its benefits. They are experienced, and you can just enjoy the good life. Master Yunlong was stunned. He finally reacted. His old face turned red. You little rascal. You really don't know how to hold your tongue. No wonder the court doesn't like you. If it were me, I'd find a way to get rid of you too. Say what you want, but don't joke about this. Linji put on a fake serious face. The two chatted casually as they walked, and before they knew it, they arrived near the horse farm. After dodging the patrols, they easily entered the horse farm. From a distance, the horse farm looked extremely vast, but when they were inside, they realized they had underestimated Lady Qin. A woman who could manage such a large horse farm was definitely no ordinary person. Without some means, it was truly impossible. These are indeed good horses. Looking around, all the blood-sweating horses were robust, with bright eyes. Their fur was incredibly smooth, reflecting dazzling light under the setting sun. Even someone who didn't know horses would probably be moved by these magnificent mounts. Master, I can't hold back anymore. We must steal all these horses back today. Linji was eager to give it a try. These thousands of blood-sweating horses could provide immense combat power to the entire Northern Army and the garrison of Mingxing County, which didn't need to be described in words. Conservatively estimated, 1,000-man light cavalry formed by them would definitely have the ability to break through a 10,000-man enemy line. It's possible. After all, if they were to return the way they came, they might not even make it out of the valley before word got out. Most importantly, there was a stretch of mountainous path. These blood-sweating horses might not be able to pass through it easily. If they were to fall and get injured or even die, Linji would be heartbroken. Not being the head of the household, one doesn't know the value of rice and firewood. These treasures are not far from here and are even more valuable than money. However, after walking for nearly a stick of incense time, they still couldn't find a suitable spot. Linji couldn't help but feel annoyed. What kind of place is this? So tightly guarded. It's like Mingxing County. I should have brought my tools. If I get angry, I'll just find a gap. Just as Linji was looking around with his hands on his hips, a clear voice suddenly sounded from behind. Who are you, and why are you in my family's horse farm? Linji turned around sharply. A little girl was standing not far away. Her eyes were lively, and she had twin ponytails. The clothes she wore looked expensive, but the style was a bit rustic. She gave off a feeling of liveliness and cuteness. But at the moment, she was staring at Linji intently, hands on her hips, looking fierce, as if she had caught a thief in her home. Oh! Linji couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect there to be such a pretty little thing in this horse farm. Looking at the horsewhip hanging from her waist, Linji already had an answer in mind. A horse caretaker? So small, not even as tall as a horse. Can the horse listen to you? I asked you first. Why did you enter my family's horse farm? Your family's horse farm? Linji blinked. Don't joke around. Don't you think I know? The owner of this horse farm is Madame Qin. Yes, she's my mother. What? Linji couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. His eyes scanned her up and down. Strange, shouldn't be, right? From Madame Qin's previous attitude, it's not hard to see that she and my old man Lin Tianhao must be old acquaintances. And the relationship is not shallow. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such deep resentment. Usually, a man can make a woman remember him in only two ways. Either she hates him to the extreme, or she loves him to the extreme. Obviously, Madame Qin's feelings for my old man should not be love, or maybe it's love turned into hatred. If that's the case, then wouldn't this little girl be my sister? But looking closely, she doesn't resemble Lin Tianhao at all. If it weren't for these romantic entanglements, why would Qin Hongyan be so hostile towards Lin Ji? The little girl was unnerved by Lin Ji's direct gaze, her cheeks turning red. In this horse farm, apart from her mother, Qin Hongyan, usually, other people treat her as a servant and don't dare to look at her directly, and she rarely leaves the horse farm. Now encountering a young gentleman like Lin Ji, she can't help but blush and feel her heart race. After all, apart from everything else, Lin Ji is not only handsome but also has an extraordinary demeanor. Even many noble sons feel inferior compared to him. Plus, having been on the battlefield and commanding troops, he has a heroic aura that is irresistibly attractive to ordinary women. Who exactly are you? My family's horse farm is not open to outsiders. If you don't leave now, I'll immediately go tell my mother. Hey. Lin Ji came to his senses. He quickly stopped her. No, I mean little sister. Is there a need to be so hasty? I just got lost and happened to walk in, trying to find a way out. If that's the case, then why are you afraid of my mother knowing? The little girl tilted her head. Although she was naive, it doesn't mean she's stupid. She immediately caught the loophole in Lin Ji's words. It seems you're quite clever? Lin Ji didn't try to hide it. Isn't that normal? I heard the owner of this valley has a bad temper. What if he thinks I'm a horse thief? Wouldn't I be in big trouble? The little girl pondered. She felt there was some truth to it. Indeed, my mother's temper is indeed not good. Lin Ji couldn't help but laugh, completely amused by this innocence. He rolled his eyes. Little sister, since this is your horse farm, you must be very familiar with the surroundings? Why don't you tell me a way out of the valley? There's no way. The little girl shook her head. The terrain of this valley is very special. To enter, you have to go through the entrance, and to leave, the same. Otherwise, you'd have to bypass the plain and cross the Liao River, which would take almost a day's journey. What a treasure! Truly a treasure! Lin Ji couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. I'm still too principled. I'm only thinking about getting the war horses. Such a prime strategic location, combining natural barriers and geographical advantages, if a city could be built here, the control over the north would be enhanced several times. But back when he was in sales, there was a saying often mentioned. Blocking someone's financial path is like killing their parents. This time, he came just for the war horses. If he were to take over the entire Kongming Valley, wouldn't that be like a cuckoo occupying the nest, cutting off their livelihood in the future? Judging by the current situation, it seems this valley has no male owner. Madame Qin alone with her daughter, a widow and her child. If they were to wander around, it would be quite miserable. Lin Ji has never been someone who does things to the extreme. Can't you think of a way for me? I did think. I said I'd take you to see my mother. That won't do. Lin Ji waved his hands repeatedly. If Madame Qin knew he sneaked into the horse farm, she would probably go to extremes. With that temper, if it's just dealing with Lin Ji, it's fine. He can handle it. But what if Qin Hongyan, seeing the situation go south, lets all the blood-sweating horses run away? Then he would be at a huge loss. Why? Just because my mother has a bad temper? But do you plan to stay in this horse farm forever? The little girl looked puzzled. Suddenly, she pointed at Lin Ji and said, You're afraid of meeting my mother. You must be here to steal horses? I'm going to tell my mother right now. Saying that, she turned to leave. Lin Ji, seeing this, was anxious. He quickly stepped forward to stop her. But it turned out this little girl also had a stubborn streak. She insisted on leaving. Just like Qin Hongyan. Like mother, like daughter. It really holds true. Hashtag chapter 477. Even the blood-sweating steed can't outrun the iron donkey. Seeing the little girl was stubborn and wouldn't listen, Lin Ji, in a moment of urgency, immediately stepped forward to grab her. But to his utter surprise, she was actually skilled in martial arts. She turned and deftly broke free. Lin Ji's eyes flashed with astonishment. Following that, he tried to grab her again. The little girl's movements were exceptionally nimble. She slipped away once more. Little cloud-chasing hand? Lin Ji was astonished. This was the exclusive martial art of his family. It had the same effect as the Shaolin Temple's grappling techniques. However, the little cloud-chasing hand was easier to learn and had simpler moves. Its main purpose was to escape and counter-grapple. Although it wasn't considered a profound martial art, it was unique to the Lin family. To say this girl had no relation to his old man was utterly unbelievable. He definitely had to ask the old man about it when he got back. Could she really be his long-lost sister? If so, it was impossible to let them stay in the horse farm forever, mother and child. But that was for later. Right now, Lin Ji couldn't let the little girl ruin his plan. Seeing he couldn't catch her, he decided to take a firm approach and hugged her tightly. Still trying to run? I don't believe I can't catch you today. The little girl struggled, but found herself unable to escape Lin Ji's embrace. The disparity in their strength was clear. Mother, mother, we have intruders. The little girl could only shout loudly. Her voice echoed across the vast horse farm. Lin Ji realized it was bad. He had to cover her mouth. I'm not here to steal horses. If you keep shouting, I really won't be polite. He put on a fierce expression. The little girl was genuinely frightened. Her eyes, like a deer's, were full of innocence and fear. It made Lin Ji soften. I don't want to trouble you, but if you behave, I won't do anything to you. If you understand, blink. Seeing the little girl stopped resisting, Lin Ji let go. He breathed a sigh of relief. Curiosity got the better of him and he asked, "Who taught you that move? Was it an old man with a beard?" "I don't know. My mother taught me this skill, saying it could tame horses and protect myself." The little girl was indeed innocent. Seeing Lin Ji didn't harm her, she gradually lowered her guard. Damn! Lin Ji cursed inwardly. Even many soldiers in the army weren't qualified to learn the little cloud-chasing hand. This girl was using it to tame horses, which was somewhat insulting, but he didn't mind. Since you can't find the way out, I'll find it myself. Just pretend you never saw me. That's not possible. What if you steal our horses and run away? The little girl was persistent. Clearly, Madame Qin was quite strict with her. Otherwise, how could she let such a delicate girl take care of the horses in the farm? Come on, do you really think your farm's horses are the best in the world? My mount is even better than yours. Liar. The little girl scoffed. Everyone in the north knows our horses are unique. Many people want them. I don't believe yours can be better than ours. Is that so? Lin Ji had an idea. Why don't I show you? All right. Wait here for a moment. Lin Ji said and quickly went back the way they came. Since they had taken a detour to the top of the valley for an easy escape, he had secretly moved his mount and bicycle near the horse farm. Soon, Lin Ji returned with the bicycle. The little girl tilted her head, her eyes full of curiosity. She couldn't help but laugh. What kind of horse is this? Just a pile of iron. Even though it's made of iron, your horses might not be able to outrun it. Lin Ji's lips curled slightly. Naive little girls were easy to trick. Even Master Yunlong had been fooled, let alone her. Sure enough, the little girl immediately became indignant when the challenge was issued. Let's compete then. Compete we shall. Lin Ji smirked inwardly. But there should be a wager for this competition, right? The little girl thought for a moment. All right, if I lose, I'll give you this dagger. If you lose, you have to come with me to see my mother. Lin Ji was helpless. Little sister, why are you so fixated on this? Do you really need me to see your mother tonight? I have to report everything to my mother. If there are outsiders and I don't tell her, she will punish me. The little girl wasn't stupid. She knew she wasn't a match for Lin Ji. Forcing him was impossible. Moreover, the little girl hadn't had much interaction with outsiders. Seeing someone a few years older than herself, she felt a strange curiosity. Plus, the way he spoke and acted was interesting, so she wanted to see what he was up to. Fine. Lin Ji nodded. He hadn't taken this matter to heart. Competing with her was just a spur-of-the-moment decision for other purposes. In that case, pick a horse, let's race to the river. How about it? Sure. The little girl agreed very readily. Both were ready. After counting down 3, 2, 1, they immediately set off. Linji didn't hold back this time, using all his strength. At first, they were evenly matched, but soon, the bicycle's advantage became apparent. Linji's excellent stamina, coupled with the strength from practicing the dragon elephant skill, quickly gave him the lead. By the time they reached the river, the little girl was several steps behind. Linji dismounted from the bicycle. He exhaled a breath of turbid air. Smiling without panting, he said, "Looks like you lost. How is that possible?" The little girl was incredulous. She couldn't understand how she lost. Any horse picked from the farm was a top-notch steed, worth at least 300 taels of silver on the market. And the one she was riding was even better. Even 1,000 taels of gold wouldn't be enough to buy it. Even so, it lost to the iron contraption in front of her. How can this thing be so fast? Heh, just like people. Can a person maintain the same speed from the starting point to the river? Linji said with a light smile. For martial arts masters with exceptional skills, it might be easy. But for ordinary people, how could they do it? Of course, it was partly due to his own abilities. The blood-sweating steed the little girl rode was like a martial arts master among people. Unfortunately, they ran into Linji. Chapter 478. Will Big Brother come again? The little girl clearly couldn't handle such a blow. But perhaps due to her inherently kind nature, she didn't try to deny it. "All right, since I lost, I'll give you the dagger," she said, pulling out a delicate dagger from her bosom. It was inlaid with jewels and exquisitely crafted, clearly an expensive item. Linji accepted it without hesitation, but the girl didn't let go, showing reluctance. Thinking of backing out? "No," she retorted, forcefully letting go. But her eyes remained glued to the dagger. "Do you really like it?" Linji asked, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. "Of course, it's a gift from my mother." "It seems very important to you," Linji observed, to which the girl nodded, her face full of expectation, as if waiting for him to return it. But he wasn't the type to let a good opportunity slip by. Even if it's precious, it's mine now. One must honor their bets and not grow up with the habit of reneging on. Linji couldn't help but chuckle. "Why the rush? I haven't taught you how to ride yet. Hold the handlebars, pedal with your feet to maintain balance." Standing behind her, Linji supported the bicycle as she learned. Remarkably, she picked it up faster than Master Yunlong, managing to ride it normally after just 2 rounds. "I did it! I did it!" she exclaimed excitedly, circling around the field, her previous gloom completely forgotten. Linji's lips curved up at the sight of her innocent joy. Indeed, it was wonderful to be carefree and innocent. If he could, he wished he could be like her, worry-free and oblivious to worldly affairs. Only those who have experienced the vicissitudes of life understand that true peace lies in simplicity. Some believe a tumultuous life is grand, but to live a simple life without worries about sustenance is already a great fortune. In the northern border, Linji had repeatedly skirted death, all for the hope of one day living such a life, free from plots and ill intentions. Alas, to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Having come this far, he must face the world. The two played by the riverside for a while until the girl felt tired and sat down to rest. "By the way, I don't even know your name," she asked curiously, turning to him, her previous hostility gone, replaced by anticipation. "Linji. You're also surnamed Lin? What, is there someone else in your family surnamed Lin?" "I am too," she said, her face lighting up with a smile. "Is that so? What's your name?" "I'm Lin Linger, but usually they call me Linger." "And your father?" Linger shook her head. "I don't know." "What do you mean you don't know?" "It's a simple question of whether he's there or not," Linji probed, though he knew it was inappropriate to inquire about someone's private matters, especially a little girl's. But the emptiness of this valley was peculiar, and the fact that the girl shared his surname only strengthened his suspicions. If she were his sister, he couldn't just leave her to suffer in the horse farm. "My mother said my father left when I was born, so I don't know who he is or if he's still alive." Linger's eyes showed a hint of sadness, the absence of a father in her life a significant loss. "Sorry, Linji said, realizing he had asked the wrong question, unintentionally opening Linger's wounds. It's okay, she said, smiling nonchalantly. I've often wondered who my father is and where he is, but since he hasn't appeared all these years, I guess he won't come back. But today, I met Big Brother, she said, looking at Linji. I feel very close to you, Big Brother. Will you come back to the horse farm again? Linji felt a stir in his heart, reminded of his own lonely beginnings in this world, only having Shaolin by his side. His situation wasn't much different from Linger's, except he had been luckier. But now, faced with her sincere gaze, he couldn't bring himself to tell the truth. If he stole the horses today, he would likely never be allowed back into the empty Ming Valley. I will, after I let my family know. I'll come back to play with you when I have time, Linji said softly, gently stroking her hair. Linger was overjoyed. At that moment, a whistle sounded in the distance, and the blood-sweating horses, as if summoned, began to head towards the horse farm. Linger stood up. Big Brother, I have to go back. If you don't want to see my mother, you should leave quickly. It gets very dark here at night, making it harder to leave. Linji watched her receding figure, lost in thought. At that moment, Master Yunlong, who had been waiting not far away, approached. Chapter 479. Young General, you must not be distracted by beauty. Young General, who is she? You actually spent so much time playing with her. Can't you tell? She's the eldest daughter of the Qin family fortress. Linji said meaningfully, as if he didn't want to continue discussing this topic. How is it? Did you find a way out? There is indeed one, but it involves crossing a small stream, which might be a bit circuitous, and it's just wide enough for a single horse to pass. If we want to take the horses from here, we need to hurry. As Yunlong the Taoist priest spoke, he was about to fetch the nearest horse. Unexpectedly, Linji suddenly stopped him. Wait a moment. What's wrong? Isn't what we're doing a bit immoral? Yunlong the Taoist priest's face darkened with a line of black. He was speechless. Come on. Now you know about propriety and shame? What were you doing earlier? There's no turning back once you start. We're just a step away, yet you want to back out. Young General, you're not really bewitched by that little girl, are you? No matter how you look at it, she's not as charming as Princess or Miss Shaolin. You actually have a taste for that. A pretty face is a knife on the head. A person who wants to achieve great things cannot be swayed by such trivial matters. Nonsense. Linji couldn't help but retort. Am I that kind of person? He wasn't swayed by Linger's beauty. It was what the little girl had said earlier. If anything happened to the horse ranch, Madame Qin would definitely blame him. From his dealings with Qin Hongyan, he knew this woman had a bad temper and probably wasn't kind to her daughter either. If they really stole all the war horses today, not only would it take a lot of time, but it would also implicate Linger. Then what are you hesitating for, young general? We can still see clearly now, but if it gets completely dark, we'll have a hard time leaving. The path Yunlong the Taoist priest found was very rugged, with one side bordering a river. If they accidentally stepped into it, they might be swept downstream to an unknown place. What I mean is, let's not make too much noise. Let's take 2 horses back first. If my father really has some friendship with Madame Qin, maybe we can come back openly to take them. Young General, what are you thinking? How does Madame Qin feel about your Lin family? Isn't it clear? Yunlong the Taoist priest was speechless. He couldn't understand how the decisive Linji, who was ruthless on the battlefield, had become so indecisive today. But the place you mentioned is so small. With thousands of horses, we'll be busy until morning. If Madame Qin finds out, will we have time to return to Yuzhou City with so many horses? If a few run away on the way, it's a loss for us. Linji seriously pondered. Yunlong the Taoist priest felt what he said made sense, but still felt something was off. But young general, if you put it that way, aren't we wasting our time today? They should have gone back long ago. Why waste so much time here? Not necessarily. Linji blinked. As the saying goes, thieves don't leave empty-handed. Since they're here, they should at least take something back. They can't take all the blood-sweating horses, but taking 2 or 3 should be possible. Having made up their minds, the two immediately got to work. Each took charge of 2 horses and, under Yunlong the Taoist priest's guidance, headed out of the valley through a narrow mountain crevice. When they reached the valley entrance, the sky was already filled with stars and a cool breeze. Worried about being discovered by Madame Qin, they didn't stop and immediately mounted their horses, heading back to Yuzhou City overnight. By the time they returned to Yuzhou City, it was already past midnight. Dawn was only an hour or so away. They delivered the blood-sweating horses to the general's residence. Just as they were about to leave the stable, they heard a voice. "Where did you go so late at night? Haven't you learned your lesson and gone out for debauchery again?"
Ouch!
Linji was startled. Turning around, he saw Lin Tianhao standing behind him. "Dad, what are you doing? Standing here in the middle of the night to scare people?" Linji was speechless. He wasn't a 3-year-old. Why did his father still care where he went? "There are national laws and family rules. My Lin family's disciples are not allowed to indulge in lust," Lin Tianhao said expressionlessly. Linji used to frequent brothels, which he knew about and had intervened in many times, but to no avail. In this northern frontier, the Lin family's name was too well known. Even if Lin Tianhao didn't give Linji money, someone else would pay for him. Lin Tianhao had even beaten him for it. In this era, scholars and poets visiting brothels was common, but for a general and warrior, such indulgence would inevitably lead to a sharp decline in physical condition. Even the Shenlong Baixiang Gong would be affected. Even Lin Tianhao wouldn't be so reckless. If a man can't control his own body, how can he lead troops into battle? The strict discipline of the Northern Border Army began with Lin Tianhao leading by example. No one should be allowed to act recklessly. Similarly, Linji hadn't understood before. His misbehavior, Lin Tianhao could overlook. But now, things were different. He was a true general of the northern border. He would lead troops into battle. If this were known to the soldiers, it would cause a bad influence. If even the general was out seeking pleasure, how could they stop the soldiers from doing the same? It would be fine if it were just that, but if it delayed the battle or changed the war situation, who would bear the consequences? This was why the Lin family didn't allow their disciples to act recklessly after taking command. "Dad, can you stop thinking of me as the same as before?" Linji was speechless. He came back late for a reason. More importantly, there was a stunning princess at home. If he ignored her and went out to mingle with those common women, wouldn't that be a bit ungrateful? The princess might not have enough experience in pleasing men, but in other areas like music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, she was superior to those women of the wind. "Don't try to deceive me here." Lin Tianhao's gaze was intense. Then he looked at Yunlong, the Taoist priest beside him. "Taoist priest, you are a monk. I invited you here to assist Linji, not to let you go out and indulge with him."
This?
Yunlong, the Taoist priest, didn't know how to explain for a moment. "General, we actually went to Kongming Valley." "What?" Lin Tianhao's expression changed slightly. Chapter 480. The Past of Lin Tianhao and Qin Hongyan. The awkwardness passed in an instant, but it was still caught by Lin Ji's sharp senses. "Dad, you probably don't know the owner of the Kongming Valley, right? Why do you say that?" Lin Tianhao turned around, his eyes evasive, clearly showing signs of guilt. Linji confirmed his suspicions and couldn't help but say, "Well, Dad, you didn't let me sneak around, but you yourself got into a love affair. You left their widow and child at the horse farm for so many years. If it weren't for my skills today, I probably wouldn't have been able to come back and see you. You're really heartless, leaving your own flesh and blood completely unattended? What nonsense are you talking about?" Lin Tianhao frowned, his eyes full of confusion. "General, you don't need to hide it anymore. The Madame Qin of Kongming Valley specifically mentioned that no one in the Lin family is good, and after hearing that Xiao General is your son, she completely refused to give us the blood-sweating horses." Yunlong sighed, feeling the unnecessary trouble caused by the previous generation's grudges. Lin Tianhao caught on and suddenly realized, "You don't think I had a secret child with Madame Qin, do you? Or what?" Linji blinked, pulling out the dagger from his bosom. Do you recognize this? Lin Tianhao's face changed instantly. I didn't expect her to still keep it after all these years. Look at this, Lin Ji said triumphantly, as if he had caught a handle. Yunlong also sighed, his expression seemingly saying, General Lin, I thought you were a man of action, but I didn't expect you to be a heartless man. It's truly lamentable. Do you two really not take me, the Northern General, seriously? Lin Tianhao's face turned ashen. Dad, do you know how important that warhorse is to us? If it weren't for your grudges, maybe we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Lin Ji spread his hands. You went to Kongming Valley just for thousands of blood-sweating horses? Lin Tianhao suddenly understood. Of course. If we could use these horses to build a light cavalry, we would be unstoppable. Forget it, Lin Tianhao waved his hand. From now on, don't think about Kongming Valley anymore. Lin Ji was stunned, his eyes full of disbelief. This was unlike his father's usual style. For the Northern Army to legitimately occupy the entire North, he could even sacrifice the people of the northern border without hesitation. But now, thousands of blood-sweating horses were right in front of him, easily obtainable. Yet Lin Tianhao ignored them and even told them to give up the idea. Just as Lin Tianhao was about to leave, Lin Ji grabbed him. Dad, I remember what you told me when you came back. A man who wants to achieve great things doesn't stick to trifles. Why are you acting impulsively now? With those thousands of blood-sweating horses, we would have a stronger weapon to attack the imperial city. Do you really want countless soldiers of the Northern Army to sacrifice for your personal desires? Lin Tianhao was stunned. He never expected his son to teach him how to act. After a long silence, he slowly said, Do you really want to know the reason? Yes, Lin Ji nodded. If Madame Qin is really my second mother or something, and Linger is my sister, at least we should let them enjoy some peace in Yuzhou City instead of being so hard in Kongming Valley. A woman with a daughter managing Qin's fortress and thousands of blood-sweating horses, the hardships were known only to her. Lin Ji, who had also done business, knew how tough it was to be in charge. Second mother? Lin Tianhao couldn't help but laugh. You're really good at making relatives for yourself? Making the queen of the Western Xia your second mother? Western Xia? Queen. Lin Ji and Yunlong looked at each other in disbelief. They never imagined Qin Hongyan's background to be so special. Wait, if she was the queen of Western Xia, how could she have gotten involved with his father, Lin Tianhao? Dad, don't tell me you dug the Western Xia King's wall? Lin Ji blinked, his eyes full of disbelief. It seemed Lin Tianhao's image in his heart had undergone a dramatic change. The general who guarded the northern border would actually do such a thing? In the martial world, seducing the elder brother's wife was a big taboo. Although Lin Tianhao and the Western Xia King were not related, since she was already a queen, doing such a thing was disgraceful, and in the martial sects, she would be punished with 3 cuts and 6 holes. Is there anything else in your head besides these dirty thoughts? Lin Tianhao said helplessly, then recounted his past with Qin Hongyan. At that time, he was still guarding the northwest. The 2 armies of the Great Xia and Western Xia were at war. As the queen of Western Xia, Qin Hongyan returned home to visit her family and encountered bandits. Lin Tianhao, not knowing her identity, happened to save her during an assignment and brought her back to the northwest border. At that time, Qin Hongyan was already pregnant. Due to the tense war situation, Lin Tianhao couldn't attend to her, and later, during a break, he planned to send her back. However, she lied that her husband had died in battle and had no home to return to. In desperation, Lin Tianhao took her in. Later, when the war between Western Xia and the Great Xia calmed down, Lin Tianhao was ordered to the northern border to resist the Huns and Turks, taking Qin Hongyan with him. It was then that he truly learned of her identity and planned to send her back to the Western Xia Palace. Unexpectedly, Qin Hongyan had fallen in love with Lin Tianhao over time and was completely unwilling to return, insisting on staying at the northern border. Knowing the vast difference in their identities, Lin Tianhao believed there could be no outcome, so he left her behind with a heavy heart. To his surprise, Qin Hongyan was truly a heroine, pursuing him all the way to the northern border while pregnant. The incident caused quite a stir. You see, They are widow and child, with no relatives in the northern border. If they lived in the general's mansion, they would surely be gossiped about. That's why I gave them the Kongming Valley, so the mother and daughter would have a place to live. Lin Tianhao sighed. Chapter 481. A triple win, Dad. You can even win a beautiful bride. Linji finally understood the reason behind it all. No wonder Madame Qin has been able to manage a horse ranch in the north for so long. Turns out, Dad, you've been backing her up all along. You think so? Lin Tianhao rolled his eyes. The northern border was fraught with danger. It was a place where various forces intertwined. In the south were the great Xia dynasty, local merchants, and native powers. In the north, needless to say, there were the Huns, the Turks, and bandits. The Kunming Valley had a unique terrain. It connected the four directions of east, west, north, and south. It was a strategically important location for any military. On top of that, the blood-sweating horses raised by Madame Qin were renowned far and wide. Countless people had their eyes on this fat piece of meat. For them to settle here was already a miracle. Without Lin Tianhao and the Northern Army backing them up, they would have been devoured long ago. Even they, mother and daughter, might have been captured and taken as concubines. Now that you know the reason, if you really need horses, think of other ways. There's no need to cut off their livelihood. In this regard, Lin Tianhao was still quite righteous. In truth, he didn't owe Madame Qin anything. Back then in the northwest, he rescued her from bandits. Later, he even thought of sending her back to the Western Xia Palace. But Madame Qin refused. She followed him all the way to the northern border. Lin Tianhao did his best to find her a place to live and protected her in secret. Now, even if the Northern Army needed the 1,000-mile horses, it would be justified. But even so, Lin Tianhao never entertained the idea. He was very clear that if even the empty Brightness Valley couldn't be defended, Madame Qin would have nowhere to go. Lin Hao and Yunlong Taoist exchanged glances. They both saw the same thought in each other's eyes. Dad was indeed righteous. But the problem was, if those blood-sweating horses couldn't be used by them, they might eventually be sold to others. In the end, it would be the same. If these 1,000 horses were all calculated at hundreds of taels of silver each, it would cost at least tens of thousands of taels. The operating funds of the Lin Trading Company brought from the Imperial City were only 1,000,000 taels. Was it really worth spending all of it on this? It was truly a pity. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Ji suddenly had an idea. Dad, you can't possibly want them to be horse ranch owners there for the rest of their lives, right? What do you mean? Lin Tianhao frowned, not quite understanding. Look, Mother has been gone for a few years, and you haven't remarried. Since Madame Qin is so infatuated with you, why can't you two get married? The sunset is infinitely beautiful, but it's near dusk. This late-life romance is something to be praised. Lin Ji said with a wink. Yunlong Taoist couldn't help but laugh to himself. To be honest, he had also thought of a similar idea in his mind earlier. But he didn't think it was appropriate for General Lin to marry Madame Qin. He didn't expect Lin Ji to be so direct. Indeed, he was no ordinary person. Lin Tianhao's face turned black instantly. He clenched his fist. What nonsense are you talking about, you brat? You're trying to arrange a marriage for me? Of course. Lin Ji said with a meaningful smile. Now he understood why Madame Qin hated the Lin family so much. In essence, it was because of unrequited love. Flowers fall with intent, but water flows without. Perhaps it was because Madame Qin thought she was infatuated. Yet Dad never responded, which led to her dissatisfaction. Dad, think about it. After so many years, Madame Qin still cares so much about you. Although it seems like hatred on the surface, I can tell it's regret. Madame Qin is a beauty, and her looks are envied by many in the north. For her to live a leisurely life would be easy. But even so, she toils to maintain the empty Brightness Valley Ranch. Can't this explain the problem? After all, she was a former imperial concubine of the Western Xia. Her family was immensely wealthy. Why suffer this hardship? In the end, it was all because of Lin Tianhao. When Madame Lin was still alive, there was no need to mention it. After all, she was the first wife. In terms of feelings and reason, there were different perspectives. A man having 3 wives and 4 concubines could be understood, but being loyal to one person was also commendable. But now, Lin Tianhao, despite leading the Northern Army to rise again, had already seen the vicissitudes of time. With Lin Ji's mother passing away, as age crept up, there was a need for someone to take care of him. Dad, if you miss this chance, you might never find a better one in your life. Lin Tianhao remained silent. In fact, he had thought about this issue before. Compared to the empty Brightness Ranch, staying in Yuzhou City would certainly be a better choice. But due to his current relationship with Emperor Li Jingjin of the Great Xia, and the differences in their identities, he had never mentioned it. To say he didn't like her would be a lie. Any man, facing such a beautiful woman's relentless pursuit and years of waiting, would be moved. Even an iron tree could bloom, let alone a passionate man like Lin Tianhao. Suddenly, he realized, wait a minute. What is it? Lin Ji blinked. You brat, are you trying to sell me off for those 1,000 blood-sweating horses? Lin Tianhao suddenly understood. He had always felt something was off about this whole situation. Only now did he realize Lin Ji's true intention. How can it be called selling off? Lin Ji said with a meaningful smile. Dad, think about it. If you really marry Madame Qin, it would be a match made in heaven, a beautiful event, and the 1,000 blood-sweating horses in the empty Brightness Valley would fall into our hands, which would be beneficial for our invasion of the Central Plains. Moreover, if the empty Brightness Valley returns to our control, it would be convenient for the North in the future, whether advancing east or south, to have an important geographical city. These 3 reasons were enough to justify their actions. It could also be said to be a triple celebration. Now, Yuzhou City was naturally not to be mentioned. As for Mingxing County, it was only because of the special circumstances at the time that Lin Ji had to station heavy troops there. It was indeed a strategically important location. But the main reason was that Mingxing County gathered a large amount of grain and connected the 4 directions of east, west, north, and south. Its geographical and strategic significance was completely different from the empty Brightness Valley. Imagine if the Great Xia dynasty really sent 1 million strong troops north. With the current defense capabilities of Yuzhou and Mingxing County, plus the troops of the Huns and Turks, it would be more than enough for a frontal defense. But if these forces bypassed through the empty Brightness Valley, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 482. Shang Yuanjuan's secret arrival in Liuzhou. Lin Tianhao's eyes showed a thoughtful expression as he lit Madame Qin's fervent devotion to go to waste. Do you? You know, a woman's youth is very short, and she spent her most precious and beautiful 10 years waiting. Just for that, can't you bear it? It must be said, Yunlong the Taoist priest was truly outstanding in swaying people's hearts. Even Lin Ji felt for a moment that it made perfect sense and was utterly irrefutable. A woman who has given so much for oneself, which man could remain indifferent? But then he thought again, what does it have to do with me? If she wants to give, that's her business. It doesn't mean I have to accept it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people who love yet cannot have. Nor would there be so many so-called dog lovers and sea kings. Of course, in this era, deep-feeling people are not called dog lovers, and the playboys are not called sea kings. But the nature is roughly the same. In a time when the world is deteriorating, many absurd human natures are bound to spread. And those who adhere to their own principles and maintain their bottom line are often continuously washed away by the flood of this era. Eventually, either becoming a rock out of place in the water, or rolling into the ocean like a wave. However, it was clear. Lin Tianhao was outstanding in military and strategy. In matters of the heart, he seemed less experienced. This is a characteristic of most generals. They usually like straightforwardness. Like is like, dislike is dislike. There are no twists and turns of the literati. Now, he was indeed caught up in Yunlong the Taoist priest's words. So, if I really do nothing, it would be a betrayal to them, right? Lin Tianhao asked uncertainly. Lin Ji and Yunlong the Taoist priest nodded frantically upon hearing this. Yes, yes, yes. That's exactly right. Brother, you've finally come around. Just think, How many people in the world would flock to gain the favor of a beauty like Madame Qin? Yet here you are, not even appreciating it. Linji said, deliberately shaking his head, with a face full of what a shame. If it were me. What if it were you? She's your future stepmother. Do you dare to have any improper thoughts? Lin Tianhao glared. Linji immediately brightened. Dad, since that's the case, let's go to Kunming Valley tomorrow to talk to Madame Qin and clear up the misunderstandings between you two. Lin Tianhao nodded. The two then left. After walking to the courtyard, Yunlong the Taoist priest couldn't help but chuckle. Young general, you really opened my eyes. I've only seen fathers scheming against their sons, but never have I seen sons scheming against their fathers. You went to great lengths for those countless blood-sweating horses. Don't talk about me. Aren't you the same? I just started the ball rolling, but it was your words that really convinced the old man. Lin Ji said, putting his arm around Yunlong the Taoist priest's shoulder. Well, I didn't see that coming. A monk like you, so well versed in matters of the heart. Looks like you must have had quite a few romantic affairs in the past. Why don't you tell me about it? With that curious look, it seemed he wouldn't let go without hearing some gossip. Yunlong the Taoist priest didn't hide anything. He said indifferently, Young general, haven't you heard the saying, a strategist does not go to war, and a wise man does not fall in love? Lin Ji was stunned. Of course, he had heard that saying. A wise man does not fall in love, and those who fall in love are not wise. Pure love does not enter the battlefield, and strategists do not go to war. These are the bloody lessons summed up by countless lovers after experiencing the pain of love. What is the meaning of love in this world? That it makes people willing to die for each other. Emotions, for those who haven't experienced them, might seem insignificant. But for those deeply involved, if they are lucky, they might enjoy sweet and loving relationships, but many often end up in great pain. What he didn't expect was that Yunlong the Taoist priest would be so insightful about matters of the heart. No wonder he was trusted enough by his own father to be kept hidden by his side and entrusted with managing the Lin family's business. People with great wisdom either become reclusive or are bound to achieve great things. Yunlong the Taoist priest was clearly one of them. Looks like your life isn't much either, quite boring. Forget it, I can't be bothered to talk to you. Let's go back to sleep, we still have to prepare for the trip to Kunming Valley tomorrow. At the same time, in Liuzhou, under the cover of night, someone was urgently knocking on the city gates. The guards on night duty were woken up, looking very annoyed. Who is it? Don't you know the rules of the city? The gates are not opened before dawn. Since the establishment of the Great Xia dynasty, there has been a curfew. From the imperial city to local areas, the curfew, although seemingly strict and restricting the movement of ordinary people, is actually to protect the safety of the town. If someone wants to sneak into the city at night, the curfew is the best means. It can also detect the enemy in the first time, unless it is a special situation. So after nightfall, ordinary people have no right to enter or leave the city. So at this moment, the guards of Liuzhou city were very unhappy. But the knocking on the door continued incessantly. The guard, feeling annoyed, opened the city gate. He cursed. What kind of thief dares to be so bold here? Do you want to die? I am Wen Chengyu, the left vanguard general of Shang Yuanjun. Open the gate quickly. Welcome Shang Yuanjun. What? The guard's drowsiness immediately disappeared. His eyes were full of shock and disbelief. How could it be? Are you from Shang Yuanjun? He couldn't imagine it, and he felt this matter was very suspicious. Chapter 483. The Might of General Shang Yuan. The officials in Liuzhou had already received the news. Soon, the Shang Yuan army and the Tian's army would be setting up camp here. The governor of Liuzhou was overjoyed. He was merely a local administrative official, in charge of just one city, Liuzhou. The return of the Northern Frontier Army to the northern border had caused a significant stir throughout the north. Countless officials trembled in fear. None of them were fools. The Northern Frontier Army had been missing for so long, suddenly reappearing on the land of the Great Xia dynasty. What could their intentions possibly be? It was as clear as day. So the governor of Liuzhou knew that it wouldn't be long before chaos erupted in the north. By then, his own life might be at risk. Just as he was contemplating how to escape, he unexpectedly learned that the court was sending General Shang Yuan and the Tian's army to garrison here. This piece of good news was akin to a divine force descending from the heavens. For a short while, the governor of Liuzhou was ecstatic. He began to make various preparations, just waiting for the arrival of the Shang Yuan army and the Tian's army. According to the previous information received, the two armies should have arrived in Liuzhou at least 10 days later. Now, even the city's guards were baffled, even doubting if it was all a hoax. What are you standing there for? The Shang Yuan army's token is here. Seeing the token is like seeing General Shang Yuan. Open the city gate quickly. The guards suddenly snapped back to reality. They bowed their heads repeatedly. They didn't dare to question the authenticity. If it was fake, even if they didn't open the gate, the other side could still breach Liuzhou. If it was true, provoking the Shang Yuan army would have unimaginable consequences. They were just nameless soldiers. How could they compare to such a figure? The guards quickly opened the city gate. Then hundreds of soldiers poured in. This news also reached the governor of Liuzhou. He was wide awake, immediately getting up and heading to the hall. There he found the vanguard general of the Shang Yuan army's flank, Wen Chengyu, already waiting. The governor of Liuzhou was startled, breaking out in a cold sweat. I, the subordinate, was unaware of General Wen's arrival and failed to welcome you properly. I beg your forgiveness. Spare it, Wen Chengyu said arrogantly. The governor will arrive in Liuzhou in about 3 days, so he sent me ahead to inform the governor. The governor of Liuzhou nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. General Wen, rest assured, when the great general arrives, I will do my utmost to entertain him, ensuring everything is flawless. Unexpectedly, Wen Chengyu shook his head. Our general said there's no need for a grand ceremony, and we should keep a low profile. So Liuzhou doesn't need to prepare any welcoming ceremonies. The governor of Liuzhou's eyes showed confusion and disbelief upon hearing this. That was the renowned Shang Yuan army. Along with the Tian's army, the Shanhai army, and the Imperial Guards, they were known as the 4 elite forces of the Great Xia dynasty. The Imperial Guards didn't need much explanation. They were responsible for the safety of the entire imperial city and the emperor. They were all hand-picked elites, selected from various regions, including the other 3 elite forces. The Shanhai army was in charge of the entire coastline of the Great Xia dynasty. With them, there was no need to worry about the Japanese pirates wreaking havoc. As for the Shang Yuan army and the Tian's army, each had its strengths. They had been fighting all over the place for a long time. Almost everywhere they went, they were invincible. Now they were coming to guard the north. The governor of Liuzhou was so grateful he could hardly contain himself. How could he possibly neglect them? General Wen, what do you mean by this? Military affairs are not something you can inquire about at will. Wen Chengyu snorted coldly. The governor of Liuzhou, seeing this, immediately shut his mouth. Since it was the intention of General Shang Yuan, there was no need for him to inquire further. He just needed to do what he should do. As for other matters, let others handle them. But what the governor of Liuzhou didn't expect was, the very next night, the Shang Yuan army had already arrived in full force. They entered the city under the cover of night, without disturbing any of the citizens. The main force had already set up camp outside the city. When the governor of Liuzhou received the news, he was in the middle of a sexual activity with his concubine. The news nearly scared him half to death. He quickly pulled up his pants and rushed out. When he arrived at the city gate, General Shang Yuan had already arrived. He was tall and imposing. He was none other than Chen Shang Yuan, one of the 12 renowned generals of the Great Xia dynasty. I, the subordinate, was unaware of General Shang Yuan's arrival. I apologize. As the local governor, you are so sluggish in your actions. No wonder you let the foreign tribes run rampant. The governor of Liuzhou was startled, breaking out in a cold sweat. He quickly said, Your Excellency may not know, this is Liuzhou, in the north, a certain distance from the northern border. As for the matters of the northern border, that should be under the jurisdiction of the Yuzhou prefect, I, the subordinate, am really powerless. Although he appeared humble on the surface, in his heart, the governor of Liuzhou couldn't help but curse. Yesterday was one thing. He had just fallen asleep when he was woken up. What was today about? Did you really want to turn me into a useless person? It was only due to the prestige of General Shangyuan. The governor of Liuzhou dared to be angry, but not to speak out. He kept his head down, not even daring to raise it. Forget it. Chun Shangyuan waved his hand. From today onwards, the entire Liuzhou is under my jurisdiction. What? The governor of Liuzhou blinked in surprise. His eyes were full of confusion. General, as far as I know, the decree was for the Shangyuan army and the Tian's army to jointly guard Liuzhou. Now that General Chen is in charge alone, if the Tian's army arrives, I, the subordinate, will have no way to explain. Chun Shangyuan snorted coldly. You don't need to be responsible for this. I, the general, know how to negotiate. After saying that, he flicked his robe and left. The other officials accompanying him looked at each other in dismay. This Qin Shangyuan had quite the imposing presence. They had never seen such an arrogant person before. Your Excellency, a strong dragon doesn't overwhelm the local snake. This General Shangyuan is too arrogant. After all, you are the governor of Liuzhou. How can he not take you seriously? The governor of Liuzhou's eyes also flashed with resentment. Humph! Let him be arrogant for now. When he gets into trouble, don't expect me to speak well of him. All right, let's hurry back. This endless night is exhausting. The governor of Liuzhou was annoyed. Before leaving, he also instructed the city guards, just in case the Tian's army pulled the same stunt. If this continued, he really felt like he was losing half his life. How could he truly not take this matter to heart? What if next time he was in the middle of a sexual activity, he might really be scared into impotence? In a city inn, Qin Shangyuan had just settled in. Someone immediately came to report. Reporting to the general, traces of Lin Tianhao and Lin Hao have been found outside Yuzhou City. What? Chapter 484. Chun Shangyuan, prompted by rumors. Chun Shangyuan frowned slightly. It was already late at night. By right, everyone should have retired for the night. Of course, soldiers on the march do not distinguish between day and night. But now, Lin Tianhao and his son were in charge of defending Yuzhou City. There was no reason for them to leave suddenly at such a time. What could be the cause? Wen Chengyu? Here, sir. Any movements from Yuzhou? Wen Chengyu shook his head. General, the Northern Border Army in Yuzhou City has remained in their camp, with no signs of mobilization. Qin Shangyuan's eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. If that was the case, the situation became very complicated. The Northern Border Army remained stationary. Yet Lin Tianhao and his son had left the city without authorization. What exactly were these people plotting? Could it be that they wanted to escape under the cover of night? This thought flashed through Qin Shangyuan's mind only to be immediately dismissed. If it were anyone else. Upon hearing of the imminent arrival of the Shangyuan and Tian's armies, fleeing in panic would be inevitable, even within the realm of common sense. The four elite armies of the Great Xia were not mere legends. Their reputation was earned through one battle after another. This was the fundamental difference between military officers and civil officials. A scholar could gain prominence in the court through his talent and win the favor of the emperor. In other words, even if no one else acknowledged him, as long as he received the emperor's recognition, he could rise through the ranks in the court. But military officers were different. All their merits and reputations had to be earned through real skills on the battlefield. Those who were all show and no substance, whose fame exceeded their actual abilities, would eventually be exposed on the battlefield. Although the Northern Border Army was not one of the elite armies of the Great Xia, its strength was by no means inferior. The main reason it was not included among the elite armies was not due to a lack of strength, but rather a leadership issue. The four elite armies, whether in terms of their commanders or their initial establishment, were all backed by influential figures in the court, or even members of the imperial family, so they could gain the trust of Emperor Li Jingzhen. But the Northern Border Army was established by Lin Tianhao himself. These brave warriors were loyal only to Lin Tianhao, not to the court. This was the fundamental reason why Li Jingzhen was wary of the Northern Border Army, which only had 100,000 soldiers. So upon receiving the imperial edict, Chen Shangyuan immediately led the elite forces of the Shangyuan army to the northern border. Before arriving, he had already arranged for people to investigate the entire northern region, especially Yuzhou City. Now that he had just arrived, Lin Tianhao and his son were already showing unusual movements. This was beyond the ordinary and even more unbelievable. General, in my opinion, the Lin family father and son are likely wary of the reputation of our Shangyuan army, which is why they are considering leaving. When Cheng Yu said confidently, as a young general, he had never personally experienced the might of the Northern Border Army. All he knew was hearsay, and those in the military camp did not take these rumors seriously at all, no matter how exaggerated the stories were. Only on the battlefield could the truth be revealed. Chen Shangyuan sneered upon hearing this. When Cheng Yu, don't think that just because your family is the imperial uncle, you can be so reckless. In the entire Great Xia, you can look down on anyone, but not Lin Tianhao. When he was making waves in the world, you were probably still playing with mud. Even Chen Shangyuan himself was not certain of having a sure victory if he were to face the Northern Border Army. When Cheng Yu was slightly taken aback, if that's the case, why would they leave under the cover of night? Chen Shangyuan pondered. He then asked the messenger, where did Lin Tianhao and his son go? Northeast of Yuzhou City. Bring me the map.
Yes.
Soon, a map of the entire northern border was laid out on the table. Mountains, rivers, and all the cities were clearly marked. Chen Shangyuan followed the direction from Yuzhou City to the northeast. Kongming Valley? What is this place? The assembled generals looked at each other. They had just arrived at the northern border. They were not familiar with the situation here at all. As for the so-called Kongming Valley, they hadn't even heard of it. Call the prefect here.
Yes.
Prefect's residence. The prefect of Liuzhou had just returned home, ready to change and rest. Before he could even get into bed, a servant came knocking at the door. Your Excellency. What is it? Don't you know I'm going to rest? How dare you disturb me at this hour? The prefect of Liuzhou, having been busy all night, was already in a bad mood. Now someone dared to provoke him. Truly reckless. The servant outside stammered. He stuttered and said, Your Excellency, I dare not disturb you, but General Shangyuan requests your presence at the inn, saying there is important business to discuss. The prefect of Liuzhou was completely flustered. He couldn't help but curse. Do you even let people rest? Let people sleep? Isn't this endless? Coming into the city at night is one thing, but now that you're here, why is there still so much to do? Yet despite his grumbling, the prefect of Liuzhou dared not delay in the slightest. The other party was General Shangyuan. Although their ranks were equal, the general was backed by the imperial family, and he had military authority in his hands. How could a local prefect contend with him? In a fit of annoyance, the prefect of Liuzhou finally changed into his clothes and left. When he arrived at the inn, he was subjected to another round of sarcastic remarks from the general. The words were filled with complaints about the prefect's slowness. If you were like this on the battlefield, delaying crucial moments, you would definitely be dealt with according to military law. Chen Shangyuan said expressionlessly. Yes, yes, yes. The prefect of Liuzhou nodded repeatedly. The general is right. I will strive to improve in the future. From now on, I will speed up my actions. Yet in his heart, he couldn't help but curse. A mere general with such a big position. Just you wait. One day when you fall, I'll show you who really calls the shots around here. By the way, may I ask what the general wants with me at this late hour? I ask you, what is this Kongming Valley? Kongming Valley? The prefect of Liuzhou was slightly taken aback. His heart was burning with inexplicable anger. To be disturbed in the middle of the night for such a trivial matter. Yet under the circumstances, he could only suppress his discontent and slowly said, Kongming Valley is the most famous horse ranch in our northern region. Horse ranch? Yes, the ranch raises thousands of blood-sweating horses, and countless wealthy people compete to buy them. Moreover, there is a rumor that the owner of Kongming Valley is also a sentimental woman, beautiful and charming, a rare sight. Chapter 485. Borrowing a knife to kill, watching tigers fight from the mountain. The prefect of Liuzhou was becoming more and more animated as he spoke. He had no other hobbies in life. He simply loved beautiful women. Unfortunately, he had never had the chance to see the true face of the rumored owner of the horse farm. This left him quite regretful. Just as he was getting into the swing of his story, he was abruptly cut off by Qian Shang. Enough! I'm not interested in these gossipy matters. The prefect of Liuzhou felt an inexplicable anger but had no choice but to suppress it. Usually, in Liuzhou, he was treated like a local emperor, ruling with an iron fist and receiving respect from everyone. But ever since the Shangyuan army arrived, it felt like the heavens had shifted. Not only did he have to deal with everything, but he also had to endure insults. Although he kept his head low, the prefect of Liuzhou was secretly cursing in his heart. Chen Shangyuan, just you wait. One day, I will make you pay a heavy price and show you the consequences of offending the wrong person today. However, Chen Shangyuan didn't even consider him worth noticing. He waved his hand dismissively. You can leave now. The prefect of Liuzhou stood there, dumbfounded, his heart filled with rage. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer. He shouted, Chen Shangyuan, aren't you going too far? Ever since you arrived in Liuzhou, you've been causing trouble. First, it was that general under your command, and now it's you. What? Am I not a fourth-rank official? The prefect of Liuzhou? Am I just someone you can summon and dismiss at will? So, does the prefect feel wronged? If so, you can go to the Ministry of War in the capital, or even the emperor to complain about me. If you don't have the guts, then shut up. The prefect's courage, which had just been swelling, was immediately deflated. In terms of imposing presence, how could he compare to a general who had been decisive in battle? Qian Shangyuan's aura of killing intent and bloodthirstiness was enough to make ordinary people tremble. Still not leaving? Do you want to eavesdrop on military secrets? Qian Shangyuan's glare was enough to make the prefect cower. In the end, he left with his head bowed, swallowing his anger. After the prefect left, Qian Shangyuan called Wen Chengyu over. What do you think of this matter? At this late hour, why would Lin Tianhao go to such great lengths to reach the Kongming Valley? Could it really be, as the prefect of Liuzhou said, to steal a beauty? Wen Chengyu looked puzzled. It was hard to tell what Lin Tianhao was up to. Qian Shangyuan shook his head. Impossible. Lin Tianhao is definitely not the kind of person who is driven by lust. How can the general be so sure? Back in the day, the princess of the Western Xia Kingdom was deeply in love with him, but he refused her due to his reputation. It is said that the princess of the Western Xia Kingdom was incredibly beautiful and had a natural charm. A man who can reject such a woman must be quite a formidable character. I think you should have some understanding of that by now. Wen Chengyu couldn't help but gasp. After all, the desire for beauty is a natural human instinct. Romantic love is also within reason. If a woman is stunning as the rumored princess fell in love, no one could resist. Yet Lin Tianhao had always stuck to his principles. From this alone, it was clear how extraordinary he was. So, if it's not for a person, then it must be for the horses. Wen Chengyu pondered. Horses? Chen Shangyuan suddenly realized. You've hit the nail on the head. Wen Chengyu blinked, still not quite understanding. General, what are you saying? It's the horses. Chen Shangyuan said decisively. Didn't the prefect mention it earlier? There are over 1,000 blood-sweating horses in the Kongming Valley, each capable of traveling 1,000 miles a day. Lin Tianhao must be going there for these war horses. No wonder he was moving in the dark. Wen Chengyu also understood. So that's it. I never would have thought that Lin Tianhao's actions were so covert. If the general hadn't pointed it out, I wouldn't have realized. Stop flattering me here. Immediately inform the guards to travel lightly and ride fast horses with me to the Kongming Valley. This was the best chance to capture Lin Tianhao. Although the Northern Border Army hadn't openly rebelled yet, everyone knew it was just a matter of time. Chen Shangyuan had been sent to the north primarily to capture Lin Tianhao and his father. If these two were not dealt with, Li Jingjin would not feel at ease. Seeing the two of them act alone, Chen Shangyuan knew it was his chance. Perhaps with this merit, he could rank among the 4 great generals of the Great Xia. That was the pinnacle of military achievement. To be honored as a marquis and granted a noble title.
Yes.
At the prefect's residence in Liuzhou, the prefect returned home in a fury. Bastard dog, you warmongering lot, just wait. One day, I'll settle the score with you. If you don't show your claws, you really think I'm a sick cat, huh? In the capital, you can flaunt your reputation as the Shangyuan army. But this is Liuzhou. You can't just run wild here. Your Excellency, what's causing such anger at this hour? The Liuzhou Sima, military officer, also came out to greet him. Why are you still here so late? Oh, I was just about to leave when I heard that the Qin general had called you again. I thought I'd wait here to see what the situation was. The prefect recounted the events of the evening in detail. Finally, he couldn't help but say, this Chen Shangya really thinks he's something special. If it weren't for the backing of his supporters, could he have risen to the position of a 4th-ranked general in the court? It's laughable. The Liuzhou Sima couldn't help but reveal a meaningful smile. Your Excellency, since this Qin general treats you with such disrespect, why don't we find a way to teach him a lesson and show him who's really in charge here? Oh, the prefect of Liuzhou blinked. Do you have a good plan? This Qin general sneaked into the city without anyone knowing about his arrival. As for who these others are, we just need to leak the news of his arrival, and someone will take care of him. There was no need to mention who would be informed. Of course, it was the Northern Border Army's general, Lin Tianhao. The prefect of Liuzhou suddenly understood. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. That's a really cunning plan. But what if the Shangyuan army is defeated? Wouldn't that mean our Liuzhou would be flattened by the Northern Border Army? The prefect knew very well which was more important. Your Excellency, you're overthinking it. Even if the Shangyuan army is completely wiped out, what about the Tian's army? The Liuzhou Sima said meaningfully. We just need to use this as a way to kill with a borrowed knife and leave ourselves an escape route. Chapter 486. Danger Approaches, How to Decide. On the northern official road, Lin Tianhao and his 2 companions rode towards the empty Brightness Valley. I say, Dad, why do you insist on going out at night? Isn't it time for bed now? Besides, by the time we get there, it will be dawn, Lin Ji said weakly. He truly hadn't expected Lin Tianhao to choose this time. It caught him off guard. He was completely unprepared. The journey was filled with drowsiness. It was really tormenting. If only they were driving. He could sleep in the car. But the problem was, bicycles had just appeared in this era. How long would it take for cars to arrive? Isn't this just right? Lin Tianhao's lips curled slightly. Originally, they should have left yesterday. But at the last moment, Lin Tianhao seemed to hesitate. However, after these 2 days, he thought carefully about his relationship with Qin Hongyan. Indeed, no matter what, he should give her an explanation. It was impossible to really let her stay in the northern border, growing old alone. Now that he was still here, no one dared to act rashly towards him. But if the Northern Border Army and the Great Xia dynasty went to war, and if they won, Lin Tianhao would certainly lead his troops to the Central Plains. By then, the mountains and rivers would be far away, and who would care about the empty Brightness Valley in the northern border? If they lost, it would be even worse. There would be no one to care about their lives. Could Qin Hongyan and her dozen or so pretty boys really guard the entire horse farm? Don't joke. It was impossible. Moreover, what Lin Ji said made sense. Publicly and privately, he should settle things with the entire empty Brightness Valley. Only then could he ensure that in the subsequent process, he and the Northern Border Army had no worries. By the time we arrive, it will be the morning, the perfect time to discuss important matters. Lin Ji couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Dad, weren't you reluctant before? So, you guys who have been fighting on the battlefield for half a year really don't understand romance. Some things need to be said, and some need to be done. Fighting all day long isn't the whole of life. If it wasn't for a better life, why risk your neck on the line? Young General, you should give General Lin some face. Yunlong Taoist couldn't help but tease from the side. Lin Tianhao glared at the two of them. Behave when we get there. Don't talk nonsense, understand? Don't worry, I've already met my second mother and future sister, and there was no disrespect. Lin Ji stuck out his tongue, somewhat nervous. He never expected there to be such a relationship between his father and his brother. He wouldn't have spoken lightly before. He just hoped Qin Homian wouldn't bring up these matters, given his father's initiative to reconcile. After all, nothing happened. A person of his age couldn't be so petty. The three of them traveled at night. When they were about halfway there, sudden galloping hooves came from behind. Lin Tianhao and the others instantly became alert. Lin Ji also sat up on his horse. He couldn't help but turn back. This was the north, not the bustling imperial city. People appearing here in the dead of night were either bandits or robbers, definitely not good people. If they really encountered them, it wouldn't hurt to rid the world of evil. Dismount, hide, Lin Tianhao ordered. The three of them were very coordinated. Northern Border General. These matters would have some impact if spread. Dad, it doesn't seem like the soldiers from Yuzhou City? Could it be someone pretending? Let me catch them first. Seeing this, Yunlong Taoist wanted to rush forward, but Lin Tianhao stopped him. Wait. After carefully observing for a moment, he slowly stood up. I wheeled my blade towards the sky. Arrogantly for whom? After the waves have passed, brothers remain, meeting with a smile to bury grievances. The other party immediately responded with the code. Brothers from Liuzhou? Lin Tianhao then revealed himself. The other party immediately dismounted and knelt. Subordinate pays respects to the general. What happened that you had to come personally to inform us? Lin Tianhao frowned. He had already planted spies in all 36 cities of the northern border. Unless it was an emergency, they wouldn't come to find him. Reporting to the general, the Shangyuan army has arrived at Liuzhou City. Not only that, Qian Shangyuan personally led his guards to the empty Brightness Valley, intending to do harm to the general. Upon hearing this, the three of them changed color. They never expected such a thing to happen. Is the news reliable? Lin Ji couldn't help but ask. Young general, the news is accurate. My elder brother personally told me. Please, the general, retreat immediately. Lin Tianhao pondered. He hadn't expected the sudden turn of events. And according to the plan, the Shangyuan army should have arrived at Liuzhou City at least 10 days later. Now it was so much earlier. Not only that, Chen Shangyuan seemed to know his whereabouts. It seemed the enemy had planted spies in Yuzhou City. Realizing the situation was amiss, Lin Tianhao ordered the other party to return to Liuzhou City immediately, and he himself planned to turn back and return to Yuzhou. But just as the three were about to mount their horses, Lin Ji suddenly said, Wait, Dad, since the Shangyuan army knows we are going to the empty Brightness Valley, they must also know there are thousands of blood-sweating horses in the valley. If these war horses fall into the hands of the Shangyuan army, they will surely become important tools to hurt our army. Young general, what time is it now, and you're still thinking about the horses? Yunlong Taoist looked incredulous. Since the other party rushed here to inform them after receiving the news, it could only mean that Chen Shangyuan would arrive soon. If they continued forward, they would surely encounter the elite of the Shangyuan army. With just the three of them in this wilderness, what were the odds of winning against hundreds or even more of the elite non-dragon army? Chapter 487. A decade of missing, two souls adrift. Even Lin Tianhao was constantly urging, Dad, this is our best opportunity. Just imagine, if Qin Shangyuan discovers the relationship between Madame Qin and you, he will definitely use it as a threat. Once the Shangyuan army occupies Kongming Valley, our army will be in a very passive position. If the entire north were to be compared to a whole, then Kongming Valley would be the throat of this person. To choke the throat is to seize the handle. From now on, if the Northern Army wants to march south into the Central Plains, there is only one way, which is to pass through Liuzhou. At that time, The Tian's army and the Shangyuan army will station heavy troops there. Even with the firearms and cannons provided by Linji, the Northern Army may not be able to take it easily. At that time, countless casualties on both sides will surely make the Northern Army suffer. They are going to face the 4 elite armies of the Central Plains dynasty. It means the enemy can afford to make 4 mistakes, while they can only afford to make 1. On the battlefield, this is equivalent to a dead end. Is the difference between 4 lives and 1 life not significant? If that's the case, what do you suggest we do? Lin Tianhao furrowed his brows. His gaze was filled with solemnity. This sudden turn of events caught the 3 of them off guard. If the enemy were just bandits, it would be fine. With the 3 of them, dealing with hundreds of bandits would be a piece of cake. But now, it's the Shangyuan army, one of the famous 4 elite armies of the Great Xia dynasty. No matter how careless they are, they wouldn't joke about such a matter. The only plan now is for us to rush to Kongming Valley, take Madame Qin and her daughter, along with the 3,000 blood-sweating horses, detour north to return to the Tujue tribe, and then return to Mingxing County to reach Yuzhou. Linji quickly thought it through, and constructed the terrain around Kongming Valley in his mind. Once they enter the Hun's territory, even if Qin Shangyuan has the guts, he wouldn't dare to attack like this. The Shangyuan army has just arrived in the north. They must be exhausted and unfamiliar with the terrain. If he dares to make such a low-level mistake and attack rashly, he will surely pay a heavy price. At that time, the Shangyuan army will collapse without being attacked. The Northern army will seize the advantage first. After hearing this, Lin Tianhao thought it through carefully and found it to be reasonable. Never had he imagined that in just these few years of separation, Lin Ji has not only reached an unprecedented height in military strategy, but also made rapid progress in all aspects. Even Lin Tianhao felt somewhat inferior. The waves behind drive on those before. He didn't feel any jealousy. His son was once a playboy despised by everyone. Now being able to grow to this extent is also commendable. Lin Tianhao felt extremely proud. Since you have explained the entire plan so clearly, we should not delay. Let's head to Kongming Valley immediately. Immediately, the 3 mounted their horses and galloped. Due to the long journey, even though they rode very fast, by the time they reached Kongming Valley, the first ray of sunlight had already slowly risen from the eastern horizon. The red and dazzling light was incredibly beautiful, yet the 3 of them had no time to enjoy it, although they didn't know when the pursuers from behind would arrive. There is no doubt. Every moment is extremely precious now. Every delay increases the danger. Just as 2 servants from Kongming Valley came out, seeing Lin Ji, their faces changed. Why are you here again? There's no time to explain. Where is your master, Madame Qin? Lin Ji dismounted, grabbing one of the servants who was about to flee. Clearly, their last visit left quite an impression. They even thought that they would suffer again this time. How would I know? The servant was full of panic. He didn't want to stay here any longer. Last time, because of Lin Ji, they were punished after returning, and now how could they dare to waste time here? The situation is urgent. I must see your master, Lin Ji said resolutely. The aura of a general emanated from him. The servant was stunned by this pressure. He had no more thoughts of resistance. Quickly pointed towards the direction of Qin's fortress. I don't know if the master has woken up yet. Enough. Lin Ji immediately let go. Run quickly. Don't stay here any longer, or you'll lose your life. The servant, upon hearing this, didn't hesitate and turned to run, even without looking back. Stay? What a joke. Lin Ji is like a plague god. Seeing him, there's no time to escape, let alone look back. The 3 galloped all the way, finally arriving at Qin's fortress. And Madame Qin had also received the news. It seemed she had just finished washing up. Seeing Lin Ji, she was filled with rage. You little thief, you really don't listen to advice. How dare you come to my Qin's fortress again? Truly ignorant of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Madame Qin, I have important news to tell you. Lin Ji calmed himself down and said urgently, the Shangyuan army. But before he could finish, Madame Qin suddenly waved her wrist. Then a hidden weapon flew out from her sleeve. Lin Ji's face changed dramatically. He quickly flipped and barely dodged it. Yunlong Daozhong, seeing this, couldn't help but say, "Madam Qin, we really mean no harm. We hope to help you and the entire Kongming Valley get through this crisis." "Nonsense. You two are the trouble of my Kongming Valley." Madam Qin's eyebrows were inverted. Just like the first time they met, her temper was fiery. "Linji, don't think I don't know that day you sneaked into the horse ranch and even tried to trick my daughter. Return the dagger." Linji raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect Linger to have sold him out so quickly. But thinking about it, it's understandable. After all, they are mother and daughter. And he is just an outsider. Moreover, Linger is such a pure girl. She can't hide anything. How could she escape the sharp eyes of the person behind her? "That's not possible." Linger lost a bet to me. "And besides, even if I have to return it, it's to her. What does it have to do with you?" "You scoundrel. I'll take your life today." Madam Qin was filled with rage. Just as the situation was at a deadlock, unable to be resolved, a voice suddenly rang out. "Hongmian." Madam Qin's whole body trembled. She stood rooted in place. Her gaze was full of disbelief. She looked at the door and muttered, "Did I hear wrong?" "No, I'm here." Lin Tianhao walked in from outside. Madam Qin's expression was incredibly complex. From shock to disbelief, then anger surfaced on her face. Chapter 488. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. No actor, no matter how outstanding, could replicate the expression on Qin Hongming's face at this very moment. Countless emotions could be read from her face. Anger, surprise, unease, and even loneliness. "Why are you here? Didn't you say you would never see me again for the rest of your life?" Qin Hongmian's voice trembled uncontrollably. Her grip on her weapon also began to falter. Even though she tried her best to control her emotions, facing the man she had longed for day and night, she could not remain calm. "I'm sorry, Hongmian. I made you wait here for so many years. To be honest, I never expected you to spend all your prime years in the northern border for my sake," Lin Tianhao said affectionately, slowly approaching Qin Hongmian. She bit her red lips, shaking her head uncontrollably, unable to face the reality before her. She had no idea why Lin Tianhao suddenly appeared in front of her. She had already prepared herself for a life of solitude, only for this unexpected change to occur. "Don't come any closer," Qin Hongmian suddenly shouted. Lin Tianhao was taken aback. "Hongmian, don't you want to see me?" "I do, but I also don't," Qin Hongmian replied, her lips still clenched, her face filled with sorrow. "You know how much I've longed for you, yet you never showed up. Now you come with your son. If it weren't for the warhorses, you wouldn't have come to see me, would you? Am I even less important to you than those warhorses?" Lin Tianhao suddenly understood. Seeing her pitiful appearance, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Even a tough man like him couldn't help but soften. "Hongmian, it's not what you think. I'm not here for the warhorses." "Then what for? I know you've brought the Northern Army back, and I know you'll be fighting the Great Xia Dynasty. If you say the word, I can give you all these 1,000 blood-sweating horses, but I can't accept it. So don't even think about getting any of these horses," Qin Hongming said, taking a whistle from her bosom. Linji's expression changed when he saw the whistle. He knew that once it was blown, the blood-sweating horses would gallop towards the Liao River without hesitation. Once across the river, there would be vast forests and grasslands, and they would never be able to recapture the horses. In the blink of an eye, just as Qin Hongmian was about to blow the whistle, Linji had already darted forward, but he didn't manage to grab it. Instead, the sound of numerous fights erupted from outside. All eyes were drawn to the commotion outside. Linji's heart sank. "This is bad, they're here." "Who?" Qin Hongmian blurted out, then realized she shouldn't have asked. "The commander of the Shangyuan army, Chen Shangyuan," Linji said gravely. "Madam Qin, my father isn't here for the horses. He genuinely wants to make amends with you. We rushed here overnight because we learned that the Shangyuan army is about to reach the Kongming Valley. With just you alone, you can't stop them." Originally, the plan was to evacuate Qin Hongmian, the people in the valley, and the blood-sweating horses towards the Liao River. But who would have thought the Shangyuan army would arrive so quickly? Now they had no chance. Shangyuan army? Qin Holian's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. Do these guys think they can do whatever they want wherever they go? Watch how I deal with them, she commanded, and immediately, dozens of white-clothed men appeared. Upon seeing Lin Ji, they hesitated, thinking he was their opponent again. After losing so badly last time, how could they possibly win this time? Listen up, someone wants to invade our Kongming Valley. Anyone who trespasses, kill them without mercy, Qin Hongmian declared firmly. The surrounding men looked at each other, unsure. Master, but we can't handle them three. I'm not talking about them. It's the people outside, Qin Hongmian said slowly. Upon hearing this, the white-clothed men gained some confidence and rushed out. But in just a short moment, they were all beaten and flew back in, landing in a sorry state. Lin Ji was speechless. If they couldn't handle it, they shouldn't have tried to act tough. Now they were just embarrassing themselves. Following that, Qian Shangyuan, along with Wen Qinjiu and over 100 personal guards, entered the main gate with an imposing presence. Lin General, I didn't expect you to be here, Qian Shangyuan said with a meaningful smile. Long time no see. Your prowess hasn't diminished. You truly live up to the name of the renowned northern general. Lin Tianhao remained calm, even though the odds were against them. He had never panicked when leading 4,000 men against tens of thousands of enemies. Now, facing a few against hundreds, it was no different. Chen Shangyuan, there's no personal grudge between us. I know you're here at the northern border for me. But since that's the case, let's settle it on the battlefield. Why are you in such a hurry to chase me here? Are you afraid of my northern army? Lin Tianhao said without a hint of fear. He hoped to persuade the opponent to retreat to ensure the safety of the Kongming Valley. Lin Tianhao himself was indifferent. If Chen Shangyuan wanted his life, he would have to see if he had the ability. Ha ha ha. Chen Shangyuan laughed heartily. Lin General, you're still as confident as you were years ago. Yes, the Northern Army is indeed renowned, but don't forget, the Shangyuan army has never stopped progressing. Our strength is no longer what it used to be. If we were to face off on the battlefield, the Shangyuan army might not fall short. However, whether it's the Northern Army or the Shangyuan army, we are all soldiers of the Great Xia dynasty. This time, I, as a general, have been ordered to the northern border to capture you and your son and bring you back to the capital for trial. If we can avoid unnecessary sacrifices, it would be the best outcome. So please don't resist too much and come back with me to the capital. It would be beneficial for everyone. Lin Tianhao snorted coldly. Chen Shangyuan, you and I have known each other for a long time. Don't you know my temper? If you want to kill me, go ahead, but don't expect me to surrender. Lin General, I've given you enough face, but since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty, don't blame me for being merciless. In the blink of an eye, Chen Shangyuan signaled, and two soldiers immediately appeared, brandishing their weapons and attacking Lin Tianhao. At the same moment, Qin Hongmian leaped into the air, flipping over the three of them, and her whip struck out, knocking down the two soldiers. Chapter 489. Mountain Climbers Mocking the Descending Gods. How dare you cause trouble here without knowing whose territory it is? Have you all eaten the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? Qin Hongmian, the princess consort of Western Xia, truly lived up to her reputation as a heroine among women. Even facing the elite forces of the Shangyuan army alone, she did not yield in the slightest. Her presence was extraordinary. The whip in her hand whistled through the air. Even Lin Tianhao and his two companions couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. No wonder this woman could hold her ground at the northern border for so many years. Without some real skills, it would indeed be impossible. Even Chen Shangyuan was taken aback. Who might you be? The owner of the Kongming Valley, Qin Hongmian. Qin Hongmian? You are the princess consort of Western Xia from back then? Chen Shangyuan's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He never expected that the famous Kongming Valley at the northern border was owned by the princess consort of Western Xia, who had mysteriously disappeared years ago. But thinking about it now, everything seemed to make sense. Chen Shangyuan couldn't help but sneer. Lin Tianhao, I thought you were a man with a broad mind and upright character, but I didn't expect you to be so despicable, hiding the princess consort of Western Xia here. Do you know how many innocent soldiers at the northwest border have died at the hands of the Western Xia because of your actions? After Lin Tianhao left the northern border, the Western Xia seemed to think the threat was gone and launched another attack on the border of the Great Xia dynasty. The Shangyuan army took over the northwest border because of this. However, they soon received other missions and left. But it was said that later, the Western Xia repeatedly clashed with the northwest border of the Great Xia. The casualties were also considerable. Lin Tianhao frowned. Usually imposing and domineering, he was now unusually speechless. This matter was actually a knot in his heart. After he left the northwest border, such a huge change occurred. It was truly unexpected. But now that things had come to this, even if Lin Tianhao felt sad, it was of no use. Moreover, he was busy defending the northern border and had no time to spare. Now you dare to openly defy the emperor's orders and secretly collude with the princess consort of Western Xia? Lin Tianhao, how do you explain this act of treason? Before Lin Tianhao could answer, Qin Hongmian directly stepped in front of him. Nonsense. I left Western Xia on my own accord, and it has nothing to do with him. Chen Shangyuan's mouth twitched. His eyes were filled with a hint of coldness. Princess consort of Western Xia, do you think anyone would believe that? Back then, you were infatuated with Lin Tianhao, and even with a child, you followed him all the way to the northern border. Now you tell me you two have no connection here? Nonsense. How could I possibly like someone like him? Qin Hongmian glanced at Lin Tianhao behind her. She lowered her voice and said, Go now. I'll hold them off for you. Lin Tianhao's heart stirred. Who would have thought that after so many years, Qin Hongmian still loved him so deeply? In this critical moment, she could no longer hide it. No, we go together, Lin Tianhao said resolutely. Then he pulled Qin Hongmian behind him. Back then, it was indeed my foolishness that caused me to miss out on a good woman and fail to appreciate your kindness. Now, I absolutely refuse to let such a thing happen again. Qin Hongmian stared at Lin Tianhao in a daze. She never imagined that in this life-or-death moment, she would hear the deep confession of this northern general. Her eyes were filled with tenderness and affection. Even if she were willing to die for him, she would not regret it. Chen Shangyuan couldn't help but sneer at the sight. Both of you are old, yet you're still so affectionate. Do you have any shame? Don't worry, today none of you will leave here alive. In the blink of an eye, Chen Shangyuan drew his saber and launched the first attack. Lin Tianhao immediately stepped forward to block. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Qin Hongmian's eyes were filled with worry. After dozens of exchanges, Lin Tianhao gradually fell into a disadvantage. With a flying kick from Chen Shangyuan, Lin Tianhao staggered back several steps before steadying himself. The famous northern general is now so weak? It's truly hard to imagine, Chen Shangyuan said sarcastically. His tone was full of mockery. With such strength, you still dare to challenge the Great Xia dynasty? You are truly daydreaming. Are you all right? Qin Hongmian immediately stepped forward. Her eyes were filled with worried concern. I'm fine. Lin Tianhao waved his hand. His heart couldn't help but be secretly shocked. After hiding out in the northern border for so many years, although he hadn't neglected his martial arts, he hadn't had the opportunity to test his skills against others for a long time. Plus, with age catching up, he was now close to 50. How could he be as strong as he was in his prime? Chen Shangyuan, you're impressive. But it won't be easy to kill me. Is that so? You can't even beat me alone. So what makes you think you can deal with the 300 of my personal guards? They have already surrounded the entire Calming Valley. If you don't surrender, you'll only end up as corpses. Lin Tianhao's heart sank. He never expected to end up in such a predicament. It was also his own carelessness. Originally, he thought sneaking to Calming Valley was a foolproof plan. Unexpectedly, his whereabouts were exposed. It seemed he had underestimated his opponent. Hongyan, take them and leave. I know it's safe across the Liao River. They're after me. Only I can hold them off. Qin Hongyan's eyes were filled with tears. Her gaze was full of tenderness and reluctance. No, I lost you once 10 years ago, and I absolutely cannot lose you again. When did you start saying such things again? Why can't you change your stubbornness? Lin Tianhao sighed helplessly. His heart was also filled with thoughts. To have someone so deeply in love with him was such a rare thing. Yet, just as they reconciled, it was the end of their time. It seemed like fate was playing tricks on them. That moment, a voice suddenly rang out. The children of the southern village bully me for my old age, truly not putting the younger generation in their eyes. These words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Lin Tianhao couldn't help but frown. The one speaking was his son, Lin Ji. Lin Ji stepped out from the crowd. Come back. Lin Tianhao lowered his voice. Before this, he hadn't let Lin Ji act to protect the bloodline of the Lin family. Chapter 490. Want to kill my father? You'll have to ask me first. Lin Tianhao had already made up his mind. If today he were to meet his end here, at least the Northern Army would not be leaderless. Those hundreds of thousands would not be cruelly slaughtered by the great Xia dynasty. Even if it were to happen, Lin Tianhao had no doubts. When the Northern Army disappeared at the northern border, assassins targeting Lin Ji were numerous. Among them, there might well be men of Li Jingzhen. By the same token, if both he and his son were to die here today, Li Jingzhen would never spare the Northern Army. Leaderless and demoralized, they would become fish on the chopping block at the mercy of others. And this was definitely not something Lin Tianhao wanted to see. Hurry and leave. Now is not the time to play the hero. Chen Shangyuan came prepared, and they outnumber us. It's hard for us to win. Dad, do you remember what you taught me before? Lin Ji shrugged nonchalantly. A man should stand tall and upright, do what must be done, and refrain from what shouldn't. If I abandon you and run away at a time like this, what kind of son would I be? An unfilial one? How could I ever gain the trust of my soldiers? You. Lin Tianhao was at a loss for words. Dad, today is your reunion with Madame Qin, a joyous occasion. If anyone dares to cause trouble at this time, I won't allow it. Lin Ji's smile gradually faded. In its place was an extremely cold, killing intent and authority. Chen Shangyuan, you are also a general of the Shangwen army, yet your mind is so despicable. You want to capture both of us at this moment? Chen Shangyuan looked disdainful. The father is all show and no substance, so how formidable can the son be? Lin Ji? I've heard of your name. You have quite a reputation at the northern border, but it's not enough for me. Just you alone trying to turn the tide? Impossible. You won't know until you try. Lin Ji shrugged. Madam Qin, may I borrow your whip? Qin Hongyan handed it over without hesitation. Seeing this, Chen Shangyuan took up a stance. At that moment, when Chengyu suddenly said, General, let me take the field. You? Such a small fry doesn't deserve the general's personal effort. Chen Shangyuan thought it made sense, otherwise, word might spread that he was picking on a junior. Be careful, this kid might use the Lin family's unique martial arts. Don't worry, General, I won't let you down. With that, he drew his saber from his waist. His eyes filled with killing intent. His mouth curled into a sinister smile. Lin Ji, I've been waiting for this day for half a year, and today I finally get my chance. Lin Ji frowned. His eyes were full of confusion. What was this kid babbling about? He didn't even know the other person. There was no grudge between them. What, are you jealous that my reputation is bigger than yours? If you want to fight at the northern border, just say so. Lin Ji teased with a grin. His gaze, however, was extremely cold. Do you remember the grand military exercise? At that time, the Yu army defeated my Shangyuan army with only 2,000 men. Later, we found out it was all your doing. Today, I'll avenge my Shangyuan army's soldiers. That grand military exercise was a sensation throughout the court. No one expected that the Yu army would emerge as a dark horse and claim the championship. Similarly, the Shangyuan army and the Tian's army lost face. Everyone was resentful, blaming all the faults on Lin Ji. Many wanted to take revenge, but there was never an opportunity. Now, finally, when Cheng Yu had his chance to deal with this guy openly, his heart was filled with indescribable joy. Lin Hao suddenly understood. So that's it. I thought it was something serious. It's just such a small matter. Besides, how can you blame me? You just weren't good enough. Is it because you're stupid that you blame the dull blade? This taunt made those behind him burst into laughter. You, such an upright and serious person, how come your son is like a little rascal? Qin Hongmian couldn't help but tease. So what? At least he hasn't disappointed me. Lin Tianhao said with a serious air. When Cheng Yu was burning with anger, he never expected to be humiliated by this kid on the brink of death. Immediately, he exerted force in his wrist. All right, today I'll show you the true strength of the Shangyuan army. In the blink of an eye, when Cheng Yu darted forward, his weapon becoming a flash of blade light, slashing directly at Lin Ji. The momentum was not for sparring, but for taking his life. Anyone who has been on the battlefield knows that there are only two kinds of fights. Either it's child's play, just for fun, or it's a fight to the death, because the skills they practice are all killing techniques. They aim to defeat the enemy in one move. There's no room for fancy moves. In battle, feints and real attacks are useless. Only those who survive have the right to be called strong. Lin Ji didn't hesitate either, immediately dodging and countering. Their figures intertwined. Blade flashes and sword shadows made people's hearts tremble. Seeing this, Qin Hongmian couldn't help but worry. Are these young generals of the Shangyuan army so formidable? Will your son be all right? Madam Qin, you underestimate the young general too much. Yunlong Taoist said with a light smile. Don't mention these people. Back when the Huns attacked Yuzhou City with 10,000 men, he held them off alone. Can these 300 Shangyuan army guards match 10,000 Huns? Qin Hongmian couldn't help but show a look of shock. She had heard of this matter, but she thought it was mostly exaggerated. How could one person withstand 10,000 enemy troops? The Western Xia once boasted of having 800,000 troops, but in reality, only 300,000 were capable of fighting. So Qin Hongmian had always thought that this was just the Northern Army exaggerating the prowess of the Northern general's son. But now, hearing what Yunlong Taoist said, it seemed there was no exaggeration at all. Is your son really that formidable? Lin Tianhao was uneasy. Lin Ji's strength had indeed earned his approval and pride. But today, the Shangyuan army came prepared. Although Qin Shangyuan claimed there were only 300 guards, who knew if there were reinforcements? If they prolonged the battle, they would surely be surrounded. Then there would be no hope of escape. Chapter 491. Lin Ji vs. Qin Shangyuan. In response to Qin Hongmian's inquiry, Lin Tianhao patted her hand. He reassured her, you can rest assured. I protected you when we left Westxia back then, and I will protect you now to safely leave the north. As long as I am still breathing, no one will be able to harm you. A decade is not a short time for anyone. Yet, some people have changed countless partners in this decade. But Qin Hongmian has always stayed at this horse farm, never thinking of leaving. Such a woman, how could she be neglected? Qin Hongmian never expected that at her age of over 30, she would have the chance to experience a second spring in her life. Facing Lin Tianhao's concern, she felt sweeter than honey. Even if I really die here today, I have no regrets. Don't talk nonsense. You can be assured. My son will not let us down, Lin Tianhao said resolutely. At the same time, the competition between Lin Ji and Wen Qingyu had reached a fever pitch. This right-wing vanguard general of the Shangyuan army truly lived up to his reputation. He indeed deserved the title of a cavalry general. Chen Shangyuan's face showed a look of pride. This was even better. After defeating Lin Tianhao himself, his subordinate also defeated Lin Ji. From now on, the Shangyuan army would have unparalleled glory throughout the entire Great Xia dynasty. The Lin father and son whom you cannot deal with have been easily handled by us. Among the millions of troops, who is truly at the top of the pyramid is self-evident. However, changes often come unexpectedly. Just when Chen Shangyuan thought he had the upper hand, Wenqingyu somehow exposed a flaw and was directly kicked away by Lin Ji. He fell heavily to the ground. The move was exactly the same as the one he had used against Lin Tianhao earlier. It seemed the opponent was showing off intentionally. So this is the level of the Shangyuan army's right-wing vanguard general? If he were in my northern border army or the northern garrison of Mingxing County, he would at most be a captain. The implication was a scathing criticism of the entire Shangyuan army from top to bottom. Such a person could be promoted, which only showed a lack of talent. It also demonstrated Chen Shangyuan's short-sightedness. Chen Shangyuan frowned upon hearing this. He was extremely displeased. He looked down at Wenqingyu. What happened? This guy's martial arts are extremely bizarre, never seen before. Wenqingyu said, embarrassed. He hadn't expected to lose so badly, especially after boasting in front of Chen Shangyuan. How to save face now? No matter how powerful he is, if the Lin family's unique martial arts were truly unmatched, how could they be just a mere northern border army? Chen Shangyuan said, his face dark. Lin Ji couldn't help but lower his leg and said with a smile, General Chen, it seems your men are not much to speak of. You could defeat my father earlier, probably just because of your youth and strength. Old masters fear young tigers. Once they meet a tough opponent, all their weaknesses are exposed. Yunlong Daozhang behind them couldn't help but mock. General Chen, you didn't bring enough men, did you? If we leave today, wouldn't that make the entire Shangyuan army the laughingstock? The words were filled with sarcasm and mockery. Chen Shangyuan's face turned green and purple. He clenched his back teeth. Lin Ji, I underestimated you. It seems you do have some skills. Since that's the case, let me face you. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Chen Shangyuan's figure flashed. He struck out with a palm aimed at Lin Ji's crown. Lin Ji instinctively tried to dodge to the side. But Chen Shangyuan's figure was extremely elusive, moving with him. This unexpected change caught Lin Ji off guard. He dared not be careless and immediately activated the Divine Dragon 100 forms. At the same time, he raised his arms to block the force. Even so, Lin Ji was still forced to retreat several steps. Chen Shangyuan swept his robe disdainfully. Just because you defeated one of my generals, you dare to be so arrogant. Your strength is far from that of your father, let alone being my match. Lin Ji did not get angry. Instead, he furrowed his brow, deep in thought. This man's movements were exceptionally swift, and the martial arts he used were also very unique. It did not seem to be from any Central Plains sect. Although Lin Ji was not from the martial arts world, through discussions with Suebua and Shaolian, he had some understanding of the 8 major sects, 16 gangs, and 32 local forces and sect martial arts in the Central Plains. But this Chen Shangyuan did not belong to any of them. Where did he learn his martial arts? Be careful of his iron sand palm, Lin Tianhao warned from behind. This man has learned a wide variety of martial arts, already forming his own style. Don't judge him by common standards. Hearing this, Lin Ji suddenly understood. No wonder he found the opponent's movements somewhat familiar, but the palm techniques entirely different. It turned out to be a patchwork. Since ancient times, in any field, those who can integrate various schools are not ordinary. Their abilities are even more formidable. For example, Zhang Sanfeng, originally born in the Shaolin Temple, but later, after traveling the Jianghu, he encountered a wide variety of martial arts. After familiarizing himself with these, he drew upon the strengths of various schools, forming his own style, creating Wudong Tai Chi, and becoming a grandmaster. Zhang Sanfeng's martial talent was indeed unquestionable. After all, he could create such unique skills. But before that, he was still a patchwork. Otherwise, how could Zhang Sanfeng be known as a terrestrial immortal in the martial arts world? Similarly, this Chen Shangyuan in front of him. Since he could learn multiple martial arts, he indeed had his unique qualities. But there was also a significant drawback. Because he learned a lot, he didn't learn them thoroughly. Unless he was a genius. Otherwise, there must be flaws. Lin Ji adjusted his state, calmly facing the situation. Is this all the skill you have to defeat me? Are you kidding me? If I were so easily defeated, I would have been torn apart by the Huns and the Turks long ago. Chen Shangyuan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. You still dare to be stubborn when death is imminent. Let me see how far you've mastered your unique martial arts. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he advanced again. Lin Ji dared not be negligent, immediately adjusting the divine dragon 100 forms to its utmost. To protect himself, the iron sand palm was no ordinary skill, and it seemed Chen Shangyuan had practiced it to a certain level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been forced to retreat earlier. The two clashed again. The scene was extremely intense. Chapter 492. A narrow escape from death. It was unclear how many rounds had been fought. Both sides were emitting wisps of white mist from their bodies. It seemed they had reached a critical juncture. The onlookers were equally tense. For once the result was determined, it would signify the victor, and it could potentially alter the course of today's events. Lin Ji had already unleashed his full power. He had even perfected the dragon elephant skill. This Shangyuan army was indeed formidable. General Chen Shangyuan's prowess was astonishing. The last time Lin Ji went all out was when he faced the Huns' 10,000-strong army alone. This showed just how far superior his strength was compared to many other generals. He was undoubtedly a true master that Lin Ji had encountered. But as he had previously thought, Chen Shangyuan's martial arts were extremely eclectic. Though they seemed to have formed a unique style, they hadn't yet been truly integrated, revealing flaws over prolonged combat. Lin Ji remained vigilant and continued probing. After nearly a dozen exchanges, Chen Shangyuan inadvertently exposed a weakness. Lin Ji's eyes sharpened. He immediately closed in. Seeing this, Chen Shangyuan instinctively raised his arm to block. His expression changed slightly the next moment. Lin Ji's attack suddenly shifted midway. It was merely a feint. What? Chen Shangyuan blurted out. But it was too late. Lin Ji used his left foot as a pivot, spinning around to deliver a back kick. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Chen Shangyuan was sent crashing into a pillar. His face turned pale. General? When Cheng Yu was stunned, he never expected even Chen Shangyuan to fall to Lin Ji. Chen Shangyuan took a moment to stand up, but immediately felt a surge of blood in his chest. It was caused by the agitation of his inner qi. Fortunately, he had noticed the danger and managed to block in time. Otherwise, he would have suffered severe internal injuries. Who would have thought? Lin Ji's strength far surpassed that of Lin Tianhao. Wasn't it said that this man had only practiced martial arts for 2 years? How could he have such a drastic transformation in strength? Lin Ji withdrew and stood up. His face was calm. General Chen, it seems I have a slight edge. Your skills are formidable, but fighting me is no cause for concern. Chen Shangyuan gritted his teeth in anger. He was one of the 12 generals of the Great Xia dynasty, yet he had lost to this young commander with a minor reputation at the northern border. If word got out, not only would he lose face, but the entire Shangyuan army would be disgraced. Boy, this is not a friendly spar. Today, it's either you or me. Chen Shangyuan snarled. He was determined to capture the two of them, or at least bring back their corpses as a completion of his mission. Shangyuan army guards, arrest everyone in the empty Bright Valley. Those who resist, kill on sight. With a command, over 100 guards behind Chen Shangyuan surged forward. Their momentum was fierce and terrifying. They were ruthless veterans who had survived through life and death. Each one had a blank expression. They were like emotionless weapons, destined to kill everything in sight. Run! Lin Ji whipped his horse, knocking down the 2 leading guards. He quickly entangled with the others. Master Yunlong also stepped forward to assist. Lin Tianhao intended to join as well. His son was fighting ahead. As a general and a father, there was no reason to retreat. But Lin Ji turned and pushed Lin Tianhao back several steps. Dad, go first. Wait at the stables, trust me. Lin Tianhao was stunned. Then he understood. Without hesitation, he led Qin Hongmian towards the stables. Linger, who was about to release the horses, was surprised by the scene. Mother, what's happening? Run. Lin Tianhao didn't give her any chance to respond. He grabbed Linger and dashed towards the stables. Meanwhile, Lin Ji and Master Yunlong were still entangled with the Shangyuan army guards in the main hall. The fight was extremely intense. Due to the injuries Qin Shangyuan and Wen Chengyu had sustained, they dared not rush forward. They waited for an opportunity. Finally, amidst the flickering figures, Qin Shangyuan seized a chance. He gathered all his strength and struck Lin Ji's back. Bang! The sound was like a thunderclap, extremely loud. Master Yunlong was shocked. Young general? Lin Ji glanced back. His eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Then he whipped his horse and, along with Master Yunlong, dashed towards the back of the Qin fortress. Chase them! Qin Shangyuan immediately ordered. The 300 guards, like bloodthirsty wolves, pursued relentlessly. When they reached the stables, thousands of blood-sweating horses had already been led to the banks of the Liao River by Qin Hongyan and Linger. Once they crossed the river, they would be temporarily safe. Lin Tianhao was anxiously waiting until he saw two figures rapidly approaching. He felt slightly relieved, but then his heart sank. For behind Lin Ji and Master Yunlong, countless dark shadows followed closely. Big brother? Linger recognized Lin Ji in the midst of the sprint. Cross the river quickly. Lin Tianhao knew time was of the essence. This was not the time for such talk. Qin Hongyan nodded. She immediately blew her whistle. The blood-sweating horses, as if hearing a command, began to cross the river. As the last batch of horses entered the water, Lin Ji and Master Yunlong arrived. They leaped lightly onto the horses' backs at the riverbank. By the time the Shangyuan army reached the shore, they were already in the deepest part of the river. General Shangyuan, it seems I have the upper hand in both martial arts and strategy. If you want to kill me and my father, we'll have to settle it on the battlefield. Lin Ji laughed loudly. His arrogant laughter echoed across the stables. Qin Shangyuan gritted his teeth in fury. His eyes burned with anger. Damn it, they escaped again. General, let me lead the 300 guards across the river to chase them. When Chengyu volunteered, seeming to want to redeem himself for the previous defeat. Qin Shangyuan merely glanced at the Liao River and directly scolded, "Do you want to lead my guards to their deaths? The river is so turbulent, even if you swim to the other side, you'll be far from the Lin family. How will you return then?" When Chengyu was momentarily speechless, he could only watch helplessly as the figures on the opposite bank and the countless warhorses. Shangyuan's face was ashen, his eyes filled with hatred. No matter how unwilling or furious he was, the situation was set. Continuing to pursue forcefully would only be disadvantageous to them. The ancient wisdom of not pursuing a cornered enemy was something Qin Shangyuan couldn't possibly ignore. Inform everyone to return to Liuzhou City immediately. Are we really going back like this? When Chengyu asked incredulously, what else do you want to do? Do you think you alone can take them on? Qin Shangyuan said coldly, yet inwardly, he couldn't help but be secretly shocked. He was well aware of his own strength. The iron sandpalm he used to ambush Lin Ji had been at full power. Even in his prime, such a move could have killed a strong ox. Even in that situation, Qin Shangyuan was confident enough to leave Lin Hao completely incapacitated. But who could have expected that this man was so tough? After taking a solid hit from the iron sandpalm, he could still move freely as if nothing had happened. Clearly, he was a formidable opponent. Remember, if you ever encounter the Lin family father and son again, never let your guard down. You must give it your all to deal with them, Qin Shangyuan said expressionlessly. When Chengyu's eyes widened in disbelief, he had followed Qin Shangyuan for several years, from the Northwest border wars to the present. He had never seen anyone who could garner such respect from Qin Shangyuan. Had the Lin family father and son become so formidable that they surpassed even the 12 generals of the Great Xia dynasty? It was unimaginable. When Chengyu couldn't fathom how a once despised and rejected playboy could have transformed so drastically in just 2 years, reaching a level in martial arts that was unprecedented. Was it talent or a stroke of luck? It was impossible to tell for now. But one thing was certain, defeating these two would not be an easy feat. It seemed they would have to be more cautious in the future. Everyone listen up. Leave a team to guard the Kongming Valley. The rest, Follow the general back to Liuzhou City. At the northern border, where the boundaries of the Huns were close, a few riders galloped on blood-sweat horses. Seeing no pursuers behind them, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The horses, too, stopped to rest, their docile demeanor showing no trace of wildness. If not for Qin Hongmian being present, they might have doubted whether these were truly blood-sweat horses. Such gentle horses were as rare as the extraordinary talents of the world. Those with true abilities often had peculiar temperaments. The so-called good-natured, smooth-talking individuals were usually sycophants or cunning schemers. Such people could never truly achieve great deeds and sustain them for long. So dangerous. I never thought we would really escape. Qin Hongmian exhaled deeply, glancing at Lin Tianhao. The long-held obsession fulfilled in an instant made her feel unreal. Indeed, who would have thought that after a few years apart, I now have to rely on my son, Lin Tianhao joked, yet his face was full of pride and satisfaction. No matter who he told, Lin Tianhao felt a sense of honor. But to his surprise, Lin Ji seemed indifferent, as if he hadn't heard a word. Son? Lin Tianhao turned curiously, only to find Lin Hao sitting upright on his horse, eyes closed, his face pale. He looked like a dying man. Lin Tianhao's expression changed slightly, a Muoming Buwan creeping into his heart. He quickly dismounted. Lin Ji, what's wrong with him? Qin Hongmian couldn't help but express concern. Love extends to the things one loves. Since Lin Ji was Lin Tianhao's son and Lin Tianhao had accepted her, it meant they were now mother and son. It was natural to care. What followed left the three of them dumbfounded. Lin Ji fell straight off his horse, spewing blood from his mouth. What happened? Lin Tianhao was alarmed, not wanting his son to be hurt in the slightest. He immediately channeled his internal energy, sending his qi into Lin Ji. After a while, Lin Ji slowly regained consciousness. What's going on? Why are you so badly injured? Lin Tianhao was baffled. Chen Shangyuan is truly formidable. He broke through the protective power of my divine dragon and elephant skill. Lin Ji smiled wryly, his eyes filled with regret. So far, among the experts he had encountered, few could surpass him in individual combat. But Chen Shangyuan was extraordinary, mastering various techniques and possessing profound internal strength. In the heat of the moment, Lin Ji knew he had no other choice but to withstand the attack. Even so, the power of the iron sand palm was not to be underestimated. He had already suffered internal injuries at the time. Yet, Lin Ji knew he couldn't show any sign of defeat, so he chose to endure it. The prolonged journey worsened his condition, and he finally collapsed here. Didn't I tell you not to underestimate your opponent? Lin Tianhao sighed. He remembered the first time he met Qin Shangyuan, who was just a young, inexperienced general. Who would have thought that in over a decade, his strength would grow so terrifyingly? It was hard to believe. This also proved once again that the current situation of the Northern Border Army was not as good as imagined. Perhaps danger could come at any moment. With the enemy overwhelming us, it was indeed my own carelessness, Lin Ji said indifferently, not blaming anyone, as he understood what Lin Tianhao meant. On the battlefield, there was no room for excuses. Losing meant paying a heavy price. Hashtag chapter 494. I can protect my brother too. Perhaps this time, they were fortunate enough to escape. But what if they met on the battlefield next time? Chen Shangyuan was well prepared, with thousands of Shangyuan soldiers sweeping in, followed by countless civilians, border soldiers, and northern frontier troops. How would they escape then? What's the point of blaming your son now? If it weren't for him, how could we possibly still be alive and leave that empty valley? Qin Hongmian couldn't help but interject. She also felt a deep sense of gratitude. The first meeting between the two had been quite unpleasant. Her impression of Lin Ji was very unfavorable, but after this incident, Qin Hongmian could see. Although Lin Ji's behavior was that of a spoiled young master, his heart was warm, just like Lin Tianhao back in the day. You don't understand, the battlefield won't give us a second chance. We must learn from this. Lin Tianhao said sternly. Father, you take them north first. I'm worried Qin Shangyuan might try to cross the river and come after us. If we fall into their hands, none of us will make it back alive. What about you? Lin Tianhao's eyes were full of worry. It was evident that he was reluctant to part. Dad, don't you remember? I managed to escape from the Huns' camp alone and hid outside the northern border for half a month. Now, there are only 300 Shangyuan soldiers. If they want to catch me, they'll have to try harder. Lin Tianhao thought about it and found the argument reasonable. So he nodded. Take care of yourself. I'll take them back to Yuzhou by a detour. The real trouble wasn't just the few of them. The entire northern region was vast, making it easy to hide. But with these thousands of blood-sweating horses, their target was huge. If they couldn't return quickly, it could lead to complications. Lin Tianhao urged Qin Hongyan to drive the horse herd north. Wait a minute. As the dragon-elephant skill circulated, his injuries healed visibly. This was the most profound aspect of the Lin family's unique martial art. As long as there was a breath left, there was a way to bring someone back from the brink of death. The dragon-elephant skill was different from the techniques of various sects in the martial world, mainly because the true purpose of this skill was not to enhance one's strength, but to strengthen the body. It was similar to Shaolin Zi Jinjing. When the dragon-elephant skill reached a sufficiently high level, the changes it brought about would naturally affect the user's surroundings, including speed, endurance, and reflexes. Thus, to outsiders, it seemed as if the user's agility and power had increased. As Lin Ji continued to recuperate, he suddenly heard a faint noise. In an instant, he grabbed a piece of gravel from the ground and threw it towards the source of the sound. There was a crisp sound. The gravel created a hole in the tree. It pierced through. The person who saw this was stunned. They didn't dare to move rashly. Who's there? Lin Ji's eyes opened coldly. He saw a familiar figure standing not far away. The pure and lovely face was filled with panic and confusion. Big brother, it's me. Linger, how did you get here? Lin Ji's eyes were full of surprise. He also restrained his breath. He hadn't expected this little girl to appear by his side. He had instinctively thought it was the pursuing soldiers of the Shangyuan army. I was worried about Big Brother's safety, so I secretly came back. Linger cautiously approached. Are you okay? You don't look too good. Actually, she had wanted to ask earlier. But before she could, she was pulled away by Lin Tianhao and Qin Hongyan. On the way, Linger's heart was always uneasy, so she took the risk to return. Lin Ji took a deep breath. His power had recovered almost to 80%, and even if he encountered the Shangyuan army, he could fight. But if Chun Shangyuan fought him again, it was hard to say who would win. You really can't tell the difference between urgency and triviality, can you? Lin Ji walked up, gently stroked her hair. He had already come to see her as his own sister. Don't you know how ruthless those pursuers are? Linger shook her head. She didn't know what had happened at Qin's fortress. She only saw her mother and Lin Tianhao running wildly, so she followed. Lin Ji couldn't help but laugh. You're still too young and inexperienced. Don't do this kind of thing again in the future. Stay with your mother, okay? Big brother, who hurt you? Is he really that strong? Should I help you get revenge? Linger said indignantly. She didn't understand the feelings between men and women. She just felt that Lin Ji was nice to her, gave her a bicycle last time, and now he was concerned about her safety. Plus, he was very interesting to talk to. Naturally, she liked to be close to him. You help me get revenge? Lin Ji couldn't help but laugh. With your little arms and legs, you can't even beat me, let alone him. He's a famous general of the Great Xia dynasty. So what? Linger pouted. She didn't care at all. She even solemnly pulled out the whip by her side. My mother taught me how to tame horses, and the same skills can be used against people. Don't underestimate me just because I'm young. I can definitely hold my own in a fight. Lin Ji's smile was full of affection. Having such a sister seemed like a good thing, but he couldn't let Linger do something so dangerous. Seeing that the pursuers hadn't caught up, Lin Ji felt they had probably escaped danger. This place was not safe for long, so he took Linger and headed north. Chapter 495. Having a little sister isn't bad either. The two of them walked for about 3 or 4 hours, and had reached the territory of the Huns. The wind was... Me? What does it have to do with me? Linji blinked, full of confusion. My mother said that from now on, Big Brother is my brother, and no matter what happens, Big Brother will protect us. Today was like that too. That Shang Yuanjun came to the valley causing trouble. Wasn't it thanks to Big Brother and Uncle Lin that we were able to get out of it safely? Linji couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed Qin Hongmian was quite good at building relationships. Last time, the two sides were at odds, and now they were siblings. It was true that women in love couldn't be expected to act rationally. But this was good too. If Lin Tianhao and Qin Hongmian could reconcile, having an extra sister wouldn't be bad. The only regret now was that the empty Ming Valley had fallen into Shang Yuanjun's hands. He would have to find a chance to take it back. Linji had plans to build a base there. Once the technology improved, it could become an important transit point. Otherwise, if they wanted to go to the East Sea, they would have to take a long detour. The two of them traveled all the way. By nightfall, they were still walking on the prairie. In the distance, they could see faint lights. Although they were in Hun territory, this was a remote area. There were no tribes in sight. The distant lights were their only hope for lodging tonight. Otherwise, they would have to sleep under the open sky. Linji was fine with that, but it would be tough on the cute little Linger. As they approached the lights, Linji was surprised to find it was an inn. In the middle of nowhere, there was an inn in the wilderness. Linji pondered. If it wasn't a black inn, there must be some mystery. Thinking this, he planned a detour. Linger, innocent and carefree, said, "Big Brother, aren't we here? Why are we still walking? This place isn't safe. I'm afraid something might happen to you tonight." Linger seemed eager to prove her strength. The more Linji said this, the more stubborn she became, determined to investigate the inn. Seeing this, Linji had no choice but to agree. Although the little girl was indeed cute, she also had a child's temperament. Linji had never had a sister before, and with such a well-behaved and obedient sister like Linger, how could he refuse? When they arrived at the inn, the lanterns at the entrance were dim, giving off an eerie feeling. Linger stood there timidly, not daring to move forward. Linji couldn't help but tease. Why? Afraid so soon? If so, you should have listened to me and left earlier. I'm not. Linger suddenly gained confidence. What's there to be afraid of in an inn? I've faced wild beasts and bears outside the horse farm before. Oh. Linji couldn't help but smirk. It seemed the girl had a tough mouth, much like Qin Hongmian. Seeing Linger insist on going, Linji completely dispelled his worries, ready to face whatever came. With his current strength, there were very few people in the northern border who could match him in a one-on-one fight. Even if he had suffered a setback at Chen Shangyuan's hands, it was due to the overwhelming numbers. Unless there was an equally skilled opponent, Linji could handle himself, whether advancing or retreating. There was no need to worry. As soon as they entered the inn, a pale-faced man in a servant's uniform came out, smiling. "Two guests, are you here for a meal or lodging?" "It's so late, of course, we're here for lodging. Why else would we come to such a desolate place?" Linji answered calmly. "Please, this way." The servant gestured. He couldn't help but glance at the horse following them. What a fine horse. It seems the guest is also a horse lover. Linji smiled. The horse doesn't even have a saddle. It was just a lucky encounter on the road that we managed to tame. I see. Then please hand over this fine horse to us. We have special people to take care of it, the servant said eagerly. He then led the horse to the back. Linger stared at him for a while. Only after he left did she say uneasily, "This person is so strange, and he gives me a creepy feeling." Linji chuckled softly. Of course, this inn might not be simple. Be very careful with whatever they bring up later. Linger nodded obediently. Inside the inn, it wasn't bustling, but there were a few tables occupied. There were traveling merchants, Hun civilians, and even people in official uniforms. Linji frowned, finding it even stranger. From the uniforms, they seemed to be soldiers of the Great Xia dynasty. But as far as he knew, most of the Great Xia dynasty's troops were concentrated in Mingqing County and Yuzhou City. Although the Yu family army was dispatched to guard various places, they would never dare to indulge in revelry at such a time. The Yu family army was very trustworthy in terms of strict discipline. Judging from the current situation, Linji couldn't see much. Soon, the servant brought up wine and dishes. The aroma was mouth-watering. Linger swallowed several times, barely managing to resist her hunger. After a bumpy journey, the two were already starving. How could they resist such tempting food? Are the dishes here not to your liking, two guests? The servant asked eagerly, his eyes full of expectation. Chapter 496, The Black Inn of Greed and Murder. Seeing this, Linji calmly asked, "What do you mean by that? Then why haven't the two of you touched your chopsticks?" The attendant's eyes were almost piercing through them, as if he couldn't wait to stuff the food directly into their mouths. "I don't particularly like eating meat, especially beef. Do you have any vegetarian dishes here?" Linji asked indifferently. "Vegetarian dishes?" The attendant's eyes revealed a hint of surprise, as if it was very unexpected. It seemed that few people would make such a request. Nevertheless, he nodded. "Since it's the guest's request, we naturally should fulfill it. Please wait a moment. I'll go to the kitchen to prepare." With that, he left. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Linji quickly pulled out a silver needle from his pocket and inconspicuously tapped it lightly in the wine and dishes. In the blink of an eye, the silver needle turned pitch black. "Oh my goodness!" Linger couldn't help but cover her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. Even though she lacked extensive experience in the ways of the martial world, she could tell that the food was problematic. "Is this a black inn?" Linji chuckled. Was there any need to say more? But since he had encountered it, he naturally had to find out who these people were. He then whispered, "No matter what dish he brings later, both of us will eat it, but remember to spit it out quietly." "Ah." Linger blinked, her eyes full of confusion. She clearly didn't understand why they would knowingly put themselves in danger. "Yes, since I am the commander of the northern border, isn't it my duty to eliminate harm for the people?" Linji said indifferently. Ignoring such a black inn would surely harm countless civilians. Whether for public or private reasons, he couldn't turn a blind eye. Soon, the attendant brought out new dishes, just a plate of greens. "I apologize for any inconvenience, esteemed guests. It's all right, with so many guests in the inn, it's only natural for you to be busy," Linji said, noticing the attendant standing by his side. He roughly knew what he was up to. But did he think he could fool him with such a small trick? That was too naive. He ate the dish in front of the attendant, and Linger followed suit. The attendant, seeing this, revealed a satisfied smile and nodded repeatedly, "Please enjoy slowly. I'll be off to attend to other matters." As he turned to leave, Linji suddenly spat out the greens to the side, and Linger followed suit. The attendant, while leaving, also glanced at the two without moving a muscle. Seeing them eating, he left with a sense of satisfaction, his lips curling into a meaningful smile. Soon, the guests in the inn seemed to be drunk, swaying and collapsing on the tables. Linji nudged Linger, signaling it was time to act. The girl was indeed clever, pretending to be tired and then collapsing on the table. After the entire inn quieted down, footsteps echoed from the stairs. A middle-aged woman descended, dressed in gaudy attire, heavily made up, with a strong scent of perfume hitting them. "Madam." The attendant also came out, smiling profusely. "Today is quite good. So many guests." The woman's face showed a smug smile, mixed with cruelty. "Yes, it's been a long time since we've been this busy." The attendant nodded excitedly. "Looks like today's harvest is good." "Huh." The woman noticed Linji and walked over, examining him closely. "This young master looks good. Not only handsome but also dressed so well. Seems like a rich young master." "Madam, this one was the most troublesome. He even insisted on vegetarian food," the attendant said, his eyes revealing a hint of disgust. "It made me have to go back to the kitchen to prepare again." "No need to complain. These are minor matters. As long as we have income, we can go back and report." "Do you really want to stay in this godforsaken place all your life?" The woman snorted coldly. "Don't rush to kill this one. Strip the others and clean up." Ah, madam, are you going to let him go? The attendant's eyes were full of surprise. How could I let him go? Of course, I'll enjoy myself first, then deal with him slowly. The woman's eyes gleamed with greed. Don't think that only men are lustful in this world. Some women, when they reach a certain age, are even more terrifying, like wolves and tigers. Understood. I'll send him to your room right away, the attendant said with a playful smile. But as he approached, Linji suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed him. What? The woman's eyes revealed surprise. You didn't faint? The attendant was knocked out on the spot. Linji stood up, stretching his shoulders, his face calm. All right. Running a black inn in the wilderness, robbing and killing, even coveting my beauty? How dare you? Kid, you think you can struggle here? The woman sneered. Old lady here finds you. It's your honor. Don't be ungrateful. Surrender and avoid suffering. How interesting. Linji couldn't help but shake his head. You've never seen a man before, so eager. Whatever old lady here wants, be it a person or a thing, must be left behind. The woman moved swiftly, attacking Linji. To his surprise, she was a trained fighter. Linji didn't hesitate, immediately countering. Clearly, this woman, despite having some skills, was no match for Linji. In just over 10 rounds, she was subdued. Is this the extent of your skills to run a black inn? Linji said, Spill it. How many people have you harmed over the years? None of your business. The woman retorted stubbornly, her heart filled with shock. She never expected this seemingly frivolous young man to be so skilled. She was not only powerless against him, but also posed no threat. Not talking. Linji slightly increased the pressure, causing her to scream in pain. Don't you know how to be gentle with a lady? That depends on who it is, Linji said indifferently, unmoved by her beauty. Seeing the woman no longer resist, Linji lifted her up and woke Linger, asking her to find some rope. He tied up the attendant and the woman securely, not giving them any chance to escape. You have two choices, either confess all your crimes or suffer some punishment, my hand, Linji said. Hashtag chapter 497. Unexpected discovery, the Black Water Scroll. Linji always followed his own rules. He would never wrong an innocent person, but he would also never let a guilty one go free. And Linger was by his side. If he ignored this rogue in, the next person lying here might be Linger. The northern border was indeed chaotic. However, Linji's goal was to build a paradise where everyone could live in peace and happiness. If he turned a blind eye to such matters, wouldn't that go against his original intentions? At first, the woman resisted, but under Linji's cruel methods, she couldn't hold out. I'll talk, okay. This moment, the woman realized that this young gentleman was not as easy to deal with as she had imagined. She dared not resist any further. She then confessed everything she had done here over the years. I didn't expect it, Linji said, glancing sideways. His eyes were filled with profound meaning. Just the two of you could dominate this remote wilderness outside the northern border for 3 years? Sir, I had no choice. The woman poured out her grievances. Her face was full of pity. You know the situation at the northern border. Life is as cheap as grass. To survive, one has to be ruthless. I did this to find a way out for myself. She spoke with conviction. But in Linji's eyes, this was nothing but crocodile tears. So many suffering people in the northern border. Why didn't they do such things? And to justify it so openly. Truly, the heart of a thief never dies. Hand over all the treasures you've acquired, and I might spare your life. Linji said slowly. Sir, we've already spent all the money. Where can we find it? The woman's face was full of helplessness. Spent? This place is neither here nor there. Money is useless here. Do you think you can fool me with such words? I'll give you one last chance. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being merciless. Linji's face was as cold as frost, his voice icy. His eyes were filled with a murderous intent. He had never thought of being lenient with such people. There was absolutely no intention of letting them off. They deserved to be dealt with severely. Yes. The woman was terrified. She nodded repeatedly. I have some in my room. Sir, would you like to go up and get it? Seeing this, Linger volunteered. But Linji was worried the woman might play tricks behind his back, so he had his sister watch over her while he went up to check. Once in the room, Linji was hit by a pungent smell. It seemed to contain a hidden fragrance. He immediately held his breath. Indeed, the woman was still not giving up. She actually tried this trick on him. If he didn't find the so-called treasure in the room, he would make her taste his methods. Otherwise, she really took him for a pushover. After walking around the woman's room, apart from some daily necessities and decorations on the wooden cabinet, he couldn't see anything valuable. It was a box in the corner that caught Linji's attention. Opening it, it was full of gold and silver treasures. Priceless. It seemed the woman had made quite a fortune over the years. So abundant. That moment, a scroll caught his attention. Compared to all the glittering treasures, this plain scroll stood out. What is this? Curious, Linji unrolled the scroll. Not looking was better, but when he did, his eyes showed astonishment and disbelief. The scroll contained a landscape painting. It seemed to depict a certain scenery in the northern border. What truly caught Linji's attention was the inscription beside the painting. Mountain atop mountain, white mountain embraces thousands of green. Water within water, black water holds tens of thousands of red. It seemed just an ordinary poem. But as Linji knew, black water was also known as petroleum. Ancient people had indeed been fortunate enough to discover it. This matter, Linji had once heard from Master Yunlong. However, since people nowadays didn't understand the uses of petroleum, they only knew this water-like liquid could easily ignite, hence they called it black water. But petroleum was an incredibly important resource. If the northern border could possess it, it would undoubtedly have extraordinary significance in subsequent battles. Never had he thought that with the intention of eliminating evil, he would have an unexpected discovery. Linji couldn't help but smile slightly when he returned downstairs. His mood was excellent. Not bad. It seems you've indeed made quite a fortune over the years to have saved these jewels. From today on, leave the northern border, and if I ever see you two causing trouble again, I will take your lives. The woman felt as if granted a great pardon. She nodded repeatedly. She didn't even care about the servants lying on the ground. Without looking back, she fled the door. Big brother, did you just let them go like that? Linger's eyes were full of disbelief. It seemed incredible. The other party had harmed so many people, and it ended so casually. It was completely unlike Linji's style. Killing them wouldn't solve anything. Linji said indifferently. In the northern border, life was indeed as cheap as grass. The woman hadn't been wrong about that, and those who had died at their hands in the past would just have to accept their fate. If it weren't for discovering this so-called treasure map today, Linji would never have let them off. It was already late at night. The people in the inn were still affected by the sleeping potion. Linji had Linger go to rest first. He himself closed his eyes to meditate. By the time dawn broke, seeing that the woman and the servant hadn't returned, everyone gradually woke up. Linji then quietly left with Linger. He also found a carriage to take all the treasures they had acquired from the woman. Now was the time when they were short of money. Such a windfall, how could they let it go? The two walked for nearly half a day. Finally, they met up with Lin Tianhao and the others. Last night, they had already sent someone back to Yuzhou City to report. Now Ding Yun led 300 elite northern border troops to meet them in the northern border, busy for 2 to 3 days. They finally safely returned to Yuzhou City. This time, to obtain warhorses, they had gone through a lot. But the harvest was plentiful. Lin Tianhao even found a spouse. This caused quite a stir in Yuzhou City. Countless local officials and wealthy merchants came to congratulate. The scene was no less lively than a grand wedding day. Under the circumstances, Lin Tianhao had to set up a banquet. On one hand, it was to celebrate his union with a good partner, and to obtain thousands of blood-sweating horses. On the other hand, it was also to reward the 100,000 northern border soldiers. Chapter 498. Is the Blackwater at Eagle's Beak Mountain? After all, Having been in hiding for so many years in the northern frontier, even without any merits, there were certainly some efforts made. With the current limited conditions, this is all that can be done. And just as the general's residence was bustling with activity, Lin Ji summoned Ding Yun and Master Yunlong to the study. Young general, today is also a joyous occasion. Why aren't you celebrating with the general and instead called us here alone? Master Yunlong couldn't help but ask curiously. Ding Yun also showed a look of confusion in his eyes. Lin Ji, although usually carefree and unpredictable, could distinguish between what was important and what was not. At such a time, there was no reason to avoid the celebrations. Master, do you remember the Blackwater you mentioned to me before? Lin Ji said mysteriously. He hadn't even told Lin Tianhao about this. Of course, didn't we discuss it at the time? If we were fortunate enough to obtain such a crucial resource as Blackwater, it would be of immense importance to us. Master Yunlong blurted out. He had traveled far and wide, read extensively, and his knowledge and experience were extremely rich. Although few others knew about Blackwater, he had some understanding of it. Indeed, it's quite coincidental. This time, while evading the Shangyuan army, I accidentally found a clue about Blackwater, Lin Ji said with a meaningful smile.
What?
Master Yunlong was stunned, his eyes showing surprise. Clearly, he hadn't quite understood. Lin Ji then took out a scroll and unrolled the ancient painting. Although I don't know who painted this, it must be that due to limited conditions, he couldn't obtain the Blackwater, so he had to leave clues this way. Master Yunlong examined it closely, his face a mixture of surprise and joy. Young general, this is wonderful. If we can get this batch of Blackwater, it will surely give us an edge. Not to mention anything else, if we use this oil for sieges, its power will be extraordinary. According to Master Yunlong's understanding, Blackwater is highly flammable. Even a spark could cause it to burn wildly, and it won't extinguish until it's burned out. If someone gets this on them and encounters an open flame, it's practically a death sentence, with dire consequences. This substance appearing in the northern frontier likely indicates that the Blackwater is hidden in the north. But the entire northern region stretches for thousands of miles, with numerous mountains and rivers. Finding such a mountain is no easy task, Master Yunlong sighed. Far away yet close at hand. Although it seems we've gained a great fortune, actually obtaining it is not simple. That's why I called Deputy General Ding here. Lin Ji's lips curled up. Me? Ding Yun blinked in surprise. Yes, you are very familiar with the northern frontier. Do you have any impression of the mountains in this painting? Lin Ji asked softly. Ding Yun looked closely, his face showing deep thought. After a moment, he shook his head helplessly. Young general, you're really putting me on the spot. The painting shows a snow-covered mountain, but it has no distinctive features, making it impossible to identify. How would I know where it is? This really can't be blamed on him. The northern mountain ranges stretch for thousands of miles, connecting to the northwest. There are countless mountains, with hundreds of snow-covered ones of various sizes. Although the painting depicts a snow-covered mountain next to a river, tracing its origin is not an easy task. Just then, Ding Yun suddenly looked up. A flash of inspiration struck his mind. I remember, there's someone who definitely knows. Who? It's the wealthy merchant of this city, Shunwan-san. Shunwan-san? Lin Ji was taken aback. The name sounded familiar. Could it really be the person he thought of? But then he dismissed the thought as impossible. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. Deputy General Ding, aren't you joking? Even you don't know, how could a local merchant understand? Master Yunlong couldn't help but tease. Ding Yun shook his head. Not necessarily. It's said that the merchant Shunwan-san traveled extensively in the northern frontier when he was young. Later, due to his exceptional insight and extensive connections, he became a prominent merchant in Yuzhou City. He truly started from scratch. When it comes to understanding the northern frontier, in all of Yuzhou City, if he says he's second, no one would dare claim to be first. So impressive? Lin Ji and Master Yunlong couldn't help but glance at each other. They were eager to meet this legendary figure. It's quite coincidental. He also came to congratulate the general today, and should be in the general's courtyard right now. Lin Ji's face lit up with joy. What was this called? Coming early is not as good as coming at the right time. Quick, go invite Mr. Shun here. Ding Yun immediately went to fetch him. Not long after, a plump middle-aged man walked in, his eyes full of confusion. I wonder what important matter the young general has called me here for? It's said that Mr. Shun is very familiar with the northern frontier and once claimed to have traveled through all the mountains? Lin Ji asked with a smile. Shin Wan-san nodded modestly. It's just praise from everyone. When I was young, I liked to travel and explore the mountains, and I particularly didn't like the small places in the south, so I thought I'd travel through the north. If that's the case, then please help me identify where this mountain is. Lin Ji took out the scroll. Shin Wan-san's eyes flashed with a gleam, then quickly returned to normal. Young general, what is this? This is a painting I accidentally obtained, but I don't know where this place is. Lin Ji said indifferently. I wonder if Mr. Shin recognizes it? Shin Wan-san furrowed his brow, thinking for a moment. Then he slowly said, I have some impression of this place. It's probably about 300 miles west, in the territory of the Tujue. So far? Master Yunlong couldn't help but be surprised. The key is that it's in Tujue territory. If they want to collect the Blackwater, it might be a bit troublesome. Are you sure? Lin Ji asked again. It shouldn't be wrong. As you can see, there's a protruding rock on the mountain that resembles an eagle's beak, so the locals call it Eagle's Beak Mountain. Plus, the river below, if I remember correctly, should be a tributary of the Tong River. Combining the two, it must be the Eagle's Beak Mountain 300 miles away. Shin Wan-san said decisively. I see. Then I'm sorry to trouble Mr. Shan. You should have been enjoying drinks and conversation with everyone today, but we had to bring you to the study. Lin Ji said politely. How could that be? General Lin and young general are the guardians of the north. Without you, Yuzhou City would have long fallen into the hands of the foreign tribes. Hashtag chapter 499. Secret conspiracy. The mastermind behind it is him. Now that I, Shin Wan-san, can contribute my meager efforts, I will do so to the best of my ability. Shin Wan-san was indeed a businessman through and through. His words and actions were impeccable. All right, with your assurance, I feel much more at ease. Deputy General Ding, please escort Mr. Shan back to the banquet. Lin Ji gestured with a wave of his hand. Ding Yun nodded. Shin Wan-san bowed slightly and then turned to leave. Young General, this time the matter went exceptionally smoothly. It's truly rare. If we can obtain the Blackwater, even if Shangyuan Army and Tiansu Army fiercely defend Liuzhou, we will have a sure victory. Master Yunlong was exhilarated. The Shangyuan Army had already appeared at the northern border, and it was led by Chun Shangyuan himself. The Tiansu Army would undoubtedly arrive shortly. The two elite forces of the Great Xia dynasty joining forces would be an extraordinary force. The Northern Border Army and Mingxing County garrison would certainly be under immense pressure. As for the Xiongnu and the Turks, neither of these forces would likely take the lead. At most, they would assist from the sidelines, attacking from the flanks. So the main offensive would still fall on their shoulders. With the help of the Blackwater, it would undoubtedly reduce casualties in the Northern Border Army. That would be a tremendous boon. Not necessarily. Lin Ji spoke slowly, his eyes glinting with a cold light. What's the matter? Master Yunlong looked puzzled. Didn't you notice that Shen Wan-san's eyes were flickering when he spoke, and the direction he pointed to? I've been there before. There's no such thing as a tributary of the Tong River, let alone Engsub Mountain. If he had pointed to another direction, Lin Ji might not have known. But the northwest direction is within the territory of the Turks. After escaping from the Xiongnu camp, he had gone to great lengths to return to Mingxing County by detouring through the Turkish border. On the way, he had paid special attention. The Tong River does indeed flow through Turkish territory, but it's definitely not in that location. What? Master Yunlong looked utterly confused. But it doesn't make sense. Shin Wan-san wouldn't lie to us. Everyone in the city knows. The fate of the Lin family is tied to everyone's safety. If Lin Tianhao and Lin Ji die on the battlefield, it would lead to the collapse of the Northern Border Army. Then, not to mention the officials in the court. The Turks and the Xiongnu would likely swarm like dogs fighting over scraps, dividing the entire northern border. Yes, but precisely because we think he wouldn't lie, we might have fallen into his trap. Lin Ji said meaningfully. It seems we need to visit Shun's residence tonight to see what exactly Shun Wan-san is up to. At the same time, after returning to the banquet, Shun Wan-san was visibly uneasy. He left immediately after the banquet ended, ignoring even the small talk with other officials and local tycoons. As soon as he got home, Shun Wan-san headed towards the side courtyard with a dark face. He checked both ways outside a room, and only after confirming no one was around, he pushed the door open. No one would have thought that there were two people hidden in this room. One was a woman, her body reeking of strong perfume, though her appearance was disheveled. It was clear she was a flirtatious type. On the ground beside her lay a young man with a pale face, as if on the brink of death. "Master, why are you here?" the woman asked incredulously. She was the innkeeper of the Black Inn Lin Ji had encountered at the Xiongnu border. After being exposed by Lin Ji, the two of them had to flee. They sneaked into Yuzhou City and ended up in Shun Wan-san's residence. Before the woman could finish her sentence, she was met with a slap. It was exceptionally loud. She fell to the ground. "Master, what's the matter?" The woman covered her swollen face, panicking. She couldn't even understand why Shun Wan-san was so furious. "You filthy slut! You dare to deceive me? After all the food and clothing I've provided you, and letting you open in and outside the pass, who would have thought you'd play dirty with me?" Shun Wan-san cursed with gritted teeth. "Master, I didn't." The woman was terrified. Her soul almost left her body. Her eyes were filled with fear. "All these years you've had me open a Black Inn outside the pass, collecting money, 9 out of 10 of the earnings I've given you, keeping only a small portion for myself. Isn't that what you said? Then I ask you, why didn't you bring back the scroll?" "Scroll? What scroll?" The woman looked utterly confused. She had no idea what he was talking about. "Don't you remember the real reason I sent you outside the pass?" Shun Wan-san's face twisted with rage. He gritted his teeth. "I dare not forget," the woman hurriedly said. Initially, she was a lone woman wandering the northern border, helpless, until she met Shun Wan-san and was taken in. Later, Shun Wan-san said he was looking for something extremely important and had her open a Black Inn outside the pass. Over these years, the woman had not let a single passerby go. She had taken all their money and ended their lives. But so far, she had not received any news about what Shun Wan-san was looking for. Now hearing this, she was even more bewildered. "Master, if I found it, I would definitely give it to you. How could I dare to keep it? Then I ask you, why is this thing in the hands of the northern garrison's young General Lin Ji?" "Lin Ji?" The woman was taken aback again. "I've never met him." "Bullshit, to this point, you still dare to lie." Shun Wan-san was furious. He was convinced the woman had betrayed him. The scroll was drawn by a geographer and traveler who had traveled with him. After learning the black water was worth 1,000 pieces of gold, making one rich enough to rival a nation, he had harbored evil intentions. On the way, he had taken the opportunity to harm his companion. Unexpectedly, the scroll had been lost. Over the years, he had tried every means to find it, but to no avail. To his surprise, the woman he had sent out had already found it, and even kept it for herself. Now it was in Lin Ji's hands, making it extremely difficult to retrieve. "You incompetent fool, today I'll kill you." Shun Wan-san's eyes glinted with murderous intent. He now knew Lin Ji must have been to the Black Inn outside the pass. If the two of them were discovered, it would be almost impossible to obtain the black water. When the profit is large enough, even ordinary people would dare to take risks. Let alone someone like Shun Wan-san, who had made his fortune through shady dealings. Just as he pulled out a dagger to commit the murder, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. Who would have thought that the renowned wealthy man of Yuzhou City, in private, is also a looter? Who? Shun Wan-san turned sharply. In the moonlight, he saw a silhouette outside the window. Chapter 500. The black-hearted merchant Shan-Wan-san? You old fox, I trusted you so much, and yet you deceived me? Lin Ji emerged from the shadows. The woman's face paled upon seeing him. She pointed at him trembling. How could it be you? Didn't I say it before? Don't let me see you two again at the northern border, or I'll take your lives. Don't you believe the words of Lin Ji? What? You are Lin Ji. The woman's eyes widened, filled with fear and panic. She finally understood why she had been so carefree outside the pass for so many years without any accidents, but this time she had fallen. It was because she had provoked the wrong person. The one who had intended to do her harm was none other than Lin Ji, the young general who had struck terror into the hearts of the Huns and the Turks at the northern border. Shan-Wan-san was equally shocked. His face grew even grimmer. He knew the Lin father and son were extraordinary in their skills. Now that everything had been seen by the other side, it seemed that only one of them could survive. How did you find out? Shan-Wan-san asked unwillingly. Having roamed the Jianghu for so many years, he believed his acting was flawless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to keep his dirty deeds hidden in Yuzhou City. But he never expected that just one encounter with Lin Ji would have him under scrutiny, even following him to his home. Shan-Wan-san, haven't you heard that the smartest people can be fooled by their own cleverness? Lin Ji said with a profound smile. Your lies were indeed flawless. At the time, not only I, but even Yunlong Taoist master and Ding Yun, who was very familiar with the northern border, were deceived by you. But you made a fatal mistake. Which is, Engsub Mountain and Tongha Branch are not in that direction. How do you know? Shan-Wan-san was extremely shocked. Engsub Mountain and Tongha River did exist, but even some Huns and Turks wouldn't know about them. Unless one had traveled the entire north, it was impossible to know so clearly. But if Lin Ji really had that knowledge, why would he need to ask himself? Because I've been there, 300 miles northwest of Yuzhou City. Tongha River does flow through there, but there are no branches in that stretch. I see. Shan-Wan-san suddenly understood. He never thought that Lin Ji, despite his young age, had such a meticulous mind. Even when he knew he had been exposed, he deliberately didn't point it out, just to investigate the truth along the way. I should have acted sooner, instead of waiting for the court to deal with you. Shan-Wan-san narrowed his eyes, his gaze filled with cold intent. Lin Ji frowned. What do you mean? Have you been targeting me all along? Ha ha ha, so there are still things you don't know. Let me tell you this. Didn't the 4 ghosts of the Long River choose to pledge allegiance to you? But why did these 4 later disappear without a trace? Have you never suspected? At this, Lin Ji's heart skipped a beat. The 4 ghosts of the Long River were assassins sent to the northern border to kill him under a martial arts bounty. Later, Lin Ji recruited them under his command and sent them back to the Central Plains to gather information and find a way to eliminate Zhuzheng. The 4 ghosts did send him messages, but then they lost contact. Lin Ji thought they were used to their freedom and didn't like being under someone else's command, probably wandering around the martial arts world on their own, so he didn't ask much. But now, hearing Shan-Wan-san's words, he realized there was more to the story. Could it be that you killed them? I don't have that ability. We originally thought you had some use, but now it seems you're a hidden danger. Before the words were finished, Shan-Wan-san suddenly made his move. Lin Ji instinctively blocked, but to his surprise, Shan-Wan-san kicked the woman and the servant at him, then disappeared in a flash. Damn it! Lin Ji pushed the 2 aside and immediately gave chase, but even so, Shan-Wan-san managed to escape through the window. When he chased outside, there was no trace of him. I didn't expect this guy to be so agile. I underestimated him. Just from his light footwork, it was clear that Shan-Wan-san was a skilled martial artist. Who would have thought he was hiding so deep that no one in Yuzhou City knew? With the fugitive escaping, Lin Hao returned to the room, only to find the woman had already been stabbed in the back. As for the servant, who was already weak, he had been snapped by Shan-Wan-san's neck at some point. Both had met their end. Such ruthless methods. Lin Ji couldn't help but frown. He began to calculate in his mind. Judging from the current situation, Shan-Wan-san was clearly not an ordinary man. But who was behind him and what they were plotting? No one knew. The only two people who knew had been silenced. It wouldn't be easy to follow the clues and investigate further. Leaving Shan's residence, Yunlong Taoist master was waiting outside. Seeing Lin Ji, he immediately approached. Why are you alone? Where's Shen Wansan? He's escaped. Lin Ji recounted everything that had happened inside. Yunlong Taoist master frowned upon hearing this. So Shen Wansan has such a mysterious background? It seems we need to go back and ask General Lin for clarity, or this will always be a hidden danger. The two agreed and immediately set off back to the general's residence. However, after a day of entertaining, Lin Tianhao was already drunk and sleeping in his room. Qin Homian was taking care of him. Just then, they met Ding Yun patrolling the courtyard. Upon learning the situation, he slowly said, if that's the case, I do have some understanding of Shen Wansan's background. How so? Lin Ji immediately became interested. There was a rumor in Yuzhou City that after traveling the north, Shen Wansan seemed to have been guided by immortals, his business flourishing. Some even claimed to have seen these immortals, but later we found out they were just disciples of a martial arts sect. A sect? Lin Ji couldn't help but interrupt. Although he had experienced much, mostly fighting the Huns and Turks, he rarely knew about the affairs of the martial world. The few contacts he had were with the assassins sent by Li Jingjin and Minister Zhu Biao. Yes, it's said that in the mountains at the border of the north and northwest, there is a hidden sect called Huidian sect. This sect is full of masters and operates very secretly. Huidian sect? Yunlong Taoist master's face changed upon hearing this. Hashtag Chapter 501. How dare you, descendants of the previous dynasty? Master Yunlong, do you perhaps have some knowledge about this sect? Lin Ji probed. His eyes were filled with curiosity. This area was indeed his weakness, and his understanding of the martial arts world was not as deep as that of the two men before him. However, the saying goes, many hands make light work. As long as he had people with exceptional insight around him, they could help him make better judgments. I have indeed heard of the Huitian sect, and it is quite special. It is said to have been established by a group of former officials of the previous dynasty, who supported the descendants of the royal family of the previous dynasty. Therefore, their goal has always been to overthrow the Great Xia dynasty and restore the original Great Zhou dynasty. Lin Ji's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. This was indeed unexpected. However, upon reflection, it made some sense. Throughout history, no dynasty in the Central Plains has lasted more than 300 years. This is a historical law. Although new dynasties are established, there are always those who are nostalgic for the past and refuse to accept the reality of the present. Throughout the ages, there have been traitors and rebels. Some wish to create a new era, while others wish to return to the old dynasty. So, these people are both friend and foe to us? But how could Shen Wansan be a member of the Huitian sect? That's really unclear. Ding Yun shook his head. However, as the young general mentioned, Shen Wansan has been engaged in dirty deals in the northern border and Yuzhou City for years. It is highly likely that he has been receiving substantial funds for the Huitian sect all along. War requires money, especially the establishment of an army. The Huitian sect is ultimately just a sect. Even if the organization has many people, the gap between them and an army is still vast. Recruiting soldiers and horses, vying for the Central Plains, it's not just talk. For many, it's incredibly difficult. Since this guy said the young general is useful to them, it seems they hope to use the young general to overthrow the Great Xia dynasty. Master Yunlong pondered. Most importantly, since the Huitian sect has been immersed in the Jianghu, they are quite familiar with the major sections. It's possible they will contact the major sects to get involved in the affairs of the court. We must be on guard. Lin Ji nodded. Indeed, since Shen Wansan has escaped, there's no point in dwelling on it. The Huitian sect will eventually reveal its tracks, so what we need to do is focus on our own affairs. Indeed. The two nodded in agreement. The most critical matter at hand is not the Huitian sect, but the black water recorded in the scroll. Young general, since Shen Wansan deceived us before, finding the black water will likely require more effort. Master Yunlong frowned. The truth and falsehood are intertwined. which is why Shinwansen resorted to such unscrupulous means, even harming many lives in the search for the Blackwater. Although Shinwanshan pointed us in the wrong direction, his hints led us to believe the Blackwater might be at the junction of Eagle Beak Mountain and Tong River. Linji pondered. These were indeed two valuable clues. But proceeding further would not be easy. The northern border stretches for thousands of miles. Tong River alone spans over 100 miles from east to west, eventually merging with the Liao River and flowing into the sea. Searching each one is impossible. Linji wished he had drone technology. If he could operate drones, he could scour the entire Tong River in just 3 days and surely discover Eagle Beak Mountain. As the three pondered, Linji suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I have a candidate. Who? The two asked in unison. A Shonu uncle who used to deliver wool to us. Ah. The two looked at each other, eyes filled with confusion and curiosity. Young general, what could a mere wool-delivering uncle possibly know? It's quite different. Based on the current situation, the location of the Blackwater is likely not within the northern border. Linji said meaningfully. If Eagle Beak Mountain were truly in the north, even if Ding Yun didn't know, other soldiers or civilians in the northern border would have heard of it. They couldn't be completely clueless. From this deduction, Eagle Beak Mountain is either in the territory of the Turks or the Xiongnu. Shinwansan misled them again, so it's highly likely Eagle Beak Mountain is in the Xiongnu tribe. Since they have no clues now, asking someone couldn't hurt. Linji then arranged for someone to find Uncle Sangba. About half an hour later, Uncle Sangba arrived at the general's residence. I greet the young general. Uncle, we are old acquaintances, and there are no outsiders here. No need for such formalities. Linji helped him up. Uncle Sangba nodded, his eyes filled with sincerity and respect. He owed his life to Linji's help. Even after the ceasefire between the Xiongnu, Turks, and the northern border, Uncle Sangba didn't want to return. Seeing the Xiongnu leader treat him as a hostage, how could he let go of his resentment? Once is enough for a second time. With the help of the northern border army, Uncle Sangba brought his family here and settled outside Yuzhou City. Though nominally still Xiongnu, he was practically no different from a Central Plains person. What brings you to call on me this time, young general? If it's about delivering wool, I will do my best to help, Uncle Sangba said resolutely. Even if returning to the Xiongnu was dangerous, he wanted to try. As long as he could serve Linji, he could bear any hard work. That won't be necessary. Linji waved his hand. It's spring now, and the weather is warming up. There's no rush for wool. We can start collecting it in the second half of the year. We called you here today to ask if you know of a place called Eagle Beak Mountain in the Xiongnu territory. Eagle Beak Mountain? Uncle Sangba blinked, his eyes filled with confusion, then shook his head. Never heard of it. The three, who had been slightly hopeful, now felt disappointed. They really needed to catch old man Shenwan-san. Otherwise, finding the Blackwater would be extremely difficult. Why is the young general suddenly inquiring about the terrain of the Xiongnu territory? Uncle Sangba couldn't help but ask curiously. Military affairs are not something you, a commoner, should inquire about, Ding Yun said seriously. Hashtag chapter 502. Retaking the Karmic Valley. Lin Ji, however, did not take it to heart. He waved his hand dismissively. Uncle, we are looking for something very important, located on Eagle Beak Mountain. Do you really have no recollection at all? Uncle Sangba shook his head. Young general, I truly apologize, but I have lived in the Xiongnu tribe for decades, and although there are many places I have not been to, I have heard of them. However, no one has ever mentioned Eagle Beak Mountain. How about this, can you let me take a look? Yunlong Taoist suggested, lowering his voice. Young general, we must be cautious about this matter. If the news leaks, it will only bring unnecessary trouble. After all, it's oil. Valuable beyond measure. Wealth that could rival a nation. If it falls into the hands of the Xiongnu and the Turks, it would be a significant loss for the northern border. It's fine, Linji replied indifferently. I trust Uncle Sangba. He then took out a scroll. As long as the three of them kept silent, it was unlikely that outsiders would guess what kind of treasure was hidden on Eagle Beak Mountain. Uncle Sangba tilted his head, and looked at it for a while. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Oh, young general, do you call this place Eagle Beak Mountain in the Central Plains? How did you know? Lin Ji's eyes lit up with surprise. Yes, in our Xiongnu tribe, we call it Hezechuo. It means an unbreakable eagle. This was a cultural difference. Although they were trying to convey similar meanings, they used entirely different languages. The three of them were overjoyed. Lin Ji couldn't help but ask, Uncle, can you tell me where this is? Uncle Sangba thought for a moment. If young general wants to go there, I'm afraid we'll need to prepare several days' worth of provisions. What do you mean by that? As far as I know, Hezechuo is located in a very remote area, almost at the foot of Changsa Mountain. Changsa Mountain was a massive mountain range to the northeast of the Xiongnu tribe. Beyond this mountain range lay many small countries, such as Goguryeo and Dongying. Further north was the frozen plain, where it was covered in snow year-round and rarely visited by humans. So far? Ding Yun widened his eyes. If they wanted to collect the black water, it would be quite troublesome. Yes, we rarely go to places like that. There's no food, and the terrain is extremely treacherous. Uncle Sangba's eyes were filled with worry. Young general, if you really want to go, you must be well prepared. The journey is not only long but also extremely dangerous. Lin Ji nodded. He then inquired about Uncle Sangba's recent situation and continued to gather information about Hezechuo. Realizing they couldn't get any more useful information, he let Uncle Sangba leave. After all, what they were discussing was important. The fewer people who knew, the better. Young general, according to what the Xiongnu uncle said, if we want to go to Hezechuo, even the shortest route would take at least 10 days, Ding Yun mused. That was the result of his continuous optimization. Such a remote place, even if they set up a collection station there, transporting the black water back to Yuzhou would be fraught with difficulties. Why don't we build a special road here? Didn't the young general discover a material called asphalt? Yunlong Taoist suggested tentatively. Asphalt roads had already gained some fame in the northern border. Many people were aware of this. Moreover, the expansion of asphalt roads was gradually progressing. For main routes had been completed by a quarter. With more and more civilians joining, the scale of road construction was growing, and the speed was increasing. The completion of the main routes was just around the corner. No, that's too slow, Lin Ji shook his head. If they were following the previous plan, the Northern Border Army and Yuzhou Garrison would launch an attack on the Central Plains in half a year. Perhaps this could be considered. But now, the Shangyuan army had already reached Liuzhou City. A war could break out at any moment. How could they possibly divert a large amount of manpower to build an asphalt road to Hezechuo at this time? What should we do then? Ding Yun frowned. There's one more option, Lin Ji suddenly said. His hand landed on the northern terrain map. The spot he pointed to was the Karmic Valley. Young general, are you saying we should pass through here? Yunlong Taoist widened his eyes, full of shock and disbelief. From a geographical perspective, the Karmic Valley connected directly to Hezechuo, but it was now under Chen Shangyuan's control. If they wanted to pass through here, wouldn't they be walking into a trap? Yes, young general, after Qin Shangyuan took over the Karmic Valley, he would definitely station heavy troops there. Such a crucial strategic location, how could he let it go? How could we possibly pass through here? Ding Yun also analyzed carefully. From the beginning, the Karmic Valley was the shortest and fastest route. But now, they had no chance to pass through there and had to detour to Hezechuo. Otherwise, why would they need to spend so much time? Chen Shangyuan could take the Karmic Valley from us, so why can't we take it back? Lin Ji's gaze was sharp. He smirked with confidence. Upon hearing this, the other two were dumbfounded. Young general, do you know what this means? Ding Yun muttered. The relationship between the Northern Border Army, the Lin family, and the court was already evident to everyone. It was already at odds. That's why Shangyuan Army and Tian's army were sent to the northern border. It was to eliminate them in the north. In other words, the war between the Northern Border Army and the court had already begun. No one had yet to make it explicit. Even if Qin Shangyuan had led troops to pursue Lin Tianhao and his son at the Karmic Valley that day, it was justified. He was to escort the two back to the capital, and no one was hurt. But now, Linji was clearly planning to attack the Karmic Valley. Once troops were dispatched, it would confirm the fact that the Northern Border Army and the entire North were rebelling. Since ancient times, traitors were universally condemned. Those ambitious princes or various factions might seize the opportunity to incite trouble, hoping to benefit from the chaos. Yes, young general, we must stay calm. We absolutely cannot act rashly, Yunlong Taoist said seriously. This was not about fear, but about having a just cause. The Shangyuan army and Tian's army had not yet done anything to provoke public outrage. If Linji acted now, wouldn't that be painting himself as the villain? It would give others a handle to use against them. Hashtag chapter 503. Please, Your Honor, vouch for the common folk. Who said we don't have a reason? Linji's lips curled slightly upwards. Don't you remember who the owner of Kongming Valley is? Who else could it be? Of course, it's the West Xia Queen Consort, Madame Qin. No, that's not right. Now she should be called Madame Lin. Although Lin Tianhao and Qin Hongmian never officially married, they had invited various guests from Yuzhou City, effectively announcing the matter. It naturally followed suit. Young general, what exactly are you trying to say? We know the owner of Kongming Valley is Qin Hongmian, but how many people in the entire north have actually seen her true face? And even fewer know the relationship between Madame Qin and Kongming Valley. Ding Yun was getting more and more confused. Master Yunlong, however, had a glimmer of understanding. Young general, are you suggesting we use Kongming Valley as a pretext? Exactly. Linji nodded. As the two had mentioned, if the name is not right, the words will not be justified. This is what Lin Tianhao always emphasized. When he learned that the Tian's army and Shangyuan army were coming to the north, he had considered framing and slandering them to make the northern civilians lose all faith in the court. Among them, there would inevitably be civilians who would be implicated, even die. Linji did not agree with this approach, but he couldn't think of a better solution. Unexpectedly, he now had a scapegoat. We just need to stage a play, making the entire northern border believe that Qin Shangyuan wronged the people. This matter will naturally take a turn for the better. The two were enlightened upon hearing this. They couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Brilliant. When it comes to cunning, you're the best, young general. I could never think of such a devious plan. You truly are a talent. You flatter me. Linji waved his hand. A calm smile appeared on his face. The battlefield is like the marketplace. There's no such thing as dishonorable. Whether it's a black cat or a white cat, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. Similarly, no matter the process, as long as the result satisfies everyone, why bother with the details? War is always about the outcome. The process is useless. No matter how well you fight, a crucial mistake can lead to failure. Hashtag the next day. The prefect's residence. Early in the morning, the gate was already crowded with civilians. One person knelt on the ground, wailing in sorrow. The prefect hadn't even woken up yet when his subordinates, the Sima and Changshu, urged him. Your Honor, come quickly. Something's happened. Why can't these people ever rest? Besides, isn't there anything in Yuzhou City that shouldn't be reported to General Lin? Why come to me? Prefect Yang was indignant. He was very dissatisfied with this. He enjoyed being a carefree official who didn't meddle in politics. He still received his salary. He still enjoyed his life. Troubles were taken care of by others. What could be more delightful? Unexpectedly, today something unexpected happened. Upon arriving at the gate, Prefect Yang was shocked by the scene outside. What's going on? Your Honor, you've finally come. The middle-aged man below sobbed. Who are you? Prefect Yang was baffled. He had connections with most of the city's merchants and wealthy people, but he had never seen this man before. Your Honor, I am the owner of Kongming Horse Farm. Kongming Valley? But I heard the owner there is a woman? Prefect Yang blinked, his eyes full of confusion. Oh, that's just a rumor. I rarely show my face, so there are such speculations. Today, I came here out of desperation, asking your honor to uphold justice for me. Prefect Yang, though impatient, still cared about his reputation. In front of so many civilians, he couldn't just send the man back, could he? That would be asking for gossip. Moreover, Kongming Valley was so famous, known to everyone in the northern border. To stand up for him? Prefect Yang felt this matter was not simple. Upon thinking this, he coughed lightly. He put on a righteous demeanor. This official is incorruptible. I will uphold justice. If you have suffered any grievance, you may speak in front of the countless civilians of Yuzhou, and I will surely uphold justice for you. The middle-aged man was moved to tears. He kowtowed repeatedly. Thank you, Your Honor. Don't thank me yet. Tell me what happened. The Yuzhou Sima urged beside him. I have been living in seclusion in Kongming Valley, raising many fine-blooded horses, which are the fruit of my years of effort. Now that spring has come, the demand for horses has increased everywhere. I plan to sell these horses for money to let others in the valley live a good life. But unexpectedly, General Chun of the Shangyuan army took notice. Not only did he deliberately underprice, but after I refused to sell, he even harbored malicious intentions. Now, not only has he seized Kongming Valley, but even the thousands of blooded horses are gone. At this point, the middle-aged man sobbed. Now I am penniless, with no place to stay, and even my family in the valley has suffered. What should I do? The surrounding civilians were shocked and moved to tears upon hearing this. They were all indignant. Shameful. The Shangyuan army is too much. How dare they bully people like this? Indeed, someone spent so much effort raising a batch of blooded horses, waiting to make a fortune, and you, as a general, not only don't help the people, but even oppress and seize. Claiming to be one of the 4 elite armies of the great Xia dynasty, you are a disgrace. So infuriating. How can such a person be a general? And how can he be trusted by the court? General Lin and young General Lin are fighting bravely at the northern border, and the court doesn't care, but they turn a blind eye to those who act recklessly. This clearly shows they don't care about the north. As the civilians discussed, the focus gradually shifted from Kongming Valley to the Shangyuan army and the court. Prefect Yang felt more and more uneasy. This matter completely exceeded his expectations. If it were just a dispute between ordinary merchants, he could mediate it effectively. His title as prefect might be more effective in the northern border than the emperor's. A local official is better than a remote ruler. But who would have thought? This time the troublemaker would be General Qin Shangyuan of the Shangyuan army. That was a tough nut to crack. Prefect Yang didn't dare to provoke such a character, unless he was tired of living. While secretly worried, his peripheral vision caught sight of someone behind the crowd. Lin Ji? He saw the man give him a meaningful smile and a slight nod. What did this mean? Prefect Yang blinked. Chapter 504. Advocating for the people, upholding social justice. Young General, this matter falls under your jurisdiction, doesn't it? Even if I wanted to help the owner of this empty Clarity Valley seek justice, I would be powerless to do so. I would probably be apprehended by the Shangyuan army before I could even finish my words if I confronted Qin Shangyuan myself. Governor Yang was in a dilemma, thinking of how to subtly ask Lin Ji for help without losing face in front of the common folk. Suddenly, a spark of insight flashed through his mind, making him feel that the situation was too suspicious. Everyone in the northern border knew that Governor Yang of Yuzhou was just a civil official. To put it bluntly, even if he was a high-ranking official, military affairs were not his responsibility. What good would it do to come to me when the Shangyuan army bullied you? Could my name as a governor make Qin Shangyuan submit? Such matters clearly should be addressed to Lin Tianhao and Lin Ji of the Northern Frontier Army. Why would anyone come to the governor's residence to make a fuss? Seeing Lin Ji's exaggerated expressions, it was clear he was constantly hinting. Governor Yang suddenly had a bold thought. Could all this be Lin Ji's doing? Young General, what kind of trick are you playing now? Are you trying to push me into a corner? But it was precisely because of this that Governor Yang gained a few more points of confidence. He then spoke calmly. What's your name? Qin Wenhao. the middle-aged man replied. All right, Qin Wen Hao, today in front of the people of Yuzhou City, I will certainly seek justice for you. But the Shangyuan army is an army of the court, with a lofty status. I must investigate this matter thoroughly. If it is indeed their wrongdoing, oppressing the common folk, I will not let it go unpunished. This is the North. They shouldn't think they can run wild as they do in the capital. Governor Yang declared with righteous indignation, his demeanor so convincing that one might truly believe him to be a bold and upright official. The surrounding crowd of common folk applauded and praised him. Absolutely. We must not tolerate these people. They must pay the price. Governor Yang is truly our parent official in the northern border. Just this alone makes him 100 times better than those arrogant officials in the capital. We must punish them severely. Otherwise, the common folk in the north will suffer even more in the future. In the midst of cheers, Governor Yang led his officials back into the governor's residence and invited the middle-aged man for further discussion. After the crowd dispersed, Governor Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Clapping sounded from behind him. Well done, Governor Yang. From now on, you will be known as a true official who advocates for the people in the northern border. Linji approached with a meaningful smile. Seeing this, Governor Yang immediately dismissed the other officials and then said with a wry smile, Young General, are you trying to get me killed? What do you mean? Look at all the cheers outside. Don't you want the people's support? Linji frowned. Young General, you know I can't handle this. Can I afford to offend Qin Shangyuan? You're throwing this troublesome matter at me. Aren't you pushing me into a fire pit? Governor Yang said helplessly. If it were anyone else, he would have already erupted in anger, feeling like he was being treated like a monkey. But he didn't dare to be angry with Linji. After all, he was the young general of the northern frontier, with a far greater reputation and support in the northern border than himself. Moreover, he was backed by Lin Tianhao and the northern frontier army, who would suffer if he vented his anger on him. Who said it's a fire pit? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Linji said with a meaningful smile. If you do well, you can establish your own authority in the north. Even if you fail, it doesn't matter. Qin Shangyuan's capabilities are obviously far beyond yours. Knowing this, why do you still do this? Governor Yang almost cried. He really couldn't understand what Linji was thinking. If you want to deal with him yourself, just go ahead. Why involve me? Isn't this just a pretext? Linji patted the middle-aged man. How is it? The acting of the person I brought isn't bad, right? Governor Yang was stunned, stammering, he's your man? Yes, he's a merchant from the Lin Trading Company. His real name is Husan. Young General, I dare not accept the praise. I'm just worried about ruining the young general's plan. Husan said politely. What exactly do you want to do? Governor Yang was completely at a loss. Of course, it's to deal with Qin Shangyuan. Linji's eyes gleamed with a cold light. From today on, this man will be seen as a villain in the north. If I lead my troops to battle, it will be justified. Governor Yang suddenly understood. So that was the plan. Young General, are you really planning to fight him? Qin Shangyuan is no pushover. I heard that the Shangyuan army hasn't lost a single battle in the past 5 years. Even with the vast numbers of the northern frontier army, real battle would surely be a bloody struggle. With the north in the midst of development, is it really worth taking such a risk? Who said they haven't lost? Linji's lips curled slightly. If the Shangyuan army had never lost, the only defeat they suffered was at his hands. 2 days later, an official notice from Yuzhou spread throughout the north, reaching Qin Shangyuan's ears. What? Linji is going to lead his troops to battle, to advocate for the people of the north? Qin Shangyuan was shocked upon hearing this news. He never expected Linji to twist the truth so blatantly. General, isn't this guy too shameless? They took all the blood horses from empty Clarity Valley, and now they're blaming us for all the wrongdoing. When Chengyu was furious. As a member of the Shangyuan army, when had they ever suffered such humiliation? Now, they were being treated like bandits by the people of the northern border. So what? Do you want to go explain to those common folk now? Chen Shangyuan said coldly, his eyes filled with seriousness. He realized he had underestimated Lin Ji. Just this move alone allowed him to justify attacking him. Even if questioned, the Northern Frontier Army would never admit to having a rebellious heart. Their actions were for the sake of seeking justice for the people. General, can't we just swallow this grievance? When Cheng Yu said unwillingly. Their current situation was very awkward. Not fighting meant allowing the Northern Frontier Army and Lin Ji to run wild over them. Fighting almost confirmed that they had indeed occupied empty Clarity Valley. Lin Ji was ruthless, forcing them into such a predicament. He wants to fight? Let's see who can defeat whom. Chapter 505. The Prodigy Surpasses the Master. Liuzhou City. The Prefect's Office. Your Excellency, something big has happened. Your Excellency? The Liuzhou Sima, military officer, stumbled in, his eyes filled with panic. What's the rush? It's not like the sky is falling, the Liuzhou prefect said impatiently. Ever since Shangyuan army arrived in Liuzhou City, there hasn't been a single peaceful day. Something always seems to go wrong, as if deliberately opposing him. Your Excellency, the Northern Border Army might be about to clash with the Shangyuan army, the Sima said worriedly. What did you say? The prefect exclaimed, jumping to his feet, his eyes filled with shock. The Northern Border Army dares to openly declare war on the Shangyuan army? Are they trying to confirm their treasonous status? Being officials, they all understood. Having the intention to rebel is one thing. Having the courage to do so is another. It doesn't seem to be like that, the Sima hesitated. Not like that, the prefect frowned upon hearing this. Don't tell me it's not the Shangyuan army attacking the Northern Border Army, but the other way around? The Sima nodded hesitantly. Indeed, that was the case. These fellows have truly eaten the hearts of bears and the gall of leopards. I underestimated them, the prefect said, his face full of disbelief. In his view, the Shangyuan army, commanded by the heavens, was inherently superior to the Northern Border Army when they arrived at the northern frontier. Logically, the Northern Border Army had no reason to attack first. The Sima then recounted the entire sequence of events. Now, Lin Tianhao and his men are using the pretext of eliminating evil for the people. Even if the court learns of this, there's nothing they can do about it, the prefect said, unable to believe what he was hearing, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Who would have thought the situation would develop like this? Even less expected was that Lin Tianhao and his men, who were initially in an overwhelmingly passive position, could seize the initiative. After a long silence, he suddenly burst into a piercing laugh. Ha ha ha. Chen Shangyuan, I bet you never imagined you'd end up like this, being played like a fiddle. Played? The Sima looked puzzled. Of course. Even if Chen Shangyuan really needed the Kunming Valley, he could have requisitioned it openly. Why resort to stealing? I don't know what tricks the Lin family used, but they undoubtedly turned the situation around, the prefect said triumphantly. This time, the Shangyuan army is in for a show. What should we do? Should we offer support? The Sima asked tentatively. After all, the Shangyuan army was the garrison stationed in Liuzhou City. As local officials, how could they stand idly by when such a major incident occurred? Support? The prefect snorted coldly. When he first arrived, he was so arrogant, looking down on everyone. Now, he doesn't need our support. Let him deal with it on his own at the northern frontier. Isn't that a bit too harsh? The Sima said awkwardly. Unexpectedly, the prefect glared at him. What are you trying to side with outsiders at a time like this? Let me tell you, you and I know about this, but you are absolutely not allowed to interfere. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. The Sima shivered and nodded repeatedly. I absolutely dare not. However, this matter is extraordinary, and I'm worried about causing trouble. Could you allow me to take a 10-day leave to visit my family? The prefect couldn't help but laugh. No wonder you can only be a Sima. Such cowardice. All right, go ahead. He waved his hand. He didn't notice the sly smile that curled the Sima's lips as he turned to leave, as if his scheme had succeeded. Liuzhou City. At this moment, 5,000 elite soldiers were gathered at the city gate. Leading them was Lin Ji, accompanied by his deputy Ding Yun and the strategist Yunlong Taoist. Lin Tianhao, naturally, stayed behind as the overall commander in Yuzhou City. Reporting to the young general, 5,000 elite soldiers have assembled. A northern wind blew, causing the soldiers' garments to flutter. Every face was resolute and filled with killing intent. The terrifying aura made one's heart tremble. Lin Ji nodded in satisfaction. Brothers, remember, the Kunming Valley is extremely important to us. This time, the enemy will surely have reinforcements, so we must not let our guard down. We must finish the battle quickly.
Yes.
The 5,000 soldiers shouted in unison, their voices exceptionally loud. Even in Yuzhou City, the sound could be heard clearly. Ding Yun, lead 2,000 elite soldiers, and take a detour from the left side of the Kunming Valley entrance. Due to the special geographical location of the valley, once you reach the designated spot, proceed lightly and make sure to block the valley's retreat route.
Yes.
Ding Yun waved his hand. Immediately, 2,000 soldiers followed him. Taoist, although you are the strategist, you still hold the responsibility of a deputy general. Led 1,000 light cavalry and encircle from the right flank, ready to support. Understood. Taoist Yunlong clasped his fists in salute. Lin Ji surveyed the crowd. Remember, brothers, this time we must succeed. No failure is allowed. Move out. The mighty northern border army marched towards the Kunming Valley. On the city wall, Lin Tianhao, clad in a general's robe, watched the departing army with a pensive gaze. General, are you worried about Lin Ji? Qin Hongmian stood beside him. I'm not worried about him. It's just that the situation at the northern frontier is changing too rapidly, and I'm not sure if we've prepared enough, Lin Tianhao said slowly. He had enough confidence in his son Lin Ji. Even if he couldn't defeat Chen Shangyuan, preserving his life would be a breeze. Lin Tianhao had originally planned to re-enter the arena at least a year later. Everything had happened too quickly, leaving him unprepared. The anticipated clash with the Shangyuan army was supposed to be 3 months away. Who would have thought it would turn into this situation so soon? If this situation continues, if the northern border army goes to war with the Great Xia dynasty, the pressure will be immense. It could even lead to an out-of-control situation. That doesn't sound like the you from back then, Qin Hongmian said, her eyes filled with affection. What do you mean? Was I impulsive back then? Not at all. It's just that back then, you were brave and resourceful, full of heroic spirit, just like your son now, she said meaningfully. And I believe Lin Ji will go even further. He's very interesting, as if you can't see what he's thinking. It seems your son is even more outstanding than you. Chapter 506. Heavy Troops Ambush? The Empty Brightness Valley. At this moment, a heavy force was amassed here. Upon receiving the news, Chen Shangyuan immediately dispatched troops from Liuzhou. However, due to the urgency of the situation and the time constraints, it was impossible to mobilize the entire Shangyuan army in a short period. Even so, 8,000 elite soldiers were gathered. Temporary defenses were constructed near the valley. Traps and ambushes were set up in various locations. It was clearly a posture of waiting for the enemy. Report. General, scouts 50 miles away have reported the presence of the northern border army. The leading general is Lin Ji, with 5,000 elite soldiers under his command. Chen Shangyuan's eyes glinted with cold light. They're here so quickly. Lin Ji, last time you didn't get your life. This time, I will make sure you are annihilated in the Empty Brightness Valley. General, this Lin Ji is truly arrogant, leading only 5,000 soldiers to attack? Does he think he's a heavenly general? When Cheng Yu said confidently, his tone filled with arrogance. It seemed as if the victory was already assured. Chen Shangyuan snorted coldly. He glanced at him. What do you know? The northern border army's true fame is not in the north, but in the northwest. Back then, Lin Tianhao led 4,000 elite soldiers to fight against the western regions. The disparity in forces was several times. Lin Ji was no less than Lin Tianhao. Although it was unknown how he led troops in battle, his personal prowess far exceeded his predecessors. Just this alone, Chen Shangyuan would not dare to underestimate him, unless he truly wanted to die at the northern border. Remember, do not linger in battle, resolve it as quickly as possible. The Northern Border Army numbered over 100,000. Even the Shangyuan Army in Liuzhou had only arrived with 20,000. The remaining large forces were still on their way. The battlefield was ever-changing. Even Chen Shangyuan had not expected that the first battle with the Northern Border Army would be here. Go and double-check. Ensure all traps and ambushes are in perfect condition.
Yes.
Meanwhile, Lin Ji, clad in a white battle robe, holding a long spear, led the Northern Border Army in a grand procession. After nearly half a day of marching, they were only 10 miles from the empty Brightness Valley. Messengers reported every instant of time. General, Vice General Ding has reached the designated position. The cavalry led by the strategist is also in place. The time, place, and people. Everything was in order. It was time for a full-scale assault. Lin Ji's gaze was stern. His momentum was overwhelming. This would be the first decisive battle against the Great Xia dynasty. It was crucial. But just as he was about to give the order for a full-scale attack, suddenly, someone shouted from behind. Young General, someone is requesting an audience. Who? Lin Ji frowned. This was the peak of the army's morale, yet someone chose this moment to disturb. If it shook the soldiers' resolve, it would surely... Who sent this letter? Chen Shangyuan? A feint? But the farmer was clearly a civilian. If Chen Shangyuan wanted to use a ruse, he wouldn't be so clumsy. Any general in this situation would not believe it. If not, then who? Adopting a cautious approach, Lin Ji looked around. The terrain around the empty Brightness Valley was not complex. To the left was a forest. To the right was a hill. The Liao River meandered eastward behind the valley. In front of the valley was a plain. If enemies approached, they would be seen from afar. This was why the valley was a strategic location, because the terrain was very conducive to defense. No one could approach the valley without being noticed. The river, forest, and hills formed natural barriers. If one wanted to attack by detour, it would not be easy. And because of this observation, Lin Ji noticed the anomalies around the valley. The forest was unusually quiet. The hill also had suspicious points. Come.
Yes.
Notify Vice General Ding and the strategist as quickly as possible. Tell them not to act rashly. Wait for my signal.
Yes.
After issuing the orders, Lin Ji led the army forward without hesitation. Knowing there's a tiger on the mountain, one heads towards it. Today's battle, there's no turning back. It's either you die or I live. Even if he knew there were traps, Lin Ji would never turn his horse around and retreat without a fight. Soon, they reached a point 5 miles from the valley. With heightened vigilance, Lin Ji now noticed the subtle changes outside the valley. He looked at the deputy beside him. Inform the soldiers to loosen the ropes on their bodies. If there's any abnormality, retreat immediately, discarding equipment along the way. But one thing, do not throw away your weapons. Understood. Just as this order was given, less than a mile into their advance, countless ambushes sprang up from both sides. Simultaneously, the traps were triggered. Retreat. Lin Ji commanded. The 2,000 northern border soldiers behind him turned and fled without hesitation, discarding armor and equipment along the way. In the distance, Wen Chengyu, in charge of the ambush, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is this all you've got? How dare you call yourself the young general of the northern border? I wonder what merit you have to defend the northern border. Before the words were finished, a crisp sound echoed across the empty plain. At the same time, a soldier nearby fell to the ground. What? What's going on? When Chengyu was stunned, looking around, he found no trace of the enemy. How did his own soldier die? In his daze, distant sounds like firecrackers rang out, accompanied by the frontline ambushers falling one by one. Cries of pain filled the air. Damn it! What despicable means are the Northern Border Army using? Hashtag Chapter 507. Flanking from both sides? Suicidal. Although the Shangyuan army had indeed heard tales of Lin Ji's exploits at the northern border, they only knew of his reputation. Lin Ji was known for his ability to turn the tide in defensive battles, where he had never once let the Huns or the Turks gained the upper hand. Each time, the Huns outnumbered him significantly, yet details of his tactics remained scarce. Even in the battle reports sent back to the court, only vague mentions of the bravery of the northern border troops were made, with no specifics about the methods employed. Who authored these reports was no secret. Only cunning old foxes like Minister Yang knew how to navigate such politics. Shang Yuan knew better than to attribute all the credit to Lin Ji. He understood that doing so would only invite jealousy from the court and potentially jeopardize the defense of the northern border if Lin Ji were to fall. Thus, from the beginning, Minister Yang had been helping to obscure the truth, and as they found themselves on the same side, it became even more natural. As a result, Shang Yuan had little understanding of the tactical prowess of Lin Ji's soldiers, only knowing that they were highly strategic and fiercely brave. Now, as when Shang Yu led the elite of the Shang Yuan army in an ambush against Lin Ji, they were met with unexpected devastation before even engaging in close combat. This sudden turn of events left Wen Chengyu unprepared and bewildered. General, the enemy's weapons are incredibly powerful. Their ranged attacks can reach such distances, and our injured soldiers are in terrible shape, exclaimed a staff officer, visibly anxious. The situation was dire, with uncertain prospects of a successful ambush and heavy losses already incurred. Furious, Wen Chengyu had hoped to regain his honor in front of Chen Shangyuan with this battle. His previous defeat at Lin Ji's hands had left a bitter taste, and he longed for revenge on the battlefield. Yet, before the battle even began, his forces were already suffering significant losses. How could he explain this back at the camp? They like long-range shooting, do they? Wen Chengyu spat, grinding his teeth. Order all soldiers to flank from both sides. Let's see how powerful their archers really are. Even now, he failed to grasp the true nature of his adversaries, still hoping for a close combat engagement. The staff officer hesitated, knowing the dangers of such a move, but on the battlefield, orders were absolute. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Ji sat atop his horse, exuding confidence and calm. His northern border army soldiers stood in disciplined ranks, taking turns in their coordinated fire. They held a clear advantage in range and rate of fire, and the precision of their firearms far surpassed that of crossbows and bows. You want to ambush me? See if you can measure up? Lin Ji thought, observing the unfolding scene with unwavering composure. The capture of Kongming Valley was within reach, and he aimed to severely damage the Shangyuan army to gain the support of the northern populace. This would shift the dynamics of the war entirely. Even if the court branded them as rebels, the people's support would lean towards the Lin family. Report, young general. The enemy is flanking from both sides, a scout informed. Young general, Wen Chengyu really isn't afraid of death, is he? Charging in this situation? The deputy general scoffed, ready for battle, his hand on his sword. The northern border army soldiers were also eager, having bided their time in the northern frontier, longing for a decisive battle. Unexpectedly, Lin Ji had no intention of engaging in close combat. Notify the grenadiers to take their positions. Young general, with our current firepower and morale advantage, why waste ammunition? The deputy general questioned, unwilling to miss the opportunity for hand-to-hand combat.